Chapter 1, Graduation. After 13 years, I have arrived in this world. Tomorrow, I shall officially graduate and become a Chunin, sharing this momentous occasion with my peers from the infamous Team 12. What a splendid experience it is. My parents run a barbecue restaurant, and I have a 6-year-old sister. If only this were not the world of ninjas, how delightful life could be. The barbecue establishment has been in operation for over a decade, a business they established upon their marriage. As the ninja world gradually finds tranquility, each hidden village is recuperating and business is thriving. Thanks to a significant influx of wealth, I, Chun, have been fortunate enough to attend ninja school. After 6 years of dedicated effort, I am finally on the verge of becoming a Chunin. With a harmonious family and a temporarily peaceful ninja world, the only thing missing is my coveted destiny yet to arrive. On the day of the graduation exam, attention students. Today's assessment will focus on the shadow clone technique. First up, Uchiha Sasuke, Irika called out. Sasuke sauntered confidently to the front of the room, hands forming the necessary seals, and executed the technique. In an instant, 2 clones appeared flawlessly beside him. The execution was impeccable. The clones are indistinguishable from the original, particularly impressive as he created 2 at once. In summary, Sasuke's performance warrants a perfect score of 100. Next, Nara Shikamaru, Irika announced. How troublesome. Let's finish this quickly, Shikamaru muttered as he ambled to the front. Half an hour later, Huak Dao Ichun, Irika called, and I stepped forward. Forming the hand seals, I activated the jutsu. A puff of smoke erupted, and soon enough, I heard Naruto exclaim, "Why am I over there? I was clearly here." Fool. That's a combination of the shadow clone technique and the transformation technique, requiring exceptional chakra control to execute such advanced ninjutsu. How did he manage that? It's impossible. Sasuke stood wide-eyed, his mouth twitching in disbelief. As the smoke dissipated, everyone beheld me flanked by Sasuke and Naruto. Sasuke stood coolly, while Naruto fidgeted about, embodying a rather erratic demeanor. Not only had I combined the 2 techniques, but I also maintained control over them. Truly, this is maddening. Oh, this damn talent. I thought. 11120 points. Irika stammered as he announced my score. Ichun, keep up the good work. Thank you, Iruka Sensei, I replied, returning to my seat. Next up, Naruto. Haha, it's finally my turn. Sasuke, watch my prowess. And that includes you too, Ichun. Naruto declared confidently as he approached the front, hands clasped together. A surge of chakra emanated from him, prompting the other students to instinctively step back. How is that possible? The amount of chakra he possesses must be at the level of a Chunin, murmured the onlookers. I always thought Sasuke was the strongest, but Ichun surpassed him. Yet Naruto is undoubtedly the top contender. As the whispers of disbelief spread among my classmates, the smoke cleared to reveal 2 Narutos, one of which lay sprawled on the ground, appearing emaciated and malnourished. How could this happen? After such an overwhelming display of chakra, he produces a clone like that? Ha, this is too much. The laughter was akin to that of pigs, echoing through the room. 0 points, disqualified. Naruto, Irika stated, his expression twitching as he delivered the verdict. With his head bowed, Naruto descended from the stage, despondently returning to his previous position. Now, I will announce the results. Ichun, Sasuke, Shikamaru, congratulations on successfully becoming Chunin. I hope you continue to strive for excellence and surpass your teachers swiftly. Everyone, go home and return tomorrow to collect your headbands. Everyone left joyfully, and as I exited the classroom, I spotted Naruto sitting alone on a swing, lost in thought, with classmates and parents pointing at him. Naruto, I acknowledge your strength. You were the strongest, I said, approaching him and patting his shoulder with a smile. Ichun, did you really just say you acknowledge me and I'm the strongest? Naruto exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief. Naruto, do you understand the essence of this world? The essence of the world? He repeated, utterly confused, staring blankly at me. It is chakra. The foundation of all ninjutsu lies in chakra, and you possess an amount that far exceeds ours. The majority of people will never reach such levels in their lifetime. What is their endpoint is merely your starting point. So, work hard, and I await the day we can dance together. I, Huadao Ichun, shall deem you the strongest. Without waiting for Naruto to respond, I vanished at the school's entrance. That fool Ichun, he actually acknowledged me. Finally, someone believes in me and calls me the strongest. A smile crept across Naruto's face as tears streamed down his cheeks. Thank you, Ichun. The boy is shedding tears clearly. He cannot bear the weight of failure. It seems it is time for me to make my entrance. Mizuki approached, wearing a warm smile. Naruto, 2 flowers bloom, each showcasing their beauty. Upon returning home, I shared the news of my successful graduation with my parents and little sister, who had prepared a lavish dinner in my honor. After the meal, I lay in bed, reflecting on my journey in this ninja world. On the day of the Nine Tails incident, my parents' home was fortunately not at the epicenter of destruction, and neither were they ninjas, allowing us to escape unscathed. After the chaos, parts of Konoha were rebuilt from the ruins, and my parents, possessing keen business acumen, acquired a substantial plot of land in the commercial district at a remarkably low price, benefiting from subsequent tax relief policies. They opened a barbecue restaurant, and that same year, I was born. Perhaps influenced by my previous live's spirit, I was bright and clever, regarded as a prodigy by those around me. As I grew older, my intellectual development accelerated, and by the age of 6, bolstered by my parents' financial support, I smoothly entered ninja school. That year, my sister, Sakura, was also born. Entering ninja school, I maintained a moderate attitude, performing adequately. However, 2 years later, I had mastered nearly all the knowledge offered at the school. In the following 4 years, I trained according to the original series training regimens, such as tree climbing, water walking, and weight training. Thanks to my high mental energy and rigorous physical training, my chakra levels have now reached the Chunin level. Although my overall capabilities are approaching that of a Chunin, I still have some distance to cover, constrained by my physical condition. The amount of chakra I possess is influenced by my mental energy and self-strength. Currently, while my mental energy has yet to reach its peak and continues to grow steadily, I must be cautious with my self-strength. During the last 2 years of ninja school, I focused primarily on chakra control. At present, I possess chakra control abilities nearing that of Sakura in her later stages. As I pondered, Naruto's image flashed in my mind. He must have obtained the sealing scroll by now. Poor Mizuki. Chapter 2. Class Assignments. Naruto, what are you doing here? Didn't you fail the exam yesterday? Kiba interrupted, teasing Naruto without a hint of restraint. Not at all. I passed. Look, hey race my ninja headband, Naruto exclaimed, brandishing the headband triumphantly. Kiba's face was one of utter disbelief. How is that possible? None of us have received ours. Where did you get yours? That's because I'm the strongest. At that moment, Irika entered the classroom, prompting an immediate hush as he prepared to make an announcement. Come up to collect your headbands. Then we will proceed with class assignments. You will be grouped in teams of 3, and shortly, your respective senseis will arrive to escort each team. Now, I will announce the team compositions. Shikamaru, Ino, and Choji will form one team. Kiba, Hinata, and Shino will form another. Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura will be the third team. That concludes the team assignments. Please remain in the classroom until your senseis arrive. Wait, Iruka Sensei, what about me? Which team am I on? I inquired, bewildered. Oh, Ichun, please come with me. I have made special arrangements for you. Understood, Iruka Sensei. In Irika's office, I found myself gazing in astonishment at the third Hokage. Hokagesama, I have brought Ichun, Irika announced. Thank you, Irika. You may leave now. Yes, Hokagesama. Once Irika departed, I looked at the third Hokage, astonished. Hokagesama, may I inquire why you summoned me? Ah, Ichun, I wish to take you on as my apprentice. Are you willing? The third Hokage smiled kindly. Hokagesama, I am unworthy of such an honor, I replied, taken aback. Ichun, you are among the most talented individuals I have encountered among commoner ninjas. The last was the fourth Hokage. Thank you for your recognition. I am willing, Hokagesama, I said earnestly. The third Hokage erupted into hearty laughter. Come, follow me. Atop the Hokage building, the third Hokage and I stood at the pinnacle, overlooking the entirety of Konoha. We could see bustling citizens going about their lives, walking the streets, attending school, shopping. This is Konoha, our home. Ichun, what do you cherish most? What do you detest? What is your wish? The third Hokage asked, gazing at the village below. I cherish peace, despise war, and my wish is for my family to live together in eternal happiness. This was the most profound sentiment of someone well-educated and familiar with the intricacies of the Naruto narrativia, straightforward response. Listening to my words, the third Hokage observed the determination in my eyes and smiled approvingly. Let us conclude for today. Please gather at Training Ground 7 tomorrow morning at 6 a.m. Yes, master. Today, I returned home early, finding only my younger sister home. Our parents were busy managing the barbecue restaurant and would not be back for some time. Brother, you're back. Sakura, have you been bored at home? Let me take you out to play. Yay, Sakura exclaimed joyfully. Ever since she turned 5, she had mostly spent her days alone at home or playing with neighboring children who were also at home. The only time she could see her brother was in the evening, so the prospect of going out with him today filled her with immense happiness. Brother, where are we going to have fun? Sakura blinked her cherry-like eyes, looking at her brother with anticipation. Let's go catch some fish and gather some ingredients for Mom and Dad to save on costs. Sound great. I love fishing. Let's hurry. Sakura tugged at her brother's hand, pulling him towards the door. Wait, I need to grab the fish bucket, otherwise we won't have anywhere to put the fish later. As they made their way, Sakura touched this and that, and it took them a good half-hour to reach the riverbank. At this hour, several people were fishing by the river, and it seemed they were having a good catch, indicating that the waters were plentiful with fish. Sakura, go fill the fish bucket with water. I'm about to start fishing, he instructed. Okay, brother, she replied. Sakura hopped along, carrying a fish bucket that was almost as large as she was, making her way to the river to fill it with water. All right, it's time to fish. Ichin stepped into the river, gradually making his way to the center. The nearby fisherman paused to observe him, intrigued. Look, it's the great ninja. Let's see how he catches fish today. Will be an eye-opening experience. Standing on the water's surface, Ichin slowly channeled his chakra, concentrating it in his right hand. He then struck downward with his palm, and instead of splashing water everywhere, gentle ripples spread across the surface where his hand met the water. Maintaining this position for about 10 seconds, Ichin withdrew his hand and stood still, silently waiting. 1, 2, 5. Someone shouted. The great ninja is amazing. The fish just float up when he puts his hand in the water, exclaimed the astonished onlookers. Ichin collected the fish that floated up into Sakura's bucket before returning to the water surface. He closed his eyes, reflecting on what had just transpired. He sensed a school of fish beneath him, roughly 20 to 30 in number, but he had only managed to catch 5. The rest had escaped. He realized he needed to concentrate his chakra and release it within 1 second, otherwise the energy would be dispersed, preventing him from stunning the fish in an instant. Once upon a time, Ichin and Sakura had used fishing rods and nets to catch fish, but ever since he discovered he could stand on water, their fishing method had greatly improved. This not only enhanced their meals, but also provided ample ingredients for their parents' barbecue restaurant, reducing the shop's costs. Now, he needed to gradually address the following issues. 1. Improve chakra mobilization speed. 2. Accelerate chakra concentration speed. 3. Shorten chakra release time. 4. Enhance chakra perception. 5. Ensure movement speed matches perception speed. The onlookers watched as the great ninja stood on the water for over 10 minutes, rapidly moving to various points and striking downwards, only to quickly shift to the next spot, repeating this process. Soon, all they could see were flashes on the water surface and the ripples created. Look, fish! Quick, look! They're coming up! So many fish! Exclaimed the nearby spectators in awe, watching as the fish surfaced one by one, murmuring, the great ninja is incredible. So many fish. Brother, you're amazing. Sakura beamed at her brother, gazing at the shimmering water. Ichin paused, sighing in a moment of enthusiasm. He had inadvertently caught all the fish in the vicinity, leaving the nearby fishermen with little chance of catching anything. What a pity. He placed the fish into the bucket one by one, and upon filling it halfway, he decided to share the remaining fish with the fishermen. Thank you, great ninja. You're truly remarkable. I want my kid to become a ninja too. Yes, yes. The great ninja is truly impressive. We should send our children to ninja school too. Let's head back, Sakura. Okay, brother. He hoisted the bucket, nearly as tall as himself, onto his shoulder, taking Sakura's hand as they strolled home. The evening sun cast their shadows, walking alongside them all the way. Chapter 3. Strength. The next morning, Ichin woke up early. After washing up, he made his way to the training ground. Stopping by a roadside stall, he bought 2 buns. As he walked, he noticed Naruto rushing along the path, seemingly in a hurry. It dawned on him that Naruto was likely heading to the training ground as well, where Kakashi had summoned them for a gathering today. But Kakashi, the king of tardiness. Naruto, wait for me. Ichin called out to him. Catching up with Naruto, he admired the youthful vigor radiating from him, thinking to himself how wonderful it was to be young. What's up, Ichin? Naruto replied cheerfully, as Ichin was the first person to recognize him, and he had come to consider Ichin as a vital bond. Oh, Naruto, I see you're in such a rush. You must not have had breakfast yet. Here, take this bun. I haven't eaten it yet. Oh, no thanks. Kakashi Sensei doesn't allow us to eat breakfast. It would be bad if he found out. Well then, I wish you all the best today. Thanks, Ichin, Naruto said, his face lighting up. Goodbye. He waved as he jogged away. Goodbye. Poor Naruto. I silently send him my best wishes. Upon arriving at the training ground, Ichin spotted the 3rd Hokage waiting there and hurried over. I'm sorry, Sensei. I'm late, Ichin said apologetically. It's all right, you're not late. I arrived early. After all, being older means I wake up earlier. The 3rd Hokage chuckled warmly. Ichin, I want to assess your abilities first and then provide targeted guidance. Come, you must approach this with the resolve to defeat me otherwise. It would be meaningless. Understood, master. With that, he tossed a smoke bomb onto the ground. And, as the smoke cleared, only the third Hokage remained on the training field, while Chen had vanished. Oh, starting by hiding yourself? A sound strategy. How should I defeat the third Hokage? Currently, aside from the basic techniques taught at school, I have not learned any other ninjutsu, and I definitely cannot compete with him in physical combat. A direct confrontation would be futile. I only have one chance to strike. Wait, I can sense the moisture in the air and notice that besides the visible third Hokage, there's another similar silhouette concealed nearby. Ichen's lips twitched. How cunning, truly a master of deception. All right, let's begin. Ichen charged swiftly towards the third Hokage, throwing a shuriken as he approached. Oh, Ichen is making his move. As the shuriken was about to strike the third generation, he sidestepped, allowing the projectile to merely graze past him. Ichen, in the midst of this exchange, arrived before the third generation, initiating a direct confrontation. However, in the blink of an eye, Ichen was obliterated into a cloud of smoke. As the smoke erupted, the shuriken that had just whizzed past the third generation transformed into Ichen's likeness, launching itself from the blind spot of the third generation's vision. By the time the third generation sensed the threat, the shuriken was already a mere step away. Meanwhile, a figure clad in revealing attire appeared beside another third generation. At the most critical juncture of that battlefield, the third generation's primary focus was drawn to that conflict, momentarily taken aback by the sudden emergence of the alluring figure, followed by an uncontrollable nosebleed. Ichen seized the opportunity, delivering a swift strike as he closed in on the third generation. Both battles reached a climactic moment. In the first arena, the third generation deftly evaded the incoming shuriken with a sidestep, allowing it to pass by mere centimeters. In a flash, he executed a body flicker technique, appearing beside Ichen and dispatching him into smoke once more. In the second arena, the third generation raised his arm to block Ichen's palm strike and countered with a kick that sent Ichen flying. The displaced Ichen quickly retreated into the nearby foliage. But as the third generation pursued, he noticed something amiss. His previously struck arm hung limply at his side, a sensation of disarray coursing through his chakra, accompanied by a degree of physical injury. Was it from that last strike? What a remarkable display. Very well, Ichen, emerge. I acknowledge your prowess. You have performed admirably, far exceeding my expectations. A faint figure limped out from the thicket, feeling as though his entire body was on the verge of disintegration after being struck by the third Hokage. Engaging in battle against such formidable opponents was indeed a daunting task. The two individuals settled down to converse. Ichen, what was that technique you just employed? The third Hokage inquired, incredulously. Master, that was a technique I devised during my fishing endeavors. It involves concentrating a substantial amount of chakra in my palm, and upon contact with the target, it creates vibrations that can disrupt the flow of their chakra. These vibrations also inflict physical harm, impacting bones, muscles, and blood, Ichen explained. This technique bears a striking resemblance to the gentle fist of the Hyuga clan. However, unlike them, who inject chakra into specific points to hinder their opponent's chakra flow, you lack the Byakugan and cannot accurately direct chakra into the opponent's chakra points. Yet, you have ingeniously circumvented this limitation by utilizing the vibrations generated by your chakra to achieve a similar effect. Truly, a brilliant conception. Nevertheless, this technique demands exceptional control over chakra and is not a conventional ninjutsu. Only those with profound mastery of chakra can learn it. Given your extraordinary chakra control, your application of the body flicker technique is exemplary. As one of the most fundamental yet practical ninjutsu, its adept use will undoubtedly lead to remarkable achievements in the future, particularly with your transformation technique. Indeed, Ichen, your prowess approaches that of A.J. Nin, yet your weaknesses are equally apparent. Your repertoire of ninjutsu is quite limited, resulting in a rather singular combat style devoid of powerful long-range techniques. However, you have yet to explore other ninjutsu beyond the body flicker technique. Once you acquire additional techniques, your strength will undergo a tremendous transformation. First, let me assess your chakra attributes, the third Hokage stated, retrieving a piece of chakra test paper and handing it to Ichen. Ichen took the paper, placing it between his fingers, and began to channel his chakra into it. To his astonishment, the test paper split in two. One half became moist while the other turned to dust. Wind, water, and earth attributes. Truly remarkable. You are a prodigy akin to Minato. Your water attribute was anticipated, but the presence of wind and earth attributes is unexpected, since you have demonstrated a profound understanding of advanced ninjutsu in water. It is prudent to develop your water-based abilities first. I shall teach you a water-style ninjutsu, water dragon bullet technique. The hand seals are in, chun, in, z, hai yu, in, wu, yu, z, in, su, in, si, in, yu, si, hai, in, z, yu. Observe my hand seals closely. I will slow down my movements for you to follow along, the third Hokage said, demonstrating the water dragon bullet technique's hand seals at a reduced pace for Ichin to learn. Ichin, how much have you memorized? Is it 30? There are numerous hand seals for this ninjutsu. It's perfectly fine if you cannot recall them all after just one glance. Take your time. Master, I have memorized them all. Ahem, very well. Chapter 4, Ninjutsu. Water Release, Water Dragon Bullet Technique. Cho, Shin, Mount Z, Hai, Yu, Cho, Wu, Yu, Z, In, Su, In, Si, Cho, Yu, Si, Hai, In, Z, Yu. As Ichin meticulously executed the hand seals according to the sequence dictated by the third Hokage, he felt the flow of chakra within him, a powerful energy yearning to be unleashed. This was his inaugural attempt at performing the water dragon jutsu. Although his movements were deliberate, the integrity and continuity of his seals were impeccable, a sensation akin to latent energy coursed through his being. Observing Ichin complete the seals, the third Hokage remarked, "Indeed. My apprentice." "Yes, master," Ichin replied earnestly. "Practice diligently, and remember this feeling. Once you attain a certain proficiency in executing the seals, ninjutsu will be released naturally." In truth, hand seals serve merely as an auxiliary means to channel your chakra along the pathways necessary for the jutsu's activation, provided you meet the requisite conditions, namely the appropriate chakra quantity and the proper guidance for chakra flow. You can concentrate, refine, and release the dispersed chakra within your body. This may even reduce the necessity for hand seals or eliminate them altogether. However, few in the ninja world can achieve such a feat today. Focus on mastering this jutsu. We shall reconvene here tomorrow at the same time for me to assess your progress. With that, the third Hokage vanished in an instant. Having finally acquired an advanced ninjutsu, Ichin motivated himself to continue training. Today, I shall practice the water dragon jutsu 1,000 times. Let us go. 10 minutes later, he found himself depleted of chakra. I had promised to practice 1,000 times. This jutsu consumes an immense amount of chakra, and I do not possess Naruto's reserves. What should I do? To enhance his chakra capacity, he contemplated several methods. 1. Perhaps I could consume a tailed beast, but given my current physique. 2. Awakening a bloodline limit could elevate my physical potential, but lacking any significant lineage makes this exceedingly challenging. 3. Learning Sage Mode is another option, yet it necessitates a substantial chakra reserve. 4. Injecting Hashirama's cells might be beneficial, despite their commonality. The results seen in the legendary Yamato serve as a testament to their power. After much deliberation, he realized he had no alternative but to allow his body to recover gradually. No, I have fallen into a misconception. Apart from increasing my chakra reserves, my unique advantage lies in my exceptional control over chakra. It is unnecessary to expend maximum chakra for practice, especially since I am not engaged in combat. And I have yet to release the water dragon. Where has my chakra gone? The jutsu was not executed, yet my chakra is depleted. He began forming the hand seals for the water dragon jutsu again, closing his eyes to attune himself to the chakra as it was refined and flowed through his body, pondering its ultimate destination. Upon completing the final seal, he sensed the refined chakra gathering at his heart, flowing from there to his hands. A portion remained concentrated at his fingertips, while a significant amount dissipated into the air. This airborne chakra was intended to invoke the water nature chakra of the natural world, coalescing into water, which he could control and release from his hands. Since the jutsu had not been successfully executed, the chakra at his fingertips could be reused. But the chakra that had dispersed into the atmosphere was lost. No, I can still sense the chakra mingling with the air. I can exert control over it, albeit within a limited range of approximately 1 centimeter. Beyond that, my influence wanes. Perhaps this airborne chakra can be utilized, otherwise it would go to waste. What should I do? The chakra in the air can absorb the ambient water nature chakra and coalesce into water. That could work. 1 minute, 10 minutes, an hour later. A delicate layer of water enveloped my body. With the control of my mental energy, this layer began to flow. Observing the fluidity of this water membrane, a daring thought crossed my mind. I would maintain this layer at all times, even while eating or sleeping. I sensed that my chakra control abilities were gradually improving. which was a tremendous revelation for someone who had already encountered a bottleneck in chakra manipulation. My chakra control was already formidable, yet it was evident that it could become even stronger. Furthermore, this layer of water could serve as a reservoir for storing chakra and as a medium for releasing ninjutsu, almost as if it were an extension of my own body, making me feel as though I had expanded in size. The water release, water dragon bullet technique, which previously required extraction from my body, passing through my heart, now allowed chakra from my hands to be triggered directly from this water membrane, drawing upon the water chakra present in the air. This significantly shortened the time needed for releasing ninjutsu and reduced the number of hand seals required. With these unnecessary steps eliminated, the success rate of my ninjutsu releases increased dramatically. I summoned a water dragon from the membrane, which spiraled upward, absorbing the water chakra from the atmosphere and gradually enlarging. I deftly controlled the chakra in my hands to propel the water dragon forward. I succeeded. This remarkable talent of mine has birthed my second self-created ninjutsu, which I shall name Water Release, Water God Armor. This technique will serve as the foundation for all my future ninjutsu. Although I successfully executed the Water Dragon Bullet technique today, I am determined to practice it 1,000 times. A true man must honor his words. An hour, 3 hours, after 10 hours. At last, Ichin lay on the ground, breathless and drenched in sweat, feeling as if he had just emerged from a body of water. Indeed, he had. Remnants of the water god garb clung to his form. This damn stubbornness. Dragging his weary body, he finally returned home, draped in the water god garb, unaware of how many enchanting maidens had tried to ensnare him along the way. Alas, being merely a 13-year-old innocent, he could do nothing but endure their whims. Wow, brother. What is that on you? Is it water? Why does it flow? How strange. Sakura asked curiously. This is my ninjutsu. Extend your hand, Ichin replied. Sakura slowly reached out. A little closer. Yes, right there. He then guided the water to flow onto her small hand, coalescing into a tiny water orb that danced around, transforming into a little piglet that nuzzled her palm. Ha, this is so fun. You're amazing, brother. All right, Sakura, let us head inside. Okay. But let us continue playing later, brother. Sure thing. Ichin, you're back. Why are you so late today? Come, I've warmed up your meal. Thank you, Mom. Today, the teacher taught me a ninjutsu, and I was so engrossed in my training that I lost track of time. After dinner, he played with his sister for a while. Once she was asleep, he found it difficult to rest himself, lying in bed and inadvertently soaking it. He resigned to sleeping on the floor, yet in his current state, it hardly mattered where he lay. Chapter 5. The Legacy. The next morning, Ichin arrived early at the training ground. Observing that the third Hokage had not yet arrived, he began his warm-up by jogging along the perimeter. After about 10 laps, he was greeted by the third Hokage. Good morning, Ichin. You seem full of energy today. The third Hokage said kindly, his wrinkled face adorned with a warm smile. If one were to forget that this man was the supreme leader of the Hidden Leaf, one of the 5 most powerful in the ninja world, known as the Doctor of the Ninja World, he could easily be mistaken for a grandfather, exuding warmth and approachability. This made one ponder whether there was more to the stories surrounding the Uchiha massacre and the legendary Kakashi Hitaki. As a descendant of those times, Ichin had no right to comment on the tumult of the past, having not participated in those events. The third Hokage scrutinized Ichin, suddenly narrowing his eyes at the water film enveloping his body. This thin layer was not static. It flowed in an erratic dance, shimmering under the sunlight, radiating a mysterious glow. What is this? The third Hokage inquired, perplexed. Master, this is the second ninjutsu I developed. I call it the Water Release, Water God Garb. Ichin answered earnestly. Water God Garb, what a powerful name. Could you elaborate on the effects of this ninjutsu? I could assist in analyzing it. The third Hokage said thoughtfully. Certainly, Master. This ninjutsu allows me to control chakra that has detached from my body, guiding the water chakra present in the air to create flowing water. It serves as a medium for releasing ninjutsu, can resist ninjutsu attacks, deflect physical strikes, and store chakra. These are some of the functionalities I have discovered. Indeed, it lives up to the name Water God Garb, a brilliant concept. It has reached, if not surpassed, the level of S-rank ninjutsu, completely outclassing the second Hokage's Water Release, Water Blade, and Water Release, Water Severing Wave techniques in terms of practicality and versatility. However, this technique leans more towards support and lacks direct lethality, which is why it cannot transcend the realm of S-rank ninjutsu. Ichin, you truly are a genius. However, The two ninjutsu you developed require an exceptionally strong control over chakra to utilize, making them unsuitable for general use. They are exclusive to gifted ninjas, the third Hokage lamented. Alas, much like the Flying Thunder God technique, only the second and fourth Hokage can employ it as a standard tactic in combat. Such techniques, despite their immense difficulty, yield utterly transformative results once mastered. Ichun, the reason I believe this ninjutsu may surpass S rank is that it connects to natural energy, allowing you to sense the chakra present in nature at all times. This is crucial for learning sage techniques. Should you master sage techniques through this, it would mark the first instance of an Ultra S-rank ninjutsu in the history of the Hidden Leaf. The third Hokage mused, his eyes gleaming with excitement. How is your practice of the Water Dragon Bullet technique coming along? This ninjutsu requires many hand seals, and the path it follows through the body's chakra network is quite complex. If you haven't mastered it yet, I will teach you properly today, the third Hokage prompted, wishing to fulfill his role as a teacher, lest he feel overshadowed by his prodigious student. Master, I have already learned it, Ichin replied. Learned it? Can you now release the technique? Aim at me, and let me feel the power of your ninjutsu, the third Hokage said, nonchalantly. Master, please be careful. Here I come. Ichin warned kindly. Come on, just a fresh graduate from the academy. The third Hokage chuckled, as Ichin crossed his middle and ring fingers downward, with his left hand in front, raising his index and little fingers high while curling his thumbs outward to form the final seal for the Water Dragon Bullet. Water release, Water Dragon Bullet. Suddenly, a tempest arose behind Ichin, and a water-like dragon head emerged from the vortex, followed by the rest of its form. It lifted its head, charging towards the third Hokage with lethal intent. A sudden Water Dragon Bullet? How is this possible? Even the second Hokage could only reduce the hand seals to 4. The third Hokage exclaimed, astonished. Oh no, I can't let the Water Dragon Bullet hit me. Otherwise, I'd be finished. He thought, swiftly retreating. Earth release, Earth flow wall. The third Hokage retreated a distance and erected the Earth flow wall in front of him. The water dragon collided violently with the wall, sending water splashing everywhere. As the attack was deflected, splitting into 2 streams that flowed away. That was close. I barely managed. The third Hokage reflected with a hint of trepidation. How did you achieve a sudden Water Dragon Bullet? He asked incredulously. By using the Water God Garb as a medium to directly control the water chakra in the air to form the ninjutsu. My chakra control ability is still insufficient, which is why I needed to use the final seal to execute the technique. Once my chakra control improves, I'll be able to release ninjutsu instantly, Ichin replied, his face alight with anticipation. Is that one of the abilities of the Water God Garb you mentioned earlier? Ichin, I remain skeptical about the other abilities you described. I hope you won't surprise me too much in the future. I wouldn't want to be shocked into an early grave, the third Hokage said, exasperated. Wait here. I'll fetch a couple of things, he suddenly recalled, disappearing from the training ground in an instant. In a flash, the third Hokage returned to Ichin's side and, without further ado, tossed him 2 books. Master, what are these? Ichin asked, puzzled. Open them and see. The third Hokage replied mysteriously. The complete collection of water release ninjutsu by the second Hokage, Senju Tobarama. This document records all the water-style ninjutsu of the second Hokage, who is revered as the god of water. His lifelong development of forbidden techniques has profoundly influenced the subsequent ninja world, and his achievements in water-style ninjutsu are undeniably remarkable. The comprehensive compendium of water-style ninjutsu is accompanied by a treatise from the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. Master, this is far too precious. If either of these volumes were to be revealed, it could incite great turmoil within the ninja realm. Are you truly entrusting them to me? Aiken expressed incredulously. Wherever leaves dance in the wind, the will of fire is passed down. The forerunners will eventually wither, but your generation shall flourish, and new leaves will flutter above Konoha, ensuring that the will of fire continues to blaze and be perpetuated. This embodies the spirit of Konoha, as well as the enduring legacy of the will of fire. Your capacity for learning, comprehension, and creativity is astonishing. Conventional teaching methods are unsuitable for you. I bestow these 2 volumes upon you, with the hope that you will carry forth the will of fire as its successor. Yes, Master, I solemnly replied. Chapter 6. Water Style. The compendium of water-style ninjutsu authored by the second Hokage encompasses a limited number of techniques. Yet each is exquisite, truly a man whose repertoire outside of water style consists solely of forbidden arts. Among them are a defensive technique, a high-speed movement technique, an auxiliary technique, and 7 offensive techniques, covering single-target strikes, area attacks, and long-range sniping, thus presenting a comprehensive array as follows. Water style, water barrier technique, a formidable wall of water that erupts like crashing waves, capable of repelling enemy attacks. The wall forms a circular defense, eliminating all blind spots, with both the volume of water and duration controllable by the user. The adept Tobarama can not only create a sturdy wall, but also maintain situational awareness, facilitating subsequent actions. Water style, water surge, by clasping hands together. One can instantaneously summon a rapidly swirling column of water that cascades down like a waterfall, striking the opponent while the user retains control over all offensive and defensive maneuvers. This technique once subdued the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. Water style, water jet, a powerful offensive water style technique that unleashes a high-pressure jet of water from the mouth. With the attack range adjustable based on chakra expenditure. Its potency is immense, capable of inflicting severe damage, akin to a razor's edge, and has previously harmed the God Tree's clone. Water style, wave pounce. This technique allows free movement in and on water, utilizing the current to swiftly drag opponents underwater, causing asphyxiation. It was effectively employed to subdue Hiruzen Sarutobi. Water style, water bullets. Water bullets are rapidly fired from the user's hands, resembling bullets that bombard foes with incredible speed and overwhelming numbers, rendering defense nearly impossible. Water style, hard vortex water blade. A vortex of water is formed in the user's hand, condensed into a spear that spins rapidly and is hurled at the target, creating a massive water vortex upon impact, showcasing great power and elegance. Water style, water dragon bite. By channeling chakra into sharp, rock-like water formations on the ground, the user can launch opponents skyward while releasing a torrent of ascending water streams from the center, converging into a colossal water dragon that delivers a fatal blow, capable of engulfing foes instantly. Water style, heavenly tears. This technique resembles a hidden weapon, as water needles are expelled rapidly from the mouth, striking vital points of the enemy, akin to rain descending from a clear sky, an unexpected assault. Water style, water trumpet technique. This technique involves leaping into the air and unleashing a trumpet-like stream of water upon the ground, resembling countless blades that inflict continuous damage upon adversaries. Water style, great water burst wave, a technique that violently expels a torrent of water, forming a massive elliptical prison to ensnare the enemy. Only those with substantial chakra reserves and mastery over water-style ninjutsu can execute this technique. Gazing upon these techniques is akin to witnessing a collection of exquisite beauties awaiting one's indulgence. How could one resist? Ninjutsu ladies, I am coming. I shall remove your garments one by one and consume you whole. Sakura, do you have any updates? Nothing unusual here. And you? I have nothing either, Naruto replied. I have discovered traces of our target. Naruto, proceed 100 meters towards the 10 o'clock direction. Sakura, advance 50 meters to the 2 o'clock direction. Once you arrive, ensure you remain concealed and await my signal. Prepare, 3, 2, 1. Action. Okay, the target has been captured. Sasuke held a plump cat in his right hand, which squirmed defiantly, attempting to escape his grasp. Naruto, Sakura, let's go submit our mission. At the mission submission point, a hefty woman snatched the cat from Sasuke's hands, rubbing her chubby face against the feline. Naruto mused, if I were that cat, I would try to escape too. We need to take on our next task. Here is a weeding assignment for you. Another mundane task devoid of challenge, Naruto remarked with a look of disinterest. After the trio accepted the mission, they arrived at the task site, discovering an elderly man who, unable to toil any longer, had posted the weeding job to prevent his land from falling into disrepair. Let us assist the old man with his weeding. Upon this thought, they felt a renewed sense of purpose. An hour later, we finally cleared away all the weeds. We have completed several tasks, and I feel nauseated by them, Naruto lamented. Including this one, it has already been the 15th, Sakura replied with a hint of boredom. When will this end? I long to battle. I yearn for advanced missions, Naruto shouted. All right. Once we finish today's tasks, I will treat you to barbecue, Kakashi said with a look of resignation. Really? Naruto asked for confirmation once more. Indeed, Kakashi assured him. The name of the barbecue restaurant is Huadao. As Kakashi's team sat in the barbecue restaurant waiting for their meal, Naruto suddenly posed a question. Have you noticed that the name of this restaurant is the same as Ichin? Could it be Ichin's family restaurant? Sakura whispered mysteriously. Are you unaware? This is indeed a barbecue restaurant owned by Ichin's family. Their grilled meat is exceptionally delicious, primarily catering to the ninjas of Konoha, and their business is thriving. Sakura. Ichin is from a wealthy family. If you marry him, you could become the boss's wife. What do you think? Kakashi teased. Who would want to be the boss's wife? Kakashi-sensei, don't speak nonsense, Sakura quickly retorted. Boss's wife. I would love to be the boss's wife, but I cannot abandon Sasuke, so for Sasuke's sake, I must give up on Ichin, Sakura's inner voice cried out. Kakashi-sensei, don't say that. Sakura doesn't tea like Ichin, Naruto hastily added. Fool, Sasuke scoffed dismissively. Thus, the barbecue commenced in this harmonious atmosphere. Kakashi-sensei, when will we be able to undertake advanced missions? Naruto inquired. Advanced missions can be deadly, Naruto. Are you prepared for the possibility of death? Kakashi remarked while eating. I am the strongest. What is there to fear? Naruto boasted boldly. Fool. Sasuke coolly replied with 2 words. I'll ask Lord Third if there's a chance to take on an advanced mission, Naruto, Kakashi said after a moment of silence. Ah, Kakashi-sensei is the best. Oh yeah, Naruto exclaimed. Hurry and eat. If we don't, we'll finish the barbecue without you, Sakura said, exasperated. Chapter 7. Tasks. A month later, at the task handover location. Today, the 3rd Hokage happened to be present and coincidentally encountered Kakashi's team, who had completed a month-long mission involving cat catching and weeding, coming to submit their tasks. Upon seeing the 3rd Hokage, Naruto began to pour out his grievances, expressing his frustration about why someone as powerful as he was relegated to such menial tasks, which greatly amused the 3rd Hokage. Oh, today there happens to be a C-rank mission that has yet to be assigned to any team. Please summon the mission issuer, the 3rd Hokage instructed the staff. After a while, the bridge expert, Tazuna, arrived at the task handover location. Who has taken on the mission? Tazuna, slightly inebriated, surveyed the area and noticed that aside from the staff, there were only a few young children present. Is it these little brats? Are they capable? They don't appear formidable at all. Hey, who do you think you are looking down on? Am I not impressive? Naruto's temper flared immediately upon hearing the drunken old man's dismissal of his abilities. Ah, the little brat has quite the temper for someone who hasn't even fully grown up. Tazuna chuckled. Kakashi, your mission is to escort Tazuna to the land of waves until he completes the bridge. Ensure the safety of our client. The 3rd Hokage declared the mission requirements. Understood, Lord Third, Kakashi replied. Suddenly, the 3rd Hokage had a thought and turned to Tazuna. Since you doubt Naruto and the others' abilities, I shall assign a more powerful ninja to the team to accompany you to the land of waves. He then instructed the staff. Go to the 7th training ground and summon Ichiban. Yes, Lord Hokage, the staff responded respectfully. A quarter of an hour later, Ichin arrived at the task handover point, where a surge of chakra emanated from him, exuding an impressive aura. Dasna, observing this, thought to himself that indeed, he was a formidable ninja. The 3rd Hokage, witnessing the continuous flow of chakra radiating from Ichin, inquired tentatively, Have you broken through? Yes, master. I have just recently made the breakthrough. But I am still unable to control the chakra perfectly, Ichin replied. Naruto, Sakura, and Sasuke stared in astonishment at Ichin, feeling the overwhelming pressure of chakra. As if they were caught in a tempest, utterly powerless. Is this real? We graduated only a month ago. How can the disparity be so vast? Naruto asked incredulously. Wow. Suddenly being the boss seems appealing. Wait. Sakura, are you going to give up on Sasuke? Sakura screamed internally. What am I doing? Why do I feel so feeble? How can I seek vengeance? Sasuke fell into a deep abyss of self-doubt. Not weaker than me. Truly an extraordinary genius, Kakashi mused silently. Hey, Naruto, Sakura, Sasuke, it's been a while. I apologize. I still cannot control my chakra very well. I should be fine in half a day. Shall we depart this afternoon instead? Ichin said, feeling a bit embarrassed. Such mastery over chakra? To coordinate it in just half a day is quite impressive, Kakashi remarked. All right. Let us gather at the main gate at 3 p.m., Kakashi instructed. Naruto, Sakura, Sasuke, and Kakashi, let me treat you all to barbecue for lunch, Ichin offered amicably. At the Huadao Barbecue Restaurant, Ichin, this barbecue place is indeed owned by your family. I thought the name sounded familiar. I didn't realize you were from a wealthy background. Naruto said with a hint of envy. Naruto, you are the true prince of Konoha, Ichin thought to himself. Haha, don't say that. Come on, let us eat. Ichin urged eagerly. An hour later, they had all satisfied their hunger and thirst. Icheng handed each of the four individuals, Naruto, Sakura, Sasuke, and Kakashi, a platinum membership card, which granted them half price at Huadao Barbecue Restaurant for a lifetime. With a cheerful smile, Icheng distributed the cards. Huh, bro, you really know how to treat us well. Naruto accepted the card without hesitation, while Sakura, Sasuke, and Kakashi also expressed their gratitude to Icheng. Let's go. It's almost time, he said. At the entrance of Konoha, Dasna was already waiting and quickly approached the five upon their arrival. We need to hurry, he urged. Due to Dasna's pace, the team's speed could not be increased, and by nightfall, they had only covered a quarter of the journey. It would take approximately 2 more days to reach the land of waves. The sky had completely darkened, and continuing on was no longer safe. Kakashi instructed, we will rest here for the night and resume our journey in the morning. Everyone will take turns keeping watch. They spent a peaceful night, and the following morning, urged by Dasna, the team set off towards the land of waves without pause. Along the way, the brothers of the demon appeared at an opportune moment, startling Naruto, who was mercilessly mocked by Sasuke. Icheng observed quietly, reflecting, Kisame Hashigaki, your first opponent is me. I can hardly contain my anticipation. After dealing with the demon brothers, Naruto fell silent, trudging ahead. Icheng wished to offer comfort, but found himself at a loss for words. Such experiences were essential for growth, and Naruto must face and overcome them on his own. Of course, with Naruto's resilient nature, no difficulty could truly overwhelm him. Despite the unforeseen challenges, the task presented an irresistible allure to these fledgling ninjas. Kakashi glanced at Icheng beside him and agreed to their request to continue the mission. Be careful, everyone get down, Kakashi shouted. Just as his warning rang out, a massive blade sliced through the air like a whirlwind. Had it not been for Kakashi's alert, the 3 young ninjas would have faced a dire fate. Icheng evaded the attack with a body flicker technique and swiftly countered with a ninjutsu aimed at Zabuza. Water release, water shuriken. Zabuza had barely begun to boast when a slender stream of water shot toward him at high speed. Terrified, he barely managed to dodge, but his sword was severed in the process. The water line continued to streak for 100 meters. Leaving a trail of destruction in its wake, trees and rocks alike were pierced without mercy. What terrifying power! That was a close call. This kid is no simpleton, Zabuza thought. Cold sweat trickling down his back. Kakashi remarked, truly worthy of being the 3rd Hokage's disciple. You are a reliable comrade. Naruto questioned, am I the strongest? Doubt creeping into his mind. Maybe you should become the boss, Sakura suggested. Am I living like a dog? Sasuke murmured in disbelief, spiraling into self-doubt. Their thoughts were unspoken but palpable. Can I take Zabuza? Icheng asked Kakashi. Yes, Zabuza is yours, Icheng. You 3, protect Dasna, Kakashi ordered Naruto and his companions. Zabuza. Let me witness the prowess of an S-rank rogue ninja from the land of water, the infamous demon of the bloody mist. I hope you do not disappoint me, Icheng said earnestly to Zabuza. Chapter 8. Murder Kid, don't think that just because you can perform an S-rank ninjutsu, you can act arrogantly. When I, Zabuza, was out here, you were still drinking milk. Today, I will show you just how deep the waters of the ninja world run, Zabuza boasted. Zabuza, how audacious. Do you know how deep the waters of this ninja realm truly are? While you were still at the 1st level, I had already reached the 3rd. But ignorance is bliss. At least in your limited understanding, you have a place. Enough with the chatter, let us see what you've got, Zabuza Momochi, Icheng scoffed. Kid, let me teach you a lesson, Zabuza declared as he unleashed his signature technique. Water release, hidden mist technique. Thick fog enveloped the area, reducing visibility to nearly 0. Where should I strike? Heart? Temple? Throat? Zabuza's voice echoed from all directions, rendering it impossible to discern his location. This was the essence of his infamous silent killing technique. The hidden mist technique indeed had its merits. It not only obscured vision but also masked chakra perception. However, Zabuza, were you too confident? Every ninjutsu has its weaknesses. Kakashi. Naruto, retreat. After Kakashi's team had exited the combat zone, Icheng leaped into the air, employing a ninjutsu. Water release, heavenly cry? It rained down from the clear sky like a torrential downpour, an unexpected barrage of water needles falling everywhere. Suddenly, a disturbance arose at coordinates 43:19. Zabuza, can your silent killing technique truly render you invisible? Before the words left his lips, a highly compressed water gun manifested in Icheng's hand, spinning rapidly. Water release, hard vortex water blade. In the instant Icheng identified Zabuza's position, he hurled the water spear. Not good, no time, Zabuza thought. Realizing this kid's ninjutsu did not require hand signs, All these S-rank techniques were instant cast. Thoughts of complaints filled Zabuza's mind as he used the body flicker technique to retreat at great speed, desperately trying to escape the center of the whirlwind. In an instant, a colossal water vortex materialized within a 100-meter radius, its magnificent power overwhelming. Everything it touched was swiftly engulfed and severed by the whirling waters. When the jutsu concluded, a lake with a diameter of 100 meters lay before the astonished onlookers, the remnants of all that had existed before dissipating like fleeting wisps of smoke. It was utterly astonishing. Naruto and his companions stammered, at a loss for words, as the spectacle before them transcended their wildest imaginations. Zabuza had fled, though not without leaving behind an arm, a permanent testament to his defeat. Kakashi lowered his eye patch, casting a glance at the distant lake, where tumultuous waves surged within his heart. He approached to relay the intelligence he had gathered to the group. Observing the trio's silence and evident loss of confidence, Naruto, Sakura, and Sasuke, he reassured them, "Tomorrow, Kakashi and I shall conduct special training for you. I believe it is merely a matter of time before you reach my level." The comfort provided by Ichin eased sanctioning somewhat, fostering a hope that through training, they might attain Ichin's level. As evening fell, they finally arrived at the land of waves. With Dezina's home situated near the Grand Bridge, tonight, a restful slumber awaited them at last. The following morning, Ichin was abruptly roused from his slumber by the boisterous sanctioning, who eagerly dragged him to a nearby grove, with Kakashi following suit. "Kakashi, what do you believe should be the focus of their training at this moment?" Ichin inquired. "Let us commence with water treading and tree climbing, enhancing their chakra control, particularly for Naruto, whose immense chakra is being squandered," Kakashi elucidated. "Indeed, Kakashi's direction is exceedingly sound. Allow me to offer each of you a small piece of advice. Naruto, your vast chakra reserves are your greatest asset. You must refine your chakra control to fully harness this advantage. You mentioned that in battle, you charge in recklessly. Employing the shadow clone technique without restraint, such headstrong behavior is unwise. Consider mastering a simple ninjutsu, like the wind release, great breakthrough. Allowing your thousands of shadow clones to unleash their power without undue cruelty towards your opponents. Sasuke, everything you possess hinges upon your family's bloodline limit, the Sharingan. The moment you elevate your Sharingan to its utmost potential, you will stand atop the pinnacle of strength. However, enduring excruciating pain is a prerequisite for advancing your Sharingan, which embodies the ultimate form of in-release chakra. Your mental fortitude is not lacking, hence it is imperative that you enhance your physical prowess. Given that you possess lightning attribute chakra, I suggest you focus on that avenue for improvement. Sakura, while you may lack Naruto's vast chakra and Sasuke's bloodline limit, your talent for chakra control is exceptional. You remind me of myself. We are both adept in the art of chakra manipulation. Since this is your strength, continue to cultivate it, pushing your advantages to their fullest potential. Moreover, with your water attribute chakra, I shall take it upon myself to guide you in the coming days. Kakashi, I leave Naruto and Sasuke in your capable hands. Their dedication to training is truly commendable, Kakashi. Indeed, they have been spurred on by your motivation, Kakashi replied. Sigh. Youth is a splendid thing. Look at their exuberance, Ichin mused, observing the vibrant energy radiating from the trio. Ichiwan, are you not also 13 years old? Kakashi remarked. Rendered speechless. A week later, on the bridge of the Land of Waves. The bridge could be completed today. If Kaido were to disrupt things, it would be today. Look. He has indeed arrived. A dark mass of people surrounded them, with Kaido at the forefront. Dasna, do not think that having a few ninjas backing you grants you safety. Today, a year from now, will mark your death anniversary. Leaf ninjas, if you depart now, I shall offer you 5 million Ryo. Should you kill Dasna? I will reward you with 50 million Ryo. Kaido's arrogance was palpable, completely disregarding others. Kaido, are you insulting the Leaf? Kakashi's gaze bore into Kaido with intensity. Our mission is solely to protect Dasna. Leave now, and you may still have a chance to live. I hope you do not misjudge your situation, Kakashi declared, issuing his final ultimatum. Damn it, refusing a toast and opting for a penalty drink. Charge at them. There are only a handful of them. A mere spit from each of us could drown them. Eliminate them all without exception, Kakashi commanded. Wait, allow me to handle this. Ichang resolutely surged towards the hundreds of people, akin to a small fish swimming upstream against a torrential flood. It was not the fish that succumbed, but rather the flood itself that faltered. On the bridge strewn with corpses, Ichang stood in silence, blood congealing into rivulets all around him. He remained unvoiced, lost in the tumult of his thoughts. Was he suffering? Indeed. Did he regret? After a prolonged silence, he opened his mouth, attempting to utter a sound, yet found it excruciatingly difficult. I began taking lives at the tender age of 6. The first time was agonizing, but such is the fate of a ninja. Yet, Ichin, why must you bear this burden alone? Allow me to carry the weight, to grant them a moment more. Chapter 9. Encountering dawn. Following the conclusion of their mission in the Land of Waves, Kakashi and his team journeyed back to Konoha. Itachi, you have indeed come, he remarked. Kisame and Itachi had been active near Konoha, and during this chance encounter, Zabuza discovered the whereabouts of Kakashi's group, learning that Sasuke was also among them. I shall see my foolish brother and gauge his growth after 6 years. I wouldn't mind inflicting upon him yet another bout of suffering, Itachi stated with a calm demeanor. Should I call you cruel, or? Kisame began, but Kakashi's team had already appeared at the other end of the bridge. Oh, they are here, Kisame said, revealing his shark-like teeth, his expression inscrutable. At the same time, Ichin and his companions spotted the two figures standing boldly in the middle of the road. Clad in black cloaks adorned with red clouds, their forehead protectors marred by a single slash. Be cautious. These are two exceedingly dangerous individuals. One is the S-rank rogue ninja from Konoha, Uchiha Itachi, and the other is the S-rank rogue ninja from the Mist, Kisame Hashigaki. Their strength rivals that of the Kage. Prepare yourselves for a formidable confrontation, Kakashi warned, his expression one of resignation. Alas, on my first outing leading a team for a C-rank mission, we encounter such formidable foes. Kage level? Are they as powerful as Lord Hokage? Naruto asked, astonished. Naruto, Sakura, Sasuke, be vigilant. You may not withstand even a single attack from such adversaries. We must retreat at once, Ichin urged, his tone urgent. I, Uzumaki Naruto, would never abandon my comrades. I aspire to be Hokage, Naruto declared, his expression resolute. It's Itachi. He dares stand before me. I will kill him, Sasuke exclaimed, his face contorted with rage, blocking out all else except his brother. Itachi, is it you who orchestrated all this? Why did you murder our parents and clan? Sasuke lamented, his voice heavy with sorrow. To be so obsessed with an organization, so fixated on one's clan and honor, limits one's potential and becomes a hindrance to personal growth. It fosters fear and hatred towards the unknown, truly, a profound folly. The essence of a ninja lies in the necessity of making cruel choices. Is this truly all your capacity allows? I am profoundly disappointed. It seems these 6 years have rendered you too comfortable. Live on, you wretched insect, Itachi declared, his voice steady. Sasuke, consumed by rage, could no longer contain himself and charged forward. It appears this is your limit. How disappointing. Let me allow you to relive your anguish. In the realm of Tsukuyomi, Sasuke found himself once more in the scene he had witnessed in the Uchiha compound, body strewn about, the ground soaked in crimson. His body moved uncontrollably towards the direction of home, his inner resistance overwhelming, yet the despair of reality drove him to the brink of madness. No. Please, no. Tears streamed unbidden down his face. He longed to avert his gaze from the memory of his parents' murder, unable to bear even a fragment of it. However, the chasm of power was insurmountable, and Sasuke felt an urgent desire to grow stronger. Time did not halt for Sasuke's will. The image of his parents' demise resurfaced once more. And in that moment of collapse, the Sharingan awakened in his eyes. In the realm of Tsukuyomi, Itachi observed Sasuke, now collapsed and deeply unconscious. And a gentle smile graced his face as he gazed unblinkingly, unwilling to divert his attention even for a heartbeat. How I wish this moment could last forever, Sasuke. In the real world, Sasuke lay on the ground, unresponsive. Sasuke, what has happened to you? Sakura rushed forward, kneeling before him. Sasuke, you must not die. What have you done to Sasuke? This is unforgivable. Naruto roared, witnessing Sasuke's prone form, as if lifeless. His anger ignited. Deep crimson chakra began to envelop him. Forming a tail of chakra, his eyes transforming into the slitted pupils of a fox, his whisker marks more pronounced as he glared at Itachi with hatred. This is bad. This boy is the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. We cannot allow him to unleash that power. In the realm of Tsukuyomi, Itachi cast a fleeting glance at Naruto, who succumbed to unconsciousness, the chakra of the Nine Tails receding. Be wary of his Genjutsu. Do not meet his gaze. Kakashi urgently advised, unveiling his Sharingan. Sakura, take Naruto and Sasuke away. There is no purpose in your staying here. This is not a retreat. It is an order, he commanded. Understood, Sakura replied, hastily leading Naruto and Sasuke away. Kakashi, it is not merely a matter of avoiding eye contact. Itachi's Genjutsu has transcended the ordinary. It is best not to look at anything he does, Ichin remarked helplessly, closing his eyes. My chakra sensing ability is strong enough to perceive their movements without sight. I shall lead the offensive while you support me. Be careful, Icheng, Kakashi cautioned. Water style, water surge. With hands clasped together, Icheng momentarily summoned a torrent of water, spiraling upward like a whirlwind. The water then cascaded downward with the force of a waterfall, crashing upon his opponent. This little brat is a water-style ninja. Leave it to me, Kisame said, casting a glance at the weakened Itachi. I entrust him to you, Kisame. Faced with the overwhelming deluge surging towards him, Kisame tightened his grip on the Samahata and unleashed a powerful strike towards the torrent, sending splashes in all directions. Remarkably, Icheng's water wave was cleaved in two by Kisame's blow, flowing rapidly past him on either side. Little brat, allow me to show you the true essence of water-style ninjutsu. Water-style, great exploding water wave. An oceanic surge was conjured by Kisame, a testament to his prowess as a tailless beast, with an astonishing reservoir of chakra at his disposal, manifesting his ultimate technique and reshaping the battlefield. It was imperative to avoid being ensnared by the water summoned by the great exploding water wave. Otherwise, he would be rendered entirely passive. As the relentless waves crashed upon him, Icheng frequently repositioned himself, employing the water body technique. Yet, under the overwhelming onslaught of the flood, he ultimately succumbed to the fate of being enveloped by the sea after the great exploding water wave subsided. This is dire. I have been ensnared by the water. Fortunately, with the water god robe, I am shielded from suffocation and the pressures of the deep sea. Moreover, as a water-style ninja, this is indeed my natural battlefield. You shall now experience true terror. Water-style, 1,000-feeding sharks. Kisame stood atop the surface of the water sphere, directing the 1,000-feeding sharks technique at Icheng, who was trapped at its center. This was an evolved version of the water-style, 5-feeding sharks, capable of manifesting thousands of chakra-formed shark-like projectiles. The advantage of this technique lay in the sheer quantity of chakra sharks, each possessing immense destructive power, serving as a group attack that even Might Guy's Morning Peacock could not counteract. In an instant, thousands of chakra-infused shark orbs were conjured, an astonishing expenditure of chakra that only someone like Kisame, renowned for possessing an abundance of chakra and referred to as the tailless beast, could harness. Truly, this was a testament to my capabilities. I couldn't help but feel a tinge of self-deprecation as such a formidable technique was unleashed right from the outset. Chapter 10, Counterattack. As Ichan found himself ensnared by Kisame's powerful Suidan, Daibakufu no Jutsu, Kakashi felt an overwhelming urge to rush to his aid. Kakashi, your opponent is me, Itachi declared, appearing deceptively frail. Kakashi, however, understood the immense strength of his adversary. A moment's inattention could lead to catastrophe. Let me show you my original water technique, Kisame proclaimed. Invoking Suidan, Kairi no Hoko. This advanced ninjutsu was an evolution of the water dragon bullet technique. After mastering the water dragon bullet, Ichan had an epiphany, improving the technique such that as long as the user possessed sufficient chakra, the 9 dragons could persist indefinitely. If dispersed, they could regenerate. And when employed in a watery environment, the scale of the technique intensified while chakra consumption diminished. The sharks conjured by Suidan, Senshi no Jutsu clashed with the 9 dragons, their attacks colliding, dissipating, and regenerating in a mesmerizing spectacle. Thousands of sharks swarmed around the 9 colossal dragons, engaging in a fierce struggle. Yet the dragons' overwhelming might render them dominant. What a formidable little demon! Konoha truly is a cradle of geniuses, Kisame mused, deciding to unleash his most potent technique. Suidan, Sura no Jutsu. This technique represented Kisame's ultimate trump card. Merging with his Samahata, he transformed into a shark man, thriving in the oceanic landscape created by the Daibakufu. His offensive power and speed surged exponentially, and he could siphon the chakra of his foes, making this jutsu exceedingly ruthless. Once transformed, Kisame launched a relentless assault on Ichan. The Kairi no Hoko not only had to counter the sharks but also suffered a gradual depletion of chakra with each collision against Kisame's shark form. If this continued, defeat was imminent. Is it time for my last resort? This technique can only be sustained for 3 seconds. I must conclude the battle within that time frame. Ichan retracted the Kairi no Hoko and, facing the onslaught of countless shark projectiles and the relentless shark man, extended his right hand. Suidan, K-Sui no Yaiba. An overwhelming suction emerged from Ichan's palm, drawing in torrents of seawater into the small orb nestled in his hand. The water sphere visibly shrank as Ichan gradually formed a water spear within his grasp. Kisame's eyes widened in disbelief. His own Suidan ninjutsu was being absorbed and transformed into Ichan's technique. The potent suction enveloped Kisame, threatening to pull him into the spear. Realizing the peril, Kisame unleashed a surge of chakra, rivaling that of a tailed beast, allowing him to narrowly escape the vortex's grasp. Has he fled? No matter. This is merely an ancillary effect of the technique. The first second passed, and the water spear began to take shape. Iching grasped the water spear, as if wielding a celestial pillar, exuding an overwhelming aura that radiated in all directions. The ground within a 100-meter radius began to collapse, with earth and stone suspended in the air. Utilizing the technique of water release, water-severing wave upon the foundation of the hard vortex water blade, he unleashed an endless torrent of water blades from the tip of the spear, soaring into the skies, cleaving through the clouds and creating a seamless line between water and heaven. This was the convergence of the hard vortex water blade and the water-severing wave, merging two formidable S-rank techniques into an extraordinary S-rank ninjutsu. Water release, Heavenly Cloud Sword. In the second, the Heavenly Cloud Sword took shape, channeling all his strength. He aimed the sword at Kisame. Faced with this strike, the immense pressure ensnared Kisame, rendering him immobile, unable to move even a step. Is this the end? Not yet witnessing the Akatsuki's dominion over the world, it was truly disheartening. However, to perish under such a formidable technique as a ninja, I have no regrets. Confronted with insurmountable power, Kisame resignedly closed his eyes. Kisame, no! Itachi shouted. One must catch up. Arise, Susanoo. A blood-red skeletal frame materialized around Itachi, as chakra coalesced into muscle, further enveloping the skeleton. Insufficient. Even if blinded, what of it? Ultimately, Itachi unleashed his ocular prowess to its zenith, forming armor over the muscles, manifesting the form of the Yatagarasu. As a fully matured Susanoo, Itachi finally transcended the pressure zone created by the Totsuka blade, standing steadfast before Kisame. Simultaneously, the Totsuka blade struck Susanoo, yet it did not yield the anticipated sparks. Only a fleeting flash of the blade and the shattering of Susanoo ensued. In the third second, Susanoo fractured. Itachi gazed upon the shattered remains, his eyes drifting to a dust particle, catching sight of the forehead protector emblazoned with the leaf insignia. And a grateful smile graced his lips. However, I still have an unfinished mission. I cannot falter here. The divine artifact, Yata Mirror. Itachi summoned the sacred Yata Mirror before him, shielding both himself and Kisame behind it. Indeed, it lived up to its reputation as an artifact capable of withstanding any assault, successfully blocking the Totsuka blade. Kamui. Kakashi delivered a decisive strike. The Yata Mirror was absorbed into the Kamui space, leaving Itachi and Kisame exposed, devoid of any defense. Just as the Totsuka blade was about to cleave Itachi in two, Kisame embraced him, twisting fiercely to shield Itachi with his own body. The Totsuka blade sliced through Kisame, severing him in two, his legs and tail tumbling to the ground, while his upper body clung to Itachi, rolling away to the side. Kisame, hold on. Itachi trembled as he spoke to Kisame. Gathering the scant chakra that remained, he gazed ahead. Amaterasu. The pitch-black flames ignited spontaneously, obscuring the enemy's vision. Itachi hoisted Kisame onto his back and swiftly retreated. Ichan stood still, his right hand hanging limply, his legs trembling, as he gazed at Kakashi, who staggered towards him. I apologize. I couldn't hold them back. This ninjutsu can only be sustained for 3 seconds. It imposes too great a burden on my body. With that, he collapsed into Kakashi's embrace. In the Hokage building, the third Hokage, along with 3 advisors, Danzo, Minin, and Koharu, were engaged in a discussion regarding the upcoming joint Chunin exams to be held in Konoha. I propose that this year's Chunin participate. Their overall quality is quite high, and they possess the strength to become Chunin, Danzo suggested. I disagree, Minion replied with concern. They have only just become Chunin a month ago. Participating in the Chunin exams at this stage is rather frivolous. We must remember that the Chunin exams are notoriously brutal each year, especially this time, as it is a joint exam, with numerous uncontrollable factors. I concur with Danzo's proposal. The third Hokage declared, Minion, do not be deceived by the current tranquility in the ninja world. It is often during such calm periods that the next wave of conflict looms closer. Moreover, we are aging, and as everyone knows, Konoha is facing a generational gap. Our Chunin must mature swiftly. Furthermore, I intend to resign from the position of Hokage after this Chunin exam. It is time for the younger generation to lead Konoha. Sarutobi. Minin and Koharu exclaimed in surprise. Sarutobi. Danzo echoed, equally astonished. The third Hokage cast a glance at Danzo, saying, Danzo, Do not entertain such thoughts. You and I are of similar age. Yet you remain unyielding. Danzo's mind was engulfed in turmoil, 1,000 thoughts racing through it. Damn Sarutobi. I possess the cells of the first Hokage. How can you compare me to him? But how could he voice such despair? Chapter 11. Shark Skin Hokage-sama. Kakashi has returned. He has significant intelligence to report. An Umbu ninja announced as he entered. Oh, Kakashi has returned? I recall he was on a mission in the Land of Waves. Let him in, the third Hokage instructed. Yes, Hokage-sama. Hokage-sama. The mission in the Land of Waves has been completed. On the way back to the village, we encountered two S-rank rogue ninjas of terrifying strength. Thankfully, you dispatched Ichan with us, and with his assistance, we were able to return safely to Konoha, Kakashi reported, having rushed to the third Hokage immediately upon his return. Looking rather disheveled. Kakashi, your chakra is alarmingly low. Who were the two S-rank rogue ninjas you encountered? The third Hokage inquired, observing Kakashi's strained demeanor. One is the rogue ninja of Konoha Gakure, Itachi Uchiha. One was a rogue mist ninja, Kisame Hashigaki. Kakashi, filled with trepidation, inquired, Itachi Uchiha and Kisame Hashigaki. How did you encounter them? You mentioned returning safely with the assistance of someone named Ichin. Who is this Ichin? Danzo, astonished, questioned. Danzo, Ichin is my apprentice, who has just graduated from the Ninja Academy this year, the third Hokage proudly stated. Your apprentice? You actually took on a disciple? Danzo exclaimed incredulously, and Kakashi, you claim you returned safely with the aid of Yuanfei's apprentice. How did Ichin manage to escort you back amidst the onslaught from Kisame Hashigaki and Itachi Uchiha? Lord Danzo. We did not escape. Ichin confronted Itachi Uchiha and Kisame Hashigaki head-on, defeating them and bringing us back. He severely injured Kisame, and ultimately, Itachi, dragging his incapacitated comrade. Barely managed to flee, Kakashi elucidated. Impossible. How could a mere genin, who has only graduated a month ago, possess such strength? Danzo, utterly confounded, questioned. The third Hokage interjected. Directing Kakashi, Kakashi, please provide a brief summary of your mission's events. Yes, Lord Hokage, Kakashi replied. He recounted their encounter with the Brothers of the Ghost, followed by their confrontation with Zabuza Momochi, whom Ichin vanquished in a single blow. Subsequently, they annihilated the hundreds under Kato's command. After completing their mission in the Land of Waves, they encountered Kisame Hashigaki and Itachi Uchiha on their way back to the village. I suspect that Kisame and Itachi discovered our whereabouts after encountering Zabuza, yet I cannot ascertain their motives for attacking us. The opponents were overwhelmingly powerful, and we were on the brink of collapse when Ichin turned the tide, ultimately employing the Super S-rank ninjutsu, Water Release, 10,000 Cloud Sword, to defeat the enemy. Where are Ichin and the others now? Is Naruto doing well? Inquired the third Hokage with concern. Due to the depletion of chakra, Ichan is currently recuperating at the Konoha hospital. Naruto and Sasuke, having fallen victim to Itachi Uchiha's genjutsu, are also resting in the same facility. Good. As long as everything is fine, the third Hokage sighed in relief. Yuanfei, could you entrust Ichan to me for his training? His extraordinary talent and formidable strength, coupled with his ruthless disposition, make him an ideal candidate for the route. I shall cultivate him into Konoha's lethal weapon, fashioning him into the new god of ninjas. I can already envision Konoha's dominion over the ninja world. Tuanzong, clearly intrigued by Ichan, directly approached the third Hokage with a request for the young ninja. Tuanzong, I warn you, do not even think about Ichan. Absolutely not. The third Hokage exclaimed, his eyes wide with alarm. Damn it. Does he intend to groom him as the fifth Hokage? I must have him. What an enticing power. The future of Konoha shall be forged by my hands. Tuanzong muttered under his breath, concealing his sinister expression from others. 3 days later, Ichan awoke, opening his eyes to find Kakashi beside him, peeling fruit. Closing his eyes and reopening them, he saw the same scene. Kakashi, you could have asked Sakura to take care of me instead. You, a middle-aged bachelor, are quite an eyesore. Ichin, you are awake. How wonderful. Kakashi exclaimed, his excitement evident as he completely disregarded my earlier grumbling. Kakashi, you seem rather unoccupied, I remarked. Indeed, he replied. Sasuke and Naruto are both resting in the hospital, and Sakura is attending to them. The third Hokage has not assigned me any new missions, so I thought I would take this opportunity to visit you. Well, that explains why it wasn't Sakura who came to care for me. She is attending to Sasuke. I suppose Naruto is merely an afterthought. Per Naruto. Ichan, I have brought back your spoils, Kakashi suddenly declared. Spoils? I gazed at Kakashi in confusion. It is the leg and tail of the defeated Kisame Hashigaki. Have you forgotten? Kakashi reminded me. Kakashi, this seems rather useless. Perhaps we should discard it. The thought of possessing 2 legs and a tail is rather unsettling. A chill ran down my spine at his words. That tail later transformed into the hilt of a sword, presumably the hilt of Samahata. I deemed it potentially useful and decided to keep it. I will see if you have any use for it. Otherwise, I shall hand it over to the 3rd Hokage. Wait. You mentioned the tail has turned into the hilt of Samahata? I want it. I immediately agreed. Kisame, the so-called tailless beast, relies on Samahata, does he not? If I could cultivate another, it would resolve the issue of my dwindling chakra, allowing me to avoid the struggle of becoming a real man for 3 seconds. Upon returning home, I made a special trip to purchase a large glass aquarium, placing the Samahata hilt within. It sank straight to the bottom, and I stared at it for an hour, yet found no abnormalities. Wasn't it said that Samahata was a living entity? This was rather troublesome. Could it be hungry? Perhaps if I introduced some small fish. It might eat, I pondered. An hour passed while I observed the small fish swimming about alongside the inert hilt, and I felt utterly despondent. Forget it. I shall take a stroll to clear my mind and check on Naruto and Sasuke. These 2 protagonists have succumbed to Itachi's Tsukuyomi and seem destined for a lengthy rest. Wait, Naruto, the 9 tails, chakra, Samahata. Might there be a connection? Does Samahata only consume chakra and not fish? I retrieved the hilt from the aquarium, holding it in my hand. Slowly, I began to channel chakra into it, feeling my own chakra gradually dissipate, likely absorbed by Samahata. It works. My hypothesis was indeed correct. This is not good. My chakra is nearly depleted. This thing shows no reaction whatsoever. At least give me some sign of life. It feels akin to pouring water into the vast ocean, with not a single ripple in sight. Restoring chakra requires several hours. I could not sustain this creature without food or drink. I felt on the verge of madness, uncertain if I could even keep it alive. Alas, what choice do I have, lacking a tailed beast? I must refine my chakra gradually. At least this is better than Kakashi, who fell with a single Kamui. Sigh. I cannot compare with him, the real man for 3 seconds, haha. Chapter 12, Cultivation. 3 days later, I found myself at my limit. This was becoming exceedingly difficult. Lying on the ground, devoid of any romantic attachments, Ichin clutched the hilt of the sword, Jiaoji. After 3 days of relentless effort, the only progress made was a mere 1 centimeter bulge on the blade. Throughout these days, aside from eating and answering nature's call, he had dedicated himself to the refinement of chakra, tirelessly inputting chakra without rest. By now, he had likely invested an amount equivalent to 20 Kakashi's worth of chakra. The prospect of reaping the fruits of his labor seemed increasingly distant. Although the restoration of Jiaoji appeared to be an elusive goal, the continuous refinement and consumption of chakra had slightly increased his own chakra reserves. Each time he refined chakra, he sensed that the chakra extracted was not merely a fusion of physical and mental energy, but also contained a minuscule amount of an additional energy, almost imperceptible. If his physical and spiritual energy yielded chakra at a ratio of 999 to 1, this supplementary energy amounted to a mere 1. This energy must be natural energy. Despite its minuscule fraction, it felt distinctly superior to chakra, akin to the disparity between inner force and spiritual power. How is natural energy generated? This question plunged him into deep contemplation. He recalled his master's previous remarks regarding his suit of water god technique, which held the potential to become an S-class ninjutsu due to its ability to absorb natural energy and facilitate the Sage mode. However, in its ordinary state, Sage mode does not possess natural energy, or in other words, Senjutsu chakra. Why, then, did this scant energy persist within his body without signs of dissipating? Whenever he expended this energy, it was replenished during chakra refinement, maintaining the ratio of 999 to 1. Yet, at this stage, he could not independently utilize this chakra. He could only access the chakra refined from his physical and spiritual energy. However, he could convert this energy into his base chakra, with a conversion ratio of approximately 1 to 10, thus granting him an additional 1% of chakra. If this were the case, once the ratio of base chakra to natural energy chakra reached 50, he would gain an extra tenfold of base chakra. The higher the proportion of natural energy chakra, the more his chakra would increase proportionally, which was truly astonishing. Nevertheless, once the ratio reached 50, he could directly enter Sage mode, although the total chakra amount would remain unchanged. Regardless, his physical techniques, ninjutsu, and sensory capabilities would experience a tenfold enhancement. Life must continue. and he decided to check on Naruto and Sasuke, wondering if they had awakened. Surely, Itachi would not torment them for 24 hours in the Tsukuyami space, lest they miss the upcoming Chunin exam. Rising from the ground, he tidied his disheveled clothing, washed his face, and stepped out with renewed vigor. Passing by Ino's flower shop, he thought it prudent to bring a bouquet as a gesture of goodwill to the patients. Just then, he spotted Ino and decided to greet her. "Hey Ino, no missions today?" "Ah, Ichen. It's been ages since I last saw you after graduation." Ino blushed shyly upon realizing it was him. "Huh, I've been training at the training grounds. A few days ago, I went on a mission with Naruto and the others and encountered quite a formidable enemy. I spent a few days recuperating in the hospital," he replied with a chuckle. "Are you all right?" Ino exclaimed, her face suddenly pale upon hearing he had been hospitalized for a few days. "I'm fine, really. I just overexerted my chakra. A few days of rest, and I'm as good as new. Thank you for your concern." He smiled. "Oh, by the way, I plan to buy 2 bouquets for Naruto and Sasuke, as they are also in the hospital. Let me pick out 2 suitable bouquets for you to cheer them up," she offered. "Thank you." At Konoha Hospital, Ichen walked towards Naruto and Sasuke's room, holding 2 bouquets. Before reaching the door, he heard Naruto's voice resonating from within. "Kakashi-sensei, I'm feeling better. When can I be discharged? This place is so dull. I need to train. I'm too weak and must surpass Sasuke and Ichen." Kakashi observed the lively Naruto and glanced at the still pale, yet conscious, Sasuke, chuckling as he reassured Naruto, "Naruto, you'll need to stay in the hospital a few more days. You faced quite a powerful enemy, and since you were caught in his genjutsu, we need to monitor you for a little longer." As he spoke, Ichen's figure appeared at the doorway. "Naruto, I truly envy your indomitable spirit and eternal optimism. Seeing you reminds me of the joys of youth." As Ichen entered the room, he placed 2 bouquets of flowers on the nightstands of Naruto and Sasuke, greeting Kakashi and Sakura in the process. "Ichen, I heard you just got out of the hospital. Are you all right? I'm so sorry I couldn't help at all. I feel like I've been a burden. I must become stronger quickly, as I wish to protect those I cherish and no longer hold them back," Naruto proclaimed with characteristic bravado. "Thank you, and I apologize," came Sasuke's voice, devoid of energy, as he lay on the bed, staring blankly at the ceiling. The blow he had received was too great. The gap between himself and his opponent was insurmountable. How could he not withstand a single attack? Was he truly a failure? "It's a relief to see both of you safe. I want to miss the upcoming Chunin exams. Let us recover well and make a significant impact during the exams," I said with a smile. "I want to be discharged now. Just wait and see how I'll shine in the Chunin exams," Naruto declared, his confidence unwavering. Upon hearing about the Chunin exams, Sasuke's vacant gaze gradually sparked with life. "Hey, Ichen, is that the hilt of the Samehada you're holding?" Kakashi inquired, noticing the hilt in my hand. "Indeed. I plan to repair it, but I've discovered that it requires a continuous flow of chakra to gradually restore its function. So I'll have to keep holding on to it for now," I explained. "Are you participating in this Chunin exam, Ichen?" Kakashi asked. "Yes. This Chunin exam promises to be quite intriguing. I'm eager to witness the prowess of the ninjas from the land of wind and other nations," I replied. "Oh, let us observe a moment of silence for your opponents," Kakashi quipped. After leaving the hospital, I strolled through the bustling streets of Konoha, contemplating the strength I would need to protect all that I held dear. In the following days, Ichen oscillated between the training grounds and home, engaging in physical training while continuously channeling chakra into Samehada, until one fateful day he encountered Gaara and his companions from the Sand Village. Chapter 13, One Tail Tamari. Let us take a walk and observe the environment of Konoha and its ninja's abilities, Kankuro suggested, casting a glance at Gaara, who was trailing behind them, looking as if he had lost a loved one. "Kankuro, Gaara is our brother. How can you speak like that? Besides, leaving him back at the inn could lead to unforeseen consequences. Surely you wouldn't want to be invited for tea by Konoha Esambu for no reason," Tamari retorted. "Your reasoning is sound," Kankuro sighed, rolling his eyes. Gaara sensed Kankuro's furtive glances and a wave of murderous intent surged forth, a sinister satisfaction curling at the corners of his mouth. Feeling Gaara's ominous aura, Kankuro quickly averted his gaze, discomfort washing over him. He saw 3 brash youths approaching, wearing wicked smiles. "Hey, brat, you're blocking my path. Move aside unless you want to die," Kankuro shouted at Konohamaru and his companions. Just as a confrontation was about to ensue, Ichen fortuitously crossed paths with Gaara and his group. Sasuke and Naruto are still recuperating in the hospital. What a coincidence to encounter this scene, I Ching mused silently, suddenly feeling as if he had discovered a new realm. His eyes sparkling with newfound interest at the sight of Gaara. Who do you think you are, running rampant in Konoha? You must be tired of living. I stepped forward, placing myself between Kankuro and Konohamaru, pushing back against Kankuro's arrogance. Looks like you're looking for trouble, Kankuro sneered, preparing to unleash his puppet. Causing a ruckus in Konoha? How foolish. During the Chunin exams, security and surveillance are heightened beyond measure. Not only are there visible guards, but the Umbu lie in wait in the shadows. The moment you make a move, you could find yourself meeting your end 100 times over. Fortunately for you, I'm here. Come at me. I'll go easy on you, I taunted, delivering a scathing mockery that Kankuro could hardly endure. Die, trash ninja of Konoha. Kankuro screamed in rage. Utilizing his secret technique, Poison Smoke Bomb, Kankuro unleashed a toxic fog from his raven puppet, intending to obscure I Ching's vision and incapacitate him. As the poisonous smoke enveloped I Ching, Kankuro executed his secret technique, Main Branch 6 Blades, launching 6 curved blades in a rib-like formation towards I Ching amidst the smoke. Is that all you've got? I Ching remarked nonchalantly, hands tucked into his pockets, waiting for Kankuro to finish his jutsu. Then, I Ching stepped forward, extending a hand from his pocket. Before the onlookers could react, the smoke dissipated, the puppet shattered, and Kankuro lay breathless on the ground. A large crater formed in the distant wall. Its center sunk and surrounded by cracks. Kankuro, are you all right? Temari exclaimed after a moment of shock, rushing to help him up. Don't worry, he won't die. I promise to go easy, I Ching said with a light chuckle. Yu Temari stammered, pointing at I Ching, her face a mixture of terror and fury. Unable to articulate a complete thought, filled instead with impotent rage. I Ching, you're truly impressive. Konohamaru and his friends gazed at I Ching with wide, sparkling eyes, their admiration towards him swelling to the point of placing him on the same pedestal as Naruto. Haha, Konohamaru, you all should head back. I have matters to attend to, I Ching replied with a smile, though his gaze remained fixed on Gaara. Gaara trembled with excitement, his bloodthirsty eyes locked onto I Ching. You're formidable. Killing you will prove my existence's significance. Gaara cackled maniacally. Gaara, has it been easy being viewed as a monster since childhood? Being targeted for assassination by your own father, has that been bearable? Living under the shadow of that monstrosity, unable to sleep peacefully, has that been tolerable? I can help you gain control over your body, allowing you to rest easy. If you trust me, come to Training Ground 7 and find me. The words of I Ching pierced through Gaara's heart, and his laughter abruptly ceased. Expressions of anger, horror, and yearning flickered across his face. By the time Gaara registered the reality, I Ching had vanished without a trace. Where is the 7th training ground? I must go there. Gaara sprinted recklessly towards the 7th training ground, momentarily forgetting the mission that had brought him to Konoha. He suppressed the murderous aura that surrounded him, his eyes filled with a mixture of hope and fear. This is bad. Gaara has been deceived by that individual, who possesses an alarming amount of classified information. We must urgently contact Maki and the elite Jonin. Temari was gripped by terror. Nearly all of Gaara's intelligence had been divulged to that person. It remained uncertain whether he was aware of the plan to attack Konoha. If that information were to be leaked, it would spell disaster. The 7th training ground. I Ching stood in the center of the training ground, awaiting Gaara's arrival. He understood the tragic upbringing that shaped Gaara, knowing it would inevitably draw him in, thus he felt no anxiety. As anticipated, within a few minutes, Gaara came rushing towards him. You haven't deceived me, have you? Gaara's gaze was intensely fixed on I Ching, searching for the truth within his eyes. I have not deceived you. Do you see this sword hilt in my hand? As long as you grasp it, it will absorb the tailed beast chakra that is contending for control over your body. When your own chakra is strong enough to suppress the tailed beast chakra, you will be able to temporarily escape the negative emotional turmoil caused by it. However, the tailed beast chakra is formidable and continually absorbs chakra from the natural world. Each time you absorb it, you can regain a day of freedom. You must enhance your own chakra reserves and control while you are capable. Once your chakra is sufficiently powerful, you will be able to suppress the tailed beast's influence without further absorption. As he spoke, I Ching extended the hilt of Samahata towards Gaara. At that moment, Gaara calmed himself and inquired, What is your purpose? Why do you wish to assist me? Holding the hilt steady, I Ching replied in an unperturbed tone, Firstly, I have a friend who shares a similarly tragic past, yet he maintains an unwaveringly optimistic spirit. Perhaps it is his influence that compels me. In a few days, when you two meet, I believe you will connect effortlessly. Secondly, This arrangement serves as a mutually beneficial solution. You need to release the uncontrollable chakra within you, and I require that very chakra. Therefore, there is no need for concern. Gaara extended his hand and accepted the hilt, feeling the tailed beast chakra that had been vying for dominance within him gradually dissipate, bringing him immense relief, prompting an involuntary sigh of comfort. Chapter 14. Attributes from the moment Gaara's hand made contact with the hilt of Samahata. It was evident to the naked eye that his body began to relax, the fury and murderous intent slowly fading away. Gaara closed his eyes, savoring the newfound freedom of controlling his own body, akin to returning to his mother's embrace, utterly entranced. 10 minutes have passed, Gaara. Apart from the sealed-tailed beast chakra within you, the free-tailed beast chakra has been nearly completely absorbed. Any further absorption will tap into your own chakra. Ichin gently reminded, observing Gaara's expression of comfort and reluctance to let go. Gaara reluctantly returned Samahata, his eyes reflecting an unwillingness to part. Ichin felt an uncanny resemblance to a lecherous uncle deceiving a little sister. Gazing at the hilt, now elongated by 10 centimeters, he remained speechless. Although Gaara's sealing of the tailed beast was inadequate, resulting in excess tailed beast chakra, it was hard to fathom that he had absorbed an amount equivalent to 200 units of Kakashi's chakra. Such a notion defied logic. Ichin pondered deeply, recognizing that Gaara could not possibly possess chakra levels surpassing Kakashi by such a staggering margin. Gaara, I have been training daily at the 7th training ground. You may visit me each day. Observing Gaara's lingering reluctance, Ichin decided it was best for Gaara to return. He needed to quietly contemplate the sudden 10-centimeter increase of Samahata, and also, if he delayed Gaara too long, the sand shadow might soon come seeking vengeance, making it unwise to ignite a conflict between Konoha and the sand. Watching Gaara depart with a heavy heart, Ichin closed his eyes, reminiscing about memories from his previous life. In search of answers, the Nine Tails is the tailed beast with the most chakra, accounting for approximately 76% of the 10 Tails chakra. During the 4th Great Ninja War, the combined power of Naruto and Minato represented the full might of the Nine Tails. The fact that the Nine Tails could contend with the 10 Tails in battle is a testament to its immense chakra reserves. Although one-tail Shikaku often claimed to be on par with the Nine Tails and detested comparisons based on the number of tails, practical combat revealed a significant disparity. The Nine Tails could spar with sage-level powers, while Shikaku's sealing abilities were limited to support roles. Among the nine-tailed beasts, Shikaku's chakra levels are comparable to that of the 8 tails, with one estimated at 8 and the other at 9. Both are formidable, just shy of the Nine Tails in strength. However, unlike the Nine Tails, which can absorb chakra from the natural world even when depleted, Shikaku is unable to do so effectively. From this, 2 hypotheses emerge. 1. One tail possesses a considerable amount of chakra, second only to the Nine Tails. 2. The chakra of the tailed beasts is either akin to or equivalent to natural energy, possessing a higher quality than that synthesized by humans. If this is indeed the case, Shikaku may find it increasingly difficult to extract natural energy chakra from the environment. Once Ichin has absorbed enough of Shikaku's chakra and Gaara's own chakra is capable of suppressing it, the process will reach its natural conclusion. The true reservoir of high-quality chakra belongs to Naruto. The Nine Tails, renowned for its boundless chakra, can draw directly from the natural world, providing an inexhaustible supply. The only challenge lies in the strength of the 8 trigram seal on Naruto, which inhibits the overflow of tailed beast chakra. Nevertheless, that is a trivial concern. Naruto, hurry and recover. I can hardly wait. Grasping the hilt of Samahata, Ichin silently felt the chakra within it. He sensed that 90% of the absorbed chakra was devoted to the sword's self-repair, while the remaining 10% was stored within, continually refining the chakra akin to transforming iron into steel. Attempting to absorb the refined chakra from Samahata into his own body, he found it flowed seamlessly, merging with his own chakra and gradually enhancing his overall chakra capacity. After approximately an hour, he could absorb 1 unit of Kakashi's chakra. 2 hours later, the absorption from Samahata ceased. The conversion ratio appeared to be approximately 10 to 1, meaning that during the damaged phase, for every 100 units of chakra absorbed, 90 were utilized for repair, leaving only 10 from which one could extract usable chakra. Feeling the additional 2 units of chakra within his body, Ichin felt a sense of newfound strength. These 2 units, transformed from tailed beast energy, closely resembled natural energy chakra, allowing for a direct conversion into another form of energy within him, natural energy chakra. However, converting this into natural energy chakra would yield roughly 0.2 units, maintaining the same ratio of 10 to 1. Now, let us examine Ichin's information. Name, Ihwa Ichin Strength. Semi-Kage Base Chakra Amount. 2 units Natural Energy Chakra Amount. 0. 2 units Currently Unusable, Convertible with Base Chakra. Sage Chakra Amount. 0 units Chakra Attributes. Water, Wind. Earth Taijutsu Ability. A. Jonin Level. Genjutsu Ability. Nunchakra Perception Ability. S. Kage Level. Chakra Control Ability. S. Kage Level. Ninjutsu Abilities. Water Style. Heavenly Sword of Clouds. SS. Water Style. Water God Robe. S. Water Style. Hard Vortex Water Blade. S. Water Style. Water Severing Wave. S. Water Style. Water Dragon Bite Explosion. S. Other Water Style Ninjutsu below S rank. Achoo. Why have I been sneezing so much lately? Is some miscreant thinking of me? Kakashi stood before the hospital room of Naruto and Sasuke, observing the two who were on the mend. I have registered you both for the Chunin exam. What are your thoughts? He inquired. I can hardly wait. I want to prove myself in the Chunin exam, Naruto exclaimed eagerly. Participate, Sasuke managed to utter. Are Naruto and Sasuke really fools? We just graduated. How can we participate in the Chunin exam? Am I the only sane one in this team? Sakura interjected with a bright smile. Kakashi-sensei, I wish to participate as well. Very well, let us gather at Training Ground 7 tomorrow morning. Ichin should be there too, and you will witness his training methods, Kakashi replied. The trio of young ninjas, upon hearing they could observe Ichin's training the following day, felt their eyes gleam with excitement at the thought of learning even a single technique that might make them formidable. Chapter 15. Naruto on a bright morning at Training Ground 7. Kakashi sauntered in to find the trio already present. How long have you been here? Why are you just standing around? He asked, puzzled. We've been here for over an hour, watching Ichin train, hoping to learn something, they responded. Kakashi noticed their sudden silence and inquired, but what? Kakashi-sensei, can one grow stronger just by sitting still? They posed incredulously. Well, for geniuses, even sleep can enhance their strength. Kakashi jested. Indeed, Ichin was a prodigy, and the trio believed this wholeheartedly, having observed his continuous improvement over the past hour. Kakashi-sensei, look at Ichin sitting there. He seems to be getting stronger all the time, they expressed, filled with envy. Kakashi focused intently on Ichin, noting the subtle yet significant increase in his chakra, far surpassing the normal pace of training. At that moment, Ichin opened his eyes. Before the trio's arrival, Gaara had visited, but he left swiftly without interacting with them. This time, Ichin absorbed less chakra from the one-tail than the previous day, with only half of the chakra available. After accounting for the chakra consumed during the healing of the tail beast's skin, he had accumulated 3 of his own chakra and 0.3 of natural energy chakra. If this trend continued, the benefits from Gaara would have each day, allowing him to extract approximately 4 units of chakra from Gaara. However, this was largely due to the 90 units required for the skin's recovery. Otherwise, he could have extracted 40 units. It's important to note that this was merely the chakra from the one-tail that had infiltrated Gaara's body, not the chakra from the one-tail itself. Directly absorbing from the one-tail would yield far superior results. Furthermore, during the healing process, the tail beast had already recognized Ichin as its master, meaning the pure chakra he absorbed could only be utilized by him, rendering it impossible to share with Kakashi. In essence, any other user of the tail beast could only absorb chakra from enemies, but not claim it as their own unless they cultivated a new smaller tail beast. However, Ichin's tail beast was extracted after merging with Kisame, leaving the circumstances surrounding it shrouded in mystery. Hey, Kakashi, Naruto, Sasuke, Sakura, good morning. Are Naruto and Sasuke feeling better? Ichin greeted cheerfully. Completely fine, Naruto replied eagerly. Sasuke added succinctly. Kakashi, I would like to borrow Naruto today. I have a special training method that would benefit him. Ichin stated. Then, Naruto will train with Ichin, while Sasuke and Sakura train with me. Ichin, shall we compare our training results by the end of the day? Kakashi proposed with a smile. All right, I won't let you down, Kakashi. You're a great teacher, and I will take responsibility for Naruto, Ichin replied. Realizing Kakashi hoped he would impart some genuine skills to Naruto. Naruto, come here. Let us move to a quieter corner of the training ground, Ichin beckoned. Do you remember what I told you on the day of your graduation exam? Ichin asked, intending to quiz Naruto. Of course. You said I have a massive amount of chakra, far exceeding that of many others, and that the essence of the ninja world is chakra. I will remember that day for the rest of my life. How could I forget? Naruto thought. Let me share a fact with you. Your current chakra is 4 times that of Kakashi's, but due to the presence of the 9 tails within you, A significant portion of your chakra is devoted to suppressing it. As a result, over 90 of your chakra is used for this purpose. Once I extract the Nine-Tails chakra that is sealed within you, your chakra could potentially be 100 times that of Kakashi's. 100 times. Does that mean I would be 100 times stronger than Kakashi-sensei? Naruto's eyes sparkled, envisioning himself as invincible. Naruto, what are you thinking? You currently possess 4 times Kakashi's chakra, but are you 4 times stronger than him? Ichin countered, shattering Naruto's dreams of invincibility. Though chakra is indeed the essence of the ninja world and an important aspect of strength, a ninja's overall prowess is determined by various factors. It seems I need to educate you on some fundamental concepts, Ichin continued. The ninja world has a clear delineation of 8 essential attributes: ninjutsu, taijutsu, genjutsu, intelligence, wisdom, strength, speed, stamina, and seals. Ninjutsu refers to a ninja's proficiency and skill in ninjutsu techniques. Taijutsu indicates a ninja's mastery and proficiency in physical combat techniques. Genjutsu relates to a ninja's expertise in illusion techniques. Intelligence represents the volume of knowledge a ninja possesses or their intelligence quotient. Strength encompasses a ninja's physical power, including arm strength, leg strength, and overall muscle strength. Speed, the swiftness of a ninja's movements and reactions. Stamina, the measure of chakra and energy a ninja possesses. Seals refers to a ninja's mastery and proficiency in hand seals. At present, your only advantage lies in the stamina attribute. The others remain unremarkable. Thus, Naruto, your journey is still long. Furthermore, in initial battles, emphasis is placed on foundational abilities in ninjutsu, taijutsu, and genjutsu, including situational response, physical speed and strength, as well as supportive functions like intelligence gathering and teamwork. Consequently, your chakra advantage will be challenging to manifest. However, as one progresses, chakra becomes increasingly crucial. Thus, your potential is boundless. Naruto, strive with all your might, forge ahead. Becoming Hokage is merely the beginning. I hope to explore the cosmos and experience the myriad worlds alongside you. Although Naruto does not fully comprehend the situation, he is acutely aware that he is currently incapable of defeating 4 Kakashi-senseis. Come on, Naruto, said Chunin as he handed over the hilt of the sword, Samahata. Upon receiving the hilt, Naruto noticed a torrent of uncontrollable chakra gradually flowing into it from within his body. Chapter 16. Leap 10 minutes later. Ichiban accepted the Samahata from Naruto's hands. How do you feel, Naruto? I inquired eagerly. I've never felt this relaxed before. In the past, I was always so exhausted. I remained strong, refusing to let tears escape, presenting my best self each day, convincing myself and others that I could persevere, regardless of the mockery, scorn, and the relentless onslaught of the monster within me. I never gave up. Finally, this is what it feels like to be at ease. I feel reborn. I'm so tired. I long to sleep, Naruto said, his eyes fluttering shut. Rest well, Naruto. As I observed him drift into slumber, I attempted to communicate with Samahata, discovering that it was absorbing the chakra from the Nine-Tails. Part of this energy was being utilized for self-repair, while another portion was undergoing purification. Upon witnessing this, I was filled with exuberance and promptly began to absorb the chakra. After approximately an hour, the Nine-Tails chakra extracted from Naruto was nearly depleted, amounting to a quantity comparable to Gaara's. Although the Nine-Tails chakra is reputed to be boundless, the 8 trigram seal proved to be exceedingly potent. Moreover, Naruto, being of the Uzumaki clan, possesses a suppressive trait towards the Nine-Tails. After absorbing Naruto's chakra, my own chakra now stands at 8. 5 cards, with 0. 5 card derived from natural energy chakra, which can typically be converted into ordinary chakra for use. My total chakra has thus increased to approximately 8 times that of Kakashi's. Furthermore, considering the Nine-Tails' ability to directly extract chakra from nature and the permeation of its chakra, coupled with the resistance offered by the 8 trigram seal and Naruto's Uzumaki constitution, it is likely that I will be able to extract an equivalent amount of chakra from Naruto again within a week. During this period, the Nine-Tails chakra that interferes with Naruto's own will dissipate, enhancing his chakra control. The Naruto who once struggled to execute transformation techniques will be a thing of the past. The Nine-Tails both empowered and constrained Naruto. In less than half a day, Naruto awakened. Ah, this has been the most comfortable sleep of my life, he remarked, filled with astonishment. As Ichin approached Naruto, he remarked, Naruto, apart from the sealed Nine-Tails chakra within you, there is no other trace of it. However, in about a week, the Nine-Tails chakra will begin to infiltrate your body again. At that time, seek me out. During this interval, Your latent talent will fully manifest due to the absence of the nine-tail suppression. Yet, as time progresses, your talent will gradually be stifled, reverting to its previous state after a week. Now is the perfect opportunity to practice the wind release techniques that Kakashi entrusted to you. Remember to employ the shadow clone technique to assist in your training. This is a unique advantage designed specifically for you. Naruto, though somewhat confused, decided to follow Ichin's guidance without hesitation. As evening fell, Kakashi arrived with Sasuke and Sakura. Witnessing the multitude of Naruto's diligently training together, he sighed. Such dedication. Naruto, showcase your progress for everyone, Ichin called out enthusiastically. All right, Naruto replied, performing the shadow clone technique, producing approximately 1,000 clones. Give it your all, everyone. Ready, set, go. Wind release. Great breakthrough. The clones unleashed the technique with all their might, generating a powerful gust of wind that uprooted nearby trees, while those further away succumbed to the force, snapping and collapsing in a fan-like manner. In an instant, a funnel-like void appeared before Naruto, where trees and the superficial soil vanished, revealing the rocky substratum beneath. What was merely a C-rank technique in Naruto's hands displayed an effect rivaling that of an S-rank. A truly terrifying spectacle. Kakashi-sensei, can you achieve something like this? Sasuke gasped in disbelief, struggling to articulate his thoughts. Impossible. Naruto's chakra is 100 times greater than mine. And for some unknown reason, he has mastered the great breakthrough technique in such a short span of time, executing it with remarkable finesse. Ichin, how did you teach him? I feel as though I've become utterly inept, Kakashi admitted, astonished and questioning his own teaching abilities. Does Naruto like me? He doesn't seem as annoying now. He appears somewhat charming. Sakura pondered, her heart wavering. Subsequently, Ichin briefly explained Naruto's circumstances to everyone. It turned out that Naruto had been lagging behind due to the influence of the Nine Tails, and his ongoing struggle against it had hindered his true potential. Now, with the Nine Tails' influence temporarily lifted, Naruto's strength could finally shine through. Why is Naruto so powerful while I remain so weak? I am a member of the esteemed Uchiha clan. How could I fall short of a commoner like Naruto? I refuse to accept this. How can I exact my revenge? Sasuke despaired, grappling with the realization that he was outmatched by someone he had always deemed inferior. He felt abandoned by the world, drowning in helplessness. Suddenly, a hand rested on Sasuke's shoulder. It was Naruto, who noticed something amiss in Sasuke's demeanor. Fearing the loss of their friendship but unsure of what to say, he finally uttered, Sasuke, whatever happens, we will face it together. I will help you. Sasuke stared, taken aback by Naruto's genuine concern, and gazed into Naruto's clear eyes, murmuring, Thank you. Ichin gazed at Sasuke, feeling somewhat helpless. Sasuke's abilities primarily stemmed from the Sharingan and lightning release, yet he struggled to excel in either, offering little assistance. Ichin could only hope that Sasuke would soon discover his own path. In the following days, he absorbed chakra from Gaara and Naruto daily. During this time, Gaara and Naruto, both sharing a similar fate, grew particularly close, understanding each other's misfortunes and cherishing their friendship. Remarkably, since Gaara had begun to sleep peacefully, the dark circles under his eyes had noticeably faded, nearly vanishing. As time passed, a smile emerged on Gaara's face, and his relationship with Temari and Kankuro significantly improved. Temari and Kankuro even sneaked over, curious to see if Ichin had indeed transformed in a miraculous way. Chapter 17. The examination begins. The Chunin exams officially commenced, filling Ichin with a renewed sense of excitement, for life had been too comfortable, and he had grown somewhat complacent. Coincidentally, he remained at the 7th training ground with Kakashi's team, and thus joined Naruto and the others on their way to the examination venue. Recently, with an increasing amount of chakra, he felt especially invigorated, and memories from his previous life came flooding back with ease. It was uncertain whether this was a result of chakra replenishment. He recalled reading in the original work that the participants included Sand Village, 30 individuals, none became Chunin, including Gaara, Kankuro, and Temari. Rain Village, 21 individuals, none became Chunin, including Oboro, Yum, and Kasumi. Grass Village, 6 individuals, none became Chunin, including Karen. Taki Village, 6 individuals, all became Chunin. Leaf Village, 87 individuals, only Nara Shikamaru became Chunin. Other participants included Uzumaki Naruto, Uchiha Sasuke, Haruno Sakura, Akimichi Choji, Yamanaka Ino, Hyuga Niji, Rock Lee, Tintin, Yamanaka Shino, Inazuka Kiba, Hyuga Hinata, and Kabuto. Sound Village, 3 individuals, none became Chunin. Kin, Dosu and Zaku all perished, I Ching hoped his presence would bring about some change. Otherwise, it would be dreadfully dull. It seemed they had arrived rather late. As many familiar faces were already present, there was the unmotivated Shikamaru, Choji munching on chips, and Ino accompanying them, representing the new generation of the Ino Shikacho trio. Niji stood coolly to one side, while Tintin, a captivating beauty with a Chinese flair, conversed with him. To be honest, Tintin had been I Ching's favorite character in Naruto. But unfortunately, she appeared quite taken with Niji. He couldn't possibly intervene in such matters of the heart. Ah, and there was Lee with his thick eyebrows. Just as he thought of Lee, the green-clad youth appeared beside them. Sakura, I like you. Please go out with me. Lee suddenly approached Sakura, bending down with a bouquet of flowers in hand, intending to present them to her. What was this thick-browed fellow thinking? Where am I? This can't be real. Oh no, what if Sasuke sees this? Sakura anxiously glanced at Sasuke, only to find him watching Lee with a somewhat sinister gaze. Could it be that Sasuke was feeling jealous and intended to play the hero? A warm feeling began to blossom in Sakura's heart. Get lost, you green frog. Sakura wouldn't like you. She likes me, Uzumaki Naruto. Naruto couldn't bear to see Lee confessing his feelings to Sakura and was determined to put this clueless frog in his place. Humph, Naruto, why are you meddling? I'm still waiting for Sasuke. What are you doing here? Sakura shouted inwardly. Kid, where is your respect for your seniors? It seems I must teach you some manners. Lee said, clenching his fist with a sinister grin as he approached Naruto. Setting aside the confrontation between Lee, Naruto, and Sasuke, I remained unconcerned. At this stage, Lee was undoubtedly at an elite level. However, Naruto had not been idle these past few days, having shed the burden of the Nine Tails. He learned several wind release techniques from Kakashi. If he were to unleash his full potential, the examination venue might just cease to exist. I strode directly into the venue, where a crowd surrounded a young man appearing to be in his 20s, engaged in discussion. It turned out that it was Kabuto selling intelligence. Kabuto was indeed remarkable. Having risen from humble beginnings, he made a name for himself during the Fourth Great Ninja War, gaining considerable fame. I overheard someone asking, with so many participants in this Chunin exam, who possesses the greatest strength? Kabuto smiled at the inquirer, producing a stack of information cards from his pocket, claiming to have gathered intelligence on all participants in the Chunin exam. After sifting through them for quite some time, he finally extracted 3 cards, holding them up for all to see. According to the records on my ninja cards, there are 3 individuals in this Chunin exam whose strength is astonishingly formidable. They should have long been qualified for Chunin status. As follows. First, Hyuga Niji, Leaf Ninja, Ninja registration number, 012587 date of birth, year 73 zodiac, Cancer age, 13 height, 160, 1 centimeter weight, 46, 8 kilograms blood type, O personality, resolute, calm, decisive, and pragmatic favorite food, Ilsoba disliked food, pumpkin, chili special skills, Byakugan, gentle fist a taijutsu ninja. Suspected of mastering advanced gentle fist techniques relatives, Hyuga Hayashi, Hyuga Hizashi, Hyuga Hinata, cousin, Hyuga Hanabi, cousin, interests, meditation. Training ninja school graduation age, 12 mission experience, D, 26 times, C, 19 times. B, for times second, Gaara, Sand Shadow Ninja, Ninja registration number, 56-001 date of birth, year 119 zodiac, Capricorn age, 12 height, 146, 1 centimeter weight, 39 kilograms blood type, AB personality, cold, self-serving favorite food, sand chicken, salty beef tongue disliked food, Yokon. Sweet chestnut special skills, sand manipulation for offense and defense, a ninjutsu type ninja mission experience, D, 25 times, C, 8 times. B, 1 time third, I Ching, Leaf Ninja, Ninja registration number, 013468 date of birth, year 619 zodiac, Gemini age, 12 height, 158, 8 centimeters weight, 43, 9 kilograms blood type, a personality, gentle yet domineering favorite food, barbecue disliked food, unknown special skills, exceptional physical prowess, capable of defeating Sand Shadow Kankuro in one strike. Graduated top of his class from ninja school, proficient in ninjutsu, accepted as a disciple by the 3rd Hokage, suspected of mastering advanced ninjutsu. Interests, training ninja school graduation age, 12 mission experience, D, 0 times, C, 0 times, B, 0 times, A, 0 times, S, 1 time. As Kabuto presented the intelligence of these three individuals, an astonished gasp erupted from the crowd, who struggled to catch their breath. An S-rank mission? This can't be true. Are today's Chunin really undertaking S-rank missions? Moreover, he has only a single S-rank mission, while all others from D to A are 0. Your information must be incorrect. What is even more astonishing is that this Hanada-ichin is actually the closed-door disciple of the third Hokage. How terrifying. How could we, from the same examination cohort, encounter such a monster? By the way, do you know the details of his S-rank mission? A question was raised. Yakushi Kabuto adjusted his glasses and replied solemnly. I have pursued this matter for quite some time. I can only confirm that Hanada-ichin has completed an S-rank mission, but no further information can be uncovered. Regardless of how deeply I investigate, it appears to be classified as top secret. Chapter 18. Provocation. Senior Kabuto, it is rather inappropriate to publicly disclose others' intelligence, especially as a ninja of Konoha. What are your intentions in spreading the information of our village's ninja? A group of people surrounded Kabuto, questioning him incessantly, unaware that the very subject of their discussion had approached them. Who are you? A meddlesome dog? If you wish to listen, do so quietly. Stop posturing as if you are a great wolf. If you do not wish to hear, then leave. I was enjoying myself until you interrupted. An impatient onlooker began to grumble. Wait, hold on, he is Hanada-ichin. Look at the image on the ninja card. Is it not the very person before us? A trembling voice broke through the murmurs, snapping everyone back to reality. What? Please repeat that. Who is he? It's Hanada-ichin, the person reiterated. Instantly, the atmosphere became hushed, with the sound of breath palpable in the air. Mighty One. The one who completed the S-rank mission. We were wrong. It is all this damn trash ninja-s doing. He spread the information, and we were merely passive listeners. Truly just listening casually. Please do not hold it against us. Fear not. There are many of us and only one of him. A mere spit from us could drown him. What is there to fear? He is just a lowly genin like you all. Who knows how he completed that S-rank mission? Perhaps it was merely the Hokage granting his apprentice some credentials. Some began to rally the crowd, eyes glinting with ill intent. Do you misunderstand the nature of S-rank missions? Or perhaps me? It can be said that everyone here is worthless, yet dares to pluck fur from the tigress' back. Ichin scoffed. However, you all are merely expendable fodder, so what will it be? Will you leave on your own? Or shall I escort you out, little dolls? Enough. I cannot endure this shamelessness any longer. Brothers, let us teach him a lesson. Ignorant of his own peril, one among them gathered chakra, the immense aura coalescing around him. A blinding azure light engulfing the surroundings, manifesting 9 crystalline dragons that surged towards the crowd. The classroom flickered ominously, as if the very space around them was affected by this overwhelming presence. The crystalline dragon collided with the nearby candidates, reducing them to nothingness, their souls extinguished. It took a considerable time for everyone to realize they were still alive, thinking they had met their end. How terrifying. Just the aura alone thrust us into the depths of despair, utterly insurmountable. Then came the cacophony of chaos, with only Yakushi Kabuto remaining in the center. Not because he wished to stay, but because Ichin's aura had locked him in place, making any movement perilous. A misstep could invite a tempest of wrath. And whether he would survive was uncertain. Ichin, my junior, can we speak reasonably? Could you perhaps retract your aura? Kabuto, drenched in cold sweat, felt as if he were facing Orochimaru. How could a mere genin be so formidable? Here he was, competing against a group of children, utterly absurd. Look. This intelligence is not particularly crucial. If it were, I would never reveal it. Such information is readily obtainable by anyone curious. I am not a spy and would never engage in actions detrimental to the village, Kabuto asserted with righteous determination. It seems you have gathered other significant intelligence but have chosen not to disclose it. Will you submit obediently, or shall I render you incapacitated first? The choice is yours. What authority do you possess to do this? You wish to harm a fellow village ninja, inciting conflict among your own? You are the real spy. Kabuto retorted, his eyes darting, attempting to turn the tables. You are quite the silver-tongued one. Individuals of your caliber, adept at conversation and manipulation, are either spies or spies. Enough with the struggle. Bring him away for thorough interrogation, Ichin commanded into the void. Yes, Lord Ichin. 2 Umbu appeared out of thin air. These 2 had been dispatched by the third Hokage upon learning that Ichin had defeated Kisame Hashigaki and Itachi Uchiha during a mission in the Land of Waves. Escape? Is that even a possibility? Kabuto pondered, analyzing every potential escape route. He played the part of a lowly genin who had failed the Chunin exams for years, possessing only the skill of information gathering, no other abilities. To flee from the heart of Konoha while facing Hanada Ichin, who appeared overwhelmingly powerful, seemed improbable. He realized he could only lie low for the time being, awaiting future opportunities. Fortunately, during his time in hiding, he had not committed any unreasonable acts that could incriminate him. He could only adapt to circumstances as they arose. This Hanada Ichin, was he truly arrogant, or had he genuinely uncovered something? He could not fathom where the oversight lay. It was terribly unfortunate to encounter such a formidable adversary. Once Yukushi Kabuto was taken away by the Umbu, silence enveloped the examination room. No one dared to make a sound, fearful of being the next to be apprehended. Hanada Ichin's arrogance was overwhelming. The intelligence he had just shared was indeed accurate. However, what was this nonsense about him being gentle? Did this individual possess a gentle nature? Ha. Everyone, do not worry. I am not about to consume you. Come now, cheer up. If you perform poorly in the upcoming exam, I would truly feel remorse. What a sin that would be, ha. After a while, the atmosphere began to return to normal only when the head examiner, Marino Ibiki, arrived. The chief examiner, known as the Master of Interrogation, bore many scars from brutal tortures across his face, making him a particularly intimidating jonin. However, with the preceding events, no matter how much Ibiki attempted to intimidate or threaten, he could not reach the previous level of fear. These genin resembled a flock of quails, obedient and compliant. Before the examination commenced, Ibiki outlined the format of the test. There were a total of 10 questions. Each incorrect answer would result in a deduction of 1 point. Although passing depended on the overall score of the three-person team. If even one person answered all questions incorrectly, the entire team would fail. All right, the examination begins. After explaining the rules, Ibiki announced the start of the exam. And one by one, the candidates received their test papers. What are these questions? I do not know the answer to a single one. Many were bewildered upon seeing the exam paper. Is this truly meant for genin? A candidate, bewildered, lifted his gaze to ascertain whether he was the sole individual unable to complete the examination. Gradually, others began to raise their heads as well, all exhibiting a similar uncertainty in how to proceed. Observing this, a sense of relief washed over the group. It was comforting to realize that he was not alone in his struggle. However, amidst this assembly of perplexed examinees, a few individuals were diligently scribbling down their answers, each employing their unique methods to navigate the challenge. Utilizing the water release technique, mirrors of water and moonlight, a subtle smile graced Aichin's lips. Chapter 19. The outcome. The water release technique, mirrors of water and moonlight, was ingeniously devised to compensate for the shortcomings of illusionary techniques. Its primary function involved refracting and reflecting light at various angles through moisture in the air or the flowing water of the user's attire to create effects such as invisibility and mirages. This technique, developed recently, was unexpectedly effective in its first practical application, although it posed significant challenges for those attempting to cheat. Niji activated his Byakugan, reveling in the act of copying the correct answers when suddenly, his vision blurred and the correct responses vanished. As his perspective shifted, he was confronted with a blank test paper signed by Naruto. Perhaps due to a restless night, the technique had faltered. Determined, he activated his Byakugan once more, only to find the same blank paper before him. Heavens above, he lamented. Gaara, bewildered by the test questions, realized they were beyond his capability. Yet, as he noticed his peers resorting to dishonest means, he too succumbed to temptation, confident in his mastery of the sand-eye technique. Who fears whom? He thought. And the outcome was predictable. He, too, followed in Niji's footsteps, continually adjusting his sand-eye, only to see Naruto's blank paper once more. In the examination hall, only Sakura, Aichin, and a few designated Chunin continued to write fervently. As top students, Sakura and Aichin found no difficulty in the questions, while the assigned Chunin remained oblivious to the unusual atmosphere, diligently writing to facilitate the cheating endeavors of their fellow shinobi. The proctor, Morinoa Bisuki, initially entertained by the students' varied attempts at deception, soon noticed that apart from a handful still writing, the majority had halted, their expressions akin to that of utter despair. He had anticipated eliminating over 60 candidates in this first round, but the current scenario threatened either universal passage or the failure of only 1 or 2 individuals. A desperate measure was required. With 10 minutes remaining in the exam, Proctor Ibisuki announced, "This is the 10th question, and I must add a small condition." He elaborated on the dire rules. You must choose whether to answer the 10th question. If you forfeit, you will be disqualified, and your peers will also be deemed unfit. Missing this opportunity for the Chunin exam, though you may participate again in the future. should you choose to answer. A correct response will grant you passage to the next stage. However, an incorrect answer will result in a permanent disqualification from future Chunin exams. Consider surrendering. If you lack confidence, return next year or the year after. A wrong answer will condemn you to a lifetime as a genin. Outside, dark clouds loomed ominously, shrouding the sky and casting a weighty gloom over the scene. The oppressive atmosphere rendered the world eerily silent. The sharp wind sliced through the air, dismissing any gasps of astonishment. Delicate flowers and grasses trembled in submission. In an instant, thunder and lightning jolted the candidates back to reality. They gazed at their pristine test papers, the intimidating visage of the proctor looming before them, and recalled Ichin's formidable presence. They felt like quaking quails, questioning themselves. Am I truly capable of becoming a Chunin? They reassured themselves, I lack the ability now. I shall return next year. As they hypnotized themselves with repetitive affirmations. Before long, the first ninja raised his hand, followed by others who felt the crushing weight of psychological pressure and chose to leave. Morinoa Basuki, a seasoned interrogator from the Umbu, relished in the psychological torment, keen on uncovering the frailties of the candidates' minds. After Ichin's earlier antics, the students were already on the brink of mental collapse. One by one, they began to exit, until Naruto issued a stirring declaration, don't underestimate me. I will never give up. I accept this exam, even if I remain a genin for life. I will become Hokage to show you all that it is no great feat. That foolishness, I too shall not yield. Sasuke breathed a sigh of relief. Following Naruto's lead to answer the 10th question. I will not give up. I shall respond. I cannot be looked down upon. More candidates broke free from their mental constraints, resolved to face the 10th question. 1, 2, 3, 10, 22. Ultimately, only 22 individuals remained, the 7 teams and Ichin. Had Naruto's declaration come any later, perhaps only a handful would have stayed. Congratulations! The 22 of you have successfully passed the first examination. Originally, the 10th examination posed no questions. However, this particular round is the true essence of the assessment. The choice to continue or to relinquish seems inherently paradoxical. Yet, the examiner seeks to convey that upon becoming a Chunin, one will inevitably encounter perilous tasks that cannot be declined. In such moments, it is not retreat that is called for, but rather the display of courage to one's companions and the ability to surmount adversity. Those who were eliminated place their hopes in the next year, a sign of their wavering resolve that disqualifies them from becoming Chunin. The remaining candidates successfully passed the first round. Chapter 20. Interrogation. As the first round of examinations concluded, candidates gradually exited the classroom and assembled in the spacious plaza, where the air was imbued with the essence of spring. A gentle inhalation revealed a refreshing verdancy, while small green insects played hide-and-seek among the grass, and delicate butterflies flaunted their colorful attire. Even the birds seemed to rejoice, harmonizing with the cheerful melodies of the crickets, as if the preceding dark clouds and foreboding atmosphere were but an illusion. This examination serves as a crucible of life experiences for the candidates of this generation. Those who emerge successfully shall find their spirits rejuvenated, a significance that will profoundly influence their subsequent ninja careers. Hanada Ichin, please accompany us. 2 masked men suddenly appeared, requesting Ichin's presence before Danzo. You two were sent by Lord Danzo? Such a grand gesture indeed, Ichin remarked, yet, with the Chunin exams underway, many unsavory characters are lurking. Are you not concerned for Lord Danzo's safety? The 2 men, Oil Woman Torian and Mountain Wind, felt a shiver of unease. Oh, what does Lord Danzo desire of me? Let me guess, have I incurred his wrath for reprimanding Yakushi Kabuto? Is he perhaps one of Danzo's subordinates? How foolish of me. Very well, I shall accompany you and apologize to Lord Danzo. Before Torian and Mountain Wind could react, Ichin followed them without hesitation. Hurry, inform Lord Hokage. I will follow closely behind to ensure Ichin's safety, urged one of the Umbu members. Be cautious. Witnessing Ichin being taken by Danzo, the 2 Umbu swiftly devised a plan and moved into action. At the root headquarters, Ichin was surprised to find such a sophisticated office belonging to Lord Danzo. It seemed there was much more to the root than meets the eye. Torian and Mountain Wind ignored Ichin's jest and ushered him inside, where an elderly man sat in the hall, his face marked with deep lines and bandages, revealing only one eye, a visage that could only be described as unappealing. As soon as Danzo saw his guest had arrived, he set down his teacup and met Ichin's gaze. Indeed, a young hero. To have defeated both Kisame Hashigaki and Itachi Uchiha at such a tender age, one can only surmise that even the first Hokage was no greater at your age. Ah. Lord Danzo, since you are aware of my victories over Kisame and Itachi, Are you not concerned that I might act against you? As the saying goes, one should not sit in a perilous hall if they value their life. It seems you possess either great confidence in yourself and your capable subordinates, or perhaps time has dulled your wits. Danzo's expression hardened momentarily, prompting Torian and Mountain Wind to position themselves defensively in front of him. Do not fret. I speak merely in jest. Let us not allow tempers to flare. Pray tell, what is the purpose of your summons, Lord Danzo? Danzo stepped back, creating distance from Ichin, and spoke slowly. Hanada Ichin, I have received reports that you engaged in a violent altercation with a ninja from our village during the examination, apprehending him without evidence. Is this true? While you are the Hokage's disciple, such blatant disregard for order and inciting chaos cannot be overlooked. I must enlighten you on the proper conduct. Lord Danzo, you refer to Yakushi Kabuto, do you not? He has disclosed information about Konoha ninjas to foreign nations. I suspect he may be a spy for the village. And taking him in for questioning is not unreasonable, is it? Ichin replied with conviction. Yakushi Kabuto is not a spy. To apprehend him solely based on your suspicions is excessive. Should I too be subjected to your doubts and taken for interrogation? Danzo pressed, his tone aggressive. At that moment, the third Hokage arrived with 2 advisors, gathering the 4 most powerful figures in Konoha over what seemed a trivial matter. Ichin's actions following his victory over Kasame and Itachi had drawn intense scrutiny. Master, Lord Monzen, Lady Kashin, Ichin greeted the newcomers with a bright smile, leaving an impression of a promising young man. Yuan Fei, you have arrived at an opportune moment. Your disciple has engaged in violence against a ninja from our village without evidence and has confessed. What do you propose we do? Danzo seized the initiative. Ichin, is this true? The third Hokage inquired, perplexed. Master, there is some truth to this, but I did not act without cause. I suspect he is a spy for the village, Ichin asserted with righteous indignation. Do you have any evidence? Danzo pressed. Intuition was the vague response that left the room in silence. The 4 prominent figures of Konoha exchanged glances of disbelief, realizing that if intuition sufficed as evidence, their roles would be rendered obsolete. Sensing the tension, Ichin interjected, regardless, the matter is settled. We can interrogate him and uncover the truth. If he is truly innocent, I shall apologize and offer him my self-created S-rank jutsu. The mention of an S-rank jutsu left the 4 in shock, realizing the immense value it would bestow upon Yakushi Kabuto should he prove to be innocent. Currently, common ninjas primarily have access to C and B-rank jutsu, with A-rank skills remaining out of reach. Furthermore, techniques learned from Konoha cannot be passed to one's family. Those seeking to acquire ninjutsu must either create their own or exchange contributions earned from missions, a task that is far from simple. Yakushi Kabuto is my subordinate, but he is certainly not a spy for the village. Danzo finally conceded, acknowledging the truth. Ichin, do you still believe Yakushi Kabuto to be a spy in light of this revelation? Upon hearing Danzo's admission, the other 3 felt a jolt. And as they turned their gazes toward Ichin, the third Hokage cautioned, Ichin, perhaps it is best to let this matter rest. No. My intuition insists he is indeed a spy. Lord Danzo, since you acknowledge Yakushi Kabuto as your subordinate, how will you justify yourself if he is discovered to be a spy? If Yakushi Kabuto is indeed a spy for the village, it is a grave misjudgment on my part. I shall disband the root and relinquish my position as an advisor to the Hokage. Danzo's expression was one of fierce determination as he made a solemn vow. While Danzo was still vehemently defending himself, a member of the Umbu suddenly appeared, Hokage-sama. Yakushi Kabuto has been rescued by a powerful enemy, suspected to be Orochimaru. Chapter 21. Traces what? Orochimaru. The third Hokage, Danzo, Minin, and Konohamaru were all taken aback, gazing at the Umbu. Yakushi Kabuto was rescued by Orochimaru? How can we be certain it was Orochimaru? The third Hokage inquired. The individual possesses extraordinary strength, undoubtedly at the level of a Kage. At that time, we had 5 Umbu Jonin present, yet we were thoroughly suppressed by him. Moreover, the techniques he employed were solely those associated with Orochimaru. Hence, I conclude that it was indeed Orochimaru who rescued Yakushi Kabuto. It seems it was Orochimaru without a doubt. The third Hokage appeared aged, his posture slightly slumped, indicating that Orochimaru had long been a burden on his mind. Orochimaru's audacity was astonishing. He brazenly infiltrated Konoha to rescue someone. Could he have ulterior motives? Is he planning to wreak havoc during the Chunin exams? Orochimaru's intent was likely not merely to rescue Yakushi Kabuto. He must have some hidden agenda, Minin and Konohamaru analyzed, demonstrating their wisdom as advisors to the Hokage. The immediate priority is to mobilize the Konoha ninjas and conduct a thorough investigation of the village's inner workings to prevent Orochimaru from lingering in Konoha. Otherwise, we would be left in a state of unease. Additionally, we must bolster the village's defenses and recall any Jonin currently on missions. And do remember to summon Jiraiya or Tsunade back. We need them at this critical juncture. Minin, Konohamaru, I entrust this matter to you, commanded the third Hokage. Understood. Minin and Konohamaru promptly took their leave. Danzo, what troubles you? Yikin teased, noticing Danzo's discomfort, akin to having swallowed a fly. Danzo, it seems your subordinates have colluded with Orochimaru. The route must undergo a thorough investigation. For now, refrain from involving yourself in this matter and take some time to rest at home, the third Hokage ordered, though it had not yet come to disbanding the route. It left Danzo in a state of distress. Damn Yakushi Kabuto, that traitorous wretch. I detest betrayers. And that Yikin, truly despicable, he has instigated this entire situation. If it weren't for him, none of this would have occurred. Ah, Orochimaru, after all the conveniences I have granted you, providing you with countless experimental materials, you dare to take my people? I vow I shall not rest until I settle this with you. Danzo raged internally, cursing each of them, yet in reality, he felt powerless, having no choice but to comply with the third Hokage's arrangements. He left, muttering a few harsh words under his breath, his anger simmering. Yikin, the situation is precarious, be cautious. Moreover, now that you have uncovered Orochimaru's trail, beware of his retaliation, the third Hokage cautioned earnestly. Yes, master, I will be careful. You need not worry, Yikin assured. And for the second round of the Chunin exams, you should refrain from participating. I fear if you join, there may not be a third round for you. Just proceed directly to the third round. I intended for you to participate in the exams merely to immerse yourself in the ambience and to experience the journey of advancing to Chunin and subsequently to Jonin. Alas, your growth and strength has been astonishing. It is truly hard to believe, but once you mature, you shall become the next god of ninjas. The third Hokage proclaimed, his eyes sparkling as if gazing upon a rare treasure. I have aged, filled with ambitions yet lacking the vigor to lead Konoha further. With the passage of time, I have made numerous compromises, each filled with profound regret. I have let many down. I could have done better. But I compromised on many matters. Do you know why? Before Yikin could respond, the third Hokage continued, it is strength. Without unparalleled power, how can one suppress all dissent? Without the imposing aura to dominate, how can one quell the myriad of spirits? In this ninja world, it ultimately comes down to whose fist is stronger. I was unable to achieve this in my youth, and now, in my old age, I dare not even dream of it. However, Yikin, you can. You undoubtedly can. You are the most talented individual I have ever encountered. Though you lack a bloodline limit, your innate abilities surpass all others. You will surely command respect in this era. Unrivaled in the world. I believe you can lead Konoha to greater heights. The third Hokage placed his hands on Yikin's shoulders, his gaze intense and fervent. Master, to command respect and be unrivaled is merely a minor goal. I will venture further. My ambitions forever lie among the cosmic skies and the vast oceans of stars. Yikin replied, his aspirations soaring high. The third Hokage was momentarily stunned, wishing to caution against lofty ambitions, yet recalling his own earlier sentiments. He decided to embrace the youthful spirit of aspiration. After parting ways with the third Hokage, feeling unoccupied, I found myself wandering into the forest of death. Now the site of the second exam. Ah, Miss Akamichi, you don't seem well. I greeted upon spotting Akamichi at the forest entrance. Oh, it's Yikin. I have a feeling something unfortunate is about to happen, Akamichi replied distractedly, her worry palpable. Could Orochimaru still be among the crowd in the second exam? But hadn't he gone to rescue Yakushi Kabuto? Could it be a shadow clone or something similar? I pondered quietly. Regardless, whether Orochimaru was present or not, it mattered little. I hoped he would be surprised by the current Naruto. Miss Akamichi, I must take my leave to chat with Kakashi. Farewell. Goodbye. Akamichi watched Yikin's retreating figure. Deep in thought, having heard tales of Yikin's formidable strength, yet feeling somewhat skeptical. In the forest of death, towering trees intertwined to form natural barriers, blocking the sun's rays with an impenetrable canopy. Though it was midday, the forest felt cool, even slightly chilly. An owl with dark eyes silently observed a group passing through the woods as a gentle breeze began to stir, carrying an eerie sound, as if someone were weeping. While others seemed to be laughing, the trees appeared to grin wickedly, extending dark, gnarled branches, as if to ensnare one into an endless abyss. Their gaping mouths seemed poised to unleash unknown horrors, while the grass wept, swaying with frail bodies. Were they afraid? Or were they merely bowing their heads in silent tears, sensing the arrival of yet another? Sakura, do not tremble. I'm fine. Sakura cautiously surveyed her surroundings, noticing that aside from Naruto and Sasuke, all was eerily calm. Why had she felt so unnerved? Sasuke, I finally found you. A voice, laden with magnetism, echoed through the stillness of the forest of death. Sasuke, come to my side. I can offer you what you desire. What are you hesitating for? Leave those weaklings behind. They will only hinder your growth. Weaklings? Who do you call weaklings, you insufferable scoundrel? I will kill you. Naruto's eyes blazed crimson, his breath steaming with rage, fixated on Orochimaru. Chapter 22, Battle Sakura, Sasuke. Step back. Allow me to deal with this shameless scoundrel. Naruto roared, overwhelmed with fury, having always been the underdog. Since his encounter with I Ching, he has become extraordinarily powerful. Henceforth, no one shall dare to label him as trash or a mere talent. The disdainful remarks do not faze him. Orochimaru, however, finds it difficult to maintain his composure. Even his finest self-restraint crumbles under Naruto's relentless jibes. Do you seek death, little brat? I can grant you that. Orochimaru intones ominously after drawing a deep breath. In response to Orochimaru's taunt, Naruto unleashes the multiple shadow clone technique, creating 1,000 shadow clones. The once tranquil death forest is suddenly alive with activity. Such an immense chakra, could he be the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki? Orochimaru muses. The Nine-Tails brat possesses considerable chakra. Yet, trash remains trash. No amount of chakra will aid you if you cannot wield it effectively, he retorts dismissively. Team 1. Advance and maintain the wind release. Great breakthrough. At the command of the original, 100-man team emerges, executing the great breakthrough. A fierce wind pressure is generated, inflicting extensive damage in a fan-shaped area towards Orochimaru and creating a negative pressure effect that hinders his movement. Team 1 of the mass assault. Deploy wind release. 1,000 faces of wind. Another 100 warriors step forth, unleashing the 1,000 faces of wind. Each shadow clone sends 4,000 of tiny wind blades, blanketing the area surrounding Orochimaru with a relentless barrage. Teams 1, 2, and 3 of the heavy assault proceed with wind release. Vacuum sphere. 3 additional squads of 100 emerge, directing hundreds, even thousands of wind waves towards Orochimaru. As 3 waves of ninjutsu collide, a hurricane rages between Naruto and Orochimaru, shredding all tangible matter into fragments, layer upon layer of earth being stripped away, evoking an apocalyptic scene. Faced with the overwhelming tide of wind-based jutsu unleashed by Naruto, Orochimaru's expression of disdain gradually transforms into astonishment and then into sheer terror. This is bad, he realizes in a moment of urgency. Immediately, he bites his right thumb, swiftly forming hand seals, and strikes the ground with both hands. Summoning technique, triple Rashomon. The ground trembles with a thunderous roar. With a series of thunderous roars, the ground suddenly fissured, and 3 colossal gates, each a striking hue of crimson, azure, and cerulean, rose majestically from the earth, standing defiantly before Orochimaru, colliding with the relentless tempest. Boom! A tremendous explosion reverberated as the hurricane collided with the 3-tiered Rashomon. The first layer of the Rashomon crumbled within mere seconds. The second and third layers offered only slight resistance before succumbing to the onslaught. Fortunately, the 3-tiered Rashomon absorbed the majority of the impact, though Orochimaru found himself buried in the earth, legs flailing in an undignified manner. Humph. Is this all? I have yet to unleash half of my strength. Naruto observed as 5 small teams of the 500 soldiers behind him eagerly awaited their turn. Team 2, request to engage. Team 2, request to engage. Team 1, request to engage. Team 2, request to engage. Team 1, ready for action. Sasuke, pinch me. Am I dreaming? Sakura implored. All right, Sakura, Sasuke replied, his demeanor unchanging. Be gentle. Sakura winced, rubbing the spot where Sasuke had pinched her. What has gotten into Naruto? He is suddenly so powerful. What secret training has he been undergoing with Ichin? That was a close call. Even if it was merely a shadow clone, it still possessed 30% of my chakra. How can the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki be so formidable? Kabuto remarked that a Konoha genin named Ichin is exceptionally enigmatic. To think another Nine-Tails Jinchuriki has appeared. The current genin are truly impressive. This is bad. My chakra is nearly depleted. One decisive strike should end this. With that, Orochimaru unleashed his secret technique, the Serpent's Formation. Upon invoking this technique, Orochimaru unleashed countless venomous snakes from his mouth, surging toward Naruto and his companions. Too many snakes. It's terrifying. Sakura gasped, nearly losing her composure. Don't be afraid, Sakura. Team 1, engage. Utilize wind release, wind wall technique to shield us. As the vortex of wind surrounded Naruto and his companions, all the snakes aiming for them were deflected away, unable to penetrate the protective barrier. Meanwhile, the other attacking teams began to systematically eliminate the serpents summoned by Orochimaru. Suddenly, a number of the venomous snakes spat forth the Kusanagi sword, slicing effortlessly through the wind barrier, hurtling towards Naruto and his companions. This is bad. Sasuke, use fire release. Naruto shouted in urgency. Heeding Naruto's call, Sasuke gathered all his chakra and executed the fire release, fire walking technique. In tandem, Naruto unleashed the wind release, gale technique. A whirlwind cascaded from above, merging with the fire release to create a devastating combination of fire and wind, radiating an intense heat as it barreled towards Orochimaru. The serpentine formation, facing the Kusanagi sword, struggled against the inferno, large portions turning to char and ash. Just as victory seemed imminent for the trio, a head of Orochimaru burst forth from the serpentine mass, catching Sasuke by surprise and sinking its teeth into his neck, leaving behind a comma-shaped mark. Sasuke, come to me. I can grant you power, Orochimaru declared in his final moments, only to be reduced to ashes. Sasuke fell to his knees, clutching the wound. Cold sweat cascading down his face as he emitted a heart-wrenching roar. Sasuke, are you all right? Sakura, horrified by Sasuke's condition, could only scream and cry. Sakura, don't cry. We need to find a hiding spot and be cautious of the other exam participants. Let us allow Sasuke to rest and see if he can recover, Naruto urged. Okay, there's a tree hollow we just passed. I left a mark there. It's quite concealed. Let us hurry. Upon reaching the hollow, they settled Sasuke inside. After a while, the mark left by Orochimaru began to fade, and Sasuke drifted into unconsciousness. During this time, Sakura scrutinized Naruto from every angle, making him feel quite bashful. Sakura, what are you doing? Naruto, stop overthinking. You're being ridiculous. Sakura playfully struck his head, causing a lump to form. Sakura, that is too violent. Naruto exclaimed, on the verge of tears. How have you become so powerful? Chapter 23, Awakening Naruto beamed at Sakura's acknowledgement of his strength, reveling in his pride. Well, I've been training with Ichin these past few days. It's been nothing extraordinary. He just let me practice with the same body for an hour each day before sending me to Kakashi to learn wind release techniques. Strangely enough, techniques I previously struggled with, even the simplest C-rank jutsu, now feel as effortless as eating and drinking. Ichin remarked that I possess a rare talent. But the Nine-Tails chakra had stifled my potential. He helped me absorb the residual chakra, and that is how I've grown stronger. I'm impressive. Aren't I, Sakura? I'm a genius, Naruto declared proudly. Sigh, Naruto, you are impressive, but this method doesn't apply to me or Sasuke. Sasuke is fortunate. He has a bloodline limit, so his journey begins on a different path, with a bright future ahead. But I lack a bloodline limit and don't possess your remarkable talent. How will I ever keep up with you both? Will I always stand by? Watching you charge ahead while Sasuke suffers. I feel so useless. I don't want to try harder just to always fall behind. Sakura's tears began to flow. Sakura, please don't cry. Naruto exclaimed, panicked by her sorrow. What should I do? How can I comfort her? He pondered desperately, gazing at the still Sasuke. Sakura, remember what Ichin said about your exceptional chakra control? You can rival him. Just think of how powerful he is. Your chakra control is a rare gift. Moreover, Ichin previously suggested that you focus on medical ninjutsu, stating that only those with remarkable chakra control can excel in this field. Tsunade, one of the legendary Sannin, is the epitome of this discipline, possessing both extraordinary medical ninjutsu and formidable strength. If you master medical ninjutsu, you could help Sasuke right now. Even if you can't fully heal him, you could greatly alleviate his suffering. As Sakura listened, her tears gradually ceased. She gazed at the unconscious Sasuke, occasionally furrowing her brow. Although he lay unconscious, he continued to endure pain. Yes, if I could master medical ninjutsu, I could ease Sasuke's suffering and become as capable as Tsunade, ensuring I would hold my team back. Having found her purpose, Sakura's demeanor transformed. Her eyes gleamed with determination, and her spirit was rekindled. I will be strong. I will strive to become a great medical ninja and an indispensable part of our team. Hearing a noise outside, Naruto approached the entrance and concealed himself against the wall, noticing 3 figures approaching without any stealth measures. Were they overly confident in their abilities? It was a team from the Sound Village. Sakura, I'll handle them. You look after Sasuke. Naruto, allow me to go. As a ninja, I comprehend too late. Yet I must confront the reality. This time, let me take the lead. Sakura gazed at Naruto, her eyes eerily calm. I understand, until you face a life and death crisis. I shall not intervene. Naruto, observing Sakura's resolute figure, grasped her intention, but please be cautious. Sakura approached the cave's entrance. Noticing the Sound Ninja team's lack of vigilance and disorganized formation, the frontline ninjas were too exposed, rendering them vulnerable to a surprise attack, which would leave their comrades unable to provide timely assistance. Thus, she decided to eliminate one adversary first, drawing a shuriken from her pack. She seized the opportune moment to swiftly launch it at the foremost Sound Ninja. With powerful strides, she created a small crater in the ground and dashed toward him. Huh? An ambush. Sokka raised his arm to deflect the incoming shuriken with a sound wave, recalling previous intelligence about Sakura, merely a useless genin. He immediately unleashed another sound wave at the charging Sakura, which she narrowly avoided using her substitution technique. Humph, just a cowardly dodger, he sneered. Sokka aimed another sound wave attack at Sakura, yet she evaded it once more. After successfully dodging twice, Sakura, armed with her shuriken, charged at Sokka again. However, rather than employing her substitution technique this time, she opted for a direct assault, wounding Sokka's arm with a kunai while biting into his other arm. Despite Sokka's relentless attacks, she refused to let go until he finally kicked her away, revealing the insurmountable gap in their strengths. At that moment, the remaining Sound Ninjas joined the fray, encroaching upon their battle. Unable to eliminate even one opponent, it appeared that victory was slipping away, yet Sakura was resolute. She did not wish to fall or concede, even if it meant fighting until blood flowed freely. After exchanging blows with 3 Sound Ninjas for several rounds, all her attacks were deflected, and her hair was captured by one of them, rendering her immobile. Consumed by frustration, she pondered whether she would forever remain in need of protection. This was her moment to safeguard her cherished comrades. As Sokka prepared to attack, Sakura resolved to sever her long hair with a kunai to liberate herself from the grasp of her captor. However, a swift sound wave from Jean struck her, sending her sprawling several meters away, bloodied and battered. Lying on the ground, she struggled to open her eyes, attempting to rise, only to be met with a crimson haze. Blood from her forehead flowed into her vision. The world grew increasingly blurry as the 3 figures approached, leaving her feeling helpless. Stand down. Suddenly, Naruto appeared before Sakura, gazing at her with tenderness. Sakura, you have done remarkably well. You have proven yourself. Leave the rest to me. An overwhelming aura emanated from Naruto, forcing the Sound Ninja team to retreat step by step. He was Naruto Uzumaki of the Hidden Leaf. The records portrayed him as a mere underachiever, so why did he exude such pressure and strength? Why had he not intervened earlier? Were they mere playthings to him? How infuriating. 3 minutes later, gazing at the fallen Sound Ninja team, Naruto retrieved their Earth Scroll and carried Sakura back to the hollow in the tree. Placing her beside Sasuke, he wiped the blood from her forehead and administered basic first aid, waiting patiently for them to awaken. For Sakura, this was an awakening. For Naruto, it was no less significant. Chapter 24, the debut 3 days later. At the central tower of the Forest of Death, Naruto, Sakura, and Sasuke received congratulations from Ichin, who had been waiting at the finish line. Congratulations on successfully passing the second exam. Hey, Ichin, did you arrive before us? Naruto asked, puzzled. We rushed here nonstop. Ah. Well, I was called away by Lord Danzo at the start of the exam, which caused me to miss the second test. However, I will participate in the third exam, so no need to worry. Well, it seems you truly are Ichin, Naruto remarked wearily. They had fought tooth and nail to pass the second exam, while he had already secured a direct entry into the finals. Gradually, more teams arrived at the central tower. The requirement for passing the exam was to collect both the Earth and Heaven Scrolls. Due to a higher number of candidates being eliminated in the first round, the examiners placed the scrolls in various perilous locations throughout the Forest of Death. Ultimately, 5 teams succeeded in gathering both scrolls, Gaara's Sand Ninja team and the 12 elite of the Hidden Leaf. This underscored the vast disparity in strength between the great and small nations, as the ninjas from the grass and sound villages could not compare. Once all the teams had gathered, Moonlight Gale addressed the candidates. First, congratulations to all for overcoming the challenges and advancing to the final exam, the decisive battle. The first 2 exams primarily assess teamwork, organization, and coordination, while the third will focus on your individual capabilities. After these 2 rounds, I trust you have gained deeper insights into your own strengths. Thus, the third exam will take place in 1 month's time. I hope that during this period, you can identify and address your weaknesses and continue to advance. Moreover, dignitaries from various nations will attend the third exam. If you perform exceptionally well, You may catch the eye of influential figures, which could greatly benefit your future as a ninja. Ichen contemplated, indeed. The postponement by a month serves to showcase the prowess of the great nations and secure more mission allocations. During this month, I must strive to recall as many elite leaf ninjas as possible and search for Jiraiya and Tsunade to confront Orochimaru. After the second exam concluded, Ichen returned to rest, though he felt little fatigue. In contrast, Naruto, Sakura, and Sasuke were utterly exhausted, particularly Sasuke, who urgently needed Kakashi's sealing technique to alleviate his unbearable pain. Ichen had yet to delve into the art of sealing, rendering him somewhat unhelpful in that regard. It is worth noting that the sealing techniques within the ninja world are quite esteemed. He resolved to learn this craft when time permitted, albeit he would forego mastering the corpse demon seal. To celebrate Naruto and his companion's successful passage through 2 examinations, they had arranged to treat them to a barbecue once they had fully recovered. The Konoha 12, the future pillars of their village, were enjoying each other's company during this Chunin exam, and Ichen, as a disciple of the third Hokage and a formidable force in his own right, was accorded great respect. Their parents, aware of Ichen's status as the third Hokage's disciple, urged them to attend the gathering promptly, for they understood the significance of a Hokage's pupil. This group represented the most promising individuals, likely to produce the next Hokage among them. The barbecue was a delightful affair, with laughter and joy permeating the atmosphere. With time still on their side, Ichen extended an invitation to the hot springs, showcasing his lavish generosity. Of course, the springs were segregated by gender, and the gentlemen present included Ichen, Naruto Uzumaki, Sasuke Uchiha, Neji Hyuga, Rock Lee, Kiba Inuzuka, Shino Aburame, Shikamaru Nara, and Choji Akimichi. The ladies, meanwhile, comprised Ino Yamanaka, Sakura Haruno, Tenten, and Hinata Hyuga. Naruto, I've heard you're quite formidable now? Kiba inquired suddenly. Ha ha ha. I'm just average, far inferior to Ichen. Naruto replied, brimming with pride. Shall we find a time to spar? Kiba pressed further. Absolutely, bring it on. Naruto exclaimed, eager to engage, but was promptly restrained by the group, as it was clear that he should not be given any opportunity to showcase his enthusiasm. Shino, is it all right for you to soak in the springs? Will your insects survive the heat? Ichen hesitated for a considerable time before finally voicing a question that had puzzled him across lifetimes. In that instant, the men's bath fell into an eerie silence, as everyone gradually distanced themselves from Shino, attempting to maintain an air of nonchalance. Only Shino remained, questioning his place among them. Thinking to himself, indeed, I am quite the outlier. Haha, let us divert our conversation to other matters, Ichen quickly interjected, sensing the awkwardness. After a prolonged moment, the atmosphere gradually returned to normal. As they were engrossed in conversation, Ichen suddenly remarked, Is there someone outside? Are we being watched? Kiba asked, astonished. That shouldn't be the case. It likely isn't us being observed, Shikamaru contemplated, offering his insight. A group of individuals turned their gaze towards Ichen, eager to discern the nature of his discoveries. How about Neji takes a look? I suggested with a smile. No way. No way. No way. Even Naruto instantaneously reacted, vehemently opposed to the idea. It was far too terrifying. What if Sakura were to be seen by Neji? Haha, just a joke. I'll go meet him. Before long, Ichen's fingers danced gracefully, summoning a stream of water that spiraled around his fingertips. With a flick of his finger, the water shot upwards, breaking through the window to approach the women's bath. Sure enough, a lecherous old man stood there, grinning foolishly at the window, drooling profusely. The sentient water drew nearer, and before the old man could react, it ensnared his shins and performed a swift maneuver, hurling him to the ground. Jiraiya, thoroughly engrossed in the scene, was caught off guard by the sudden assault. Without a glimpse of his assailant, he found himself tossed aside. Do I not have any dignity? Who dares to play such tricks? After Jiraiya was thrown, the water returned with determination, seemingly intent on binding him up like a dumpling. How could the esteemed sage of the toads, Jiraiya, be defeated by the same trick twice? Jiraiya skillfully evaded the water, dodging and cutting through it with kunai, shattering its form. As the saying goes, water is gentle and yielding, benefiting all without contention. Regardless of the blade's edge, I remained steadfast. At that moment, Ichen and the others emerged from the baths, clad in their garments. The 4 beautiful women, flushed with embarrassment after learning they had been spied upon, surrounded Jiraiya, who shouted that the shameless voyeur was peeping. Jiraiya, startled, failed to comprehend the situation, and the water controlled by Ichen bound him tightly. Let go of me. I am the great sage of the toads, Jiraiya. You old pervert, keeping on 13-year-old girls in the bath. This is not peeping. I am merely gathering material. Do you understand? I am a disciple of the third Hokage. I would never stoop to such acts. Could you stop repeating that phrase? Let others think of me as someone else. Thus, the narrative continued, leading to the encounter with the esteemed Jiraiya, renowned for his charm and appeal. Captivating the hearts of all, from toddlers to the elderly. Ichen clasped his hands in apology and retracted the binding water. You painted a rather accurate picture. Except for that part about not sparing even toddlers and the elderly. I have a particular fondness for mature, graceful women. Next time, please rephrase that line, Jiraiya said. Brushing himself off with a grin, seemingly unfazed by the earlier embarrassment. It appeared that Jiraiya had a keen interest in Tsunade, who was said to have grown up alongside him and was famously known as the most beautiful woman in Konoha, particularly noted for her ample figure. Haha, young one. It seems we share a common interest. I have extensively studied Tsunade, inside and out, from afar and up close, Jiraiya boasted proudly. Lady Tsunade, what brings you here? Ichen suddenly bowed towards Jiraiya's rear. Cold sweat broke out on Jiraiya's forehead. His ribs ached from Tsunade's earlier blow. He dared not turn around and quickly vanished from sight. Where is Lady Tsunade? The companions inquired. That lecherous old man? They asked again. Ahahaha. Do not be deceived by his earlier demeanor. He is indeed Jiraiya, a disciple of the third Hokage and one of the legendary Sannin, a pillar of Konoha. Our comfortable lives, our ability to attend school and enjoy leisure. Owe much to Jiraiya's influence. Every village needs a formidable leader to safeguard against external threats. Thus, when you encounter Jiraiya, remember to greet him with a smile. Out of respect, the companions exchanged expressions akin to having tasted something bitter, nodding slowly. Jiraiya, I can only assist you this far. I strive to cultivate a positive image for you. I, Ichen, am a good person. No, a good disciple. The encounter with Jiraiya was but a small interlude. Afterward, the group lost interest and dispersed, returning home. As the last rays of the setting sun kissed the earth, blending with the dim yellow of Hokage Rock, a magnificent golden light illuminated the scene, swallowing the day. The sun dipped below the horizon, casting a warm glow over the land, where people strolled leisurely along the streets. The gentle evening breeze carrying the fragrant scent of flowers and trees, refreshing the spirit and enhancing the beauty of the sunset. As the saying goes, the setting sun and solitary wild geese fly together, autumn waters merge with the vast sky. The new moon rises beyond the flying birds. While the afterglow lingers in the twilight, a stream of verdant water flows, kissed by the spring rain, while half the bank is adorned with emerald hills, the other half basking in the glow of the setting sun. In the city of Chanlu, autumn grass spreads like a sapphire carpet, and on the bridge of magpies, a crimson ribbon dances in the twilight. Old man, I have returned, boomed Jiraiya as he swaggered into the Hokage's office. The third Hokage, engrossed in his work, smiled with a sense of nostalgia upon hearing Jiraiya's voice. As age weighs heavily, one often finds themselves reminiscing about the joys of youth and the vibrant souls that accompanied it. Yet such memories remain elusive for the third Hokage. Do you remember your return? He replied softly. I received the village's intelligence, and of course, I rushed back without delay. I am a man of great responsibility, old man, Jiraiya proclaimed, puffing himself up. You've gathered ample material from the outside. I presume you intend to shift your focus to the village now, the third Hokage stated matter-of-factly. Impossible, I would never, Jiraiya retorted, his demeanor suddenly serious. What transpired outside the women's bath? The third Hokage inquired. Ha ha ha, Jiraiya attempted to gloss over it. How did you know about the women's bath? Enough, let us discuss serious matters. The third Hokage redirected the conversation. Ah, very well. Let us talk of pressing issues, Jiraiya acquiesced. Indeed, it is evident that you and I are of the same mind. Has Orochimaru been located? Jiraiya asked. No. Since the discovery of Orochimaru's trail, signs of him have also appeared in the Forest of Death. However, it is confirmed that it was merely a clone. His true form remains hidden, the third Hokage replied, shaking his pipe. Can we discern his intentions? Jiraiya pressed on. In the Forest of Death, he tampered with the Uchiha orphans. It appears he covets the Uchiha bloodline. We must not allow this dangerous individual to acquire it, lest it be akin to a dragon unleashed into the sea, beyond our control. Very well, I shall remain in Konoha until the Chunin exams conclude. Having you here puts my mind at ease. By the way, how would you feel about becoming the fifth Hokage? I plan to resign after the Chunin exams. I have occupied this position for far too long. Konoha needs a new leader and cannot continue to be led by an old man like me. Old man? You know well that I am not one to settle down. It wouldn't suit me. You should seek Tsunade. She is the most fitting candidate. Tsunade is indeed the most suitable choice, but the third Hokage's side, she has been deeply hurt, and coaxing her back will not be an easy task. Oh. By the way, I have taken on a new disciple. You met him today. What do you think? The third Hokage suddenly inquired. You have taken on a disciple, my junior. I met him today. I can't shake this ominous feeling. Your premonition is correct. The third Hokage rolled his eyes. Jiraiya had made quite the fool of himself in front of his junior today, eroding any semblance of authority he held. Reflecting on the earlier encounter, Jiraiya recalled that despite his distraction, he had been thoroughly ensnared by that young boy's water jutsu. That boy must indeed be his junior, appearing as if he had just graduated from the ninja academy. Given that the Chunin exams were currently underway, it meant he was just a genin. This realization was rather remarkable. Is he the one who used water techniques? Jiraiya mused, non-committal. Yes, what are your thoughts? The third Hokage gazed at Jiraiya with a knowing smile. Such an unassuming little disciple, Jiraiya remarked. Yi Chang is the most talented individual I have ever encountered. A prodigy akin to Minato, a once-in-a-century genius. Is this lad truly so formidable? A few days ago, Yi Chang defeated the S-class rogue ninjas, Kasame Hashigaki and Itachi Uchiha. During a mission. Is he truly that powerful? Do not be deceived by his current rank as a genin. Yi Chang's prowess is nearing that of a Hokage. He stands on the brink of achieving true Hokage-level strength, having even created several S-class and SS-class jutsus. His combat capabilities have far surpassed his rank. Is this lad really that strong? Chapter 26. The finals. Time flows like a river, leaves fall in a flurry, and the fleeting moments slip away quietly. Draping themselves in new garb, donning armor anew. As January approaches, I quietly distance myself, organizing my chaotic thoughts as I step into the new generation. Once more. The fragrant grass blooms, but time, relentless, eludes my grasp like sand slipping through fingers. At last, the moment has arrived. I shall rewrite the script. In the finals. Against Orochimaru and the Akatsuki organization, I, Huadao Iching, shall hold nothing back. I demand that the heavens no longer obscure my vision. That the earth may no longer bury my heart, that all sentient beings comprehend my intent, and that all deities dissipate into nothingness. A true man is born in chaotic times. Wielding a 3-foot sword, one aims to achieve unparalleled feats. My ambitions remain unfulfilled. Must I meet my demise? At this moment. The attributes of Ichin Wadao are as follows. Name, Ichin Wadao. Overall strength, shadow level. Body chakra amount, 550 cards. Natural energy chakra amount, 5 cards, can convert to 50 cards of body chakra. Sage chakra amount, 5 cards, formed by the combination of body chakra and natural energy chakra. Chakra attributes, water, wind, earth. Taijutsu ability, S, quasi-shadow. Genjutsu ability, A, elite jonin. Chakra perception ability, S, pinnacle of shadow level. Chakra control ability, S, pinnacle of shadow level. Ninjutsu abilities, water release, heavenly cloud sword, SS, water release, water god robe, SS, water release, hard vortex water blade, S, water release, water break wave, S. Water release, water dragon bite explosion, S, and other ninjutsu below S rank. For the past month, Ichin has immersed himself in the 7th training ground, diligently absorbing the tailed beast chakra from Gaara and Naruto. Both his body chakra and natural energy chakra have steadily increased, finally reaching 5 cards just in time for the finals. When mixed in a 1:1 ratio, they naturally produce sage chakra. Since the natural energy chakra exists within his body, there is no need to extract it from the outside, allowing Ichin's sage mode to activate instantaneously. As long as Ichin's chakra does not deplete, there is no time limit to his sage mode, which serves as his greatest trump card. At this moment, the water release, water god robe officially becomes an SS rank ninjutsu. During the use of the water god robe, Ichin can continuously absorb the natural energy from the surroundings, converting it into sage chakra. One could say that Ichin now possesses the characteristics of the Nine Tails. As long as the instantaneous chakra consumption does not exceed the upper limit of sage chakra, Ichin can perpetually absorb external energy to replenish himself, achieving an endless supply of chakra. At this stage, the tailed beasts have become dispensable to Ichin. The activation of Sage Water Release, Water God Robe not only allows him to replenish his consumption continuously, but also to elevate his chakra limit at any moment. In the venue for the Chunin exam finals, the seats were densely packed with villagers from the Hidden Leaf Village. While distinguished guests from various nations had already taken their places, the most notable figures were the 3rd Hokage and the 4th Kazekage, or rather, Orochimaru. It was evident that a month later, Everyone appeared to be in high spirits, suggesting that they had all reaped significant benefits during this period. The main examiner, Moonlight Gale, expressed his recognition of all the participants. Next, I will announce the examination rules. There are a total of 16 remaining candidates, perfectly divided into 8 groups for battle. The victors will advance to the top 8, followed by 4 groups competing, with the winners entering the top 4. And then 2 groups will battle to determine the top 2, culminating in the final match to declare the champion. The specific matchups are as follows. First match, Ichin Wadao vs. Gaara. Second match, Sasuke Uchiha vs. Neji Hyuga. Third match, Temari vs. Shikamaru Nara. Fourth match, Sakura Haruno vs. Ino Yamanaka. Fifth match, Rock Lee vs. Kankuro. Sixth match, Choji Akimichi vs. Tenden. Seventh match, Hinata Hyuga vs. Shino Aburame. Eighth match, Naruto Uzumaki vs. Kiba Inazuka. I find myself in the last match, which is quite disappointing. Naruto has recently demonstrated a strong desire for attention and is dissatisfied with the groupings. Well, the groupings are as follows. Does anyone have any opinions? The main examiner, Moonlight Gale, is quite considerate and wishes to hear the thoughts of the candidates. Just as Naruto was about to speak, Ichin pulled him back. Naruto, you want to be the first to compete, right? Of course. Just watch me. Examiner, I have an opinion. Ichin stepped forward. Oh, Ichin, what are your thoughts? Gale, having a favorable impression of Ichin, was eager to hear his constructive suggestions. I believe that this final round need not be so complicated. The lengthy series of matches take too much time, and determining the first and second places seems rather meaningless. Moreover, since esteemed guests have traveled from afar, we should present them with a more spectacular performance. Therefore, I propose, Ichin Wadao, will face the remaining 15 participants. What do you think? Are you certain? Ichin, do not jest. Although this year's candidates are all Chunin, their combat abilities are not to be underestimated. Please consider carefully. I am not an ordinary Chunin. In the stands. Oh ho ho, truly remarkable. Which village does this ninja hail from? A guest in the VIP section inquired in admiration. Sir, he is Ichin Wadao from the Hidden Leaf, a disciple of the third Hokage, a guard responded. Oh ho ho, indeed. A great master begets a great disciple. I have high hopes for him. Hokage, your Ichin Wadao is indeed formidable. I wonder if he is strong or merely overconfident. Lord Kazekage, you jest. Since Ichin has made such a statement, he must possess confidence. It seems that the Hokage has great faith in his disciple's abilities. Sighing, my disciple is too proud. I apologize for the embarrassment caused to Lord Kazekage. The third Hokage, ever cunning, spoke without revealing too much, though one could see the amusement in his eyes, as if he were genuinely embarrassed. Hiki. Let us see the prowess of my disciple, the Kazekage remarked with a smile. Do any of you have any objections? Gale addressed the other 15 candidates. Damn it. He completely disregards me. Sasuke glared fiercely at Ichin, wishing he could kill him with his gaze. His eyes indeed possess lethal potential, but alas, Sasuke still has much to learn. I am furious. Naruto could no longer tolerate it. He was meant to be the first to compete. Yet all the attention had been seized by Ichin. He was merely a side character. Uncle can bear it, but Aunt cannot. Interesting. We have not yet faced off. But I hope you do not disappoint me. Gaara's temper had improved considerably, yet as the saying goes, even a Buddha has his limits, let alone a Shura. This is troublesome, but it is indeed more convenient than individual matches, so let it be, Shikamaru replied nonchalantly. They are underestimating him. Previously, Ichin treated us to barbecue and soaked in hot springs, leading us to believe he was a good person. I will show you. This was the shared sentiment of Kiba and Neji. Should we let Ichin win? He can treat us to barbecue later, Choji thought to himself, saliva pooling at the thought. Bastard, so arrogant. Kankuro glared at Ichin, but after being defeated by Ichin previously, he now felt a twinge of fear at the mere sight of him. My youth. My passion. Ichin, brace yourself for my burning spirit. Lee declared, seeking approval from Guy. Indeed, I am merely one among many. Shino Aburame adjusted his glasses. Yet he did not wish to be underestimated either. Due to Ichin Wadao, Gaara has finally found relief. He is a benefactor to Gaara. As Gaara's sister, Temari found herself in a rather awkward position. Icheng is indeed domineering and exudes an impressive aura. However, I have already developed affection for someone else, which is quite troubling. Hinata, Sakura, Tenten, and Ino find themselves at a loss. Chapter 27. Overwhelming. I concur. I too agree. Agreement. Consensus. A chorus of agreement resonated, as the majority concurred with the notion of a group challenging Icheng. It appeared that enthusiasm surged among the crowd. Consequently, I declare that this battle shall determine the victor. I invite everyone to the arena and to form the seal of reconciliation. Moonlight Gale announced the rules of the competition. Esteemed participants, you shall have 5 minutes to familiarize yourselves with one another's abilities. Additionally, please refrain from holding back during the match. For the outcome may hinge on a mere instant, Yi Cheng kindly suggested. There's no need to spend time getting to know each other. I could defeat you all single-handedly. Naruto exclaimed, brimming with eagerness and unable to contain himself. Wait, Naruto, do not act impulsively, Shikamaru cautioned, pulling him back into the fold. With the match agreed upon, Shikamaru stowed away his boredom and focused intently on the impending contest. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Shikamaru. My primary method of attack involves ensnaring my opponents with shadow binding. Do not underestimate Yi Cheng. He is far more formidable than you can imagine. If you do not exert your utmost effort, victory may slip away in the blink of an eye. Now, I kindly ask each of you to present your principal abilities. Dingji, I can amplify my physical form, enhancing both my strength and range of attack. Ino, I possess the ability to manipulate the minds and bodies of our foes. Dingji and Ino supported Shikamaru with their introductions. Gaara, I wield the power of sand in battle. Temari, a wind-release ninja, can employ various wind techniques. Kankuro, a puppeteer, commands puppets in combat. After 5 minutes of comprehending one another's capabilities, confidence surged among the team. You may begin, Yi Cheng stated calmly, as if his very being had melded with nature. Niji, Hinata, secure Yi Cheng's position. Do not allow him to conceal himself. Shikamaru entrusted the reconnaissance to the Hyuga clan, renowned for their expertise in surveillance through their Byakugan. Gaara, Ino, apply both physical and mental control. Understood. Ninjutsu, sand waterfall flow. Gaara summoned an immense quantity of sand that churned violently, rapidly coalescing into a colossal wave akin to a flood breaching a dam, rushing forth with great speed. The overwhelming sea of sand engulfed the arena, layering new sand over the existing terrain, thus creating an entirely new landscape. The terrifying tide of sand completely submerged Yi Cheng. Is he not escaping? Gaara inquired, perplexed. Indeed, he remains beneath, maintaining his previous posture without a hint of movement, Shikamaru confirmed. Then let us intensify our efforts. Understood. Ninjutsu, Sand Funeral. This enhanced version of the sandstorm would expand its range to 1 square kilometer, obliterating all that lay beneath the sandy expanse and possessing the terrifying capability to cause the desert to collapse further. Did we succeed? Shikamaru pressed anxiously. No. No. Gaara replied, his eyes wide with disbelief. Retrieve him. Ino, be ready. Ninjutsu, Sand Binding Coffin. Ichiraku was dragged from the depths of the sandstorm by Gaara and suspended in midair. Astonishingly, Ichiraku emerged unscathed, enveloped in a translucent membrane akin to fabric, which effectively shielded him from Gaara's devastating sand waterfall funeral. Ino, quickly, use the mind-body switch technique. Ino clasped her hands together, aiming at Ichiraku. With a sudden cough, she spat out blood, instantly succumbing to weakness, barely managing to support herself. She turned to Shikamaru and said, Ichiraku's spirit is indomitable, without any vulnerabilities. I have suffered a backlash. His mental fortitude can disregard typical psychic assaults before losing consciousness. Ino, CHG exclaimed. Do not panic, CHG. Ino has merely fainted. He is too powerful. Do we stand a chance? A sense of unease began to ripple through the crowd as none dared to take action. They were unworthy even to breach the defenses. The demeanor of the wind shadow, Orochimaru, shifted abruptly, the earlier nonchalance vanishing entirely. His eyes widened, fixated on the arena, reluctant to divert his gaze for even a fleeting moment. Lord Hokage, is your disciple truly a mere genin? The Wind Shadow inquired, astonished. Indeed, my dear Wind Shadow. Ichin has just graduated from the Ninja Academy this year, and he is indeed a genin, the third Hokage replied, equally captivated by the unfolding spectacle. To witness the unyielding resilience against Gaara's sand burial and this young girl's spiritual techniques was nothing short of astonishing. Her defensive ninjutsu seemed insurmountable. What a privilege it is to behold such flawless ninjutsu. Your village has developed an art of such caliber. It is truly remarkable, Orochimaru remarked, incredulity evident in his tone. It is a technique my young disciple created herself. It is of no significant merit, the third Hokage responded, delight radiating from him. Choji, Sasuke, Kiba, launch an all-out assault. Multi-size technique, meat shield battle car, charge forward. Akamaru, beast clone, let us go, Kiba. With all my might, I unleash Chidori. With arms crossed over his chest, Yi Cheng quietly observed the 3 figures rushing towards him, making no move to defend himself. The meat shield war chariot was repelled, shattering upon impact. Advance, 1,000 birds. Ah, damn it. Despite all our might, we remain utterly immobile. Is the disparity so vast? Xiaoli, unleash all your combat power. Flank Icheng from behind alongside Sasuke and see if we can breach his defenses. Naruto, be prepared if Xiaoli and Sasuke falter. You will execute a covering attack to seek out Icheng's weaknesses. Burn, my youth. For this day, I have never squandered even a second. Teacher Guy, watch closely. Xiaoli released all his burdens, and the weights fell to the ground, sending waves rippling through the sandy terrain. Not enough. The 8 gates technique. First gate, the opening gate. Second gate, the rest gate. Third gate, the life gate. Fourth gate, the wound gate. Fifth gate, the closing gate. Suddenly, Xiaoli's body flushed a deep crimson, radiating a vibrant green energy. Receive my full power strike. In an instant, he teleported behind Icheng, unleashing the Leaf Hurricane. Icheng has finally taken action. My dear friends, I have witnessed your efforts, and it brings me great solace. In gratitude for your dedication, I shall exert my utmost strength. What? Icheng has not yet unleashed his full potential? Alas, we are devoid of any hope. The celestial mode is now activated. In an instant, a figure emanated an overwhelming aura, with water blue hair cascading down to the shoulders. A blue diamond-shaped crystal adorned his forehead, effortlessly shattering Gaara's sand, Sasuke's Chidori. And Lee's strong gale, all in a heartbeat. He hovered in the air, ethereal and otherworldly, resembling a celestial being descended from the heavens. No. He appeared more like the sovereign of water, gazing down upon the realm. The spectators erupted in fervent discussions, their excitement reaching a fever pitch. Witnessing this figure stand aloft like a deity, both his adversaries and the gathered ninjas felt an immense pressure, as though their feet were rooted to the ground. The Wind Shadow, Orochimaru, and the third Hokage rose from their seats, no longer able to remain passive observers, their hearts overwhelmed with awe and exhilaration. Now, prepare to receive my next move. Chapter 28. The battle begins, the art of multiple shadow clones. A dust particle conjured 4 shadow clones, instantly arriving at the corners of the arena. The celestial technique, for directions water spirit barrier, unfurled a cerulean canopy that stretched to the horizon, ultimately forming a sealed cube towering 100 meters high. The celestial technique, great water burst, summoned an immeasurable deluge, surging towards the crowd like a waterfall cascading from the heavens. Reminiscent of the Milky Way descending from the night sky. What should we do? The companions were taken aback. Shikamaru, think of a plan. We must first attempt to block it. Fire release, great fireball technique. Wind release, great sickles technique. It's futile. We cannot withstand it. The water is coming. The crowd exclaimed in panic. Secret technique, insect sphere. Shino exerted all his strength to shield the others from the torrential onslaught. Striving for just a second, yet the insect sphere shattered. Heavenly return. Niji enveloped everyone under the protection of heavenly return, his chakra rapidly depleting. Unable to sustain the effort for long. In this moment of dire peril, Shikamaru spoke gravely. Naruto, as soon as Niji's heavenly return concludes, employ the multi-shadow clone technique, and have all clones unleash the wind release. Great breakthrough. Sasuke, you too shall create clones to assist Naruto with the fireball technique. Gaara, we will rely on you. Utilize absolute defense to safeguard us. Choji, employ the expansion technique to aid Gaara's defense, alleviating his burden. Everyone else, concentrate swiftly. Heavenly return collapses. Multi-shadow clone technique. All clones in unison, infinite wind release. Great breakthrough. Fire release. Great fireball technique. Combined ninjutsu, infinite fiery skies technique. Gaara extended his arms, releasing all his chakra into the sphere formed by absolute defense, a continual flow of energy. Choji activated the expansion technique, supporting Gaara's absolute defense like a titan holding the heavens. The relentless sea collided with the raging inferno. Flames raged, mist filled the air, and in that instant, a tremendous explosion radiated like the sun. Time seemingly froze. At the center of the explosion, an endless vapor was generated. Akin to dropping a colossal nuclear bomb into a sealed water sphere, the heat instantly vaporizing the water into steam, expanding infinitely. The 4 shadow clones of Ichin shattered instantaneously. The water spirit barrier fracturing with numerous cracks, teetering on the brink of collapse. This is dire, if the barrier shatters. Such an immense volume of water would inundate the venue, potentially causing catastrophic destruction, leaving the dignitaries and villagers utterly defenseless against the overwhelming tide, which could tear them apart in an instant. The third Hokage, in a state of alarm, sought to rush over and provide aid. An opportunity arose. Orochimaru finally unveiled the ultimate objective of this Chunin exam, seizing the moment of the third Hokage's distraction to launch a sudden attack, capturing him and taking him to a prearranged location. Immediately, the quartet unleashed secret technique for purple flames formation, enveloping the rooftop of the ambush site with barrier ninjutsu. Kabuto stealthily appeared at a corner of the arena, casting the illusionary Nirvana technique, causing the audience of the Chunin exam to witness a cascade of white feathers descending from above, soon plunging them into a serene and profound slumber. In the blink of an eye, the competition had shifted. The Hokage was taken hostage by the wind shadow, and adversaries emerged in the arena. Only then did the Umbu guarding the Chunin exam react. Wait, this situation is far from simple. Look, outside the village's barrier. A multitude of colossal serpentine summoning beasts have appeared. These are Orochimaru's summons. He has colluded with the Sand Shadow to strike at Konoha during the Chunin exam. The crowd swiftly reached this conclusion. Damn the Sand Shadow, damn Orochimaru. At this moment, Kakashi stepped forward as the leader of the Jonin class. In the absence of the Hokage, it was imperative for him to take charge, issuing commands to repel the invaders and protect Konoha. Guardians, disperse the villagers near the venue and barrier to safety in the shelters. Understood. Umbu Team 1, assist Lord Jiraiya in fending off Orochimaru's summoning beasts. Understood. Umbu Team 2, patrol the village to identify and eliminate any infiltrating Sand Shadow ninjas. Understood. Umbu Team 3, support the Hokage but be cautious. The enemy's barrier is the 4 purple flames formation, impervious to anything below the level of a Kage. Act according to the situation. Understood. Everyone else, contend with Ichin's water-release ninjutsu and confront the enemies here. Gazing at the precariously teetering water spirit barrier not far away, the group exchanged dry smiles. Pondering how to counter such a formidable ninjutsu, the best outcome seemed to be minimizing losses. The scene shifted back to the arena. The 12 little strong ones in Gaara's team were still enduring. The recent explosion had exerted immense pressure on them. Gaara's body was cracking, and his absolute defense bore numerous fissures, already at the brink of collapse. Just as they were about to falter, a dust particle suspended in the air. Expression devoid of emotion. Indeed, Orochimaru, you have finally made your move. I have awaited this moment for an eternity. Sage art, hard swirling water blade. The water spirit barrier shattered, and an inexhaustible pull emerged from the palm of my right hand. The ocean's vastness, akin to a collapsing edifice, surged chaotically into my grasp. As if freed from the Earth's gravitational hold, millions of tons of seawater ultimately coalesced in my palm into a tranquil water sphere. Heavens, this is a miracle. The remaining ninjas, whether from Konoha or the sand, momentarily halted their combat, bewildered, gazing at me and the seemingly unremarkable water sphere I held. On the other side of the battlefield, confusion reigned. Who are you? You are not the Wind Shadow. Who are you? The third Hokage finally realized that the Wind Shadow had been replaced, exclaiming in disbelief. Haha. Sensei, do you not remember me? How disheartening, Orochimaru replied. What do you intend to do? What do you think? Look at the chaos unfolding in Konoha, Orochimaru scoffed. You wish to destroy Konoha? You deranged fiend. I should never have shown you mercy. The third Hokage seethed. No. Destroying Konoha is merely a byproduct. My true aim is to eliminate you, Sensei. Orochimaru licked his lips, speaking ominously. You wretched disciple. Today, I shall cleanse my house. The third Hokage tore apart his Hokage cloak, revealing his battle armor, exuding an aura of lethal intent. Sensei, do not be rash. I have prepared a gift for you. Allow me to present it before you act, Orochimaru said. Forming hand seals. Secret technique, the impure world reincarnation. 3 coffins gradually emerged, each inscribed with the names of the first, second, and fourth Hokages. This is dire. Orochimaru intends to summon the past Hokages to fight. This is intolerable. He must not succeed. With a flurry of shurikens in the multiple shadow clone technique, the third Hokage unleashed a barrage of shurikens towards Orochimaru, aiming to interrupt the impure world reincarnation. But alas, will this be thwarted? No matter, with these 2, it suffices. I hope you will appreciate this gift, Sensei. Chapter 29, Slaying the Serpent. The coffin lid slowly fell, revealing the figures within. Monkey, you have aged. Yuan Fei. Are you now leading Konoha? The voices emanating from the coffin were achingly familiar. It was the first and second Hokages. The third Hokage stared in disbelief as they emerged, realizing he was witnessing the greatest Hokages in Konoha's history. My lords, it is my inadequacy that has led to this village's plight. And I have caused you both to be embroiled in it, he lamented, feeling a profound sense of shame. The first Hokage surveyed the current state of Konoha through the four purple flames formation, witnessing the bustling shops, streets, schools, and orderly crowds evacuating into bunkers. As Konoha ninjas engaged the enemy, "Monkey, you have done well. Do not belittle yourself," he remarked. "Thank you, First Lord," the third Hokage replied, tears streaming down his face. For nothing was more comforting than receiving the first acknowledgement. Yuan Fei had dedicated the majority of his life to Konoha, treating it as his child, protecting, nurturing, and cultivating it. Though he had committed many errors and made numerous compromises, he resolved that this time, he would charge forth without hesitation, dismissing all notions of weakness, even at the cost of his life. Wiping away his tears and standing tall, the third Hokage, Yuan Fei, declared, "Here stands the third Hokage of Konoha. Even in the face of countless foes, I shall forge ahead. Come forth, Orochimaru." Now this is the demeanor befitting a teacher, Orochimaru mused silently. What had compelled him to come to Konoha? Why did he wish to slay his own teacher? He had never confided in anyone the heavy secret that burdened his heart. Yuan Fei could not simply fade away as an aged Hokage. His destiny should be to perish on the battlefield, as a hero. Thus, he came here, unafraid of bearing the stigma of slaying his master. "Let us commence. It is time to begin," Orochimaru resolved, wiping away his tears, his gaze unwavering. "So, Sensei, I ask for your guidance." He then produced control seals, preparing to implant them into the bodies of the two Hokages. At that moment, I raised the water spear and hurled it with great force towards the four purple flames formation, my body following in swift pursuit. The instant the spear collided with the formation, flames erupted violently, clouds of mist swirling in the air, and the explosion unleashed a 12-level hurricane, sweeping away all obstacles. The clouds above were scattered, revealing a clear blue sky, akin to an inverted azure bowl. The sound ninja maintaining the four purple flames formation shattered, reduced to dust. Utilizing the sage art, water release, water disruption technique, a thick column of water surged through the mist, cleaving Orochimaru and the control seals in twain. The water column traversed the entirety of Konoha, severing three colossal summoned serpents wreaking havoc on the buildings, and continued beyond, leaving destruction in its wake, forests laid to waste, rivers cut off, and earth crumbling. "Second Lord," I urgently called out. The second Hokage instantly grasped the situation. "Impure world reincarnation, release." "Brother, allow me to assist you in dispelling it." Once both the first and second Hokages had been freed from the impure world reincarnation, I emerged from the encircling mist. "Honored lords, I am a ninja of Konoha and a disciple of the third Hokage. My name is Wadao-chan." I reverently introduced myself to the first and second. At that moment, the third Hokage, still shaken, gradually regained his composure. I had been fearless, prepared to sacrifice myself for Konoha, yet now, the disparity in emotion caused his face to flush crimson. He approached, forcing himself to steady his voice. "Yuan Fei greets you, my lords. This is my young disciple, Ichin, who surpasses his master by leaps and bounds. I hope you do not find him lacking. Monkey, your self-deprecation is unfounded. It is all nonsense. How dare you be so modest?" The first Hokage remarked. "Ichin, come forth. Let me see you." The first's gaze grew fond as he regarded me, recognizing the immense potential in my youth. "If I had a great-grandson, he would likely be of your age." "Brother, to temper your enthusiasm, this is rather embarrassing," the second Hokage chided his elder sibling, exasperated by his naivete. "Ichin, you have managed to elevate the water release technique to such heights. You are truly an extraordinary talent," the second Hokage praised, gently ruffling my hair in encouragement. "It is merely a matter of learning from those who came before. I utilize the techniques of the second lord. I cannot claim to have surpassed you. My abilities are still far from your level," I humbly replied. "Is Orochimaru dead?" The third Hokage suddenly recalled their ongoing battle with him. "The little serpent has fled, having made a hasty escape. How dare he recklessly employ the impure world reincarnation?" The second Hokage stated, a glimmer of menace in his eyes. "Has he indeed fled? It is understandable. At this juncture, Orochimaru would face not only three Hokages but also my overwhelming strength that surpasses typical Kaga-level prowess. Why stay and become fodder? My lords, it is my inadequacy that has produced such a rebellious disciple, bringing shame upon you," the third Hokage expressed, filled with remorse. "Orochimaru? He poses no threat. Yuan Fei, do not dwell upon it. You are performing admirably as Hokage and have not betrayed my trust." Alas, gazing upon the resplendent Konoha fills me with a profound sense of reluctance. Yet, we are ultimately but shadows of the past, and we ought not linger in this realm. To witness such a vibrant Konoha, to see you, Yuan Fei, and the remarkable Ichin, fills me with an unfulfilled longing. Thus, let us bid farewell. One moment. Esteemed leaders, I implore you to lend an ear to my humble words before reaching a conclusion. Ichin, upon perceiving the two Hokage's intention to return to the Pure Land, promptly stepped forward, lest his careful schemes dissolve into naught. Oh, esteemed first Hokage, do not be deceived by the apparent prosperity of the villagers in Konoha, who enjoy abundant sustenance and warmth, safeguarded by the village's guardianship. The ninja world is vast beyond measure. Countless souls are displaced, struggling for mere survival. Many are driven to desperate measures, selling their children simply to secure a morsel of food. Countless lives hang by a thread, devoid of any assurance. Even among the 5 great nations, the unseen darkness is akin to grains of sand in the sea, as plentiful as the stars in the night sky. I harbor a fervent desire to reform the shinobi world, yet my strength is woefully inadequate. I possess neither the might to sweep across the universe nor the skills to produce and manufacture. My aspirations exceed my capabilities. However, you possess the power to effect change. Your wood release could conquer nations in warfare, rendering all adversaries powerless. When harnessed for production, it could provide sustenance and warmth to countless displaced individuals, establishing the most solid foundation for material well-being. Ichin was born in the ninja realm and has lived there ever since. As his strength grew, so did his understanding of the world around him. He yearned to effect change. At present, the ninja realm is engulfed in turmoil. The citizens of the Land of Waves suffer under the oppressive yoke of tyranny, leading lives akin to the living dead, barely clothed and destitute. Meanwhile, in the war-torn small nations, the populace faces desolation, with 9 out of 10 homes abandoned, enduring the tragic fate of displacement and cannibalism. The more he learns about these dire circumstances, the stronger his desire to instigate change becomes, while simultaneously realizing the extent of his own powerlessness. Ichin implored you to stay. The first, second, and third Hokage were profoundly moved. They gazed at the 13-year-old boy before them, sensing the boundless radiance emanating from him. It was a brilliance that inspired trust and exuded a profound, encompassing love, an aura they had never dared to imagine or witness before. I, Senju Hashirama, fall short of you. I, Senju Tobirama, fall short of you. I, Sarutobi Hiruzen, fall short of you. Chapter 30. Stay. Before the 2 Hokage could respond, Ichin continued, Honorable Second Hokage. Peace in the ninja world has endured for over a decade, yet recently, various malevolent forces have begun to rise. There are reports of Orochimaru plotting to destroy Konoha, and the Akatsuki organization lurks with sinister intentions. The 4th Great Ninja War is imminent, a storm ready to break. Furthermore, there are formidable enemies from beyond our realm, far beyond our capacity to resist. According to credible intelligence, Orochimaru was once a member of the Akatsuki, which boasts several individuals whose powers rival or even surpass his. The ostensible leader of the Akatsuki wields the Rinnegan of the Sage of 6 Paths, an eye capable of annihilating the world. The true mastermind behind the Akatsuki is Uchiha Madara. Madara. The first Hokage was taken aback, his eyes igniting with fierce brilliance. The Rinnegan. The second Hokage gasped, eager to uncover the truth. A dozen elite shinobi. The third Hokage was bewildered. Ichin, from whence did you gather this information? The third Hokage inquired urgently. Teacher, do you recall my encounter with Uchiha Itachi on my way back from the Land of Waves? During our confrontation, he transported me to his Tsukuyumi space, where he disclosed all the intelligence he had gathered as an undercover agent. This matter is of grave importance, especially with the Chunin exams underway, as we discovered Orochimaru's intentions against Konoha. But what audacity does Orochimaru possess to challenge the strongest shinobi village, Konoha? I surmise he must have a trump card. In the ninjutsu manual you provided me, there was mention of the Edo Tensei technique, which I believe Orochimaru has likely mastered as well. Upon further investigation at the cemetery, I found evidence suggesting that the bodies of the 2 Hokage had been tampered with. Hence, I deduced the entirety of this situation and have come before you 3 to report this intelligence. I beg for your forgiveness, honorable sirs. Please, teacher, punish me as you see fit. Icheng knelt on the ground, seeking forgiveness. Child, you have performed admirably. Rise now, the first Hokage gently urged, pulling Icheng to his side. I am willing to remain. Though I once yearned for peace, I have witnessed much that must be preserved within the bounds of Konoha. Upon hearing Icheng's words, I felt the body of the impure world reincarnation ignite with an overwhelming fervor, a heat I had never before experienced. I shall unleash this passion upon the world. Tobirama. What say you? Brother, you still misunderstand me. While I do not aspire to save the world, safeguarding Konoha is my lifelong commitment. Particularly now that our enemies possess the Rinnegan and with Uchiha Madara's presence, my blood runs hot with the desire to carve out a vibrant world. I shall stay as well. Upon hearing that both the first and second Hokages were willing to remain, Iching exhaled a sigh of relief. Though Naruto and Sasuke would eventually grow and could restore the shinobi world, their arrival had already altered the course of Hokage history. Who could guarantee that Naruto and Sasuke would inevitably reach their potential, even if they successfully matured and triumphed over Uchiha Madara and Kagaya Otsutsuki? What of Boruto and Sarada facing Kinshiki, Momoshiki, and the enigmatic Ishiki from the Kara organization? The uncertainties were too numerous. One cannot entrust their fate to others. My destiny is mine to wield, not dictated by fate. That said, while the first and second Hokages might play a lesser role in confronting the Otsutsuki, they held paramount importance in my journey of growth. These two gentlemen would serve as my finest mentors and the foundation of my invincibility. Esteemed sirs, the impure world reincarnation is not the end. There exist various ninjutsu capable of reviving the dead within the shinobi world. As far as I know, there are two methods that hold the greatest promise. What? Reviving the dead? That surpasses impure world reincarnation 1,000-fold. Iching, speak swiftly. The third Hokage's eyes welled with tears, recalling how his mentor, the second Hokage, sacrificed his life to protect their escape. The pain of that memory rendered him nearly speechless. Now, the prospect of resurrecting his teacher ignited an urgency within him. Moreover, if the god of shinobi could return, Konoha would reign supreme over the entire shinobi world. Yes, sensei. The first method is Orochimaru's impure world reincarnation jutsu, which allows the spirit and will of the original body to infinitely reincarnate into another vessel, effectively claiming another's body while the original is declared deceased, granting the new form the thoughts and powers of the caster. The second method is the outer path, samsara of heavenly life, a high-level resurrection ninjutsu exclusive to the Rinnegan wielder, capable of reviving the deceased without restrictions on time or number, regardless of the injury sustained before death. The revived individual can completely restore to their former state. Iching hereby assures that he shall resurrect the two esteemed individuals. However, Iching, one must not be overly insistent. We have already traversed the realm of death once, and we possess a profound understanding of life's transient nature. It is imperative that we adhere to our principles and refrain from actions that could jeopardize our well-being. Remember this well, the first Hokage cautioned earnestly. I comprehend, Iching nodded. Please allow the two esteemed individuals and the teacher a moment's respite, as I shall confront the adversary and quell this unrest. Iching, we shall go together. The third Hokage urged hastily. The village is engulfed in war, and he cannot remain here. Teacher, considering that both the first and second Hokages are embodiments of impure reincarnation, they represent our most crucial trump cards. It is unwise to reveal them prematurely. You must oversee the larger scheme, and I bear a portion of the responsibility for this situation. Rest assured, from this moment forth, I shall ensure that Konoha endures no further losses. Yuan Fei. Let Iching proceed. Are you not aware of his capabilities? There is no need for excessive concern. Iching is now capable of standing alone. Indeed, I have been overly protective, treating him as a mere child, when in fact he has unknowingly grown into a towering tree, capable of providing shelter to many. The third Hokage remarked with a sense of relief. After respectfully bowing, Iching resolutely turned away, gazing into the distance. Humph. A horde of specters daring to provoke the tiger's whiskers, it is truly a death wish. In his celestial mode, Iching employed the water exploration technique. As his initial sensing ability, he had previously utilized the moisture in the air to perceive movements within a kilometer radius. However, upon harnessing this technique through celestial chakra, his detection range expanded to encompass a 20-kilometer radius, effectively enveloping the entire Hidden Leaf Village. In one place, 2 places, 20 places. Are there still battles occurring in these 20 locations? I have not sensed the presence of Orochimaru and Kabuto. They must have escaped. Utilizing the shadow clone technique, I promptly created 20 shadow clones, each swiftly ascending into the sky, heading towards their designated targets. Speaking of which, Ichiwan's flying ability resembles Gar's desert floating, controlling sand for aerial flight, while Ichiwan commands the water god robe for his ascent, and can also emulate wings of water to enhance his speed and aerial evasion. Damn it, the attacks from these Sound Village ninjas are exceedingly peculiar. My jutsu and shurikens have been deflected. Rabbit, be cautious. Damn it, hurry up and catch up. Originally, the Sound Ninja that was in a standoff with Rabbit seized the opportunity to launch a surprise attack while Rabbit was evading after the Sound Ninjas rebounded his dark division techniques. Although he could severely injure this Sound Ninja, Rabbit would still be in mortal peril. These despicable sound ninjas not only possess the ability to reflect an opponent's jutsu but are also fearlessly reckless. I am left wondering how their leader has indoctrinated them. Am I to perish? How can I die here? Sari awaits me at home, along with little Shuang. Father does not wish to leave you. As the assault drew perilously close, surpassing the limits of my evasion, thoughts of my wife and newborn child flooded my mind. In this critical moment, a figure suddenly appeared before me, radiating a cerulean glow. With long hair billowing gracefully, it was Lord Chunin, my savior. Humph. Dare to lay hands on Konoha. Chapter 31. Hokage. In a fierce battle, the Konoha ninjas discovered a descending figure, Chunin, who vanquished their enemies one by one. Lord Chunin is truly formidable. He is so dashing. We are saved. It is wonderful to be alive. Half an hour later, within the Hokage's office, the atmosphere was charged with urgency. Apart from Danzo, who was compelled to recuperate at home, the room was filled with the Hokage's aides, Minion and Koharu, alongside the legendary Sannin Jiraiya, the Jonin leader Naruto, and the heads of various clans. All of Konoha's remaining elite Jonin gathered. The plot orchestrated by Orochimaru and the Sand Village to dismantle Konoha has been contained. All adversaries have either been captured or eliminated. Our losses include 5 Jonin, 37 Chunin, and 319 Genin. With the injured not yet counted but sent to the hospital for treatment, we have captured 113 Sand Ninjas and eliminated 359, including 17 Jonin. Additionally, we captured 23 Sound Ninjas and killed 259, 9 of whom were Jonin. The enemy did not deploy any Genin for this conflict. Foreseeing Orochimaru's movements, we recalled some Jonin from their missions beforehand, ensuring sufficient defense for the village. Consequently, the overall combat power loss is approximately 10%, which is within acceptable limits. Especially noteworthy is Chunin's decisive intervention, which laid the foundation for our victory and significantly reduced our personnel losses. Therefore, I propose that the fallen Konoha ninjas receive double compensation, and the ransom could be negotiated with the Sand and Sound villages to fill the gaps. Given Chunin's exceptional contribution, I recommend he be rewarded. After presenting the battle summary, Nara Shikaku offered a reasonable proposal. Does anyone have differing opinions on Shikaku's suggestion? The third Hokage surveyed the prominent figures in Konoha. At that moment, Minion stepped forward. I agree with granting double compensation to the fallen Konoha ninjas, and it is acceptable to have the Sand pay a ransom. However, I suggest that all Sound ninjas in captivity be executed. It is now evident that Orochimaru is their leader. We may later form an alliance with the Sand, but we must never engage with the traitor Orochimaru. Hence, I advocate for the immediate execution of the Sound ninjas. Indeed, Lord Minion speaks wisely. Orochimaru is far too dangerous to negotiate with, echoed the crowd, with most voices condemning Orochimaru, while only Jiraiya remained silent. Killing the Sound ninjas is inconsequential. Do you truly believe Orochimaru would spend money to ransom a few worthless Sound ninjas? That is not his character, Koharu asserted, prompting the others to realize that Orochimaru had already abandoned them. The remaining discussion centered on how to reward Chunin. Koharu redirected the conversation. Chunin also participated in this Chunin exam, and based on his performance, he is more than capable of attaining Chunin status. Can any of your Chunin match even a fraction of Chunin's prowess? Although Chunin's strength was undeniable, the promotion system for ninjas adheres to specific criteria, including contributions, mission volume, difficulty, and other requirements. While Chunin's strength and contributions are remarkable, we cannot disregard the established rules. Yes, based on strength and contributions, Chunin is more than qualified for Jonin. The crowd began to murmur, acknowledging Chunin's exceptional abilities and significant role in protecting Konoha, yet those who set the rules were reluctant to break them. The atmosphere grew tumultuous as everyone expressed their thoughts. Bang, bang, bang. The third Hokage rapped his pipe against the table, silencing the room instantly. After a moment of contemplation, he slowly stated, "We cannot disrupt the rules. Furthermore, I have already decided to resign from the Hokage position following this Chunin exam, and the Hokage should not be constrained by such regulations." The silence that ensued was palpable, as his words echoed ominously. "Yuan Fei, this is unacceptable. I oppose it," Minion declared, glancing around before stepping forward. "No, Chunin is too young," he began, and more voices joined him. Although Chunin was powerful, the extent of that strength remained uncertain. Given the gravity of the situation, they could not afford to act hastily. Doubts were raised, and the discussion continued. A group of middle-aged individuals in their 40s and 50s grew increasingly uneasy. Must they submit to the command of a mere 13-year-old child? The thought of a youth, still in the throes of adolescence, asserting dominance over them is utterly preposterous. Silence. I pose a few inquiries for contemplation. How many individuals in the Hidden Leaf have attained the rank of Hokage? What is paramount for each village's leader? If anyone believes they are fit for the position of Hokage, please step forward. Tuanzo, Yuan Fei, you cunning old fox, you dare speak so in my absence. If I were present, would you dare to respond? If Tuanzo, far away, were to learn of this, he would surely spit blood for miles. However, this information will undoubtedly reach him tonight. 1 minute. 5 minutes. The atmosphere in the Hokage office was eerily silent. Minion, Xiaochun, and the heads of various clans flushed crimson, resembling the rear of a monkey. Despite being leaders of their respective clans and possessing the strength of Jonin, was attaining the rank of Hokage so effortlessly achievable? Is the title of Hokage as commonplace as cabbage? If I were to become Hokage, would I still be seated here like a mere elementary student, listening to you speak from above? It is quite absurd. Just look at the head of the Hyuga clan, who, despite possessing such an exceptional bloodline limit, remains merely a Jonin. I yearn to be a Hokage-level powerhouse too, yet it feels insurmountably difficult. Yuan Fei, are you implying that Ichin has already attained the status of a Hokage-level expert? Min Yin asked incredulously. Indeed, Ichin has reached the level of a Hokage, and I must confess that my current strength pales in comparison to his. He is destined to become the most resplendent and formidable figure in the ninja world, akin to the first Hokage, achieving the status of a new god of ninjas. This is simply beyond belief. A 13-year-old shadow-level powerhouse. A 13-year-old who surpasses the third Hokage, and yet, Ichin is merely a civilian ninja, devoid of any bloodline limit. It is truly astonishing, a terrifying talent indeed. This is a second Minato. No, a genius far beyond Minato. Min Yin was left speechless. For a village's shadow, the most crucial aspect is strength. One must possess formidable power to safeguard the village and ensure the safety of its people. This is fundamental. Chapter 32. Assistance. I propose that Jiraiya be appointed as the 5th Hokage. Min Yin glanced around at his inept companions, compelled to step forward once more. Indeed, Lord Jiraiya is the most suitable candidate for the role of 5th Hokage. Yes, Lord Jiraiya possesses immense strength and has made significant contributions. He is undoubtedly the best choice for succession to the Hokage position. An increasing number of individuals concurred with this suggestion. Thankfully, with Lord Jiraiya at the helm, otherwise, they would truly be directed by a 13-year-old child, which would be quite embarrassing. I disagree. Jiraiya, who had been watching the debate unfold like a spectator, suddenly found the flames of contention igniting around him. This was intolerable. I am a wanderer. Pursuing the beauty of existence is my life's ambition. But the constraints of the Hokage role are too confining, utterly unsuitable. Lord Jiraiya, alas, what shall we do? A chorus of sighs arose from the crowd below. They hesitated to speak against Jiraiya, knowing well that he was not one to remain in such a position. Since Jiraiya had willingly chosen to withdraw, even with such determination, further persuasion seemed futile. Tsunade, and Lord Tsunade. Suddenly, someone shouted, and many eyes in the crowd lit up. Indeed, there is also Lord Tsunade, the granddaughter of the first Hokage and a disciple of the third Hokage, with impeccable lineage. Moreover, she possesses tremendous strength, undoubtedly shadow-level prowess. During times of war, her development and dissemination of medical ninjutsu have saved the lives of countless Konoha ninjas, holding a pivotal status in the hearts of all. It could be said that appointing Lord Tsunade as the 5th Hokage is the most fitting choice. However, it has been quite a while since Lord Tsunade returned. How long has it been since you last saw Lord Tsunade? I believe it has been over a decade for me, Min Yin remarked, clicking his tongue in resignation. Min Yin, I haven't seen Lord Tsunade since the Third Great Ninja War. Alas, my life was saved by her, and now I feel quite aged. Xiaochun lamented. Bang, bang, bang. The third Hokage once again tapped his pipe against the table. Indeed, Tsunade taking up the Hokage mantle is the best outcome. Thus, Jiraiya, I assign you the task of locating Tsunade to assume the role of the 5th Hokage, while Ichin will serve as her assistant. Does anyone have any objections? The assembly exchanged glances, realizing that the third Hokage had been waiting for this moment. From the outset, he had no intention of allowing Ichin to become Hokage directly. He was not so reckless as to forsake careful planning. It was a clever stratagem, presenting a challenge before offering a reward. Once Tsunade steps down, Ichin, as the third Hokage's disciple, with formidable strength and outstanding contributions, would be virtually guaranteed to become the 6th Hokage. By then, Ichin would be nearly 20 years old, at the pinnacle of his abilities, and would not face criticism due to age. It was a well-crafted plan, indeed, showcasing the cunning of the third Hokage. However, Reflecting upon this, when Ichin eventually assumes the 6th Hokage position, with his prodigious talent at the age of 20. His strength would be formidable. It would undoubtedly herald a glorious era for Konoha. After a prolonged silence, the 3rd Hokage patiently awaited their responses, allowing them time to digest the information. I agree. Min Yin was the first to stand and voice his approval, followed by a steady stream of others aligning with the proposal. Very well, then it is decided. The 3rd Hokage waved his hand, finalizing the matter. Jiraiya, you shall depart shortly to find Tsunade, and take Ichin and Naruto along. Spend some time guiding Naruto. He is the son of Minato. All present were aware of this information, save for those less informed. However, much like Tsunade, Jiraiya spent little time in the village, often roaming outside, and was the only one unaware of Naruto's lineage. Minato. Upon hearing that Naruto was Minato's child, Jiraiya was flooded with myriad thoughts. After a considerable pause, he gradually composed himself, saying, "Very well, I will take good care of Naruto. Lastly, let us discuss how to deal with the Sand Ninja." The 3rd Hokage posed another question. The Sand Ninja, a group of scoundrels, traitorous rebels. They should all be executed, those accursed betrayers. What about the compensation for the casualties? Hinata clan leader, your family is wealthy. Will you cover it? Akimichi clan leader, you must have plenty to spare. Can you allocate some for compensation? Inazuka clan leader, your canine business is thriving. How about contributing 50 for the compensation of the casualties? Have we captured all the Sand Ninjas? Damn it, their headquarters still houses a considerable fighting force. We must eliminate this faction. And then? Shall we directly engage in war with the Sand Ninja? Is this the prelude to the 4th Great Ninja War? A group of mindless swine. Do they truly believe that Konoha held dominion over the world during the era of the 1st Hokage? In the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd Shinobi Wars, Konoha was consistently besieged by a coalition of clans. How much strength do we have left? Does Konoha still boast 100 Jonin? Must they all perish before you begin to think rationally? Minion could no longer contain his fury, berating the clan leaders until they could not lift their heads in shame. I apologize for my outburst. He finally conceded after a long silence, observing that everyone had quieted down. Very well, Minion, you are not at fault. The 3rd Hokage took a puff from his pipe, exhaling a smoke ring. Kajaku, what do you propose as a fair price for the Sand Shinobi captives? A reasonable valuation would assign 10 million Ryo for a Jonin, 2 million Ryo for a Chunin, and 400,000 Ryo for a Jinin. Currently, we have captured 113 Sand Shinobi, including 5 Jonin and 108 Chunins, with no Jinin having participated in the battle. If we were to redeem them all, we could amass a ransom of 266 million Ryo. Additionally, there are 3 Sand Jinin who participated in the Chunin exams, although they did not engage in combat. Their status is noteworthy. All 3 are children of the 4th Kazekage, particularly one named Gaara, who is the Jinchuriki of Shikaku, the One-Tail. A Jinchuriki, a tailed beast delivered to us on a platter. Should we seize this opportunity for a grand endeavor? A group of individuals whispered amongst themselves, their discussions rife with speculation. Even Minion found himself in a quandary, contemplating whether to employ underhanded tactics for the sake of a tailed beast, which was undeniably alluring. Instead of capturing a tailed beast, elevating the ransom to 500 million would undoubtedly dissuade the Sand Shinobi from further negotiations. Ultimately, it was the 3rd Hokage who curbed the burgeoning desires below and brought the matter to a definitive conclusion. Rikuju, please confer with Minion regarding the specifics and notify the Sand Shinobi to come for the exchange. Yes, Lord Hokage. Jiraiya, accompany the Umbu to conduct a thorough investigation around the village. We must ensure there are no oversights. Understood, old man. Sakura, take a team to extend condolences to the injured and their families. Ensure the hospital spares no effort in their treatment. Yes, Lord Hokage. Everyone else, join me at the memorial stone to bid farewell to our heroes. Chapter 33, A Visit Rikuju. Do you suggest we send someone directly to the Sand Shinobi to inform them? Minion queried uncertainly. Lord Minion, sending someone directly would be of little use. They would undoubtedly face various obstacles and bureaucratic delays. Those left behind in the headquarters cannot confront the brutal realities of war, and their agreements would not come easily. Rikuju replied with unwavering confidence. Are you implying that we should visit the Sand Shinobi headquarters in person and address the general directly? Minion exclaimed in surprise. Your suggestion regarding addressing the general is apt. However, it wouldn't be just the 2 of us. Recently, has Lord Jiraiya planned to visit Lady Tsunade alongside Ichin? We could conveniently join them, and when the 3 prominent leaders arrive, it would be quite the spectacle. Why should we take the risk of going alone? Rikuju stated with an air of nonchalance. Truly the strategist of Konoha, impressive indeed, Minion remarked with admiration. I shall make the necessary preparations and ensure everything is arranged accordingly. Await my good news, Rikuju declared before departing. Minion observed Rikuju's retreating figure, marveling quietly. He had never anticipated that what he perceived as a formidable dilemma would be so thoroughly dissected by Rikuju in mere moments. It was truly remarkable. After Rikuju's departure, Minion promptly set his plans into motion. He needed to seek out Ichen first. Given Ichen's elevated status in Konoha, a proper visit was warranted. At that moment, Ichen had just returned home, finding everything in order. Upon hearing a knock at the door, he rubbed his temples and opened it to find Rikuju standing there. He blinked in surprise. Lord Rikuju, what brings you here? Ah, I have matters I wish to discuss with you. I hope it is a convenient time? Rikuju smiled at the young man before him. Although Ichen was of a similar age to his son, Rikuju regarded him not as a mere child but rather as a colleague of equal standing. Of course, it is quite convenient. Please, come in, Lord Rikuju. Ichen said with a smile as he opened the door wider. Rikuju entered Ichen's room, glancing about. The space was relatively tidy. Taking a seat, he addressed Ichen. First and foremost, congratulations. In light of your exceptional contributions to the defense of the village, Lord Hokage has appointed you as his assistant. Henceforth, you need not address me as Lord, he chuckled. Ichan was somewhat taken aback. He had never anticipated that the Hokage would promote him. He quickly replied, Hokage's assistant. Did I hear that correctly? But I'm still just a genin. Upon hearing this, Ichan was utterly astonished. Shikyu smiled faintly. Having foreseen Ichan's reaction and prepared his words in advance, Ichan, the Hokage had originally intended for you to assume the role of Hokage directly. Now you are merely assisting. Since the Hokage places his trust in your abilities, you should not underestimate yourself. After listening, Ichen fell into silence for a while before replying in a low voice. I understand. Since it is the master's decision, I will strive to do well. Observing Ichen's earnest demeanor, Lugio silently admired him. He truly was the chosen successor of the Hokage, possessing a mindset far superior to that of others. That said, aside from informing you about the Hokage's assistance, I have another request, Lugio said, his expression somewhat sheepish. Please, go on, Ichen urged. Previously, Lord Hokage instructed Lord Jiraiya to accompany you in locating Lady Tsunade to return as the 5th Hokage. Mingyan and I are heading to the Sand Ninja Village. But our strength is insufficient to manage the situation. I hope that after you and Lord Jiraiya find Lady Tsunade, you can join us in Sand to discuss the reparations regarding the recent invasion of Konoha, Lugio explained. Rest assured, Lord Lugio, Ichen responded firmly. Very well, that is reassuring. Ichen, I have other matters to attend to, so I shall not delay you further, Lugio concluded, rising from his seat to depart, intending to discuss the specifics with Mingyan. As Lugio left, Ichen sat in contemplation, pondering his next course of action. He considered whether he should embark on a period of training to strive for a breakthrough to the Super Shadow level in the shortest time possible or focus on consolidating his current strength. The decision to retain the 1st and 2nd Hokage was indeed thoughtful. Possessing both water and earth attributes, he could learn the wood-release techniques from the 1st Hokage. Although the young chakra within him was rather mediocre, achieving a level akin to Yamato would still be commendable. One jutsu could construct a dwelling, ensuring a comfortable life even if he chose not to remain a ninja. Most importantly, developing a bloodline limit through the combination of 2 attributes would lead to a qualitative enhancement of his physical capabilities, an elevation unattainable through inherited bloodline limits. The 2nd Hokage, as a master of water release, had laid the foundation for all of Ichen's basic abilities through the water techniques he left behind. Relying solely on himself to develop new water release techniques would be a time-consuming endeavor. Moreover, as a master of forbidden techniques, the 2nd Hokage represented the pinnacle of ninjutsu development. Ichen had already crafted a clear plan for his future development, and the 2nd Hokage was undoubtedly an indispensable part of his journey. With a weak foundation in the ninja world, rapid growth necessitated acquiring significant advantages in various aspects. And Ichen had already devised a strategy. On one hand, he prepared to develop the wood-release bloodline, fundamentally enhancing his physical prowess. On the other hand, he sought to refine the water release techniques under the guidance of the 2nd Hokage, aspiring to create the most formidable water jutsu, which would become his signature move. He intended to tread further along this path, ensuring that when faced with Uchiha Madara, Kagaya Otsutsuki, and even the members of the Otsutsuki clan, he would not be easily vanquished, devoid of any means to retaliate. The next step would involve accompanying Jiraiya to seek out Tsunade. followed by a visit to Sunagakure alongside Kakashi and others. Time was of the essence. He needed to make contact with the first and second Hokages as swiftly as possible. Consequently, he contemplated dividing his chakra into 3 parts through the creation of 2 shadow clones, allowing his original self to act independently while one clone study would release with the first Hokage and the other develop new water release techniques with the second Hokage. Others might encounter the dilemma of chakra depletion leading to the dissolution of their shadow clones, but his clones could utilize the water god robe technique, absorbing natural energy to replenish their chakra, thus preventing their premature dissolution due to circumstances outside of battle. This significantly extended the duration of their existence. However, it was imperative to note that the longer a clone remained independent without being recalled, the greater the risk. An extended period could result in an overwhelming influx of information upon dissolution, potentially damaging the mind. The most severe consequence could be the emergence of an independent personality within the clone, leading to a battle of wits between the original and the clone. Even if the clone were to be eliminated, a mild form of dissociative identity disorder would be unavoidable unless the clone created a new clone before the original's dissolution. Chapter 34, Departure Post-Battle. In the areas ravaged by Orochimaru's summoned beasts, the rescue teams of Konoha's shinobi and civilians were fervently clearing the rubble and reconstructing their homes. With fond memories of the deceased and hopes for the future, they cast aside their sorrow and diligently rebuilt their community. The inhabitants of Konoha had long grown accustomed to the cycles of life and death. In this tragic shinobi world, no place was truly safe. However, residing in Konoha, the strongest village in the entire shinobi realm, they were resolute. They would face failures, injuries, and even death, yet they would never remain downcast. The Hokage and the shinobi of Konoha fought valiantly on the front lines, shielding against the enemy's blades, unwavering in their resolve. They could fall but would rise again. They could fail but would continue to fight. They would never entertain the notion of submission, for this embodied the will of fire, which was also the creed that Aiken vowed to uphold. At the village entrance, Jiraiya, Aiken, Naruto, Kakashi, and Minato stood quietly, observing the bustling crowd, their minds swirling with thoughts. As pioneers, they were meant to stand at the forefront, shielding their kin from the storm, for among the protected were their parents, spouses, siblings, and dear friends. Guardianship was their lifelong conviction, the essence of their ninja way. Since we are here, let us depart, Jiraiya declared, resolutely setting forth. They were on a quest to find Tsunade, to seek a new leader for Konoha, and to demand reparations from other shinobi villages on behalf of Konoha's heroes. They were determined to convey to this world of shinobi that Konoha would never compromise. Let us go. This time we are the victors. We cannot display weakness again. They must understand that wrongdoings come with consequences, Jiraiya proclaimed. Aiken nodded with a smile, following closely behind Jiraiya. The faces of Rikuju and Minin were alight with excitement. Though they did not utter a word, their eyes conveyed their fervor. Let's go, Minin shouted, sprinting after Jiraiya and the others. They were on a quest to seek a new leader, determined to avenge their fallen comrades and ensure that those who had wronged them would face retribution. Rikuju's eyes were tightly shut, a slight smile gracing his lips. After the Third Great Ninja War, Konoha had suffered devastating losses in its combat capabilities. The legendary Sannin had departed, White Fang had taken his own life, the fourth Hokage had sacrificed himself against the Nine Tails, and the Uchiha clan had been nearly eradicated. Consequently, Konoha's elite forces had dwindled, leading to a period of cautious compromise in the face of external pressures. However, a new generation had now emerged, ready to weather the storms and shield their village from adversity. They could finally shout defiantly to their enemies, "Do not provoke us." In the wake of Jiraiya and the others, Aiken, Minin, and Naruto stepped forward, resolute. Lord Jiraiya, the latest intelligence indicates that Tsunade has been lingering in the bustling streets of Konoha for some time, Rikuju informed the group. Let us proceed. Tsunade should be in that vibrant marketplace, and we should reach her in time, Jiraiya called out to the four with determination. Indeed, Ichin, Lugio, Minin, and Naruto responded in unison, then quickened their pace towards the direction where Tsunade awaited, on the other side of Konoha. In a towering edifice, the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, and the second Hokage, Senju Tobarama, leaned against the railing, gazing into the distance. Behind them stood the Hokage monument, and beyond the monument lay, in a dense forest, the new successors have grown up. The second Hokage, Senju Tobarama, gazed into the distance and murmured, "What we must do is enable them to become stronger." A resolute glimmer shone in the eyes of the first Hokage. I have long awaited this day. These children possess great potential. The second Hokage, Senju Tobarama, nodded gently, his eyes sparkling with excitement and fervor. While on their journey, Jiraiya curiously inquired, "Ichin, I have heard that you can enter Sage Mode? Currently, the only places in the ninja world with complete Sage Mode training methods are Mayaboka Mountain, the Dragon's Cave, and the Wetlands. Where did you learn it, and what kind of Sage Mode do you possess?" With a faint smile, Ichin provided no explanation but instead articulated his Sage Mode. "My Sage Mode involves the utilization of a ninjutsu I have developed, named Water Release, Water God Garment. By harnessing chakra, I generate a film of water that envelopes my entire being, allowing me to absorb the natural energy present in the environment. This energy then merges with my chakra to form Sage Chakra, thereby achieving Sage Mode. This Sage Chakra, derived from the water-based Sage Chakra inherent within my body, significantly amplifies my combat prowess, enhancing both my offensive and defensive capabilities. However, in my vision, the current Sage Mode is merely in its nascent form, employing only natural energy chakra. Although this natural energy chakra is 10 times more potent than my base chakra, there exist energies in this world that far surpass it. If I could tame such energies for my use, the resulting effects would be exponentially greater. I have named this advanced form Water God Mode. At present, it remains in the conceptual stage, with little clarity on its realization." Ichin sighed, scratching his head awkwardly. Jiraiya, taken aback, gazed at Ichin in astonishment. He found it hard to fathom that Ichin had developed his own Sage Mode, capable of amplifying his ninjutsu tenfold. It seemed almost fantastical. Yet, as Ichin described, if he were to successfully develop the Water God Mode, his combat strength would be boundless. Would there be anyone left capable of withstanding even a fraction of his power? He could truly dominate the ninja world and become the new deity of ninjas. This is an extraordinary existence. Ichin observed the astonished expressions of the 4 individuals and offered an apologetic smile. The concept of the Water God Mode was merely an idea at this stage. However, Ichin continued, "Although my Water God Mode is still in the conceptual phase, I have begun to grasp its fundamental aspects. I am currently engaged in gradual experimentation to refine it." Pausing momentarily, he added, "I am now quite confident that I can complete its development within 3 years. Upon hearing these words, Jiraiya's demeanor instantly shifted to one of seriousness. Could it be that Ichin truly possessed the capability to create the Water God Mode? Heaven bless our Konoha, he thought. Meanwhile, Riku and Minin stood in a daze, unable to fathom the reality of Ichin's assertion. The words spoken by Ichin left them in utter disbelief. Could he truly be only 13 years old? Such prodigious talent was indeed terrifying. "I am aware that you must have questions, for Ichin's gifts are extraordinarily exceptional. Having only recently graduated, he possesses such formidable strength, which defies all logic. It can only be said that Ichin's innate ability is so remarkable that it rivals that of the original Hokage and Uchiha Madara." Jiraiya, with a bittersweet smile, shook his head and spoke slowly. Naruto, listening intently, became entranced. After a considerable time, he finally came to his senses. "Ichin, I want to learn. Can you teach me?" Naruto gazed at Ichin with eager anticipation, imagining the power he would wield upon mastering Sage Mode. The thought of acquiring such powerful ninjutsu filled him with fervent desire. He was certain he could surpass Sasuke and become the mightiest ninja. His heart brimmed with longing. He yearned to learn and could hardly contain his impatience. Minion and Riku's expression shifted. Sage Mode is an extraordinarily potent technique, not easily imparted. It is akin to a family's secret art, much like the Nara clan's shadow techniques, which cannot be casually shared. Furthermore, this is a unique ninjutsu belonging solely to Ichin. Even Ichin's mentor, the 3rd Hokage, would not easily possess it, let alone others. Naruto's naivety was striking. To make such a direct request was indeed the boldness of youth, unafraid of the tiger. They too yearned for such knowledge, yet dared not voice their desires, for it is a rule of the ninja world. "Very well, Naruto. If you can master it, that would be splendid. However, this ninjutsu demands great aptitude, and I hope you do not give up. Also, Lord Jiraiya, you possess Sage Mode as well. Perhaps you could provide guidance together. I hope this aids in your growth," Ichin naturally suggested, without a hint of hesitation. Upon hearing Ichin's words, both Minion and Riku were momentarily stunned. How could they not comprehend Ichin's intentions? His proposition of teaching them a unique secret technique seemed as effortless as eating or drinking. Indeed, there are always a few individuals in every era who can transcend societal rules and establish a new order. Chapter 35, Tsunade the following day. Near the edge of the jungle by Shortbook Street, Naruto, Kakashi, Guy, and Jiraiya lay supine upon the grass, their eyes vacant and expressions dazed as they watched the clouds drift by, one after another. Indeed, despite the meticulous guidance from Ichin, have we been unable to grasp even the slightest skill? The quartet began to question themselves. Alas, it is disheartening to realize that even the esteemed Jiraiya, one of the legendary Sannin, has made no progress. This illustrates the formidable difficulty of ninjutsu, a rarity in one's lifetime, Kakashi lamented. My ninjutsu demands an exceptionally high level of chakra control, which is fundamental, Ichin admitted with a hint of embarrassment. Is it exceptionally high? Nearly exceptionally high? Do you harbor a misunderstanding of what exceptionally high entails? The four displayed expressions of disdain. This was not merely exceptional, it was utterly grotesque. All right, rise up. Aren't you all hungry? Guy exclaimed upon noticing the three still sprawled on the ground. Starving, I am famished. Naruto quickly scrambled to his feet. Clutching his stomach with a pained expression, tears glistening in his eyes, clearly indicating genuine hunger. Then let us depart. I shall lead the way. A group of 5 individuals marched purposefully towards Shortbook Street. This street stands as the most bustling commercial district in the vicinity. A vibrant confluence of diverse goods from around the globe, including culinary ingredients, garments, and footwear. Notably, the gambling industry thrives here, which perhaps explains how they managed to ensnare a lucrative prize like Tsunade. As we journeyed along, it was astonishing to discover that even the 50 inns were engaged in gambling activities. Truly an eye-opener, for this is indeed the grandest casino in the shinobi world. A level of prosperity I had only heard whispers of. Strolling down the spacious streets, the 5 of us were captivated by the sights surrounding us. The cacophony of sounds enveloping our senses. Hey, shall we explore that shop over there? Minin suggested, pointing towards a distant establishment known as the House of Dark Magic. The name, though peculiar, belied the lively atmosphere within, adorned with opulent decor that suggested a lavish experience. It appeared to be a veritable hub of entertainment. All right then. Let us go. Rika nodded in agreement, and the group made their way inside. Good day, sir. Are you here to dine, stay the night, or indulge in some games? Haha, of course, we are here to play. Lead the way. Jiraiya quickly struck up a rapport with the attendant, who happened to be an enchanting beauty. Had it not been for the 4 of us accompanying him, he might have succumbed to her charm in mere moments. A group of 5 individuals approached a counter and settled down. The waiter promptly approached them with a smile and inquired, "What stakes do you intend to play for?" "We're open to anything. Whether high or low stakes, it matters not," Jiraiya replied with a wave of his hand. Wait, perverse sage. Are we not here to dine? Naruto gazed at Jiraiya with the pitiful eyes of one who had not eaten for 3 days and nights. Jiraiya suddenly realized that they had been famished for quite some time, having only consumed a meager supply of provisions on their journey. Gentlemen, would you care to play cards? The waiter asked once more with a smile. Not for now. Let us first have our meal, Minion interjected. Very well, sir, the waiter nodded. Taking the menu and recording each person's preferences before placing it on the table, preparing to depart. Before long, a sumptuous feast was laid out before them. And the waiter quickly retreated. Wow, this is truly extravagant. I intend to devour it all. Naruto exclaimed, his eyes wide with amazement. Never mind. Let us fill our bellies first, Jiraiya declared as he eagerly dove into the delicious spread, speaking with his mouth full. Beside them, Lugio, Minyin, and Ichin also sprang into action, disregarding their appearances as they voraciously swept away the delectable dishes from the table like a tempest. A group of individuals devoured their meal with great fervor, and after an hour, the table lay barren, save for a few remnants of food, with not a drop of broth remaining. Delicious, utterly delicious, Naruto exclaimed, wiping his mouth with a look of sheer satisfaction. Burp. I still want more. He added with a hearty belch. Aren't you afraid of choking? Minion shot him a glare before continuing, I would like to have some sake. Jiraiya nodded in agreement. He too desired a drink, yet he was aware that indulging excessively could lead to complications, so he resolved to have only a modest amount. After calling for several pots of clear sake, Jiraiya stopped the waiter, inquiring about a particular matter. Have you heard any news regarding a certain fat sheep that's recently arrived here? Oh. You must be referring to the one called Tsunade, the waiter replied, nodding. Yes, indeed. She has been frequenting this place, but be warned. This fat sheep is not to be trifled with. Although she is quite affluent, her prowess is formidable, the waitress said, fear evident in her gaze. What do you mean? Minion asked impatiently. Just yesterday, 2 young men came looking for her. One wore glasses and appeared quite refined, while the other, though handsome, exuded a sinister aura. One could easily tell he was no good. They coaxed her away, and soon after, there was an earth-shattering commotion outside. We hesitated to investigate. But when we finally did, we found the ground cracked, and both the fat sheep and those young men had vanished, leaving behind only 2 horrifying marks on the floor. Thereafter Tsunade, Minion said through gritted teeth. From the description, it must be Orochimaru and Kabuto, Icheng remarked incredulously. Orochimaru was not slain by the Shinigami. Yet why would he seek Tsunade? This is bad. Tsunade is in danger. We must hurry. Jiraiya exclaimed, rising swiftly and rushing toward the door. Wait. We shall go together. Luku insisted, hastily following Jiraiya. The four of them quickly exited, arriving at the battlefield from the previous day, which indeed bore the scars of a tremendous clash. The remnants indicated the presence of Orochimaru's summoned beasts and traces of Tianchu's acidic fluid, proof that Orochimaru was intent on harming Tsunade. Icheng, on the day of the finals. You inflicted grave wounds upon Orochimaru, did you not? Jiraiya asked as he surveyed the scene. Indeed, I severed his hands and body. However, Orochimaru possesses a unique shedding technique. In theory, such injuries would be insignificant to him, Icheng pondered, perplexed. Although there had been a plot in the past concerning Orochimaru seeking Tsunade's assistance, it was due to Orochimaru's hands being sealed by the Shinigami, leaving him powerless. Yet, having altered the course of events, he could not fathom why the same scenario was unfolding. A day has passed. We must find Tsunade quickly, or she may be in peril, Jiraiya expressed his concern. Chapter 36. Rescue. The scene of destruction was so thorough that it was challenging to find any trace. Luku observed for a long while. But the information he gathered was disheartening. The first conclusion was that Orochimaru had no intention of killing Tsunade. Rather, he likely sought to exploit her medical abilities for some ulterior motive. At least this provided a glimmer of hope, as it indicated that Tsunade still held value and had not been disposed of outright. Next, they needed to ascertain Orochimaru's hiding place, for it might yield some clues. However, the immediate priority was to track Tsunade's whereabouts. Any lead, no matter how small, would be pursued with fervor. Jiraiya was restless with urgency. If Orochimaru had taken Tsunade to cure a particular ailment, they should be nearby, in a base equipped with comprehensive medical facilities. The only place fitting this description would be a secret underground lair, which aligned with Orochimaru's modus operandi. Jiraiya pondered the potential location of this base. At that moment, he noticed Luka squinting, as though deep in thought. Luka, what occupies your mind? He inquired. Lord Jiraiya, have you noted how the waitress described the two individuals who took Tsunade? Luka's insight sparked Jiraiya's memory, reminding him of the waitress's account. He recalled that she had indeed depicted the two young men. One was bespectacled and appeared genteel, while the other, though attractive, bore an unsettling demeanor, clearly not a good person. The one with glasses must be Kabuto. I have encountered him before, and I cannot be mistaken, Icheng interjected. Then is the other Orochimaru? Luka continued. The description suggests he was handsome but had a dark aura. I wonder if you recall a detail from the Chunin exam finals, when Orochimaru masqueraded as the fourth Kazekage and captured the Hokage. He revealed a woman's face after shedding his disguise. However, the Yondaime barrier obscured my view, leaving me uncertain if I had erred. Orochimaru is a woman? That's absurd. I encountered him in the Forest of Death, Naruto interjected, incredulous. Naruto, you are audacious. Ignorance breeds courage. Youth is indeed a blessing. The others stared at him, astonished by his audacity. They could only imagine how Orochimaru reacted to such a declaration. Since when did Orochimaru become a woman? I was under the impression he was always a man. Minion expressed his disbelief, as his knowledge of Orochimaru was rooted in the time before his defection. Orochimaru possesses a technique called the body replacement technique, which essentially allows for the transfer of souls. Thus, his transformation into a woman is not entirely implausible, Icheng elucidated, contemplating for a moment before shifting his gaze to Luku, who seemed to have unearthed something significant but hesitated to share. Observing this, Jiraiya encouraged, Icheng, if you have something to say, please do so. Well, Icheng nodded. I previously used Sage Art water release ninjutsu against Orochimaru. That was my first experience with Sage Art, and I was unfamiliar with its enhanced characteristics. Could it be that after my ninjutsu assault, Orochimaru's body could not withstand the strain, prompting him to resort to the body replacement technique? Icheng, if your hypothesis holds true, let us analyze the situation. I see two possibilities. The first is that Orochimaru encountered a flaw during the body replacement process, necessitating Tsunade's medical ninjutsu for assistance. The second is that the subject of Orochimaru's body replacement was inherently problematic, thereby also requiring Tsunade's medical expertise. Luku, ever the sage, presented two plausible explanations. It is likely the latter, Icheng explained. The essence of the body replacement technique involves the transfer of souls, requiring a struggle of spiritual strength during the process. And following the transfer, there is a period of vulnerability as one adjusts to the new body. Given the short time since Orochimaru's assault on Konoha, It would be implausible for him to have undergone a complete body transformation. Hence, this other individual cannot be Orochimaru. If that is the case, it appears that the enemy consists of at least 3 individuals. The situation is becoming increasingly precarious. Regardless, it is imperative that we locate Tsunade swiftly. Jiraiya reminded everyone that their immediate task is to ascertain Tsunade's whereabouts, for only then can they devise a plan to rescue her. Otherwise, they would be at a complete loss. Even if Lady Tsunade has been captured, she must have left behind some clues, which is the sole means by which we can approximate her location. If we can uncover this lead and continue to pursue it, we will eventually discover the precise location to which Lady Tsunade has been taken. Above all, we must ensure her safety. If that is the case, Lord Jiraiya, what do you believe would be the most likely clue left behind by Lady Tsunade? Rikuju could not help but inquire. It is highly probable that it is the slugs. They possess the ability to infinitely divide, exhibit remarkable vitality, and can burrow underground. Observing the scene, it is evident that Tsunade summoned slugs during the battle. Even if she were to be defeated, the slugs would likely split and send individual entities to follow her. Furthermore, the various divisions of the slugs can communicate information among themselves. The pressing question now is how to locate the slugs. Jiraiya fell into a contemplative silence, meticulously examining the traces left at the scene. Ichin pondered, I possess a means to contact Tanyu. Upon departing from Konoha, I left behind 2 shadow clones. Yet they are unable to receive messages from my true self. Lord Jiraiya, could you possibly relay a message to my clones? They have a method to trace Tanyu's whereabouts. When I left Konoha, I entrusted a messenger toad to the old man. I shall inform him now. Jiraiya promptly performed the summoning technique to convey the message. In the Hokage's office, a voice announced, Hokage-sama, Jiraiya-sama has sent a transmission. Please receive it. Oh, have they located Tsunade? Their efficiency is commendable, the 3rd Hokage mused, mistakenly believing that Tsunade had been found and that Jiraiya was merely here to inform him. Hokage-sama, the situation is not as you envision. Please review this intelligence. What? Tsunade has likely been abducted by Orochimaru? Her whereabouts remain uncertain. This message requests that Ichin's shadow clone be informed to locate Tanyu's clone. Summon Ichin to the office immediately. Wait, no need. I shall go myself. The 3rd Hokage then hastily departed from his office. Chapter 37, Tianyu in the forest behind Konoha. An expansive sea of verdant trees stretched as far as the eye could see. The foliage was lush and vibrant, exuding a refreshing coolness. Sunlight filtered through the layers of branches, cascading onto the grass like golden grains of sand. The meadow was adorned with countless wildflowers, releasing their enticing fragrance intermittently. Birds flitted joyfully through the trees, their melodious chirping harmonizing with the gentle sound of flowing water, resonating in the soft breeze. Such a captivating landscape was utterly enchanting. The anxiety of the 3rd Hokage and Ichin's shadow clone was soothed amidst the beauty of the surroundings. Arriving at the residence of the 1st and 2nd Hokages, it was worth noting that this place had originally been the home of the 1st Hokage's wife, Uzumaki Mido, in her later years. After Mido's passing, the 3rd Hokage had ensured that it was regularly maintained, preserving its original charm. Ichin and Sandai arrived at the quaint cottage, where they beheld the 1st-generation master, Lazy Sheep, leisurely reclining in a grand armchair, basking in the warm sunlight. The 2nd-generation master, however, was nowhere to be seen. He was likely engaged in the development of secret ninjutsu in some hidden location. Indeed, it was evident that the 1st generation thrived on innate talent, while the 2nd generation achieved mastery of forbidden techniques through intellect. As Ichin observed the languid demeanor of the 1st Hokage, he pondered whether the serene expression on his face indicated he was lost in a delightful dream. Alas, time was pressing, and he had no choice but to disturb the 1st Hokage's reverie. Clearing his throat, Ichin called out, Lord 1st Hokage. Startled, the 1st Hokage leapt up, rubbing his eyes and inquiring, who goes there? Oh, it's Ichin and the monkey. Apologies for interrupting, but there is an urgent matter requiring your assistance, Ichin stated. What is it? The 1st Hokage asked as he rose from his armchair. There has been an incident involving Lady Tsunade. We suspect she has been captured by Orochimaru. Currently, we are unable to trace her whereabouts, but we believe she must have left behind a clue, likely concerning Tianyu. We seek your assistance in summoning Tianyu to pursue this lead. Ichin explained the purpose of his visit. Tsunade is in trouble, the 1st Hokage exclaimed, his heart racing with concern. What are we waiting for? We must hurry. Wait, Ichin interjected. Tsunade's location is currently unknown. Even if you go, it may be futile. We have come to request that you summon Tianyu to see if we can uncover any clues. Ichen paused before continuing. If we can trace Tianyu, we may follow the clues to find Lady Tsunade. Furthermore, our investigation has revealed that Lady Tsunade is not in immediate danger. It appears Orochimaru intends to utilize her medical ninjutsu for a specific purpose. Thank goodness Tsunade is unharmed. If something were to happen to her, how would I explain it to Mito? The first Hokage relaxed slightly upon hearing that Tsunade was temporarily safe. He patted his chest, assuring, "Fear not. Summoning Tianyu is a simple task for me." However, after a considerable time had passed without any action from the first Hokage, Ichen cautiously reminded, "Lord First Hokage, time is of the essence. Shall we commence?" "Ah, I just remembered that I have not signed a contract with Tianyu. She is not my summoning beast. Although I trained in sage mode in the Wetbone Forest, returning there is as easy as going home. Tianyu belongs to Lord Mito. I have always gone there with him, so, well, it seems I cannot summon her," the first Hokage admitted awkwardly. "Tianyu is Lord Mito's summoning beast?" Ichen exclaimed in surprise, realizing the mix-up. So, Tianyu is indeed Lord Mito's summoning beast, meaning Tsunade's summoning beast is inherited from Lord Mito and not the first Hokage. This realization complicates matters. "I can guide you." Unexpectedly, the second Hokage appeared beside them, startling everyone with his sudden proclamation. The second Hokage was indeed reliable. Far more so than the first. "Do you have a Flying Thunder God marker in the Wetbone Forest?" The first Hokage stared incredulously at the second Hokage. The second Hokage, remaining unfazed by the question, replied, "During my previous visit to the Wetbone Forest with you, I made a mark. In that case, let us hasten to the Wetbone Forest," the third Hokage urged, still anxious about Tsunade's safety. "Come, hold on to me." The second Hokage swiftly performed the Flying Thunder God technique, and in an instant, they vanished, reappearing deep within the Wetbone Forest. In the heart of the Wetbone Forest, a dark expanse unfolded before them, with no vegetation surrounding them, save for a few towering ancient trees emerging from the water. The area was predominantly characterized by lakes and marshes. "Is this the Wetbone Forest?" Ichen queried, bewildered by the peculiar terrain. "Indeed, this is the Wetbone Forest," the third Hokage confirmed. "Then, where shall we search for Tianyu?" the third Hokage inquired. "Tianyu is right beneath our feet, at the bottom of the marsh," the second Hokage replied. As Ichen and others followed the gaze of the second generation, they vaguely discerned a blue-white figure, Tianshu, peacefully slumbering in the unfathomable depths of the dark marsh. Her colossal form extended into the distance, evoking awe at her magnificent size. "How shall we awaken her?" Ichen inquired. "Tianshu is likely not asleep. It is merely that we are too insignificant to be noticed by her true essence." "Watch closely," replied the first generation, who then entered sage mode, emanating a powerful chakra that gradually approached Tianshu. Sensing the familiar chakra drawing near, Tianshu opened her eyes and beheld the figures of the first generation and others in the distance. Instantly, she split off a part of herself, emerging from the depths of the marsh to stand before them. Upon seeing the first generation, she excitedly circled around him, clearly affectionate in her demeanor. "Lord Hashirama, it is truly astonishing that you still exist in this world," Tianshu exclaimed in a melodious voice, filled with warmth and familiarity towards him. "And Lord Tobarama, it has been ages. Where's Lord Mito?" Tianshu inquired with a look of confusion. "Ah, Tianshu, it is a long story. In truth, both Tobarama and I, along with Mito, have perished. What stands before you now is but a living corpse," the first generation said matter-of-factly. Tianshu was momentarily taken aback, but soon grasped the implication of his words. Indeed, she had been following Tsunade on her journeys and was already aware of Mito's passing, yet a tinge of sorrow remained. "Lord Tianshu, we have come primarily because something has happened to Lord Tsunade. It seems she summoned you on the battlefield. Now, she is missing, and we have been unable to locate her, so we sought you in hopes of finding some clue," Ichen explained. Tianshu then sensed the condition of her split self. "Lord Tsunade is still alive. I have a split self accompanying her. It was indeed Orochimaru and his two subordinates who took her away. I dared not approach too closely, but they have remained in one location for a day now, approximately 30 kilometers from the battlefield." Upon receiving this information, Ichen nodded in understanding. "That explains why we did not detect them earlier with the water detection technique. Lord Tianshu, could you please reveal Lord Tsunade's exact location so we may hasten our rescue?" he asked. "Yes, Lord Tsunade is situated 30 kilometers northeast of the battlefield," Tianshu affirmed. "Thank you, Lord Tianshu, I understand," Ichen expressed with gratitude, nodding appreciatively. He then addressed the others, "Esteemed ones, since we have ascertained Lord Tsunade's whereabouts, I shall take my leave." Chapter 38. The base at the edge of the battlefield near the forest of Shurut Street, Jiraiya, Kakashi, Minin, Naruto, and Ichen had been waiting for news since transmitting the information to Konoha, hoping the village could devise a means to locate Tsunade. Time trickled by, and soon half an hour had elapsed. Is there no news? Jiraiya inquired, glancing at Ichen. No news, Ichen replied, shaking his head. Suddenly, Ichen's expression sharpened, a smile gracing his lips. Everyone, we have located Lord Tsunade, and it is confirmed that she is currently safe. The others displayed expressions of delight. Now that they knew Tsunade's location, it was imperative to act swiftly. Let us go. Lord Tsunade is situated 30 kilometers northeast of here. Follow my lead, Ichen instructed. Understood. The group replied in unison as they trailed after him. We must ensure her safe return, Jiraiya silently vowed. For a ninja, adept at swift long-distance travel, 30 kilometers posed no challenge, and soon they arrived at their destination. Ahead lies Lord Tsunade's location. We must hurry to rescue her, Naruto declared, gazing at the open area before them. Wait, we should first regroup with Tianshu. She should be nearby. The group then began to search for clues in the vicinity. Suddenly, Ichen discerned a mark left by Tianshu in the open space and swiftly led the others towards it. Lord Tianshu, are you below? Ichen called out, tapping the ground at the marked spot. Tianshu? Lord Tianshu? His calls received no response. Lord Tianshu was no longer present. Could it be that Lord Tianshu has encountered danger or departed from this place? Ichen furrowed his brow in contemplation. Lord Tianyu. Beside him, Naruto. Noticing that Tianyu was absent, inquired with a hint of concern, could it be that Lord Tianyu has been discovered by Orochimaru? The residual mark appears to be from an hour ago. We did not take long to arrive. And it has not been long since we departed from the Wetbone Forest. This suggests that the mark must have been left earlier. But it can be said that our tracking direction is correct. They must have passed through this area. In light of this, I shall employ my reconnaissance ninjutsu to meticulously search the surroundings, in hopes of uncovering any traces left by Lord Tianyu, Ichen declared. As Ichen activated the immortal mode and utilized the water-style exploration technique, he meticulously searched the surrounding environment. He was confident that with his reconnaissance ninjutsu, he would surely uncover some clues. After all, they should not be unable to locate Tsunade right under their noses. It turned out to be underground. As he delved deeper with his ninjutsu, he finally detected anomalies in the subterranean structure. Orochimaru was indeed cunning, leaving no entrance or exit behind, relying solely on earth-style ninjutsu for passage. This indicated that the base was likely a small-scale facility dedicated to secret research, and accessing it required exceptional mastery of earth-style techniques, skills that were not common even among Orochimaru's team. Ichen promptly relayed this information to Jiraiya. Lord Jiraiya, we must rely on you to open the passage, he urged. Ichen, envelop us with your water-style ninjutsu. I will employ earth-style, yellow spring swamp to descend rapidly. This will ensure the swiftest approach. Upon hearing Ichen's discovery, Jiraiya proposed the optimal plan. Understanding the directive, Ichen immediately executed the water-style, water bubble technique. They descended approximately 10 meters using earth-style, yellow spring swamp, entering a corridor before dispelling the water bubble technique. It appeared that this was indeed Orochimaru's secret research facility. As Ichen surveyed his surroundings, a cheerful voice echoed, Ichen, you have arrived. Lady Tianyu, we have finally found you. Where is Lady Tsunade? Ichen inquired eagerly. After following Lady Tsunade to this base, I discovered that she was taken to a room, which was subsequently fortified with a barrier ninjutsu. Please follow me, Tianyu replied, leading Ichen and the others forward. As they traversed the path, they encountered numerous chambers, some filled with provisions of water and sustenance, while others were cluttered with discarded equipment, seemingly medical apparatus. This place appeared to be a biological laboratory utilized by Orochimaru for his experiments. After navigating through several corridors, Tianyu arrived before a formidable iron door. She extended her antennae to gently probe the door's surface, discovering a slight indentation. Retracting her antennae, she pressed against the door panel, causing the massive door to creak open with a thunderous sound. Upon witnessing the actions of Tianyu, Ichen could not help but be filled with admiration. Indeed, Lady Tianyu is exceptionally skilled, her tracking technique unparalleled, adeptly navigating every obstacle with profound insight. Beyond the iron gate lies an elongated corridor, brightly illuminated, from which faint, eerie sounds emanate, suggesting the presence of a vast underground laboratory. At the end of the corridor stands a barrier. This must be the very room where Orochimaru holds Tsunade captive. Tianyu led the group to this juncture and came to a halt. Icheng and his companions halted their steps alongside Tianyu. There exists a barrier here, one I dared not approach before. Lady Tsunade must be within. Tianyu's melodious voice resonated with deep concern. Jiraiya-sama, can you discern the nature of this barrier? Are you confident in breaching it? After scrutinizing the barrier for a moment, Jiraiya shook his head. This barrier is composed of a unique sealing technique, remarkably formidable. It will not be an easy task to penetrate. Upon seeing Jiraiya's response, Tianyu's complexion paled further. She was aware of Jiraiya's prowess, and if even he could not dismantle the barrier, its strength was clearly substantial. However, all barriers possess a threshold of endurance, regardless of how intricate their design. Once surpassed, they can be shattered. It seems we must resort to brute force. Yet, this approach will alert those within the moment we break through, necessitating that we dismantle it instantaneously, catching the enemy off guard. Jiraiya-sama, leave it to me. I possess a single-target offensive ninjutsu, renowned for its lethal potency, particularly in terms of concentrated area damage, ranking among the top 5 in the entire shinobi world. Oh, you are referring to the second Hokage's water-severing wave. Indeed, the destructive capability of this jutsu is astonishing, sufficient to breach the barrier in an instant. Everyone, prepare yourselves. Once the barrier is breached, we must charge in and seize the advantageous terrain. This time, besides rescuing Tsunade, capturing Orochimaru would be an added bonus. Understood. The group acknowledged in unison. Icheng stepped forth, enveloped in an ethereal mode, his aquamarine cloak billowing audibly. A diamond-shaped crystal upon his forehead radiated a dazzling light. With a swift motion, he executed the water release, water-severing wave technique. The sharp line of water flickered and vanished, likely to prevent the water wave from shattering the barrier and inadvertently harming Tsunade, prompting him to retract his attack. Yet this was sufficient. The objective had been achieved. As the barrier shattered in an instant, seizing the opportunity, Jiraiya and the others charged into the interior just as the barrier collapsed. Upon entering, Icheng discovered 5 individuals within the room. Aside from Jiraiya and the other 4, there was a woman, a striking beauty, undoubtedly well endowed. Although he beheld her from behind, he was certain of her allure. This enchanting figure was engrossed in a book, her back turned to the 4. Chapter 39, Kaguya Tsunade, are you all right? Jiraiya inquired incredulously. I'm fine, Jiraiya. It's been a while, Tsunade responded, momentarily taken aback upon seeing him. Were you in any trouble before? Jiraiya hesitated before asking. Oh, I had some troubles earlier, but I'm fine now, Tsunade replied nonchalantly. Could you possibly share what transpired during this time? We discovered that Orochimaru had kidnapped you and rushed to your rescue, only to find you here reading calmly. Jiraiya expressed his desire to clarify the situation. While I was gambling in Shortbook Street, I was indeed abducted by Orochimaru. However, it wasn't exactly abduction. He was injured and requested my medical assistance. Naturally, I refused. But Orochimaru and his 2 subordinates ganged up on me. Knowing I have hemophobia, I didn't engage in combat with them. Indeed, there were 3 individuals, including Orochimaru. As Icheng pondered this, Tsunade continued, speaking of which, Orochimaru's 2 subordinates are quite formidable. The one known as Kabuto has mastered medical ninjutsu to an astonishing degree. Possessing about 1/10 of my prowess, he is quite the notable figure. The other is even more impressive, though he appears to be on the brink of death. His combat strength is astonishing. He hails from the warlike clan of Kaguya, and his bloodline limit, the Shikatsumiyaku, truly opened my eyes. His overall abilities have reached the level of a quasi-Kage. If it weren't for his bloodline disease, he would likely have great prospects of entering the ranks of Kage in the future. Alas, the younger generation is already so remarkably strong. Jiraiya, Kakashi, and Minato exchanged glances with Icheng, sighing inwardly, lamenting the daunting strength of these non-human entities. As the adage goes, the waves of the Yangtze River push the forward waves, while the former waves perish upon the shores. A look of realization crossed the faces of those present. As Naruto listened, a sense of pride welled within him. As he subconsciously aligned himself with the children, Tsunade, oblivious to the various expressions around her, continued her narrative. After that, I was brought here, to a place brimming with advanced medical apparatus and biological research materials. Orochimaru has indeed amassed quite an impressive collection over the years. I shall take it all. All of it. All right, we shall pack everything up. And then, Jiraiya, who had been engrossed in her tale, found himself momentarily disoriented by the sudden shift in her discourse. Then Orochimaru claimed that his health was failing and asked me to heal him. You agreed? Of course I did not agree. So why are you here, reading as if nothing has happened? Later, he stated that if I cured him, he would resurrect both SH-10 and Cat. Thus, I acquiesced. You healed Orochimaru? Absolutely not. So why are you here, reading as if nothing has happened? I could not cure his ailment, but I managed to treat the bloodline disease afflicting that boy with the skeletal remnants. As Ichin, Naruto, Lucio, and Minion observed the exchange between Jiraiya and Tsunade, they gradually unraveled the complexities of the situation, though numerous inconsistencies remained. Tsunade continued without keeping them in suspense. Noting that Orochimaru seemed psychologically prepared for the fact that his body could not be healed, when I mentioned the possibility of aiding the boy with the Shikatsu Myaku, his eyes gleamed with hope. It was unexpected to discover that Orochimaru cared so deeply for his subordinates, a stark contrast to my previous perceptions after so many years apart. Lady Tsunade, for Orochimaru, the physical body can be discarded at any moment. He possesses a jutsu that allows him to transfer his soul into another's body. And the boy with the Shikatsu Myaku is his ideal candidate for such a transition, Ichin elucidated. Oh, I see. Orochimaru has indeed developed such a sinister technique. Fortunately, I did not fully heal that boy. Even if Orochimaru were to occupy his body, he could only sustain it for a maximum of 5 years. Moreover, the boy is already at death's door, and considering his bloodline illness, even with my diligent care, he is unlikely to survive beyond a decade. Lady Tsunade, I have several inquiries for you, Ichin said, growing increasingly anxious as he realized that Tsunade had left several details unclear, wishing he could peer into her mind. Tsunade cast a glance at Ichin, noting his striking appearance. Jiraiya, who is this? Is he your disciple? Oh, no, not quite. He is my junior. Junior? So he is also your disciple. If Tsunade had been drinking, the 5 of them would have been doused in her beverage. The old man is quite impressive. I thought he had lost all interest in life. Who would have imagined he would take on a disciple in his later years? By the way, what is your name? Call me Senpai and I'll tell you, she teased. Say, Senpai. Ichin managed to stammer out the words, expelling a breath he had been holding. Good, my dear junior, wahaha. Ahem, let's discuss serious matters. What would you like to ask, little junior? Tsunade inquired, her large eyes blinking curiously at Ichin, who felt a bit embarrassed. Despite her age of over 50, the effects of the Yin seal rendered her appearance remarkably youthful, resembling that of a woman in her 20s. Serious matters, right? Lady Tsunade, my first question. Why is Orochimaru's body irreparable? Well, Orochimaru's cells are continuously being eroded by an inexhaustible force, particularly in his hands and abdominal area, where the cells have essentially become non-viable. This phenomenon has spread throughout his body, and within a month, it will collapse entirely. Remarkably, this force even prevents him from utilizing his shedding technique. It is indeed terrifying. Jiraiya, Naruto, Lucio, and Minion exchanged glances, swallowing hard. Oh, is that so? The Sage Art water release has exploited the permeation properties of water to such an extreme. This is a transformation of its water attribute, fully developed by the Sage Art, Ichin quietly contemplated upon hearing Tsunade's explanation. My second question, how did the boy with the Shikatsu Myaku acquire his bloodline illness, and how did you treat him, Senpai? I suspect his bloodline illness could stem from a few possibilities. First, his Shikatsu Myaku was developed too rapidly, and his physical constitution could not keep pace, placing immense strain on his body and leading to overexertion. Second, he employed his Shikatsu Myaku incorrectly, unwisely retracting used bones back into his body, a sure path to disaster. There are countless visible and invisible bacteria and viruses in nature. The human body's most crucial defense mechanisms are the skin and mucous membranes. Without these barriers to block 99 of pathogens, humanity would have perished long ago. Based on these two scenarios, I tailored my treatment, but the results can only be described as mediocre. Not a complete cure. Upon hearing this, the group experienced a moment of clarity. Chapter 40. Companions. Even if this boy with the Shikatsu Myaku can only live for 5 years, that is sufficient for Orochimaru. If he were to acquire the Shikatsu Myaku's bloodline limit, the implications are terrifying, Jiraiya thought, gasping in horror. Before the group could fully digest this revelation, Ichin pressed on, Lady Tsunade, even if you have managed to extend Orochimaru's life by 5 years, given his character, he is unlikely to simply walk away. My astute junior, matters are not so simple. Orochimaru does not intend to let me off easily. However, he has demonstrated some degree of creditworthiness by fulfilling his promise before taking action. Are you suggesting that Orochimaru has resurrected Sh Suk and Cat Dan? Jiraiya asked incredulously. Tsunade fell silent for a moment, seemingly lost in thought, before finally speaking. Yes, Orochimaru has resurrected Sh Suk and Dan, but not in their entirety. He merely summoned their reanimated forms through a forbidden jutsu. Though they were but reanimated corpses, the emotional impact on me was profound. Orochimaru, in a display of chivalry, refrained from attacking me while I was momentarily disoriented. Taking a moment to collect herself, Tsunade continued. Seeing them caused the pent-up emotions I had suppressed over the years to erupt. However, they encouraged and comforted me, urging me to move forward and not dwell in the past, to carry their legacy and live well for their sake. Indeed, for them, for Konoha, there remains much for me to accomplish. I cannot succumb. I must live on. Upon releasing her emotional burden, Suk and Dan voluntarily ended their reanimation, their souls returning to peace. Witnessing their departing smiles, I vowed to live on. Orochimaru, taken aback by Suk and Dan's voluntary liberation from reanimation, was likely witnessing such an occurrence for the first time. He had intended to strike, but he lost the optimal moment to act. The person I had become before and after meeting them was no longer the same. After a brief skirmish, Orochimaru recognized that with his current condition and his two subordinates, he could not ensure my defeat. Moreover, as you mentioned, he could not afford to relinquish the opportunity for the Shikatsu Miyaka's bloodline limit, which necessitated my demise. This is not Orochimaru's style. Perhaps he sensed your arrival and retreated without hesitation. Tsunade, are you saying your fear of blood has been resolved? Jiraiya asked, astonished. Indeed, Tsunade replied, waving her hand dismissively, signaling that it was not an extraordinary matter. Splendid. Your long-standing fear of blood had hindered your ninja career. Now that it has been overcome, are you willing to return to Konoha? We would like you to assume the mantle of the 5th Hokage. Please. Return as the 5th Hokage, Lady Tsunade, to lead Konoha to greatness. Lugio, Naruto, Ichin, and Minion looked on with solemn expressions, their eyes filled with hope. Have there been troubles in Konoha? Has something happened to the old man? Speak plainly. I can handle it. As she spoke, tears threatened to spill from her eyes. Though Tsunade had been away from Konoha for many years, it remained her roots, and her connection to it was unbreakable. How could she sever ties, especially with her mentor, the 3rd Hokage, who had raised her like a daughter? Now that the 3rd Hokage was in peril. Stop. Stop right there, Tsunade. Don't jump to conclusions. There is nothing to worry about. Women tend to overthink. Jiraiya interjected, however. Konoha has indeed faced aggression from foreign nations recently. However, we are the victors, and the old man is perfectly fine, still brimming with vitality. So do not let your imagination run wild. Things are not as dire as you perceive. It was the old man's suggestion for you to assume the role of the 5th Hokage. He is advanced in years, and it would be futile for him to continue leading Konoha. Surely, you wouldn't wish to see him sitting in the Hokage office, sifting through documents at the age of 70 or 80. Tsunade listened quietly for a moment, relieved to learn that the old man was unharmed. She had feared that the 3rd Hokage had perished. However, Jiraiya, did that ninja village invade Konoha? Tsunade glared at Jiraiya, who felt uncomfortable under her scrutinizing gaze and quickly averted his eyes. He hastily explained it was a coalition of the Sand Ninja and Orochimaru's Sound Ninja, who launched their assault during this year's Chunin exams. But do not be disheartened, we emerged victorious. You have seen Orochimaru's state. He nearly became a casualty of Konoha. And we have captured numerous Sand Ninja. Besides seeking you, we also intend to approach the Sand Village for reparations. Tsunade glanced at Jiraiya, then at the others, and suddenly remarked, Jiraiya, you have worked hard over the years. If it weren't for your efforts in helping Konoha through this crisis, the losses would have been significant. It's a pity I was present. Otherwise, I could have contributed as well. Jiraiya's face flushed crimson, akin to that of a monkey's backside, as he awkwardly scratched his head. Actually, Tsunade, the true hero of this victory is Ichin. Do not underestimate him. His prowess is formidable, to say the least. You have witnessed what happened to Orochimaru. It was Ichin who inflicted those injuries. Tsunade was momentarily taken aback, mechanically turning to her junior disciple. Ichin, I had no idea you were so formidable. How old are you? And when did you graduate from the Ninja Academy? With a sense of helplessness, Ichin rubbed his head and lamented, at 13, I have just graduated and still remain a genin. A startled Tsunade nearly spat out a mouthful of blood, exclaiming, 13 Jiraiya, what were we doing at that age? Jiraiya, who also graduated this year as a genin, had managed to defeat Orochimaru, leaving Tsunade in disbelief. Drawing a deep breath, Tsunade gradually calmed her bewildered thoughts. Kakashi and Kiba exchanged glances, both recognizing the shared sense of helplessness in each other's eyes. Among the 6 individuals present, 3 were of Hokage-level strength. Naruto had exhibited remarkable prowess during the Chunin exam finals, leading them to conclude that they were the ones who truly deserved to occupy a spacious residence. At that moment, Naruto chimed in, Tsunade Baba, I'm quite formidable too. I once gave Orochimaru a thorough beating. That guy isn't anything special. Next time I see him, I'll knock his teeth out again. I'm incredibly strong. Tsunade was taken aback. Was this boy named Naruto truly, and did he just call me Baba? In any case, he was quite an unappealing child. Since you're fine, Tsunade, how about accompanying us to Sunagakure? If they have the audacity to invade us, they must pay the price. Jiraiya deftly redirected her attention. Upon hearing this, Tsunade's anger flared, and she roared, "Let us go. In the name of the fifth Hokage, I shall ensure that Sunagakure pays for their blood debts. Remember to bring back the research equipment, medical records, and the materials from here," the group acknowledged. Chapter 41. Apprenticeship. After departing from Orochimaru's base, a group of 6 hastened towards the sand village. Soon, the lush forest ubiquitous in the land of fire vanished, replaced by the relentless expanse of yellow sand. This was a realm of sand, and it was truly irksome, Naruto exclaimed in exasperation, struggling to keep his eyes open as sand whipped around him. Beside him, Ichen maintained an expression of serene composure, his gaze scanning the surroundings. "Ichen, your ninjutsu is remarkably effective," Naruto observed, noting how the flowing water armor enveloping Ichen repelled the encroaching sand. Even when grains settled upon him, the water currents would effortlessly sweep them back to the dunes below, leaving Naruto envious. "Naruto, you foolish boy, you are the only one struggling here. Just look at the others," Jiraiya interjected, his words striking at Naruto's pride. Upon glancing at his companions, Naruto realized that each possessed some method to fend off the sand, while he remained at a loss. "Why don't you become my disciple? I shall teach you the ways to shield yourself from the sand," Jiraiya proposed unexpectedly. Tsunade glanced at Jiraiya in astonishment, taken aback by his initiative to take on an apprentice, particularly one as young as 13. It was a rarity since he had not taken a student since the 4th Hokage, and Tsunade recognized the gravity in Jiraiya's demeanor, understanding that he was indeed serious. Beside them, Riku and Minin were not surprised. The 3rd Hokage had already mentioned that Naruto was the son of the 4th, and Jiraiya had promised to look after him. To them, this was completely normal. As for Ichen, being a time traveler, he found Naruto seeking mentorship from Jiraiya quite unsurprising. "Mentorship? But my teacher is Kakashi. How can I take on another master?" Naruto questioned in bewilderment. "Fool, Kakashi is merely your guiding jonin. There is no conflict in having me as your master." Jiraiya nearly spat in frustration, taken aback by Naruto's naive reasoning. "Oh, I see. I always thought Kakashi-sensei was a bit unreliable," Naruto remarked, eyeing Jiraiya. Jiraiya, feeling the heat of the moment, was about to retort when Naruto continued, "But it still doesn't work. You're a disciple of the 3rd Hokage. So if I take you as my master, that makes me your disciple. And Ichen is also a disciple of the 3rd, so what should I call him?" "Call him Shirboa," Jiraiya calmly suggested, delivering another sharp jab. "Shirboa? Shirboa?" Naruto looked at Ichen, struggling to utter the word. "Naruto, it's fine. You can just continue calling me Ichen." "It's no trouble," Ichen quickly interjected, sensing the awkwardness. "In that case, I might as well take Ichen as my master." "I didn't realize you were so strong, perverted sage," Naruto exclaimed, much to Jiraiya's indignation. "Enough. Close your mouth," Jiraiya snapped, silencing Naruto. At that moment, Ichen finally spoke up. "Naruto, Lord Jiraiya is actually a far more powerful ninja than I am. He is one of the legendary 3 of Konoha and has played an irreplaceable role in many battles throughout Konoha's history. He is a formidable figure, even ranking among the top 10 in the entire ninja world. If you could learn even a fraction from him, you might surpass me." Jiraiya's face flushed red with embarrassment. He wanted to explain but found himself at a loss for words, merely staring blankly. Suddenly, Jiraiya recalled something. "Naruto, I possess a powerful summoning beast, a skill that even Ichen lacks. Allow me to demonstrate a summoning beast that rivals even the tailed beasts. Come forth, Fukasaku." With that, Jiraiya summoned Fukasaku, a gigantic red toad clad in bandages and with a large pipe in its mouth, towering over them like a small mountain. Naruto found himself overshadowed, gazing up at the toad as if it were an immense elephant and he, a myriad. Initially, Naruto was skeptical of Jiraiya's reputation, but the sight of the colossal toad left him speechless. "That's really big. It seems the perverted sage is indeed impressive. Jiraiya, why have you summoned me? Do you wish to confront an enemy?" Fukasaku inquired, scanning the area and noting the eerie calmness, devoid of any enemy presence. "Haha, Fukasaku, it's nothing urgent. I merely intended for you to meet my new disciple," Jiraiya chuckled nervously. "Oh, your disciple?" Fukasaku's large eyes turned towards the group, finally landing on Naruto and Ichen. "Is it this waterlogged fellow?" "Jiraiya, you have a good eye." "No, it's the one beside him." The one you're referring to is the old man's disciple. Jiraiya awkwardly corrected. Oh, so he is a disciple of the third Hokage. Truly, one should not judge by appearances. However, the disciple you've chosen, TSK. What do you mean? Are you looking down on me? Naruto seethed, ready to erupt. All right, let us keep the comments to a minimum. Fukasaku, you may return. Jiraiya hastily concluded. Humph, little brat, wait until you have the skill to summon me before you boast. Farewell, Jiraiya. The toad departed with a haughty air, leaving Naruto almost in a state of frustration. Now, Naruto, you may take me as your master, Jiraiya urged earnestly, gazing intently at Naruto, feeling overwhelmed by Jiraiya's sincere gaze, which contrasted sharply with the indifference he had faced throughout his life. Tears welled up in Naruto's eyes. He could not contain them, lowering his head and calling out, Master. Good. From now on, Naruto will follow me, and I will take good care of you, Jiraiya said, seeing in Naruto the echoes of the fourth Hokage. Jiraiya, you. Tsunade, observing from the sidelines, was still in disbelief, questioning if this was the Jiraiya she knew. Rika quickly approached Tsunade and briefly explained Naruto's lineage. Upon realizing Naruto was the son of the fourth, Tsunade's demeanor softened as she regarded him. Jiraiya, so it is. Naruto, since you have pledged to follow me, how about I teach you a special technique? A special technique? Naruto's eyes sparkled with excitement, utterly defenseless against the allure of such a skill. Once we reach the next gathering point, I'll procure some items that will aid your training, Jiraiya continued. Upon arriving near the sand village, they found a gathering place amidst the vast, sandy expanse of the wind country, where water sources were scarce. These large gathering points were typically established in areas rich in water resources, thus Konoha had built oases in every water-rich location. Naruto returned with a beaming smile, having purchased equipment for his training. In truth, Jiraiya intended to teach Naruto the Rasengan, using balloons and rubber balls as training tools. Perverted sage, I've got the tools. Let us begin, Naruto exclaimed, eyes gleaming with anticipation. We still have a journey ahead. How about I teach you as we travel? Jiraiya suggested with a smile. I'll learn quickly, Naruto insisted, gripping Jiraiya's hand tightly. Lord Jiraiya, we are quite close to the Sand Ninja now. They likely have sensed our presence. We should proceed cautiously to avoid provoking them into an immediate attack. Allow me to submit the necessary paperwork first, and during this time, I can teach Naruto, Riku proposed. Very well, but do be cautious, Jiraiya replied with concern. Rest assured, with so many hostages in Konoha, especially with the one-tailed Shikaku in our possession, they wouldn't dare harm me, Rika said confidently. Lord Riku, I will create a shadow clone to accompany you, ensuring your safety. Ichin chimed in cheerfully. That sounds excellent. With you along, the success rate goes from 99 to 100. Jiraiya, you can rest easy now, Riku affirmed. Ichin, ensure Riku's safety. He is Konoha's strategist. And we cannot afford any mishaps, Jiraiya instructed earnestly. Understood, Ichin replied. Now, Naruto, are you eager to begin? The technique I'll teach you is called Rasengan. Let me outline the steps for mastering it. Let us focus, he began, which, as the name suggests, means to concentrate your energy. Let us proceed. I have inscribed a small symbol of a leaf upon your palm. Let this serve as the focal point for your training. 1. Rotation. Behold the astonishing quantity of balloons you have acquired. Shortly, you shall fill these balloons with water, and then, through the rhythmic movement of chakra in your hands, you must cause the water balloon to burst. 2. Enhancement. Once you have discerned the technique to rupture the water balloon, the next challenge involves an array of numerous, exceedingly sturdy rubber balls, each possessing a hardness 100 times that of the water balloon's exterior. As these spheres are filled with air, they lack the distinct tactile sensation of liquids, compounded by their remarkably resilient surfaces. This stage may prove quite arduous. I sincerely hope you do not falter. Should you successfully navigate this phase, you will have grasped the essence of the Rasengan, the high-density chakra in rapid, erratic motion. 3. Sustenance. This final step requires no instruments. You must showcase the fruits of your labor from the preceding stages in your palm, exerting every ounce of your strength to maintain it. As long as you can preserve the spherical formation of high-density chakra in its swift, chaotic motion without dispersing, the Rasengan shall ultimately take form. These 4 points encapsulate the essence of mastering the Rasengan. Allow me to demonstrate. Jiraiya lifted a water-filled balloon, placing it in the palm of his right hand, channeling chakra to induce rotation. The balloon shattered with a resounding pop, sending water splattering everywhere. He then seized a rubber ball, and in a mere moment, it too burst forth, scattering fragments, and in the center of Jiraiya's palm emerged a blue sphere of high-density chakra in rapid, erratic motion. This was the Rasengan. Have you observed closely? Jiraiya inquired of Naruto. Why yes, I have, Naruto stammered, feeling a twinge of uncertainty. Have you mastered it? Jiraiya pressed further. I should have learned it, Naruto replied, his teeth chattering slightly. Then commence your practice, Jiraiya instructed, gesturing towards the heap of balls on the ground. Humph, what is there to fear? Naruto thought to himself, bolstering his confidence. You are a genius, you are the strongest. He picked up a water-filled balloon from the ground, placing it in his right palm. Envisioning the form of the lecherous sage, striving to manifest the tangible transformation of chakra within his hand. An hour later, large beads of sweat cascaded down Naruto's forehead. Damn it, why hasn't it burst yet? He gazed at the balloon in his hand, observing it rolling like waves, seemingly on the brink of bursting. Yet it felt as though it just needed that final push. In the distance, Ichin watched Naruto practice fervently, a sense of excitement bubbling within him. As a devoted fan of Naruto, he knew that the Rasengan was a pivotal technique throughout the series, often wrought with miraculous feats. As these thoughts coursed through his mind, his right palm unconsciously began to gather chakra, which gradually intensified until a substantial orb of chakra formed, pulsating with a brilliant blue light that captivated everyone's attention. Ichin, did you just learn that? Jiraiya exclaimed, rendered speechless by the display. It was a rather disheartening moment for him. Recalling the arduous effort he had exerted to master the Rasengan in his own time, Tsunade and Kurenai also found themselves at a loss. Fully aware that this was an A-rank technique developed by the 4th Hokage. A-rank techniques were renowned for their mastery level, with the Rasengan being particularly challenging. Only the 4th and Jiraiya had managed to master such a formidable technique. It was astonishing that while Naruto, a diligent practitioner, had yet to grasp it, Ichin had already succeeded. Was this what they called genius? They couldn't help but question their own abilities in such a brief span of time, ultimately concluding that they were not capable. Naruto, equally astonished, stammered, Ichin, did you already know how to do this? He attempted to sidestep the situation with a somewhat foolish question. I learned it after listening to Lord Jiraiya's explanation, Ichin replied, a hint of shyness in his voice. Naruto. As Ichin held the swirling sphere in his hand, he sensed that something was still amiss. Indeed, it bore a resemblance to the water release, hard vortex water blade technique. Could it be possible to infuse this sphere with water attribute chakra? The moment the thought crossed his mind, his body instinctively began to refine water attribute chakra and, utilizing the water god garment, absorbed the scant water attribute natural energy from the arid air. Given the desolate nature of the surrounding desert, moisture was a rare commodity. Thus, the majority of the refined chakra was derived from Ichin himself. As the chakra gradually infused into the sphere, its originally blue hue deepened, resembling an oceanic trench viewed from above, profound and eerily captivating. Chapter 43, Rainbow in contrast to the water release, hard vortex water blade, this jutsu in Ichin's hands lacked flamboyance. It exuded a subtle depth and restraint. It resembled a water droplet resting in a 10,000-meter abyss, silently bearing the weight of infinite pressure, lying quietly in the palm of Ichin's hand. However, for Tsunade, Jiraiya, Menin, and Naruto, who stood nearby, waves of trepidation surged within them, compelling their hearts to incessantly warn them to flee this place, to distance themselves from Ichin. In a tranquil moment, Ichin gazed at the chakra sphere in his hand. Sensing the restlessness within, although it appeared calm on the surface, he understood the immense power that would be unleashed if given an outlet. Ichin, be cautious. Can you truly control it? This is no trivial matter, Jiraiya cautioned. As an expert in the Rasengan, he had discerned that this was a novel technique. A fusion of the Rasengan, a ninjutsu devoid of elemental attributes, with an overwhelming amount of water chakra. It could be regarded as an advanced version of the Rasengan. Its destructive capacity far beyond that of the ordinary technique. The waves of anxiety they felt hinted that if Ichin lost control, they might not see the dawn of the next day. Rest assured, Lord Jiraiya, it won't spiral out of control, Ichin replied with a reassuring smile. Noting the concerned expressions of Jiraiya and the others, I intend to test the potency of this ninjutsu. It seems the range of its attack should be considerable, so everyone, please step back. They had long desired to distance themselves from Ichin. Upon hearing his words, they promptly retreated 100 meters. Further back, he urged. Is that insufficient? It appears to be an expansive ninjutsu. Tsunade and Jiraiya exchanged glances, silently conveying their thoughts, before continuing to back away with Naruto and Menin. They halted only after retreating 300 meters. Ichin's penchant for surprises is quite alarming, Jiraiya remarked wryly, eliciting nods of agreement from the others. As Ichin observed that Jiraiya and the others had retreated approximately 300 meters, he felt this distance was adequate. He then propelled himself upwards, dragging the chakra orb with him until he reached around 100 meters above the ground, believing it to be sufficient. Without hesitation, he released the chakra orb, which, despite being let go lightly, descended at a remarkable speed. This could be attributed to the vast amount of chakra contained within, rendering the orb exceedingly heavy, or perhaps due to the inherent characteristics of the Rasengan. While its exterior appeared tranquil, the internal rotational speed was extraordinarily intense, resulting in a rapid descent. Jiraiya and the others watched anxiously as the chakra orb plummeted to the ground in what felt like mere moments. The suspense was palpable. What kind of effect would it yield? Jiraiya and Tsunade were tense, their senses heightened. If the range of this ninjutsu exceeded 300 meters, they would need to protect Minen and Naruto immediately. Minen, cautious and haunted by memories of Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama's cataclysmic battles, was deeply aware of the potential devastation. The impression left by I Ching's earlier technique was still fresh in his mind, instilling a fear of annihilation. Naruto, on the other hand, was eagerly anticipating a spectacular display. Yet, the entity within him, the Nine Tails, had a different perspective. Having been drained of chakra by I Ching previously, the Nine Tails had grown weary of the situation. Over time, it had learned to conserve its chakra, reducing its output into Naruto's body, realizing that its efforts were futile against the persistent I Ching. As it attempted to recuperate in a peaceful slumber, the Nine Tails abruptly awoke, sensing an ominous presence. Was it Madara's return? This feeling was profoundly unsettling. Ever since the chakra ceased to erode, its awareness of the outside world had diminished significantly. Growing restless, the Nine Tails paced within Naruto, emitting growls of frustration. It could not perish in ignorance. It had to break free, even if it meant facing death. Hey, the perverted sage. There's a problem with the entity within me. It's trying to break the seal. This feeling is unbearable. I've never experienced anything like this before, Naruto exclaimed, clutching his abdomen in agony, nearly collapsing. Naruto, what's wrong? Minion queried, perplexed. Naruto? Tsunade was still processing the situation. Naruto. Suddenly, Jiraiya had an epiphany. Tsunade. Take Minion away immediately. This place is unsafe. He dashed towards Naruto, swiftly pulling him back. Damn it, the Nine Tails is going berserk. It must sense danger, otherwise it wouldn't be acting this way. The 8 trigram seal prevents any violent break from within, making such attempts futile. Yet, if the Nine Tails is reacting like this, it must sense an imminent threat. If our understanding of I Ching's ninjutsu is superficial, we might be in grave danger. In that instant, the chakra orb detonated. What a spectacle it was. As Naruto was pulled away by Jiraiya, he witnessed the eruption, and it did not disappoint. Truly magnificent. Naruto's eyes sparkled with fascination as the epicenter collapsed, instantly creating a vacuum within a 10-meter radius. The previously existing soil vanished as if erased from existence. The chakra orb imploded to its limit before rapidly expanding, covering distances of 50 meters and 100 meters in the blink of an eye, continuing to expand at an astonishing rate. Earth-style, earth flow wall. Jiraiya summoned towering walls in an attempt to shield them from I Ching's jutsu. Tsunade. Jiraiya heard her call. In an instant, Jiraiya grasped Tsunade's intent and executed the ninjutsu. Earth-style, multiple hardening technique. Tsunade precisely channeled her chakra into her legs, stomping forcefully onto the ground, transforming Jiraiya's hardened earth into a series of rocky barriers, reminiscent of a mountain crumbling. Fortunately, they had initially maintained a distance of 300 meters and had retreated swiftly before the explosion, sparing them from the brunt of the impact. Time seemed to stretch endlessly for Jiraiya and Tsunade, who felt as if they had lived through centuries. Finally, they survived, panting with relief. Tsunade. Jiraiya exchanged a glance with her, both relieved to have survived. They had never felt such desperation, even during their battles with Hanzo the Salamander. Minion stood frozen in shock, gazing at the spot where they had just stood. That was breathtaking. Naruto had not blinked, captivated by the unfolding spectacle. Such beauty! Look at that rainbow! He exclaimed, momentarily regaining his senses. Jiraiya, Tsunade, and Minen also beheld the rainbow, seemingly within reach, like a magical sight after a rain shower. It was stunning. As Naruto reached out to touch the vibrant arc, Jiraiya abruptly pulled him back. What are you doing, perverted sage? The rainbow is too beautiful, Naruto complained. Naruto, look closely. Jiraiya instructed cryptically. As Naruto focused, he caught a glimpse of a flicker of blue light. What is that? He gasped. It was a series of astonishingly swift and numerous water lines, invisible to the naked eye due to their incredible speed, creating an illusion. One step forward could lead to utter destruction. The radiant rainbow, formed from countless water lines refracting sunlight, was a deadly trap. Do not touch it, Jiraiya warned. Okay, Naruto stammered. By the way, perverted sage, what happened to the wall you summoned? Why has it vanished? He unwittingly posed the question since the wall had been there just moments ago. It's not gone. Once the Earth-style ninjutsu is activated, it remains even if the chakra is withdrawn. The disappearance of the wall indicates only one thing. What thing? Naruto asked instinctively. Jiraiya remained silent, scooping up a handful of sand and tossing it forward. As the grains flew, they gradually vanished until they were entirely gone. It disappeared, Naruto exclaimed, dumbfounded. This resembles the dust release of the land of Earth, where everything touched can vanish, Minion noted, astonished. He had witnessed dust release before. A technique capable of erasing matter from existence. It's not annihilation, it's different from dust release. Each grain of sand has been pierced by myriad water lines, splitting into even smaller fragments, beyond our eyes' recognition. This is terrifying, the remaining witnesses of the spectacle thought, each gripped by an unshakable fear. Chapter 44. Ice release. After an indeterminate period, the ninjutsu gradually subsided. The ground that had endured the attack was stripped bare, smooth as a tranquil lake. How terrifying. The range of this attack is immense. We were 300 meters from the epicenter. How much further did we retreat? Minion pondered aloud. About 100 more meters, Jiraiya replied. Tsunade responded. Heavens, the attack range of this ninjutsu astonishingly reaches a diameter of 800 meters, covering an area of 500,000 square meters. Are you aware of the size of Konoha? It spans merely 400,000 square meters. This implies that with a single technique, one could obliterate the entirety of Konoha. How terrifying. Is such a level achievable by a mere human? It inevitably evokes memories of the first Hokage and Uchiha Madara. Minion found himself at a loss, his expression a tumultuous blend of fear and exhilaration. Yet, amid his rambling, he inadvertently revealed a crucial piece of information. Ichan has already demonstrated the capability to obliterate Konohagakure with a single strike. It can be said that not only Konohagakure but all 5 great ninja villages would falter under the might of that recent jutsu. Fortunately, Ichan is a ninja of Konohagakure, and his family, parents, and sister live a secure and blissful life there. Being a disciple of the 3rd Hokage, he is of noble lineage and has the potential to one day become a ninja deity akin to the 1st Hokage, elevating Konohagakure above all else in this world. Tsunade and Jiraiya exchanged glances, both feeling a sense of relief for Ichan's familial ties and his esteemed heritage. Having witnessed countless prodigies, they understood the tragic outcomes that often befell those who, in times of turmoil, succumb to inner turmoil and betrayal against their villages. Each act of treachery by a genius could spell disaster, for one could never ascertain the limits of their potential. Naruto was equally astonished. Yet his boisterous nature quickly led him to recover. Let us hurry and regroup with Ichan, he exclaimed, dashing towards the recently vacated area. However, after a few strides, he suddenly felt the ground beneath him give way. Standing on the sand felt akin to treading on water. While one might typically use a water-walking technique to maintain stability over water, this sand offered no such support. It bore no weight. In mere moments, the sand had risen to Naruto's waist. Damn it, Jiraiya. If you hadn't caught me, I might have sunk. After Jiraiya pulled Naruto up, the group realized that the sand within the range of the jutsu had been shattered into finer particles, rendering it utterly devoid of support, a desolate expanse devoid of life. Look. Ichan, what is he planning now? Minion observed as Ichan's left hand conjured another chakra sphere high in the sky. He was infusing it with wind chakra. Jiraiya, sensing the gravity of the situation, spoke to the group. This is terrifying. Could Ichan be intending to replicate his previous feat? He seems to be experimenting with injecting different chakra types into the Rasengan to observe the resulting effects. The Rasengan, being a non-elemental jutsu, reaches its zenith in shape transformation. And now Ichan is pushing the boundaries further by infusing it with extreme nature transformation. As you can see, this results in a profound qualitative change. Look quickly. The jutsu is taking shape. This technique appears far more menacing than the previous water-based Rasengan. Ichan's left hand spun the jutsu at an incredible speed, generating a piercing sound and creating a whirlwind around his body. He has launched it, Naruto shouted. The wind chakra sphere was even swifter than the earlier water chakra sphere, reaching the ground in an instant. The speed was nearly impossible to evade, and both Jiraiya and Tsunade wore grim expressions. Given their speed, evading this jutsu would be exceedingly difficult. If only we had the Flying Thunder God technique, Jiraiya lamented, reminiscent of the 4th Hokage, a man of unparalleled talent who devoted his life to Konohagakure. Upon impact, the attack's range appeared smaller than that of the previous water Rasengan, yet one could sense the wind Rasengan's cutting prowess was far superior. If the water Rasengan represented breadth, then this wind Rasengan signified depth. We shall soon examine the site of the impact. I believe it will astonish you, Jiraiya analyzed. Had Jiraiya and the others been in Ichan's position, they would have witnessed a gaping pit dozens of meters deep at the point of impact, continuously filled with an abundance of sand, indicating that the depth of the attack was beyond imagination at the moment of collision. Ah, is it finally over? Today has been overwhelming. I need a moment to recover, Minion said as he sat on the ground, displaying an expression of relief after the ordeal. No, it is not over yet. Jiraiya and Tsunade intently observed Ichan, who remained suspended in the distant sky. Is Ichan going to experiment with other attributes of the Rasengan? I wonder what effects they may yield. I feel both excited and anxious. Minion was taken aback, then quickly looked in Ichan's direction. Lord Jiraiya, Lady Tsunade. What is that? Minion was stunned, utterly speechless. What on earth was Ichan doing? In his right hand was a water attribute Rasengan, and in his left, a wind attribute Rasengan. He was astonishingly creating two Rasengans with different attributes simultaneously. How could this be possible? How did Ichan achieve this? This has completely overturned my understanding. Is it difficult to accomplish, Sage Jiraiya? Naruto pondered, feeling that he could achieve such a feat in the future. Naruto, within a ninja's body. There are 7 types of chakra attributes: fire, water, wind, lightning, earth, yin, and yang, each possessing its own nature transformation. Generally, most Chunin possess transformations of 2 or more types, mastering a greater variety of chakra transformations which enhance their strength. If one could simultaneously fuse 2 chakra transformations, they could create a bloodline limit that alters their genetic makeup. If 3 transformations are fused, it could yield a bloodline limit as formidable as dust release. If one could merge all 7 chakra transformations, it would reach an unimaginable realm, one that no one in the entire ninja world has achieved. Do you know how many chakra transformations were fused to create the wood release used by the first Hokage to pacify the warring states? Jiraiya gazed meaningfully at Naruto. I don't know, Naruto admitted, having only seen the first Hokage's visage on the Hokage monument, completely unaware of what wood release was. My grandfather's wood release is actually a bloodline limit, formed by the fusion of earth, water, and yang attribute transformations, Tsunade stated. Her eyes fixed on Ichan in the distant sky upon hearing Jiraiya mention the first Hokage. Indeed. Even the wood release that the first Hokage used to bring peace to the land is merely a fusion of 3 chakra transformations, highlighting its difficulty. Naruto, you are familiar with the third Hokage, right? That old man could combine 5 different attribute ninjutsu even in his youth, as he matured. He mastered thousands of techniques and honed his skills in the 5 primary transformations, secret techniques, taijutsu, and genjutsu, thoroughly researching all jutsu in the Leaf Village. While the old man could simultaneously use 5 chakra transformations, his method of executing all 5 attributes involved a bit of trickery. He needed to create shadow clones to utilize the corresponding 5 attribute techniques, employing the 5 Nature's Great Continuous Bomb technique, unlike Ichan, who did not create shadow clones but rather used his own body to execute 2 attribute transformations at once. This signifies that Ichan possesses the capability to fuse bloodline limits. Today, we are witnessing a miracle. Bloodline limit? Tsunade, Minion, and even Naruto displayed expressions of disbelief. What is a bloodline limit? It is a genetic material imprinted within one's genes. This new release technique would be recorded in a ninja's genetics and passed down to their offspring through lineage. If Ichan were to manifest a bloodline limit, he could establish a bloodline clan. Returning to Ichan, after solely using the water and wind attribute Rasengans, memories from his past life suddenly surged within his mind. How is ice formed? Ice is the solid state of water, which freezes at low temperatures, generally below 0 degrees Celsius. Impurities in water can also cause freezing at 0 degrees. How can one lower the temperature to 0? A rapid flow of air can reduce the water's temperature below 0. During the flushing process in an airplane's toilet, the water is influenced by the rapid air currents outside, causing some of it to vaporize, which gradually lowers the temperature, potentially reaching freezing point and forming ice. If that is the case, Ichan, looking at the water and wind attribute Rasengans in his hands, slowly and resolutely drew them together. Is it snowing? Naruto suddenly exclaimed. Huh? This is a desert, Naruto. Are you imagining things? Minion cautioned. No, it's snow, Minion observed, as the snowfall grew heavier. Jiraiya and Tsunade also felt the temperature drop and noticed the intensifying snow. Before long, the desert landscape was blanketed in white. Indeed, a miracle had manifested. Ice release had come into existence, enveloping the land in 1,000 miles of frost. Chapter 45, Sublimation. The blizzard intensified, the biting cold wind ushering in flurries of snowflakes. The frigid gust shook the dunes, howling wildly, swirling the entire sandy expanse upwards. The wind shrieked incessantly, shifting unpredictably, almost toppling Tsunade and the others, as sharp particles stung their faces, leaving them breathless and speechless. Rocks pierced the sky. Crashing waves stirred up, creating heaps of snow. In the lonely night, amidst the remnants of snow-covered mountains, a solitary candle flickered for a wanderer in a foreign land. Furious waves rolled over frost and snow, an endless chasm stretched before them. White snow veiled distant mountains, while yellow clouds obscured the sea's watch. Mountain snow and river ice lay desolate, smoldering hills shrouded in white bones. This technique possesses the power to alter the very heavens, once a harsh and scorching desert. It has swiftly transformed into a scene frozen in time, a world blanketed in snow. Jiraiya and the others struggled to open their eyes. Gazing toward the distant figure of Ichan high in the sky, they beheld that Ichan no longer held the wind or water attribute Razengans. He stood serenely in the air. Eyes closed, as if in deep contemplation. Snow seems to be converging towards Ichan. Have you noticed? Minion inquired. At first, there were snowflakes dancing in the air, which eventually settled on the ground, forming a blanket of snow. It was as if something had drawn them in. Ichan resembled a black hole, attracting both the swirling snowflakes from the sky and the ice that had already formed on the ground to his body. Gradually, Ichan's outline became indistinguishable, until finally, he was completely enveloped in ice and snow, resembling a celestial ice star suspended in the heavens. Naruto's light-hearted remarks shattered the heavy atmosphere. Ichan won't come to any harm, will he? Min Yin expressed his concern, recognizing that this was pivotal for the rise of Konoha, and could not afford to falter here. What are your thoughts on the bloodline limits? Jiraiya suddenly posed such an inquiry. Bloodline limit, I believe, is an extension of lineage. From any perspective, it holds true, Naruto replied. Although he wasn't well versed in these matters, he understood their complexity. This situation was not entirely unfamiliar, as Sasuke's Sharingan was a continuation of the Uchiha clan's bloodline. I believe there are two interpretations of such bloodline limits. The first is the inherent power of the original bloodline limit, which serves as the foundation for family legacy. The second pertains to the blood itself. If it is a matter of lineage inheritance, then it signifies the power of that inheritance. Tsunade articulated her viewpoint. Upon hearing Tsunade's response, Jiraiya addressed the group. Have you heard whether Ichin's family possesses any bloodlines or hereditary traits? No, Ichin's family is merely an ordinary one, and neither of his parents had the qualifications to become ninjas. It is impossible for them to be a bloodline family. Min Yin had thoroughly researched Ichin's family. Given this, Ichin embodies the very power of the original bloodline limit, Jiraiya concluded. Wait a moment, perverted sage. Didn't we already ascertain that Ichin is the developer of the newly emerged ice release? How does this relate to his current state? Naruto pondered, momentarily perplexed. Naruto. Since Ichin is the developer of the original bloodline limit, doesn't this phenomenon provide a clear explanation? Jiraiya continued. In our understanding, all explanations pertain to those who inherit bloodline limits through lineage. Not only you, but even Tsunade and I are witnessing a bloodline limit developed entirely by oneself for the first time. Thus, we can confirm that Ichin's phenomenon is unique to the developer of the original bloodline limit. Jiraiya paused before elaborating. There has long been a saying in the ninja world, a bloodline limit developed through one's own strength will receive a form of reciprocation. How can bloodline limits continue to be passed down through lineage? This is because the genes of the original bloodline limit contain fragments of the hereditary material of such bloodline limits. Ichin's phenomenon should be a transformation of genes suitable for ice release inheritance. It is a form of sublimation. Upon hearing Jiraiya's analysis, Naruto found it quite reasonable yet struggled to grasp its full meaning. Thus, Ichin remained suspended in midair, entirely covered in ice and snow. Immobile with his eyes still tightly shut, resembling a sculpture. The surrounding ice and snow gradually faded away, as if being absorbed by his very being, revealing skin that glistened like crystal, reminiscent of an infant at birth or an ethereal being untouched by mortal affairs. A faint blue glow emanated from him. As if it were part of his attire, this delicate blue light illuminated his entire form, making him appear as the sovereign of the azure sky, causing all winds and snows to gracefully navigate around him. This sensation was truly enchanting. Ichin slowly opened his eyes, his lips moving slightly as he murmured softly, The ice and snow surrounding Ichin resembled tiny dragons, swirling around him, trembling with each breath he took, akin to exquisite sapphires, radiating unparalleled beauty. What a formidable chakra! Tsunade remarked in awe. She had never imagined that Ichin's ninja prowess could reach such terrifying heights. As Iching approached them, he expressed his apologies. I must apologize, everyone. I initially intended to experiment with the effects of different attribute Raisengans. Somehow, by a stroke of fate, I ended up using both the wind and water attribute Raisengans simultaneously. And I even contemplated their fusion. Reflecting on it now fills me with dread. Had my chakra control been inadequate, I might have been reduced to ashes, endangering all of you in the process. Icheng managed a sheepish smile. The others, however, paid no heed to his apologies, gazing at him with rapt attention as if he were a rare treasure. Why have you suddenly grown taller? Naruto inquired, standing beside Icheng and comparing their heights with a wry smile. It feels as though you have transformed into a young man, while I remain merely a 13-year-old child. Icheng, your skin, it looks so delectable, truly exquisite. Your bloodline limit seems to offer better maintenance than my seal. Well, I must admit I am envious. Tsunade nearly drooled, her desire to pounce on him palpable. Tsunade-sensei, please remain composed. Icheng quickly retreated a few steps. Jiraiya and Minion gazed at Icheng, whose chakra surged wildly, feeling somewhat bewildered. This chakra is at least 10 times more powerful than before. Could this be the benefit bestowed upon the first generation of bloodline limit wielders? Their composure began to wane. Icheng, you have grown stronger. Your chakra feels tenfold more potent than before. Jiraiya remarked, a hint of jealousy in his tone. Lord Jiraiya, ever since I developed the ice-released bloodline limit, my chakra has been increasing rapidly. Although the growth rate has since slowed, it has indeed increased by approximately 10 times. Are you implying that your chakra continues to grow? Jiraiya and the others were left speechless, having assumed this was a one-time occurrence with permanent attributes. The power of ice release gradually corrects my genes, enabling my body to better adapt to ice release chakra. While my chakra is indeed still growing, it is at a much slower rate compared to that initial surge. Icheng, tell me honestly, have you surpassed the level of a Kage? Jiraiya's eyes sparkled with fervor as he fixated on Icheng. Could it be that Icheng is the savior of this world? Lord Jiraiya, at the moment I developed ice release, I did glimpse a realm beyond that of a Kage. Regrettably, it was but a fleeting moment. I can only say that I have 1 foot over the threshold, while the other remains outside. Icheng shook his head and said, I can only admit that my abilities are still insufficient. I have merely just grasped the art of ice release, and I am still a long way from surpassing the level of a Kage. Upon the conclusion of Ichen's words, Tsunade and her companions fell into a profound silence. They recognized the veracity of Ichen's statement. Both Jiraiya and Tsunade were merely at the level of Kage, barely grazing the threshold of surpassing it. Their current prowess was akin to a distant mirage, and the chasm between them and Ichen was undeniably vast. A fleeting sense of defeat welled up within them as they exchanged glances. They understood that Ichen had already taken a step into the realm of transcending Kage. While they languished at the threshold, unsure if they would ever catch up. Perhaps, they mused, it was a pursuit destined to remain unfulfilled throughout their lifetimes. Moreover, they were aware of their advancing age. Their most vigorous and ambitious years had long since passed. At this juncture, maintaining their Kage-level combat effectiveness was a commendable feat in itself. Esteemed adults, might you consider our feelings? They lamented. While you grapple with the notion of surpassing Kage, we find even reaching that level to be an elusive dream. Meanwhile, Minion and Naruto stood to the side, feeling utterly overlooked. Ahem, let us return to the matter at hand. Ichen, what do you believe is the key to crossing that threshold? Jiraiya inquired. Minion and Naruto felt increasingly marginalized in the conversation. Upon hearing Jiraiya's words, Ichen fell into deep contemplation. After a while, he lifted his head and addressed Jiraiya and the others. I believe that if I can merge the elemental affinities of water, wind, and earth into a bloodline elimination, I may have the potential to cross that threshold. Bloodline elimination. It seems so daunting, so far out of reach. Even the bloodline limits feel unattainable, let alone the notion of bloodline elimination. Is there truly no alternative? If I could develop 4 additional bloodline limits, the possibility of transcending that step would significantly increase, Ichen mused. How difficult, how arduous. Jiraiya and the others felt a sense of despair. Yet, there exists a shortcut. While developing 5 bloodline limits and achieving bloodline elimination is a conventional path to becoming a super shadow, there are indeed other methods to attain super shadow status. What methods? Jiraiya, Tsunade, and Naruto looked at Ichen with eager anticipation, like elementary school students awaiting an answer. Chang felt extremely uncomfortable under their scrutinizing gaze, a touch of embarrassment washing over him. However, he understood that if he did not utter something to satiate their curiosity, he might face dire consequences. The first method, the achievement of the Rinnegan. What is the Rinnegan? Naruto was utterly bewildered. Only Jiraiya's expression stiffened as memory surged forth. That was the eye of his disciple. It can be said that the Rinnegan belongs to the Sage of Six Paths, but beyond that, I am not well acquainted. Chang could not elaborate too much. He had previously mentioned that this intelligence was provided by Itachi. Yet Itachi could not possibly possess the secrets of the Sage of Six Paths, so he could only hint at it. The Sage of Six Paths, a figure of legend. Tsunade and the others had heard of the Sage of Six Paths, but it felt too distant. They believed it to be mere tales, mere legends. Could it be that the Sage of Six Paths truly exists? Whether the Sage of Six Paths exists or not, I cannot say, though it is merely a legend. Perhaps time has simply obscured the truth. If the Sage of Six Paths truly exists, then the most detailed records of him might be preserved in the Land of Iron. For there lie the remnants of the samurai, who once basked in their own glorious era. If the era of the samurai was ultimately supplanted by that of the ninja, there exists an irreconcilable conflict between the two. And the enemy is always the one who knows you best. Chang ultimately failed to articulate his thoughts clearly, leaving his words ambiguous, as revealing too much would complicate the source of his information. The remaining four listened in a daze, yet after Chang's analysis, they felt the fog of confusion beginning to lift, perhaps planting a seed in their hearts. The second method, the achievement of the transmigration eye. The transmigration eye? What? I have only heard of the Sharingan. Is the transmigration eye akin to the Sharingan, another ocular bloodline limit? The group was perplexed. Even Jiraiya, who was familiar with the Rinnegan, was bewildered, while the other three seemed as if they had stumbled upon a new continent. Indeed, the transmigration eye is also an ocular bloodline limit and is related to the Sage of Six Paths, though I am not well versed in specifics. Haha. Chang laughed lightly, intending to gloss over it. Wait, if the Sage of Six Paths possesses the Rinnegan, how could he simultaneously possess the transmigration eye you mentioned? Jiraiya suddenly sensed something amiss and hastily inquired. It seemed that a light-hearted jest would not suffice, yet Chang replied, as for the transmigration eye, I still do not know if it truly exists. I cannot be certain. However, let us consider it from another angle. Perhaps the transmigration eye belongs to the brother of the Sage of Six Paths. As for why the two brothers possess different bloodline limits, it could be that the Rinnegan and the transmigration eye are too powerful, leading the brothers to inherit only a portion of their ancestral abilities. Chang, do not frighten us. The more you speak, the more enigmatic it becomes. According to your conjecture, should there not be an individual or a clan that possesses both the Rinnegan and the transmigration eye simultaneously? Is that even human? It would be divine, indeed. I am inclined to believe that the Sage of Six Paths and the unknown possessor of the transmigration eye are akin to you, being the original bloodline limit holders. Otherwise, it would be too terrifying. Jiraiya chuckled heartily. In his heart, Chang silently contemplated, the truth is indeed as you say. A group of deities truly exists and poses a constant threat to the shinobi world. The weight of this knowledge bears heavily upon me, and I long to confide in Lord Jiraiya. This is the situation, let us face it together. Alas, it seems that pioneers are always required. There must be those who tread the path silently while others remain oblivious, clearing the thorns and dispelling the darkness. To the wails and roars of the night, who dares claim that only those in the light are heroes? Chapter 46, Negotiation. The third method, become a Jinchuriki of a tailed beast. What? Naruto lost his composure. He is already a Jinchuriki, and the host of the Nine Tails at that. Could it be that he possesses the potential to surpass even the Kage level? Chang. Minion attempted to speak but was suddenly halted. Jiraiya and Tsunade were both taken aback. There are a total of 9 tailed beasts in the shinobi world. Could it be possible to manifest 9 Kage-level warriors? This is terrifying. A single Kage can already dominate the shinobi realm, rendering it invincible. If 9 were to appear simultaneously, would the entire shinobi world not be brought to its knees? Chang, is there any basis for your claims? The 9-tailed beasts have existed for thousands of years, and countless individuals have become Jinchuriki during this time. Yet you assert that possessing a tailed beast can lead to achieving Kage-level status. I have never heard of such a thing. Jiraiya pondered for a moment, beginning to feel as though he might be overreacting. After all these years, there has yet to be a single Jinchuriki who attained Kage-level status. The probability seems exceedingly low. Lord Jiraiya, not every tailed beast can enable a Jinchuriki to reach Kage level. Only one holds that power, the Nine Tails. It alone possesses the ability to elevate a Jinchuriki to Kage status. What? A chorus of gazes turned toward Naruto. who indeed had the potential to become a Kage. If that were the case, would the future of Konoha witness two Kage-level warriors? They had already instinctively relegated I Ching to the background. The prospect of two Kage in Konoha was unfathomable. What grandeur that would entail. Jiraiya, Tsunade, and Minion SI sparkled with excitement. They had dedicated their lives to Konoha, which meant everything to them, an inseparable bond. So, what must one do to become a Kage? Naruto finally found the opportunity to pose this question. Upon hearing Naruto's inquiry, Jiraiya, Tsunade, and Minion halted their thoughts. Fixated on I Ching. Naruto, if you wish to rely on the Nine Tails to achieve Kage status, you must accomplish two things. First, your own strength must reach the level of a Kage, and you must be an absolute powerhouse among them. Second, you must earn the Nine Tails acknowledgement. The Nine Tails is not a mere tool or a symbol of evil. When you can fully open your heart to one another, that is when you will become a Kage. Hatred and fear are not the sources of a tail beast's power. Love is the true essence of its strength. The four were momentarily struck dumb. The impact of this revelation was profound. For millennia, tail beasts had been perceived as embodiments of malevolence, and ninjas had only sought to control them, never considering earning their recognition. If I Ching's assertions were accurate, then they had fundamentally misunderstood the true manner of utilizing tailed beasts. They had been mistaken all along. I Ching. The Nine Tails fell silent, realizing that the one who understood him best was the very person he despised. This feeling, it made him want to weep. After a long moment, the group began to process the information. I Ching, I must ask, where did you acquire this information? You have been in Konoha since birth, and this is only your second mission outside the village. It is hard to fathom how you possess such classified details. I dare say even the third Hokage might not know. No, not just might, but absolutely does not. Jiraiya could no longer suppress his curiosity and blurted out his pressing questions. Indeed, revealing too much had been unwise. I Ching reflected inwardly. Lord Jiraiya, part of the information was provided to me by Itachi Uchiha. During my first mission, I encountered him in his Tsukuyomi space, where he revealed to me all the intelligence he had gathered over the years. Furthermore, Itachi is not a traitor to Konoha. He is an undercover agent. Naruto, you must keep this secret. Itachi does not wish for Sasuke to know the truth. That is his request. What? Sasuke, you foolish boy. You have such a loving brother, yet your aspirations and ideals are so misguided. I Ching, does Itachi truly understand Sasuke's thoughts? He is so selfish, shielding Sasuke from all storms. But did he never consider that Sasuke might wish to bear them alongside him? Naruto bellowed, feeling indignant on Sasuke's behalf. Jiraiya, Tsunade, and Minion were either unaware or had only a fragment of the truth, yet they all lamented Itachi's character, though none were as emotionally shaken as Naruto. Naruto, you indeed possess the potential to achieve Kage status. Whether or not to inform Sasuke is your decision. He has the right to know everything. Perhaps it would be better for him to understand. Who knows? However, I must stress that the information regarding Itachi being one of us must not reach enemy ears, for it would place him in grave danger. He is surrounded by powerful foes, including those with the Rinnegan, should his true identity be discovered. It would spell doom for him. The Rinnegan. It truly exists, and it belongs to the enemy. Tsunade and Minion were both astonished. Is it Nagato? Nagato? Konan? Yahiko, did you not seek peace? What has transpired? Damn it, they cannot have transformed so drastically overnight. There must be events I am unaware of. Perhaps I was mistaken. Back then, Jiraiya fell into a deep self-reproach. Damn it, Sasuke, what should I do? Should I tell you? What course of action should I take? Why has this happened? I am sorry. I am so sorry, Sasuke. I do not know what to do anymore. Naruto felt utterly lost. I Ching gazed at the crowd, acknowledging that he could offer them no assistance. They must confront their challenges independently. The information provided by Itachi was not laden with top-secret intelligence. But as their strength grew, especially as they approached the threshold of the Super Shadow, he sensed an unseen presence urging him to enhance his power swiftly. As the ninja world was on the brink of a significant crisis, he felt compelled to avert the impending catastrophe, perhaps with the Sage of Six Paths watching over the ninja realm from the shadows. Yet, he was powerless to resolve the dangers personally, only able to gradually relay bits of information. Thus, he encouraged everyone to persevere. After a while, as the group slowly regained their composure, I Ching suggested, "Let us take a brief respite before we set out for the Sand Ninja Village." He nearly forgot the pressing matter at hand. Everyone, take 10 minutes to rest. We will make our way to the Sand Ninja Village in one go, Jiraiya declared. Upon their arrival at the Sand Ninja Village, the sun was setting, casting a magical and resplendent glow that was both alluring and selfless. Bathed in this beautiful light, their fatigue gradually dissipated, The twilight sky poured forth its radiant hues, serenading the setting sun, while people were captivated, lost in silent reverie. At that moment, darkness seized the opportunity, and in a fleeting hesitation of the green hills, it dragged the sunset into the depths of the valley, enveloping all in tranquility. The verdant hills remained, as did the hues of the sunset. Am I imagining things? Has the Sand Ninja Village changed its style since my last visit? Tsunade murmured. It is improbable. Konoha has consistently monitored the major ninja villages, and Sand Ninja would not act so swiftly, Minion remarked. Before them, at the entrance to the Sand Ninja Village, once a narrow passage, now lay an astonishingly level ground. The small protective walls that flanked the entrance had vanished, revealing an unobstructed view of the village's interior. The walls that had encircled the village were entirely gone, leaving only the village itself intact, its original form preserved. While the surrounding barriers had completely disappeared, their surfaces remarkably smooth. I have an unsettling premonition, Icheng murmured. Inside the village, villagers emerged from their homes, men, women, and children alike, each bearing grave expressions, their faces etched with sorrow and anger. They stared at Jiraiya and his companions as if they were enemies. Tsunade gazed in astonishment at the villagers, their expressions perplexing her. What has transpired? Why do they appear in such a manner toward us? Tsunade, do you not recall? Arika and Icheng's shadow clones must have been here before, Jiraiya pointed out. As this realization dawned on them, the group's attention turned to Icheng. I am equally in the dark. My shadow clone is still active, just like you. I am utterly perplexed, Icheng chuckled nervously. However, the current state of the Sand Ninja Village no longer warranted the earlier poetic praise. It should now read, the green hills are no more, yet the sunset remains red. Before long, a Sand Ninja approached the group. Are you from Konoha? A figure emerged from the crowd. It was Chiyo, still remarkably spry. Jiraiya stepped forward, greeting her with a hearty laugh. The legendary Sannin, Jiraiya, Tsunade, and the esteemed advisor Minin, along with the illustrious Icheng. Upon seeing Icheng, Chiyo nearly ground her teeth in anger. And this young lad must be Naruto. Chiyo's gaze intensified as she scrutinized Icheng. The presence of two of the Sannin and Minin, a Jonin-level shinobi, alongside a young blonde boy, left her both astonished and fearful. The realization that one among them was merely a clone struck her with dread. If that were the case, the clone could only be the one they had encountered earlier. Trembling, Chiyo's eyes reflected her terror as she regarded Icheng. How could the Sand Ninja withstand the might of the Sannin and this Icheng? Chiyo seems to recognize me. Perhaps she encountered my shadow clone and Irika before. How are they now? Icheng pondered, noting the peculiar look in Chiyo's eyes. Icheng of the Flower Path. Indeed, the leader of the new generation from Konoha. So, the one I met earlier was merely your shadow clone. Chiyo inhaled deeply and continued. Your clone and Irika are currently in the Sand Ninja's VIP reception room, receiving the most distinguished hospitality. Each word seemed to require her to catch her breath. In that case, could you guide us to meet them? Jiraiya inquired. Certainly, please follow me, Chiyo replied, leading Icheng and the others toward the village's center. The accompanying Sand Ninja moved stiffly, while villagers cast furious glances at Icheng and his companions. A few could not restrain themselves, muttering curses. It's that demon. He has returned. Excuse me? Icheng halted, addressing Chiyo. Is there some misunderstanding regarding my presence in your village? Icheng of the Flower Path. Do you still remain oblivious to the actions of your shadow clone? Chiyo nearly erupted in frustration but restrained her tone. Could it be that your walls and the narrow entrance have vanished due to my shadow clone's doing? Icheng's suspicion solidified. Who else could it be? Chiyo finally snapped. Well, my shadow clone would not act without cause, and our intent here is not to reignite conflict. You must have provoked it somehow, have you not, Chiyo? There has been a slight misunderstanding, Chiyo's voice softened. Upon reaching Irika, it was evident that Chiyo had at least spoken the truth. Irika and Icheng's shadow clone were indeed relishing the VIP treatment, indulged with fine food and drink, while two beautiful Sand Ninjas served them massages, a sight that left everyone aghast. A group of individuals appeared to be in distress. While we were concerned for your well-being, yet you seemed to revel in your enjoyment. What are you doing? Icheng exclaimed, pointing at his shadow clone. His words stifled by frustration. The clone, with a look of sheer delight, replied slowly, Calm down, my original. Once I disappear, you will be able to savor the moment. Why the agitation? Now that you have arrived, my task is complete. With a sudden pop, the clone vanished, and Icheng's original self revealed a look of indulgence. Coughing to regain his composure, Icheng attempted to appear serious. Haha. Luge, you. Minion gazed at Luge in disbelief. Is this truly the astute strategist of Konoha he once admired? Oh, minion, it is all for official business. Such social engagements are customary. Luge attempted to brush it off lightly. Luge, if I were to inform your wife. Minion interjected. Lord Minion. Luge pulled Minion aside to negotiate an unreasonable agreement. Witnessing this, Chiyo, Tsunade, Naruto, Jiraiya, and others could not suppress their smirks. However, they refrained from commenting further. Jiraiya turned to Chiyo and inquired, Chiyo, you must be aware of our purpose for coming here. When can we commence formal negotiations? Since everyone is eager. We can begin now, Chiyo replied, her concern for the Sand Village shinobi, especially Gaara, the one-tailed Jinchuriki, weighing heavily on her. The Sand Village could not afford to lose its soul-tailed beast, as it might lead to their expulsion from the 5 great shinobi countries. In the Sand Village conference room, Minion stood up and began. Allow me to introduce. This is Lady Tsunade, the 5th Hokage of Konoha. Congratulations, Lady Tsunade, on your appointment as Hokage. However, is the 3rd Hokage's health deteriorating? We have heard that he was captured by Orochimaru and engaged in solitary combat, which must be quite taxing at his age, Kaibazu remarked, eager to probe Konoha's stance and intelligence. Oh, Kaibazu. It is astonishing that you are still among us at such an advanced age. One might wonder why the Sand Village lacks youthful leaders when you and Chiyo are at the helm. How can the younger generation gain experience when you bear the burden? My teacher did not step down due to health issues. He now enjoys a leisurely life, basking in the sun and tending to birds. For he is confident in the capabilities of Konoha's younger generation, Chiyo retorted, her tone resolute. Kaibazu nearly spat blood in frustration. Yet he found himself at a loss for words. The younger generation of the Sand Village lacked the strength to uphold their village, especially after the 4th Kazekage's demise at the hands of Orochimaru. His gaze drifted toward Ichin, cold sweat trickling down his brow, unsure how to counter the argument. Feeling utterly embarrassed, unable to endure the escalating tension, Chiyo interjected, esteemed members of Konoha, the Sand Village did not initiate the attack. All actions stemmed from Orochimaru's machinations. We too are victims. Seizing the opportunity, Chiyo sought to frame the situation. Konoha was strong, while the Sand Village was weakened, with many elite shinobi detained in Konoha. The urgent matter was to deflect the narrative of the attack and secure the release of their captured comrades. While you claim the Sand Village was coerced, that is merely your perspective. We have witnessed your shinobi wreaking havoc on our land, destroying our homes and taking the lives of our villagers. It is undeniable that your actions have caused significant losses. Konoha will not pursue principal issues at this moment, but reparations for the damages must be addressed, Minion asserted. We have lost our 4th Kazekage to Orochimaru, who impersonated him and commanded our shinobi to engage in battle. They were merely following orders. We did not intend to assault you, Chiyo attempted to defend. Pray tell, why did you send nearly 500 shinobi to Konoha for a mere Chunin exam? Were they all simply there to observe the event? Luge directly confronted, leaving Chiyo and Kaibazu speechless. Indeed, they were there to observe the competition. Chiyo's face flushed with embarrassment as she uttered the words, unwilling to admit that they had actively sought to attack Konoha. For such an admission would strip the Sand Village of any semblance of agency. Minion, Tsunade, and Jiraiya remained silent, contemplating the unfolding exchange. In the midst of a tense negotiation, Lucio could hardly contain his frustration, remarking that even Naruto seemed at a loss for words. Indeed, those devoid of shame are often invincible in this world. However, whether such behavior was intentional or not is a matter for another discussion. Let us now address the issue of compensation for the damages inflicted upon Konoha's infrastructure and the loss of our personnel. Lucio, unable to stand idly by, interjected that their visit was not meant to annihilate but rather to negotiate a ransom. We are willing to offer compensation that will undoubtedly satisfy you, he stated decisively. Upon hearing this, Chiyo quickly expressed her agreement, sensing a glimmer of goodwill from the other party. As long as you compensate us with 500 million ryo, we can overlook past grievances and return your personnel intact. Lucio laid out the compensation terms. 500 million ryo. Surely, Lord Lucio cannot be serious. Where would we procure such an exorbitant sum? Our military funding has always been strained, and the Land of Wind has been consistently reducing our budget. Our village is already in financial turmoil, and this compensation demand is far too steep, Chiyo responded, shaking her head. The most we can muster is 100 million ryo. That is our absolute limit. 100 million ryo is far too little. It is simply unacceptable. It must be 500 million ryo, and you may consider your options. Minion insisted resolutely. Chiyo exchanged a glance with her brother, Hai Lao Zong, both sharing a weary smile. While they were willing to resolve matters with money, their impoverished state rendered such amounts unattainable. Of course, we will not coerce you. While 500 million Ryo is non-negotiable, we need not limit compensation to mere currency. If you possess any ninjutsu, resources, medicinal herbs, or even land, those can be factored into the settlement. Does this not seem more manageable? Lu Jiao proposed with a knowing smile, observing the reactions of Chiyo and Hai Lao Zong. This is unacceptable. What you mentioned pertains to the very foundation of the Sand Ninja. How could we possibly part with such fundamental assets? Hai Lao Zong vehemently objected. Chiyo, your brother is rather emotional. What say you? Lu Jiao teased, his smile infuriating Chiyo further. Oh, I just recalled that your Jinchuriki, Gaara, is quite the talent. With our assistance, he has learned to control the tailed beast and has significantly improved his own strength, now boasting the prowess of a high-ranking ninja. In a few years, he will be the sole shadow-level powerhouse of the Sand Ninja, Lu Jiao disclosed, leaving Chiyo and Hai Lao Zong momentarily bewildered before they snapped back to reality. Gaara? Fully controlling the tailed beast? High-ranking ninja? Is this true? Chiyo hurriedly sought confirmation. I assure you, under my guidance, Gaara has mastered the tailed beast. I swear by my name, Ichin. He is not the same as before. Gaara is inherently good. Previously influenced by the tailed beast, he exhibited violent tendencies. But now that he can control it, his true, benevolent nature has emerged. He is trustworthy, and should he rise to lead the Sand Ninja, he would surely surpass our current state, Lu Jiao asserted confidently. Chiyo and Hai Lao Zhang's last attempts to resist crumbled under the weight of this revelation. We agree. I will consult with my associates regarding the specifics. There shall be no reduction from the 500 million Ryo, but you must guarantee Gaara's absolute safety. There can be no missteps. Rest assured, Gaara is like a friend to me, and he shall not come to harm in Konoha, Ichin vowed earnestly. Chiyo turned to her brother, Hai Lao Zhang, pondering the righteousness of her decision. I wonder if this choice will lead to the Sand Ninja's resurgence or their decline into mediocrity. Sister, your decision is surely the right one. Talent is paramount. As long as we have people, everything can be restored. If we lose them, we lose everything, Hai Lao Zong reassured her. Thank you, brother. Chiyo replied with a grateful nod. Thus, both parties reached an agreement. At that moment, Ichin interjected, since my arrival in the Land of Wind, I have contemplated a pressing issue. The vast, sparsely populated desert, interspersed with scarce oases, has resulted in your meager resources and dwindling population, leaving you among the weakest of the 5 great nations. Have you considered how to alter this dire situation? The inquiry posed by Yi Cheng struck Qi Dao and Heilazang like a thunderbolt, leaving them utterly confounded. They had certainly contemplated it, yet the geographical environment dictated their current predicament. Their desire to invade the Leaf Village stemmed from their envy of the abundant resources possessed by the Land of Fire. With a heavy heart, they expressed, we have been striving for change, generation after generation, yet we remain unable to alter our circumstances. We find ourselves in a state of helplessness. Yi Cheng gazed at them and remarked, the key to desert management lies in wind prevention and sand fixation, safeguarding existing vegetation, and systematically cultivating xerophytic plants in arid regions to create stabilizing sand forests. Typically, low shrubs or herbaceous plants are planted on the windward slopes of sand dunes to anchor loose sand particles, while tall trees are situated in the depressions on the leeward slopes to impede dune movement. This is the conventional method we have employed. Since you deem it ordinary, do you possess a more effective solution? Heilazang inquired urgently. Would release? Yi Cheng declared with an audacity that startled all present. What? Would release? The very same would release that the first Hokage wielded to dominate the world? Chiyo exclaimed, her eyes wide with disbelief. Would release? It is indeed would release. Alas, the would release of the first Hokage has vanished. If only he were still among us. We might humbly request the assistance of the esteemed Hokage, whose noble heart would surely not refuse. It is a lamentable truth that our ancestors could not shed their pride. Now that the first has departed this world, no amount of regret will alter our fate. Should would release manifest once more, I would light an eternal lamp before the Buddha, kneeling in fervent supplication, beseeching hope for the Sand Shinobi in the Land of Wind, Heilazang murmured, his genuine emotions laid bare. Yi Cheng, you speak of would release, but from whence does it arise? My grandfather's would release has not been inherited even by the Senju clan. This world is devoid of would release, Tsunade sighed. Upon hearing Tsunade's words, Chiyo felt her hopes dwindle further, as the fleeting glimmer of hope ignited by the mention of would release was extinguished, leaving her heart shattered. Yi Cheng, since you have invoked would release, you surely do not speak without purpose. I implore you, tell us, where is this would release? Chiyo and Heilazang pleaded, their gazes fixed intently upon Yi Cheng. Yi Cheng gazed at the 2 elderly gentlemen, lamenting their plight. They were indeed unfortunate souls. for 3 generations. Tsunade and Jiraiya dedicated their lives to the village of Konoha, while Chiyo and Hiruzen devoted their existence to the Sand Shinobi, both epitomizing the essence of great ninjas. Aside from the first Hokage, no one has truly mastered the wood-release technique in its entirety. Upon hearing this, disappointment flickered across everyone's faces. However, Ichin himself has recently been engaged in research aimed at developing wood-release and has garnered some insights. It is worth mentioning that Ichin has received valuable information and experiences post the dissolution of his shadow clone, and while his original self progresses, the shadow clones in Konoha have also been industrious. After all, Konoha is home to the renowned ninjutsu expert, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Sasuke, the master of forbidden techniques, the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama, and the invincible first Hokage, Senju Hashirama. With the guidance of these 3 formidable powerhouses, even a dullard could soar. Let alone a prodigy like Ichin. A shadow clone has been utilized to assist the third Hokage in developing various attributes of chakra, as well as mastering an array of both fundamental and advanced ninjutsu techniques. Now, it has nearly depleted half of the third Hokage's knowledge. Alas, the pace of learning is exceedingly swift. A shadow clone and the second Hokage delve into the study of various water-based jutsu and forbidden techniques. As for water jutsu, there is little left to learn, and developing new forms of Suiton is not an endeavor that can be accomplished overnight. Furthermore, what Ichin aspires to create is not merely an ordinary water technique, but an exceedingly challenging jutsu intended to elevate him to the status of a deity. However, let's set that aside for now, as the primary focus is on mastering various forbidden techniques such as Flying Thunder God and the 8 Gates of Duinjia. Another shadow clone is primarily engaged in learning wood-release from the first Hokage. Given that Ichin inherently possesses both water and earth chakra, he is exceptionally well-suited for mastering wood-release. His proficiency in water chakra is already remarkable, and now he only needs to enhance his command over earth chakra. With Ichin's innate talent, the likelihood of successfully developing wood-release is exceedingly high. Recently, he has begun researching the development of wood-release. Chiyo and Keidu were taken aback. They initially believed that someone had already mastered wood-release, only to discover that the individual in question is none other than Ichin, standing before them. Yet, they wonder if his confidence has become somewhat overzealous. The young man undeniably possesses formidable strength, but an excess of blind self-assurance could render him less formidable. A blind and overconfident ninja is easily dealt with. Ichin, are you serious? Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Minion gaze at him in astonishment. They are aware of Ichin's capabilities, and his words are not mere whims. He is the genius who recently developed ice release. Developing wood-release seems entirely plausible, but this is wood-release, the very technique that enabled the first Hokage to dominate the world. In their hearts, it is a symbol of their faith. If Konoha were to regain mastery over wood-release, it could solidify their dominance. Rukyu, who missed the earlier scene of Ichin developing ice release, now harbors concerns that Ichin may have overstated his abilities. Observing the varied expressions on the faces of those around him, Ichin waves his hand and offers a calm smile. In any case, we must continue discussing the specifics of compensation. During this time, I will remain here to further my development of wood-release. When the time comes, it will be clear whether I soar like a dragon or crawl like a worm. If I succeed, we may be able to continue negotiations regarding the governance of the desert. If you truly can develop wood-release, there remains hope for the future of the Sand Shinobi. Chiyo says with a mix of hope and doubt. Though I am conflicted about whether your success in developing wood-release is good or bad, I sincerely hope it is for the best. The Land of Wind is indeed exceedingly challenging. Given that, let us set aside the topic of wood-release for now. Chiyo, when can we commence specific discussions regarding compensation? Rukyu inquires. We can begin at any time. May I ask who from your side will be participating? Chiyo replies. Only myself and Minion. Very well, brother, please attend to the others. Follow me. Chapter 48. Earth release. What element is most prevalent in the world? Undoubtedly, it is Earth, which constitutes the majority of the planet's matter. Soil, sand, stone, and magma all fall under the Earth category. If Earth is the most abundant element in the ninja world, then water must surely rank second. Wood release, being a bloodline limit born of the fusion of water and earth chakra, possesses formidable strength. Which raises the question, is its power a mere consequence of the abundance of these two elements? Hold on, Ichin, what are you daydreaming about? This is the ninja world, not Earth. The strength of Hashirama's wood release stems from his status as the reincarnation of Ashura and a direct descendant of the Otsutsuki clan, a world where lineage supersedes all else. If I were to merge water and earth chakra into wood release, how powerful could it truly be? Could it ever reach Hashirama's level? Clearly, it is impossible. Hashirama's wood release is not merely an ordinary fusion of water and earth, it is his sage body, imbued with yang chakra and the identity of Ashura that grants it unparalleled strength. That said, of the 4 conditions necessary, I can currently fulfill only 2, water and earth. Fortunately, both are my innate affinities, which makes the development of wood release seem less daunting, akin to the natural progression of ice release. No. My body must possess yang chakra. After all, yang represents vitality. My physical strength has already reached the level of a quasi-kage. If I were to return to Earth, I would be akin to a small superhero, effortlessly dominating in sports like the Olympics, soccer, and basketball. While my physical prowess is formidable, it cannot be directly converted into yang chakra. In the future, I may attempt to learn medical ninjutsu or study the Akimichi clan's expansion techniques to see if I can develop my yang chakra. I cannot afford to embarrass myself by executing wood release only for others to mistake it for grass release. First, I shall investigate the nature of earth chakra. The chakra testing paper shatters upon contact with earth chakra. Does this imply that the nature of earth is annihilation? That seems unlikely. If we consider earth as soil, water as liquid, and yang as sunlight, it becomes clear that wood release is akin to planting a seed in the soil, watering it, and allowing it to thrive through photosynthesis. This appears reasonable and suggests a synthesis method for wood release. If this theory holds true, then the role of earth chakra is certainly not annihilation. It must be one of inclusion, bearing, and perhaps even fragmentation. Fragmentation, could this be understood as breaking a whole into smaller entities to increase surface area, thereby allowing for greater absorption of moisture and energy? Yes, that must be it. Earth nurtures all things, and from earth, all things are born. I Ching extended his right hand, envisioning a clump of soil within it. He concentrated his mental energy, urging the earth chakra to rotate slowly, employing centrifugal force to gradually extract the earth attribute chakra bit by bit, all the while ensuring it remained under the dominion of his right hand and did not disperse into the air. This delicate balance proved to be quite challenging. Even for someone with I Ching's adept chakra control, he proceeded with utmost caution, soon finding himself drenched in sweat. A day has passed. Alas, Tsunade. It seems that not having seen Ichin for a day has left a void. Jiraiya did not attend the meeting with Kakuzu and the others, instead wandering through the entire sand village with Tsunade, particularly reveling in the local casinos. Despite the village's economic hardships and lack of material abundance, several gambling establishments thrived. Tsunade, the proverbial cash cow, led Jiraiya into a delightful trance, and fortunately, he had amassed a considerable fortune from past missions, especially after the success of his publication The Paradise of Affection. Spending money on a woman he adores brings him joy, yet Tsunade is no ordinary woman. She is a renowned high-stakes player, capable of depleting an entire nation's treasury in no time. Thus, Jiraiya contemplated a strategic diversion. Indeed, before they knew it, an entire day had slipped away, the hours passing all too swiftly, leaving Tsunade yearning for more. In the absence of any dust, Naruto seems to have vanished without a trace. How could they suddenly go missing? Let us embark on a search for them. Without a moment's hesitation, Jiraiya grasped Tsunade's hand and set off to locate Naruto and Ichin. At last, my pension is secure. Upon arriving at the accommodations provided by the Sand Ninja, they discovered that Naruto was nowhere to be found. Jiraiya entered Naruto's room and found a note on the desk. Perverted sage, I have gone to contact the Rasengan. Await my good news. Ah, the youth exudes such vigor. Jiraiya chuckled to himself, feeling quite pleased with Naruto's earnestness. Now, let us proceed to Ichin's room for a look. The room of I Ching is situated right beside Naruto's. As Jiraiya and Tsunade approached the entrance of I Ching's room, they noticed a subtle shimmer of earthy yellow light at the doorway. However, due to the brightness of the day and the muted hue, it was not easily discernible. What is this? Is it earth-style chakra? Jiraiya exclaimed in astonishment. As a seasoned expert in earth techniques, he found the density of the earth chakra here to be astonishingly potent, comparable to the magnitude of an S-rank earth technique. If it were to erupt, the area would surely be reduced to rubble. Is I Ching cultivating earth techniques? This lad is supposed to be adept in water and wind. How could he possess such formidable earth attributes? Should he not be concerned for his well-being? We must erect a barrier to protect this place, or at least safeguard the neighboring rooms, Tsunade suggested after a moment's contemplation. Ah, indeed. If the Sand Ninja's structures were to be damaged, my finances would suffer yet again. Quickly now, let us establish a barrier here. As time passed, the sun began to set, casting a deep blue dusk across the sky. adorned with twinkling stars that captivated the heart. Is this boy still not finished? The accumulation of Earth Chakra has reached the equivalent of 3 S-rank techniques. I think it may be time for us to retreat. The barrier we have erected is nearing its limit. Tsunade, despite her position as the 5th Hokage and the potential of I Ching as Konoha's finest talent, was determined not to abandon him. Jiraiya reassured her, Tsunade, I Ching will be fine, even if he loses control. The worst that could happen is the complete obliteration of these structures. After all, the Sand Ninja owe us 500 million Ryo. They wouldn't dare protest if we demolished their buildings. At that moment, Naruto returned, joyfully sprinting towards Jiraiya and Tsunade, exclaiming, perverted sage. Granny Tsunade, I did it. I succeeded. Naruto, don't come any closer. Stop. You must halt. Jiraiya's expression darkened as he realized they were already at a critical threshold. Even the slightest external force could disrupt the delicate balance they maintained, causing the barrier to collapse entirely. The energy released in that instant would rival the eruption of I Ching's Earth Chakra. The consequences of simultaneous detonations would be unfathomable. Chapter 49, Radiance It Is Over. Tsunade and Jiraiya exchanged glances, their limits surpassed. If they did not retreat now, they would surely perish here. Let us go. They swiftly retreated, pulling Naruto along as they passed him. Naruto soared through the air. In an instant, as Jiraiya and Tsunade withdrew, the barrier vanished, and multitudes of earthy yellow stars erupted from I Ching's room, like wild stallions breaking free, illuminating the dark sky with a dazzling brilliance. Countless earth attributes surged past buildings and people, soaring into the infinite distance. It penetrated. These stars pierced through my body. Am I to perish? Naruto exclaimed in terror. Tsunade and Jiraiya were not spared either, although they had fled from the epicenter of the explosion. The speed of the earthy stars was too swift for them to escape unscathed, leaving their faces pale. Tsunade? Jiraiya looked towards her, knowing her prowess in medical ninjutsu was unparalleled. Do not panic. Tsunade felt the earth chakra coursing through her body, surprisingly causing no harm, but rather alleviating her fatigue from the day. It felt as though she had returned to the embrace of Mother Earth, enveloped in warmth. How extraordinary! Is this a form of medical ninjutsu? Having devoted her life to medical techniques, Tsunade was astounded to discover that Earth Chakra could emulate certain healing effects. Tsunade, are you all right? Jiraiya ventured, sensing her expression suggested no ill effects. Indeed, this Earth Chakra is harmless. Rather, it possesses beneficial properties. It can alleviate fatigue, nourish the body, and rejuvenate vitality. Rejuvenate vitality? How remarkable! Jiraiya remarked incredulously. Yet, as he began to sense his own body, he realized Tsunade spoke the truth. At over 50, he had weathered countless battles, each leaving its mark. Despite relying on Tsunade's healing, the accumulated toll was palpable. However, as the Earth Chakra permeated him, he felt the burdens of years begin to dissipate, warmth enveloping him as if he had returned to the womb. Is this medical ninjutsu? I Ching has even dabbled in healing arts. Jiraiya mused in disbelief. This is not medical ninjutsu, it is a unique transformation of Earth Chakra. It is not the conventional form, it embodies a nurturing essence, brimming with life. I once felt this vitality in my grandfather. It is unmistakable. I Ching is undoubtedly developing wood techniques. Tsunade's eyes brimmed with tears, longing to witness the return of wood techniques once more. Wood techniques. This boy. Jiraiya was at a loss for words. Just moments ago, he had proposed afforestation in the Wind Country, and now this boy was invoking wood techniques. Was there no consideration for his own dignity? People began to gather around them, drawn by the effects of the Earth Chakra. Each individual experienced warmth. Common folk often endure myriad ailments yet cannot afford the services of ninja. The Sand Ninja primarily focused on toxins rather than healing. So many were astonished to find that the sudden appearance of these earthy yellow stars brought them such comfort. As they approached I Ching's home, the effects intensified. Is this the abode of the divine? Thank you, deities, for bestowing warmth upon us. I have long suffered from illness and lacked the means for treatment, having forgotten the sensation of walking. Yet, you have given me hope. Though I stumbled and faltered, I am taking steps, one after another, to express my gratitude. Thank you. Mother, please take your time. Other children say the place radiating divine light is just ahead. Do not rush. Take care of your health, especially after being bedridden for over a decade. It is truly a miracle. My child, this is the miracle bestowed upon me by the divine. I have witnessed the burdens I have placed upon you and your father. I often wished that my absence might ease your lives, yet feared the pain of losing me. I never imagined I would rise once more, contributing to this family rather than being a parasite. This is a gift from the divine, and I will walk to them to see their visage and thank them. An increasing number of people arrived, some aided by young girls supporting their ailing mothers. Others stumbling forth on their own, parents rushing with their children, and elderly couples leaning on each other. They approached with gratitude in their eyes and reverence in their steps. Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Naruto stared in disbelief at the unfolding scene, having underestimated the power of these yellow stars. The effects were profound. Even for seasoned ninjas accustomed to the battlefield, let alone the chakra-less civilians. The Sand Ninja also arrived, initially sent to investigate the anomaly, but upon witnessing the scene, began to maintain order. What is happening, Jiraiya? Chiyo, Ibiz, and Kakashi from Konoha have also arrived, as the gathering here has grown increasingly substantial. Upon receiving the news, Chiyo and her companions hastily made their way over. Ichin, it seems, is engaged in the development of wood release, intending to merge earth and water chakra. Yet somehow, the earth chakra has erupted, resulting in this astonishing scene. Jiraiya shrugged his shoulders, expressing a sense of helplessness. Developing wood release? Just yesterday, he mentioned his intention to cultivate trees and forests, and I had assumed it was merely a jest. To my surprise, Ichin truly possesses great integrity. I have underestimated his capabilities and been short-sighted. However, is the progress not a tad too rapid? Chiyo's expression was beyond description, ultimately replaced by sheer astonishment. Beside him, Ibiz was similarly stunned. Is this even human? The first Hokage's legendary wood release, capable of sweeping across the battlefield, was being developed just like that. Only an astonished silence could describe his current state of mind. Moreover, after those golden stars passed through his body, he felt invigorated, as if all his chronic ailments had vanished, rejuvenating him by years. Before Chiyo's shock could subside, this discovery nearly made her faint. Chapter 50. Would release look. Besides the golden stars, blue ones have appeared now. Previously, golden stars had filled the sky, but now, scattered blue stars emerged among them. When these blue stars passed through one's body, it felt moist and soothing, as if drifting into a peaceful slumber, like an unborn child cradled in its mother's womb. This is water nature chakra, Jiraiya murmured, sensing the blue specks flowing through him. Indeed, Ikizan was merging earth and water chakra. He was truly developing wood release. And already in the final stages of fusion, he was on the verge of success. Heavens, how long has it been? A day? 2? And Ikizan was already close to mastering wood release. This surpassed mere genius. Was Ikizan the prophesied savior? He must be. The one foretold by the great Toad Sage. Jiraiya trembled with excitement, though a pang of regret struck him. Ikizan wasn't his disciple, but his junior. Earlier, when the barrier shattered, the earth-natured golden stars had erupted outward in a radial burst, scattering far due to the intense suppression. But now, both the golden and blue stars swirled in a mesmerizing vortex around Ikizan's residence. From above, it resembled a breathtaking celestial dance, mysterious and sublime, like a miniature galaxy. Amidst this ethereal rotation, occasional flashes of emerald brilliance emerged, the color of life itself. These green stars danced playfully, drifting gently before alighting upon the paralyzed youth, the long-ailing mother, the child born with defects, and the elderly couple supporting each other. Instantly, the green radiance enveloped them. The paralyzed man stood steadily. The coughing mother breathed deeply, her condition stabilized. The infant, once sorrowful, now giggled, a smile befitting innocence. The elderly pair straightened their backs, vitality restored. The old man gazed at his wife, whispering, "My love. You were beautiful then, and you remain so now timeless." Hush. So many people. How embarrassing. Sister. Your hair. Ibis gasped. Chiyo's silver-white strands now bore streaks of black, vivid and impossible to ignore. Life force. This green light is life itself, Chiyo whispered. Having once developed the forbidden technique living corpse reincarnation, she recognized it instantly. Gods above. These emerald sparks were condensed vitality, a miracle. As time passed, the golden and blue stars dwindled, colliding and merging until only the verdant glow remained, illuminating Sunegakure's sky in an enduring luminescence. That night, the villagers witnessed countless miracles. Elderly parents grew younger, restless children slept soundly, zzz with contented smiles, and laborers no longer feared their worn bodies failing their families. It was a night of magic, of warmth that lingered, not just in the air, but in every heart. Hanamichi Ikizan. Thank you. Chiyo's silent gratitude carried weight. I pale in comparison. This is what a shinobi should be. This is what ninjutsu truly means. Sunegakure's shinobi stood vigil around Ikizan's home, guarding the light they now revered. Jiraiya, Tsunade, Hamura, Shikaku, Naruto, all swelled with pride. This is Hanamichi Ikizan, Konoha's Hanamichi Ikizan. He who ceaselessly forged miracles. Though they might never match his strides, as witnesses to history, their hearts overflowed with awe. Dawn broke. A vibrant and resplendent sun emerges on the horizon, initially resembling a flattened lantern suspended in the air. In an instant, it transforms into a perfectly round orb, ascending majestically and radiating myriad golden rays, unfurling a splendid canopy of fire that envelopes the world in a glorious hue of dawn. In an instant, the radiant glow of the morning sun enveloped the entire desert in a kaleidoscope of extraordinary hues. Under this enchanting and mysterious palette, one cannot help but feel as though they are momentarily transported into a treasure trove adorned with jewels that shimmer with a myriad of lustrous colors. As Chen pushed open the door, his eyes were greeted by a sky suffused with the hues of dawn. He could not help but exclaim, "The morning light illuminates the beams." As I open the door, a single thud resounds. The dog sleeps on the steps, aware of the damp earth, while the birds perch by the window, chirping to herald the clear sky. Once his eyes adjusted, he discovered that a crowd had gathered at his doorstep, including familiar faces such as Chio and Eyes, along with a contingent from Konoha, as well as unfamiliar Sand Village ninjas and numerous villagers, all regarding him with expressions of admiration, pride, and respect. Had I just recited a poem? This wretched scene feels like a grand social embarrassment. Should I dig myself a 3-bedroom apartment with my feet? Good morning. Are you all planning to do morning exercises? Chen, have you succeeded? Jiraiya inquired with eager anticipation. I have succeeded, Chen replied nonchalantly. Wait, Lord Jiraiya, what do you mean by succeeded? Would release? Jiraiya responded with a grave expression. Oh, I have indeed succeeded, Chen said with an air of indifference. It doesn't feel particularly difficult. A group of individuals suffered 1,000 critical hits. If mastering the wood release technique were a simple endeavor, then everyone would be as formidable as Hashirama Senju. So, how do you feel? Tsunade inquired. Senior sister, I feel absolutely splendid. I believe I could take on 10 opponents at once, haha. I apologize. But after successfully developing the wood release, my body's genes have undergone yet another transformation, enhancing my abilities and leaving me brimming with vitality. Chen replied with a hint of embarrassment. Then Chen noticed Chio in the distance. Ah, Lady Chio, you are here as well. I have successfully developed my wood release technique, and I am now capable of fulfilling the promise made to your village. If your village consents, we can commence immediately, Chen stated earnestly. Chen, do you not require any form of compensation? Chio asked incredulously. Not at all, Chen responded solemnly. Why? Chio pressed further. I once told a person I deeply respect. Though the villagers in Konoha appear to live in abundance, well-fed and warmly clothed, under the protection of the village, the shinobi world is vast and contains countless individuals who have lost their homes, struggling to find sustenance. Many sell their children for a mere morsel of food, while countless others live in uncertainty, their lives devoid of security. Even among the 5 great nations, the unseen darkness is as plentiful as the sand in the sea, as numerous as the stars. I aspire to reform the shinobi world, yet my strength is limited. I possess neither the power to sweep across the world nor the ability to produce and manufacture. My intentions are noble, yet my capabilities fall short. However, the wood release can be a force of unparalleled strength in warfare, and when applied to production, it can ensure that countless displaced individuals are well-fed and clothed, establishing a robust material foundation. Chen, born and raised in the world of shinobi, has witnessed the tumultuous tides of this realm as his strength has grown. The more he observes, the deeper his understanding becomes, and the more fervently he wishes to effect change. At present, the shinobi world is rife with turmoil. The citizens of the Land of Waves suffer under oppressive rule, living as mere shadows of their former selves, while in distant war-torn nations, families are left destitute, displaced, and resorting to the tragic practice of exchanging children for sustenance. The more he learns of these injustices, the stronger his desire to amend them grows, and the more he comes to realize the extent of his own impotence. Chen dreams of a world where every individual in the shinobi realm has access to food, clothing, shelter from the rain, children can pursue knowledge in schools, and all can wear smiles of happiness, with support in their old age. Despite his limited abilities and humble strength, he is resolute in his commitment to dedicate all his efforts to fulfill this promise. Even if reality leaves him battered and scarred, he vows to give his utmost. He has often pondered why fate has led him to the shinobi world and what its purpose might be. Gradually, he has come to realize that every person and everything here is imbued with life and meaning. He feels compelled to take action on their behalf. Thus, he pledged to a certain esteemed individual that he would bring an end to war and ensure everlasting peace in the world. Chapter 51. Oasis. Chen's noble spirit and grand aspirations are evident. The village of Konoha is fortunate to have him, and the shinobi world is incredibly blessed. The village of Suna expresses its desire to forge an eternal alliance with Konoha, declaring that should this vow be violated, the heavens shall unleash their wrath. Chio, with a solemn demeanor, makes the declaration. Chiodano, you speak gravely. Konoha has long upheld a policy of peace, adhering to the principle of non-aggression. Since its inception, the founding leaders have set a commendable example for us. As the fifth Hokage of Konoha, I agree to this eternal alliance with your village and hereby establish this covenant. Tsunade stated with solemnity. The Land of Wind, the largest among the 5 great shinobi countries, the others being the Land of Fire, the Land of Water, the Land of Earth, and the Land of Lightning, is predominantly desert. The annual rainfall is scarce, leading the populace to establish villages around oases, which are vital to their survival. Trade with the Land of Fire flourishes, marking Suna as an ally. While the Land of Wind has launched multiple attacks against the Land of Fire, these conflicts were not without reason. All wars are born from necessity. There exists no hatred without cause, and the wars waged by the Land of Wind were a desperate bid for survival. The vast yet sparsely populated terrain of the Land of Wind is primarily desert, which creates significant challenges. One can only imagine the extreme temperatures of the desert, intolerable by day and frigid by night, making it difficult for the human body to endure such drastic fluctuations. Most critically, water is scarce. While one may survive 7 days without food, 3 days without water is insurmountable. Water is the true treasure of the desert. Moreover, it is well known that deserts are expanding. Over the years, the oases suitable for habitation in the Land of Wind have dwindled, and even existing oases are gradually consumed by encroaching sands. Despite the efforts of the Land of Wind and the village of Suna to combat this crisis through significant financial investments in windbreaks, afforestation, and preservation, their efforts are but a drop in the ocean against the might of nature. This dire situation has led to numerous conflicts with the Land of Fire, where the abundant mountains, forests, streams, and riverbeds represent vital oases for the inhabitants of the Land of Wind, resources essential for their survival, yet so readily available in the Land of Fire. Ichen proposed the initiative of afforesting the Land of Wind, a grand strategy for its prosperity and flourishing over millennia. However, is it not also a boon for the Land of Fire? Although human desires are insatiable and ever-expanding, if the Land of Wind can secure ample sustenance and a viable habitat, the rationale for its prior incursions into the Land of Fire would dissipate. Should future hostilities arise, they would likely stem from the discontent of a few powerful individuals over territory, population, and authority, rather than from the desperation of the common folk. Currently, Ichen and his companions find themselves within an oasis in the Land of Wind. Lord Chio, this is the first oasis, is it not? Ichen inquired. Indeed, came the response. As you have articulated, even with the formidable power of wood release, it is implausible to establish vast forests in the heart of the desert, as that would contradict the very essence of nature. We must commence from one oasis at a time, utilizing the power of wood release to safeguard it, ensuring that it does not succumb further to the encroaching sands. From these oases, we will gradually erode the desert with our abilities. This embodies my vision of encircling the desert with oases, allowing them to flourish, akin to a single spark igniting a vast conflagration. Lord Chio, how extensive is this oasis? Ichen asked. This oasis is classified as small within the Land of Wind, spanning approximately 500,000 square meters. Let me calculate. A dust particle begins to count with its fingers. SR, R, S, C2R. If S 500,000 m, then R 400 m, thus C2. 500 m. A group of individuals stood in stunned silence. Their gazes were peculiar, as I, the valedictorian of my school for 6 consecutive years, raised my voice. With my hands as powerless as a mere calculator, I could still compute square roots, showcasing my prowess. What are with those looks? You, Naruto? Yes, you. Step forward. I shall present you with a simple problem to solve. Naruto faltered, I'm at the bottom of the class. This is quite normal, isn't it? The others chuckled calmly, swiftly diverting the conversation. Ichiwen, 2,500 meters is no small distance. Is your wood release technique up to the task? Jiraiya inquired with concern. Aware that the first Hokage's wood release could summon vast forests, though the precise diameter remained uncertain, especially since this was not the first Hokage's era. 2,500 meters is a trivial matter. With my wood release technique, I can cover several hundred meters easily. Just a few techniques should suffice, Ichiwen boasted confidently. Let me remind you, the Wind Country is home to dozens, if not hundreds, of similar oases. Moreover, this 2,500 meters is merely the first line of defense. If we consider further expansion, the figures might be daunting, Tsunade remarked playfully while gently undermining Ichimon's confidence, clearly enjoying the moment. This is quite challenging. Dreams are splendid, but reality often proves harsh. Let us bear this in mind. Ichimon sighed. Regardless of our thoughts, action is paramount. Everyone, please step back behind me. Preferably 100 meters away. Stay vigilant. This is the would-release technique of the legendary Hashirama Senju, and injuries would be regrettable. Here I come, Ichimon declared. Invoking the would-release, birth of the trees. With fingers interlocked, his chakra surged, radiating formidable energy. Countless trees erupted from the ground before him, twisting upwards, with roots expanding and leaves fluttering. Well, it may be an exaggeration to say endless, but a cluster of trees, measuring several meters in diameter, materialized before the crowd. Is this the birth of the trees? More like the arrival of a small growth. Is this the would-release that the first Hokage used to dominate the world? How many meters did I step back? 100 meters. A face as flushed as a monkey's bottom. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to elucidate. I surmise that the issue may lie in. Where might it be? Could it be that beneath the sands of the desert, no seeds lie dormant, rendering my efforts futile? That seems quite plausible. It is also possible that my inaugural attempt at utilizing would-release lacks finesse. The most likely cause, however, may be the insufficient amount of solar chakra I possess. Well, I suppose I am somewhat lacking in solar vigor. In a moment of exasperation, he lamented, I am utterly exhausted. The burden of labor is overwhelming. I desperately need a respite. As he began to cultivate a forest along the periphery of the oasis, despite only managing to create modest patches of greenery. The scale of his ninjutsu was perfectly suited to the task. Furthermore, with the aid of his water-based techniques, replenishing his resources proved manageable. Thus, onlookers beheld a diligent little field mouse tirelessly working, tirelessly burrowing, to unveil a lush expanse of verdant woodland. Chapter 52. The Whisper of the Wind. Ichin collapsed directly onto the ground, utterly exhausted, barely able to muster the strength to move a single finger. He could hardly believe how he had endured these past few days. Not to mention Chiyo and Kaizo, who had both witnessed oasis after oasis enveloped in circles of small woodlands. They had gone days without sleep, consumed by excitement, reminiscent of the fervor of a gaming addiction, transforming the internet CAF into a second home. Even Tsunade had treated him like a workhorse, and had it not been for the grandiose promises he had once made, he would have resigned long ago. Yet, who could resist the allure of boasting? I can't go on, truly. Ichin thought to himself as he noticed Tsunade and the others approaching once more. He waved dismissively, disregarding any semblance of dignity, nearly burying his head in the sand. Chiyo-senpai, how many oases is this now? Tsunade asked, eyeing the enthusiastic Chiyo. This is the 23rd. Let us hurry to the 24th, she replied. Well, at least Tsunade has a bit of conscience, she mused, observing Ichin's evident fatigue. Ichin seems to be struggling. This task cannot be completed in a day or two, and we still have a long way ahead. Perhaps we should allow him some rest. Indeed. We have plenty of time, Chiyo agreed. Ichin, you have worked hard. Quickly, help him up and take him to rest. We shall continue tomorrow. While Ichin and the others toiled from dawn till dusk, planting trees, the commotion had grown too grand to conceal. The entire land of wind had rallied, directing manpower and resources towards these oases to assist Ichin in his endeavors. Some were racing alongside him, while others had arrived early to survey the oases. There were those coordinating the relocation of families living on the fringes, and others waiting to devise various plans post-planting. It could be said that the citizens of the Land of Wind had been exceedingly busy, with many traveling from oasis to oasis merely to witness this miracle. To see this Konoha ninja planting trees in their homeland. At the residence of the daimyo of the Land of Wind, the ministers hurriedly prepared their belongings. Prepare to accompany me to plant trees with Ichin. The Land of Fire has shown great loyalty, and I must foster a lasting friendship with them, as well as with Konoha. I wonder if young Ichin is already betrothed. If not, I just happen to have a princess of similar age to introduce. As long as Ichin does not object, I have plenty to offer. If he has someone he loves, becoming a concubine would be acceptable. If Ichin is willing to come to the Land of Wind as a son-in-law, it would be a great fortune for both my daughter and the Land of Wind. In the capital of the Land of Fire, a minister rushed in to report, My lord, we have received news that a ninja named Ichin from Konoha is assisting with tree planting in the Land of Wind. Oh, merely tree planting. No need to make a fuss. Is this a task commissioned by the Land of Wind? I have heard they are currently short-staffed, and that their oases are often eroded by the desert. Living conditions must be quite dire. My lord, It is said that Ichin employs would-release techniques. Would-release? The very technique of the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama? The daimyo was taken aback. Indeed, the minister said, prostrating himself, beads of sweat trickling down his forehead. It is also rumored that the daimyo of the Land of Wind has taken many daughters with him to accompany Ichin in this endeavor, particularly with the intention of inviting him to become a son-in-law. Would-release, you say? How dare they covet what we have aided them with? Inform the third Hokage to meet with me at once. And prepare the carriages. We are going to Konoha to meet with him. Also, summon my daughter to join us. Upon receiving the news, the daimyos from various countries reacted differently. Some feared the emergence of another would-release user in Konoha, reminiscent of the first Hokage, which could disrupt their safety and status. Others lamented the lack of suitable daughters to offer, while the various daimyos were in turmoil. It was important to remember that this was the ninja world, where the main combat power lay within the great ninja villages. Although the daimyos were the ostensible leaders, their roles were primarily to provide resources and logistical support, which did not significantly alter the landscape of the ninja world. Meanwhile, in the back mountains of Konoha, the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, lazily basked in the sun, seemingly unaware of why his reanimated form was so keen on sunbathing. The second Hokage, Senju Tobirama, was not present. He was likely with Ichin's shadow clone, researching new water release techniques. Is Ichin's shadow clone learning would-release from you? The third Hokage inquired, his expression one of certainty but still seeking affirmation. Yes, he left several clones before departing. Some learning would-release with me, while others are engaged in who knows what with Tobirama. Isn't he also studying chakra attributes with you? Hashirama replied, a look of mild annoyance on his face. The third Hokage, undeterred by Hashirama's demeanor, pressed on. Has he learned would-release? Not yet. Mastering would-release is no simple feat apart from myself. No one in the Senju clan has succeeded. Despite my efforts to provide them with ample training, Hashirama expressed his disappointment. However, it has come to my attention that Ichin is currently using would-release to plant trees in the Land of Wind. The third Hokage could not help but divulge the information. Tree planting, you say? What a brilliant idea. Why hadn't I thought of it? With all that desert in the Land of Wind, if we could cover it with would-release, wouldn't that eliminate the desert entirely? What a stroke of genius. I must partake in this endeavor. Wait, first Hokage, the emphasis should not solely be on tree planting, but rather that Ichin has mastered would-release. And you must keep this under wraps. The third Hokage, now sweating nervously, looked at Hashirama, who appeared as carefree as a child. Oh, so Ichin has mastered would-release? It seems his shadow clone must have transmitted the learning experience back to him. Unfortunately, the clone cannot relay information back. That is its drawback. I shall have a word with Tobirama to see if he can improve it. As the third Hokage remained speechless, Hashirama pondered. Could it be that Ichin possesses Senju blood, allowing him to learn so swiftly? Or is would-release truly that simple? Perhaps I should develop a few more would-release techniques. The third Hokage remained speechless, contemplating how casually this family approached the development of ninja techniques, as if it were as mundane as eating or drinking. Chapter 53, The Call of the Crane. The scene shifts to the hidden sound village, where Orochimaru's main base lies in a dark and distant corner. A faint sound of crying slithered through the air, blending into the atmosphere, leaving only a thin layer, reminiscent of the skin of the deceased. My lord Orochimaru, we have received new intelligence. Konoha has another ninja capable of using would-release. Kabuto emerged from the shadows. The flickering candlelight reflected off his glasses as he approached Orochimaru, pushing his glasses up with his finger, revealing the latest information obtained by the hidden sound village. Oh, is this the experimental subject we collaborated on with Danzo, utilizing the cells of the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama? It appears we have a surviving successful specimen. Perhaps acquiring the power of would-release is not as challenging as we once thought. Orochimaru grinned, his elongated tongue flicking at the corners of his mouth, exuding a sinister charm. The esteemed Orochimaru was not so easily perturbed. Word had reached him that the wielder of would-release abilities was none other than Hanadu Ichin. Yukushi Kabuto gritted his teeth, having navigated the treacherous world of espionage with his exceptional acting skills and remarkable psychological resilience. He fancied himself a master of this realm. Yet, to his humiliation, he had been seen through by a mere 13-year-old Chunin. Although he could not yet ascertain whether he had been truly discerned by Hanadu Ichin or merely misled, for Kabuto, it was an everlasting disgrace. Orochimaru's smile abruptly faded as he turned to Kabuto, his deep gaze fixated upon him. What confirms this intelligence? Kabuto felt a chill run down his spine under Orochimaru's penetrating stare. If one lacked mental fortitude while working alongside Orochimaru, they would have long succumbed to terror. Taking a deep breath, he spoke. The veracity of the information is beyond doubt. The entire shinobi world is now aware that Hanadu Ichin is using wood release to reforest the land of wind. Wood release? Hanadu Ichin. How intriguing. Exceedingly intriguing, Orochimaru remarked, lifting his face to reveal that same malevolent smile, the 2 vermilion dots on his forehead accentuating his unique demeanor. His handsome visage exuding a palpable pressure. Shifting the scene, we find ourselves in a vast, dark cavern, where visibility was utterly obscured. And the crisp sound of water droplets echoed from above, creating an eerie atmosphere that would send shivers down anyone's spine. At the center stood a towering idol. Resembling a colossal humanoid figure adorned with 9 eyes, its color akin to withered wood, with 10 protruding pillars behind it. Perched atop several of these pillars were humanoid beings. Some sitting, some standing, indifferent to the grim surroundings, most were meditating, completely unconcerned with the outside world. However, a few were quite the opposite, such as Haydn, who exclaimed, "Hey, Sharkface, I heard you were cut in half not long ago? Were you turned into a dish? I wonder if grilled shark tastes different from grilled octopus." Ha ha ha. The momentarily meditative Kisame opened his eyes, a palpable aura of murder emanating from him as he directed his ire at Haydn. "You cultist. Since you can't die anyway, I might as well chop you up for barbecue, using my shark skin. Though it may not be sharp, it is perfect for mincing meat." Unfazed, Haydn retorted, having never cared much for Kisame, dismissing him as a mere nuisance who relied on his immortality to kill. Little did he know that Kisame was growing increasingly incensed by Haydn's audacity to mock him. Since Itachi had brought him back to the base, his legs had been reattached by Zetsu, and thanks to some unknown method, he felt capable of taking on 2 of his former self. Initially renowned for his vast chakra, he now felt it surging even more. Perhaps soon he would be indistinguishable from a tailed beast. The audacity of Haydn to ridicule him would not go unpunished. "Kisame, when were you cut in half?" "Recently, I was off on missions with Brother Sasori and missed such a grand event." "What a pity, what a pity." "Who did it to you?" "When I have the time, I shall avenge you. Art should always be viewed through my explosions, Ka." Another neurotic voice chimed in. Kisame, unable to contain his frustration any longer, was just about to explode when a humanoid figure appeared atop one of the pillars, instantly silencing the entire base. Deidara, Kisame, and Haydn all remained quiet in their places. "Today, I have gathered you all to share some intelligence." Pain, the leader of Akatsuki, spoke in a dispassionate tone. "Konoha has once again produced a wood-release ninja, and is our potential primary adversary. I believe it is imperative for everyone to be informed. Otherwise, any missteps could result in significant losses for our organization." The intelligence provided by Zetsu struck like a bolt from the blue, shattering the previously tranquil atmosphere. "What? Wood release? That is the legendary wood release. Ha ha ha. I am eager to compare my art with wood release to see which is truly superior." It took a considerable time for the noise to die down. "Hey, Kakuzu, didn't you often boast about having battled the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, for 300 rounds and walked away unscathed? What do you think of wood release compared to my art?" Deidara, having never witnessed wood release firsthand, had only heard tales from the elderly Tsuchikage about Hashirama's exploits in the might of wood release, leaving him itching with curiosity. "Your art pales in comparison to wood release. Akin to a humble insect before an ancient dragon, there is no basis for comparison." Kakuzu stated as if presenting a fact, yet to Deidara, it sounded quite different. Fire ignited in Deidara's eyes as he glared at Kakuzu. "You speak so highly of yourself, yet I see little strength in you. Did you lose a shuriken 800 miles away and claim to have battled the first Hokage for 300 rounds? You." Kakuzu was left speechless with anger. "Silence. Zetsu, continue," Pain interjected, unable to bear the foolishness any longer. "Does anyone know who possesses wood release?" Zetsu asked with a smile. "Tsunade? Jiraiya? Could it be the 3rd Hokage? Is it Hanadu Ichin?" Itachi interjected, having sensed that Ichin was no ordinary individual since their encounter in the Land of Waves. He had conducted further investigation and discovered that Ichin's abilities were shrouded in mystery, and he was enveloped in an air of enigma. Yet, among all of Konoha, it was undeniable that Hanadu Ichin was the only one capable of wielding wood release. The others, humph. Indeed, Itachi's keen perception was spot on. This individual was anything but simple. Zetsu spoke with gravity. "Hanadu Ichin? Who is that?" Most of those present were unfamiliar with Hanadu Ichin, making this their first encounter with his name. Hanadu Ichin, who just graduated from the Ninja Academy this year, is a disciple of the 3rd Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. He possesses extraordinary talent, having developed numerous S-rank jutsu, and is rumored to have delved into forbidden techniques. During his first mission, he faced Itachi and Kisame, defeating them single-handedly. A month later, he's shown in the Chunin exams in Konoha, akin to a divine being, defeating the Sand Ninja and vanquishing Orochimaru, thereby turning the tide. Subsequently, he sought out Tsunade to become the 5th Hokage and successfully developed would release in Sunagakure. His strength has already reached the level of a Kage. With his potential remaining an enigma, Hanadewi Chin has emerged as a formidable presence, having reached the pinnacle in less than 6 months. Undoubtedly posing the greatest obstacle to our organization at this stage. What do you all think of this individual? Zetsu's expression was solemn. His usual playful demeanor nowhere to be found. Chapter 54. The killing intent. Is this Hanadewi Chin the one who injured me? I can't believe he is only 13. Kisame murmured to himself. Even Uchiha Madara or Shinja Hashirama had not displayed such prowess at that age. Is he truly a prodigy? Konan, typically quiet, stood on a stump observing the discussions of others, yet the intelligence Zetsu revealed was startling, challenging the very fabric of belief in its authenticity. Zetsu, how did you discover his would-release ability? Konan could not help but inquire. Perhaps no one will believe it, but Hanadewi Chin has been using would-release to assist in reforestation efforts in the Land of Wind. The commotion has grown so significant that not just us, but the entire shinobi world should be aware of it. They must have sent people to make contact with him. Those who intend to win him over likely also want to assess whether he poses a threat. Afforestation? And for the Land of Wind? Isn't he a Leaf Village ninja? Could it be a mission issued by the Land of Wind? However, the 3rd Hokage shouldn't allow his disciple to expose the power of would-release. Sean found this perplexing and asked directly. Therein lies the terrifying aspect. If Hanadewi Chin initially intended to confront the Kazekage and demand the spoils of war, his compassion for the citizens of the Land of Wind suffering under the relentless sandstorms led him to propose using his would-release to resolve their plight. That very night, he developed his would-release and kept his promise, running alongside the people of the Land of Wind, greening the land one patch at a time. If this isn't foolishness, he might just be another figure akin to the 1st Hokage. Every word he uttered left listeners in awe. Do you think he is foolish? Absolute sneered. Is he a peerless genius? I feel an unprecedented excitement. I want to turn him into a puppet. Certain he will surpass the 3rd Kazekage and become my strongest trump card. I can hardly contain myself. It has been years since I felt this way. Ever since becoming a puppet master, I believed I had become unflappable, remaining calm in the face of any situation. Is it that my puppet techniques haven't reached their zenith? Or am I still somewhat human? Scorpion muttered to himself. Brother Scorpion, that is my quarry. I want him to witness my art and see who the true genius is. Deara said defiantly. Art is an explosion. That is my intended offering. I shall present him to the evil god as the finest sacrifice, Haiden scoffed. Haiden. Once we capture him, demand a ransom of 1 billion ryo from the Leaf Village before the sacrifice. You know the organization's funds have always been tight. We cannot afford to waste it. Kakuzu was always a miser, finding a way to relate everything to money. It seems everyone is highly enthusiastic. I plan to organize a collective action, with everyone participating, to meet this Hanadewi Chin. Let's see if we can recruit him into our organization. If not, we must eliminate him. I believe that with his rapid growth and strength, if we do not act now, there may not be another opportunity. Leader? Zero? Everyone was taken aback, surprised by this decision. They had always acted separately. When had they ever mobilized as a group? The significance of Hanadewi Chin in the leader's mind was astonishing. After all, the leader was a mythical figure with the Rinnegan. Do not underestimate him. I fear that if you go alone, you may never return. I have an ominous premonition, though I cannot articulate it. Pain did not continue. But everyone understood what the leader meant. 3 days later, in the Land of Wind, gather. Absolute. Keep a close watch on Hanadewi Chin's movements and provide intelligence to the others. Disperse. The leader has finally left. Although I have been with the organization for some time, facing the leader always brings immense pressure. Truly, the leader is so powerful. Yet he places such importance on this Hanadewi Chin. He is merely a 13-year-old child, even if he has been training since in the womb. Could he possibly reach the leader's level? After all, that is the Rinnegan, the eyes of the sage of 6 paths Sai, absolute. Does Hanadewi Chin possess any bloodline limits apart from the would-release he developed? Deara, though reckless and self-proclaimed the second best in the world, has a youthful naivety compared to the other members of Akatsuki, having experienced far less in life. Deara, you're mistaken. Hanadewi Chin does not possess any bloodline limits. He is merely a child from an ordinary family in the Leaf Village with no connections to the prominent clans. At this stage, his only notable identity is that of the 3rd Hokage's disciple. Although the third Hokage is renowned as a master of ninjutsu and has taught the legendary three, Hua Daoichin has only been his disciple for less than half a year. All signs indicate that the issue lies with Hua Daoichin himself. However, we will know the truth in 3 days. Our entire Akatsuki will mobilize, even if the entire ninja world rises against him. Hua Daoichin is certain to handle it with ease. It all depends on whether he recognizes the situation. When the time comes, I will be the first to act. I will repay Hua Daoichin for all the humiliation he has caused me, first breaking his limbs, then turning him into a paste. Hoshigaki growled, radiating a chilling aura. Hoshigaki. Do not be careless, Itachi cautioned. Meanwhile, as Chunin and Nagato departed from the outer path golem, Chunin could not help but ask Nagato, why do you care so much about Hua Daoichin? Why mobilize all of Akatsuki? Nagato paused before responding. Absolute brought back another piece of information. On the night Hua Daoichin developed would release, nearly the entire village of Sunagakure, which had suffered from illness for years, saw their bedridden citizens miraculously recover. This is the power of wood release. I do not focus on its lethality, but the vitality of wood release is overwhelmingly powerful and astonishing. It is a force unmatched by ordinary medical ninjutsu, for it embodies the essence of life. I have reached my limit. Each day is merely a struggle for survival. I do not know how many more days I can endure. This wood release is my only hope. We have yet to achieve the peace we seek, and I refuse to fade away without a fight. I shall wrestle with destiny itself. Nagato, I will bring back Hua Daoichin, no matter the cost, Chunin said through tears. Chunin, you said that since Yuhiko left, we have only each other. Do not act recklessly. If something happens to you, I will follow you. We shall meet again in the Pure Land, Nagato said sorrowfully. Chapter 55. The winds rise, dark clouds loom ominously over the city as if a storm is brewing. Is it going to rain? Such weather is rarely seen in the land of wind. Chiyo found it hard to believe. They had been in the land of wind for 5 days now. During these days, the weather had alternated between scorching sun and raging sandstorms, typical of this region. Today's weather felt unusual, and an unsettling feeling gripped her. Chiyo furrowed her brow as she glanced at Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Ichin. Perhaps it was the excitement of the past few days, compounded by a lack of rest. We have 4 shadow-level ninjas here. It is debatable whether the 5 great shinobi villages possess greater strength than we do. This is arguably one of the most powerful places in the entire ninja world. Alas, I am growing old, and my nerves are fraying. Ichin-kun, your wood release techniques have become increasingly formidable. Your talent is truly unmatched. Chiyo observed Ichin ahead, initially. He could only summon a small grove with a diameter of a few meters. Now, with a single technique, he could cover nearly 100 meters. His efficiency was rising exponentially. In just a few days, they would have transformed the entire land of wind, increasing the protective forest around every oasis. Lady Chiyo, you have no idea how many wood release techniques I have employed these past few days. Perhaps the first Hokage never reached the number I have achieved in such a short span. At this level of proficiency, even a pig could take flight, haha. My young release chakra may not be exceptional, but, however, diligence can compensate for incompetence. I have managed to significantly enhance the scale of my ninjutsu through sheer practice, proving that I am indeed a genius. Yet, I believe a more substantial reason lies in my extensive use of wood release techniques. The genetic modification associated with the wood release lineage has accelerated my body's adaptability to its power, and perhaps with each use of wood release, my body gradually accumulates yang chakra. The vitality of wood release is remarkably potent, as evidenced by my physical strength having surpassed its previous limits despite being fatigued for an extended period. Iching, are you implying that your physical strength has reached the level of a Kage? Jiraiya, who had been casually wandering while instructing Naruto, was taken aback by Iching's revelation regarding his physical prowess, which was a distinct concept from chakra strength. While many in the ninja world may possess chakra levels of Kage, the number of individuals with physical strength at that level could be counted on one hand. Jiraiya himself had yet to achieve such a feat. The only 2 he knew of who had reached this standard were the current Raikage and Might Guy, the blue beast of Konoha. Moreover, you, with your slender arms and delicate skin, do not seem to fit that description at all. After all, the Raikage and Guy are both renowned for their muscular physiques and straightforward intellect. Cough cough. Lord Jiraiya, I have been stuck at the Quasi-Kage level of physical strength for 6 months now, so it is only natural for me to break through at this point. The modifications from Ice Release and Wood Release have prepared my body for this advancement. Iching waved his hand, casting another Wood Release technique. Wood Domain Birth. 6 months? Perhaps you should refrain from speaking. Jiraiya had already retreated to a distance, pacing anxiously. At that moment, in the distant sky, a group of individuals clad in black cloaks adorned with red clouds was slowly approaching. Uninvited guests have arrived. Jiraiya was the first to notice the anomaly. The Wind Country, a desolate place, had seen the local populace abandon their pursuits, and now a group was approaching, dressed so similarly it was an organization. It was the Akatsuki. Was their presence due to my significant actions? However, it was impossible for the act of reforestation to be subtle, as long as I had such intentions. The power of wood release would inevitably leak out. I had managed to avoid revealing intelligence during combat, and leaking information during construction was already commendable. Yet, there seemed to be too many of them. Could it be that the entire Akatsuki is mobilized? Icheng couldn't help but comment on the large number of approaching figures. Lord Jiraiya, Lady Tsunade, Elder Chiyo, the newcomers do not come with good intentions. Everyone, be cautious. A fierce battle is imminent. Also, Lord Kakuzu and Lord Minin. Avoid direct conflict with these individuals and protect Naruto. I refuse to be protected. I want to fight. I have learned many techniques from the perverted sage. Can I join the battle, Icheng? Naruto pleaded with a pitiful expression. No, Naruto. You may be their target, or perhaps they are after me. These individuals are far too powerful for you to contend with now. However, you can look for an opportunity to strike. Remember, do not engage unless you are confident. Your safety comes first, Icheng said, furrowing his brow in caution. Icheng, do you recognize these individuals? Are Minin and I not strong enough? Kakuzu asked, sensing something amiss. Lord Kakuzu, every one of them can be considered a Kage-level powerhouse, and not just any Kage. They possess unique abilities and exceptional strength. Be cautious. They may be after the Nine Tails within Naruto. Please ensure his safety, Icheng replied. Understood. Do not worry, Kakuzu said as he swiftly pulled Naruto back 100 meters, increasing the distance from the Akatsuki. Icheng, are you saying all of them are Kage-level? Chiyo exclaimed, bewildered. When did Kage-level powerhouses become so common? The members of the Akatsuki had arrived, seemingly in their entirety. Konan, Itachi Uchiha, Deidara, Sasori of the Red Sand, Haiden, Kakuzu, and Kisame Hashigaki. There are likely 3 more hidden in the shadows. Everyone must exercise extreme caution. There are more concealed? According to your account, their organization has 10 members, all of whom are Kage-level. This is simply unbelievable, Tsunade inhaled sharply. Sister Tsunade, Orochimaru was once one of them, but he later withdrew. Do you know why he left? Icheng observed that the Akatsuki was still some distance away, intending to ease the tension. What? Orochimaru was once a member? Tsunade gasped. Orochimaru coveted their leader's Rinnegan but was defeated with a mere glance from Itachi Uchiha. Icheng's attempt to lighten the mood only intensified the atmosphere, as the 3 legendary ninjas were now visibly alarmed. The Rinnegan, a single gaze that could defeat. I have a very ominous premonition, Tsunade thought, glancing at Icheng, who remained unfazed and joking. Icheng, my junior disciple, do you not feel any fear or concern? Fear? I am brimming with excitement. I had originally intended to develop that water release technique and then storm the Akatsuki's stronghold to eliminate them all at once. Alas, fate does not always align with one's plans. They too are cautious. It seems that villains do not always wait to be defeated by the protagonist. I have been misled by those inferior novels, where villains merely serve as experience fodder for the heroes. How naive of me to believe that. Rest assured, sister, we have our trump cards. Chapter 56. Division. How many floors does a bag of rice need to carry? The members of the Akatsuki stared blankly, confused by the remark. A joke, of course. You truly lack a sense of humor. Icheng grinned at the 7 members of the Akatsuki before him. Are you the one known as Icheng Huadao? Sasori stepped forward. Indeed, I am Icheng Huadao, unchanged in name or nature, he replied, surveying the group. Since you have traveled such a distance, do you not wish to introduce yourselves? Icheng inquired. Not necessary, but if you were to join our organization, we would gladly share the details. Sasori's voice was hoarse, maintaining an air of mystery. Are you suggesting that your grand arrival is an invitation for me to join your organization? Icheng was surprised. It seemed the Akatsuki had a diplomatic approach. Indeed. We would like to know if you would agree to join us. If that is the case, perhaps you could enlighten me about your organization, its principles, and the benefits it offers. Should I find them satisfactory, I might consider your proposal. Icheng saw that the Akatsuki had no immediate intention of attacking, making it a good opportunity to converse and inform Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Chiyo about the nature of the Akatsuki to prepare them. No comment. How arrogant. If that is your stance, allow me to introduce you instead. The Akatsuki, as a secret organization, consists of members clad in black cloaks embroidered with red clouds. wearing conical hats adorned with wind chimes, and bearing rings marked with their respective code names, from right thumb to left thumb: 0, blue, white, vermilion, black, void, south, north. 3, jade, with painted nails and foreheads bearing scars. Typically, tasks are executed in pairs. The two leaders, Yahiko and Nagato, initially aimed to bring peace to their nation. However, following Yahiko's demise, Nagato fell into despair and reformed Akatsuki, altering its original mission to focus on the collection of tailed beasts. The organization left many astonished, as even Hanzo seemed to possess a deeper understanding of its workings than some members. Brother Scorpion, isn't our leader Pain? Why does he reference Yahiko and Nagato? Deidara pondered, feeling bewildered by the fact that an outsider seemed to have more knowledge about the organization than he did, and a rift began to form. I'm uncertain. Scorpion rasped. Peace, my foot. We are a terrorist organization. Do you even grasp what a terrorist organization entails? It involves murder, arson, and plunder. Most importantly, it requires us to offer sacrifices to our Dark Lord. The more Haydn listened, the more irritated he became. How could he possibly be part of any peace organization? Who was he? He was Haydn, a devout follower of the Dark God. Regardless of the organization's ideals, they must not interfere with his art. Art is an explosion. Everyone, please remain calm. I have yet to finish. Is your plan not structured in 3 phases? The first phase, amass a significant amount of wealth to prepare for future endeavors. The second phase, establish a mercenary organization that is not affiliated with any nation, instigate minor conflicts, initially monopolizing war contracts from small nations at low costs, subsequently escalating the scale of warfare and dismantling the economic structures of major nations. The third phase, collect the tailed beasts and utilize them as weapons to conquer the world, allowing the entire ninja realm to experience suffering. Only those who endure pain can truly comprehend the significance of peace and earnestly yearn for it. Every utterance from each end strikes the members of the Akatsuki like a devastating blow, leaving them feeling as though they have been stripped bare, devoid of any semblance of security. Nagato, the leader of Akatsuki, wields the Rinnegan and orchestrates the 6 paths of pain. Once an orphan from the hidden rain village during the Second Shinobi World War, he learned ninjutsu under Jiraiya alongside Konan and Yahiko. Enduring the profound sorrows of losing both parents and witnessing Yahiko's demise, he was seduced by Uchiha Obito's ideology, ultimately deciding to cultivate peace through the cycle of suffering, leading to the formation of the Akatsuki. Konan, the white tiger angel of Akatsuki and one of its founding members, stands as the sole female figure among them, known by the codename White. An orphan from the hidden rain village during the Second Shinobi World War, she received guidance in ninjutsu alongside Yahiko and Nagato and co-established Akatsuki. Konan possesses the unique ability to manipulate paper through her technique, Dance of the Shikigami, allowing her to transform her body into paper, rendering her immune to physical attacks. It is nearly impossible for pure physical assaults to harm her. Furthermore, she can utilize her abilities for offense, diversion, defense, camouflage, and flight, enabling her ninjutsu to be applicable in various scenarios, including combat and reconnaissance. Kisame Hashigaki, known as the South Dipper, is another Akatsuki member, originally from the Hidden Mist Village, and one of the 7 ninja swordsmen. He wields the sword Samahata and became a fugitive after being implicated in the assassination of the Land of Waters daimyo. After joining Akatsuki, he dons a ring symbolizing the South Dipper on his left ring finger. Sasori, the jewel of Akatsuki, is renowned as a genius puppeteer, referred to as Sandy Red Sand. He is the grandson of Chiyo from the Hidden Sand Village. His parents were killed during a mission by Konoha's White Fang when he was a child, leaving him in profound loneliness. Under Chiyo's tutelage, he mastered the art of puppetry, creating puppets named Father and Mother to alleviate his solitude. Deidara, the Azure Dragon artist, is one of the Akatsuki members, a disciple of the 3rd Tsuchikage, Anoki, from the Hidden Stone Village. In his youth, he undertook numerous terroristic assignments to prove his artistic prowess and eventually joined Akatsuki after being defeated by Itachi Uchiha. Kaku, known as the North Dipper, is an elite member from the Hidden Waterfall Village and an Akatsuki member. He is partnered with Haydn and possesses a secret technique, Earthly Grievance, which allows him to manipulate black tentacles released from within by utilizing chakra, capable of seizing others' hearts. He can store up to 5 hearts within himself, extending his life by replacing them, earning him the title of one who shares longevity with heaven and earth. Kaku and Haydn are known as the Immortal Duo, their camaraderie marked by constant bickering. Haydn, known as the Three-Headed, hails from the Hidden Hot Water Village and is characterized by his flamboyant and verbose nature. A devout follower of the Jashin faith, he is known for his immortality, alongside Kaku, forming the infamous duo. As Ichin scanned the faces of the 7 members of Akatsuki, he perceived their astonishment, akin to the feeling of being exposed under the glaring sun. There is a traitor among us. How does Ichin know so much? It feels as though he understands me better than I do myself. Even if there is a traitor, it shouldn't be possible for him to know every detail. It feels as though he orchestrated this organization himself. Could he be the hidden boss, our puppet master? No, that can't be. He is far too old for such a role. Could it be that he is the son of the true mastermind? What are you all thinking? I believe your thoughts are misguided. It is best not to speculate. I understand now. This boy possesses mind-reading abilities. Deidara shouted, finally grasping the truth. Instead of pondering nonsensical ideas, Deidara, you would be better off considering more potent explosives, such as nuclear or hydrogen bombs. What nonsense are you spouting? I shall soon demonstrate the true meaning of art. Jiraiya, you. Tsunade hesitated, struggling to find her words. Ichin is correct. From the moment I laid eyes on Konan, I recognized them as the children I had taught during my 3-year stay in the Land of Rain. I never imagined our reunion would unfold in such a manner, especially considering Yahiko. He was a good boy, full of sunshine, optimism, and kindness. It is heartbreaking to learn of his passing. Ichin mentioned that Yahiko sought peace throughout his life, which brings me some solace. Jiraiya's eyes glistened with unshed tears, which quickly evaporated. And Nagato and Konan, having spent 3 years with them, I know their character. How could they possibly create such a fearsome organization? Konan, have these years treated you well? I apologize for not seeking you out sooner, Jiraiya murmured in a low voice. Konan, seemingly filled with sadness yet tinged with nostalgia, lowered her gaze. What of Nagato? Why is he not here? Jiraiya pressed urgently. I am here. Nagato controlled Yahiko's corpse, which now stood before them. Teacher, I wish to express the same sentiments as Konan. We truly do not deserve a teacher like you. Yahiko. But Ichin said he was already gone. What is the meaning of this? Jiraiya looked from Yahiko to Ichin in confusion. Lord Jiraiya, this is merely Yahiko's corpse. Nagato's Rinnegan grants him the ability to manipulate bodies, imbuing them with the power of the Rinnegan. He can control a total of 6 corpses. Be cautious, for their vision is interconnected, Ichin explained. Ichin, how can you possess such detailed knowledge? I dare say that even among our organization, no one has spoken of the Rinnegan's abilities, yet you. Who are you? Nagato expressed his unease, realizing he was losing control. Since acquiring the Rinnegan, he felt a flicker of fear in the presence of Ichin. Akin to confronting an omniscient prophet, a feeling of despair. Nagato, you claim that the abilities of the Rinnegan have not been disclosed to anyone in Akatsuki. No, you're mistaken. You have indeed shared them with Konan, have you not, dear sister? Ichin's gaze softened as he turned towards Konan. Konan, you? Sasori exclaimed in shock. Konan, the angel? It is impossible. Why would you betray us? Kisame questioned incredulously. His loyalty and everything he had devoted to the organization shattered by the revelation that one of its founders was a traitor. Indeed, there exists a traitor among us. Otherwise, how could the enigmatic Hua Dao-Cheng possess such intimate knowledge of our affairs? If Xiaonan, one of the founders of the Akatsuki organization, is indeed a defector, it would make sense. Furthermore, you all heard it. Xiaonan is a disciple of Jiraiya, a chilling revelation upon further reflection. Kakuzu, having lived for over a century, has witnessed countless deceptions, yet he finds himself confronted with treachery once more. What can one say? The human heart is indeed the most intricate of enigmas. Uchiha Itachi, Deidara, and Haiden fell into a contemplative silence, yet they instinctively retreated to maintain a safe distance from Xiaonan. Do you think the leader could possibly? He too is a disciple of Jiraiya, Deidara interjected. The 2 founders of our organization. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Hua Dao-Cheng just claimed that Xiaonan divulged the leader's secrets. How could he betray his own? It is utterly inconceivable. Nothing is impossible. This world of ninjas is rife with deceit. One deceives while another is deceived. I, for one, have lost all hope in this world. Indeed, only puppets endure eternally. Everything else is mere illusion, Scorpion mused. Though I disagree with your sentiment, I must assert that only wealth is everlasting. It will never betray you. Ah, my pursuits are indeed validated. The human heart, ah. It is but a tool for prolonging my existence, nothing more, Kakuzu concurred. Only the malevolent deity is eternal. Explosions represent a fleeting eternity, the ultimate form of artistry. You fools, do not be deceived by Hua Dao-Cheng. Xiaonan is no traitor, absolutely not. The body of Yahiko, controlled by Nagato, erupted with a tempest of chakra, forming a tornado that ravaged the surroundings, stirring up a storm of sand. Retreat. Retreat. The Akatsuki members divided into two factions, one led by Nagato and Chunin. The other comprising Kisame, Uchiha Itachi, Haiden, Deidara, Kakuzu, and Scorpion. Nagato's words offered no clarity. A mere insinuation from I Ching had plunged the Akatsuki into turmoil. Words wield the greatest destructive power, as evidenced by Naruto, whose verbal prowess is unrivaled. What I Ching? How dare you slander me? Chunin glared at the smiling I Ching. Her boundless fury simmering beneath the surface, wishing death upon him with her piercing gaze, had looks the power to kill. I Ching would have been obliterated 100 times over. Retreat. Everyone, fall back. Return to base. Nagato bellowed. The entire Akatsuki, caught off guard by Huadao I Ching's simple yet effective divide-and-conquer tactic, found their fighting strength diminished to a mere fraction. It was prudent to withdraw. Huadao I Ching, I hope you retain your eloquence for our next encounter. Nagato cast a deep, lingering glance before vanishing from sight. Nagato, I possess even more secrets. When we next meet, bring along some fine wine, and I shall regale you with tales that will keep you drinking heartily. Scorpion? Is that you, Scorpion? Chiyo hesitated, incredulity washing over her as she beheld her grandson, the Red Sand Scorpion, now part of the Akatsuki. It had been far too long since they last met. Scorpion glanced back, his gaze profound, yet he uttered nothing. Chapter 57. Ideology. I Ching, Chunin is an undercover agent? Jiraiya appeared utterly bewildered, struggling to comprehend the chaotic situation. Lord Jiraiya, let us discuss this later. I suspect Zetsu is nearby. Zetsu? The reconnaissance operative of the Akatsuki you mentioned? Jiraiya inquired. Indeed. Zetsu's skills in concealment and mobility are unparalleled. A moment's inattention could lead to our intelligence being compromised. If there is one member of the Akatsuki I Ching is most wary of, it is Zetsu, an individual capable of stirring the entire ninja world from the shadows for a millennium. Perhaps renaming Naruto to Black Zetsu, laying low for 1,000 years to rescue Mother would be quite fitting. Water release, water tracking technique. I Ching, employing the technique of water detection, could only perceive limited information, perhaps due to the arid air of the desert region, which held scant moisture. It is also possible that Ju was indeed operating underground, rendering the water detection technique less effective in sensing his presence. Consequently, I Ching failed to detect Ju's existence. Logically speaking, given that I Ching had divulged such crucial information, particularly indicating that the Akatsuki organization was established under the guidance of Uchiha Bito, he must have piqued Ju's interest regarding the source of this intelligence. Thus, it is evident that Ju had not departed. The pressing question remains, how to uncover this elusive rat. This is a desert region, characterized by scarce underground water veins and limited vegetation. As I Ching lifted his gaze, he beheld the vast expanse of towering trees. Wasn't the vegetation supposed to be sparse? I can't believe it. This is the forest left behind by my wood release, tree realm. Could it be? It must be. How reckless of you to lurk within the sea of trees I summoned. Wood release, tree binding eternal burial. Countless trees, summoned by I Ching, twisted and contorted, strangling all entities that should not exist within this arboreal sea. Found you. Alas, have you escaped? As I Ching arrived at the concealed lair, he beheld a twisted figure of white Zetsu hanging from a tree branch, while black Zetsu had vanished without a trace. It was then revealed that black Zetsu possessed the ability to transform into a fluid form, making him virtually impossible to capture unless one wielded the powers of yin-yang release. However, white Zetsu, despite being contorted like a pretzel, was still within I Ching's reach, thanks to his wood release abilities, combined with the unique cells of white Zetsu. Ah, I shall take this. Is this what you refer to as the Akatsuki's reconnaissance agent, I Ching? Jiraiya and the others soon arrived, witnessing white Zetsu suspended from the tree. This creature represents but a fragment of the whole. The entity known as Zetsu is comprised of both white and black Zetsu, with the latter being singular and the former existing in countless numbers, each elucidated. Countless white Zetsus? Are you suggesting that the Akatsuki possesses tens of thousands of such beings? The crowd was taken aback. Mere cannon fodder, really, in the presence of true power. Does quantity even hold significance? No matter how many of these white Zetsus exist, they are but trifles. One must ponder the purpose behind Kagaya's creation of these white Zetsus. Does she truly intend to employ these worthless beings against the Otsutsuki clan? Of course, this was merely a thought lingering in I Ching's mind. Now was not the time to divulge such intelligence to others. For them, the foremost adversary was the Akatsuki, not the Otsutsuki. Jiraiya-sama, I can now address the question you posed earlier regarding Konan being a traitor. That information is a fabrication, merely a smokescreen I employed to sow discord within the Akatsuki. I hope their internal strife escalates during this period, as our time is limited. Furthermore, the other intelligence I shared is indeed accurate. All current members of the Akatsuki are of the rank of Kage and pose a significant threat. Their leader possesses Rinnegan akin to that of the Sage of Six Paths, capable of obliterating Konoha in an instant. The true mastermind behind the scenes is Uchiha Madara, who, albeit constrained by his lifespan, is deceased. However, he has left behind contingencies that may lead to his revival. This information was imparted to me by the Sage of Six Paths, who frequently engages me in conversation during my slumber. The crowd was left in utter disbelief. Are you implying that you are the illegitimate child of the Sage of Six Paths, who often seeks your company for dialogue? Why not converse with me? I am quite engaging in my discussions, NNN. To be fair, Ichin's benevolent deception was not met with fervent scrutiny by the others, who each harbored their own secrets. After all, who among them was without a hidden truth? For instance, Jiraiya's savings remained undisclosed, much like Tsunade's lifetime of debts. At the Akatsuki base, Nagato observed the gathered members, noting their lingering faith in the organization. Leader, should you not clarify some matters? I feel as though I am less informed than Ichin, who is truly a member of this organization. Scorpion was the first to speak, while others remained silent or exchanged glances. Nagato scanned the assembly of S-rank rogue ninjas, understanding that he needed to divulge some information to prevent his associates from departing. Indeed, my name is Nagato. The man before you is a puppet under my control. Whether referred to as Pain or Zero, it is merely a title, and there is no need for concern. The reason I have chosen to present him in his puppet form is that he is my dear brother, having cared for both Conan and me since our humble beginnings. We grew up together, shared meals, and slept side by side. I hold him in great esteem. He is Yahiko, the founder of the Akatsuki. Yahiko established the organization to foster understanding between the great and small nations of the ninja world, striving to eliminate war and achieve peace. However, he fell victim to the machinations of Hanzo the Salamander and Danzo Shimura, sacrificing himself to protect Conan and me. My enmity with Konoha runs deep. So you need not doubt Conan and me. We could never betray the organization founded by Yahiko. I could not accept Yahiko's demise. Utilizing the powers of the Rinnegan, I bestowed the strongest Deva path upon Yahiko's body, hoping he would remain among us, guiding the Akatsuki and realizing his dreams. Nagato's gaze drifted into the distance, as if he could once again see Yahiko, Conan, and himself together. What a jest. Our organizational philosophy is aimed at achieving peace in the ninja world. This is utterly absurd. How could I possibly join such a group? As a proud harbinger of the evil god, Haydn found it unacceptable to engage in the pursuit of peace. Haydn erupted in protest, for he was a harbinger of death, not salvation. Ah, Haydn, you cannot die. So how about I slice you into 8 pieces and toss you into the cesspool, allowing you to worship your dark deity daily? Would you fancy that? Nagato's eyes glinted mischievously as he regarded Haydn. Actually, I am an undercover operative for the cult of the evil god. My existence is dedicated to overthrowing this malevolent deity. I have endured hardship not to kill indiscriminately, but to bear the weight of humiliation. My heart has always yearned for peace. Now, upon hearing the organization's ideals, I realize my previous narrow-mindedness. What is an evil god? I shall dedicate my life to the pursuit of peace in the ninja world. Ah, peace, you are my light, my guiding beacon. A group of individuals stood in stunned silence, pondering the enigmatic presence of Haydn. Nagato regarded Haydn with a mix of curiosity and contemplation. Indeed, while our organization strives for peace, the path to achieving it is fraught with obstacles. I intend to make the world experience suffering, to accept it, and to understand it. Those who have never known pain cannot grasp the concept of peace. The Akatsuki's pursuit of peace is carved through bloodshed, and I trust none will object to achieving tranquility through the destruction of the ninja world. Nagato surveyed the defiant S-rank rogue ninjas before him. I am indifferent to the organization's ideology, as long as I can showcase my art. That is sufficient, Deidara declared, consumed by his passion for artistry. I, too, harbor no interests beyond wealth. Puppetry is my everything, remarked Sasori. Whatever the ideology, having joined this organization, I will not betray it, stated Kisame quietly. Itachi remained as unassuming as ever. In Chapter 58, a challenge arose. Leader, what is the situation concerning Uchiha Madara, as mentioned by the young Hanada Ichin? Kakaza queried, harboring lingering resentment towards Madara, possibly due to their shared era. He expressed skepticism regarding Madara's continued existence, dismissing the notion that the Sharingan possessed the ability to confer immortality. Upon hearing the name Uchiha Madara, Nagato fell into a contemplative silence. Indeed, there has been an individual claiming to be Uchiha Madara. I would not say I was swayed by him. At best, we were collaborators. His ideals align with those of the Akatsuki, seeking world peace. Uchiha Madara. World peace? Kakuzu scoffed. That is the most ludicrous jest I have ever encountered. We merely utilize each other. For now, our goals are aligned. When it comes time to reap the rewards, we shall see whose strength prevails. Moreover, I do not believe he is truly Uchiha Madara. If he were, he would always appear masked. Given Madara's audacious and arrogant nature, how could he possibly don a mask? Does he take me for a fool? I have no intention of exposing him. I merely plan to exploit him to achieve my own ends. His abilities, confirmed by his possession of the Sharingan, are formidable, and they involve time-space manipulation. It is prudent to avoid provoking such an enemy at this time. Nagato paused, then turned to Itachi. Itachi, have you heard of a member of the Uchiha clan with time-space abilities? It is possible there exists a forgotten branch of the Uchiha bloodline. Or perhaps someone had their eyes removed and later awakened the Mangeki Sharingan, Itachi reflected after a moment's thought. Let us not dwell on this for now. We should all be aware that this self-proclaimed Uchiha Madara is someone we can utilize, but we must remain cautious. A confrontation is inevitable. I hope you will not hesitate merely because of the name Uchiha Madara. It is a pleasure to see you all again. I nearly did not return. Black Zetsu emerged slowly from the ground. Zetsu, did you fail? Nagato inquired. I was discovered. Regrettably, I gleaned no useful intelligence. He is a remarkably cautious individual. Furthermore, I must emphasize that you should not underestimate Hanada-ichin. Do not assume he is merely a 13-year-old child. White Zetsu is dead, killed in an instant. Had I still possessed some capability, I would have returned. It can be said that Hanada-ichin possesses strength, wisdom, and cunning. He is far from ordinary. Oh. You may view him as a fusion of Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobirama, Black Zetsu imparted solemnly. Alas, this is absurd. Hanada-ichin hails from an unremarkable family background, lacking any illustrious lineage or innate Kekkei Genkai. How could someone like him arise without reason? I have lurked within the ninja world for a millennium, and this is my first encounter with such a being. Even Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama, formidable as they are, relied upon their clan's bloodlines. They are of a different essence compared to Hanada-ichin. If the Akatsuki does not prove effective, I may well find myself on the moon guarding my mother's grave. Oh. My dear mother, why must your path to salvation be so fraught with hardship? Black Zetsu lamented, nearly shedding tears. Considering Hanada-ichin as a combination of Hashirama and Tobirama leaves me utterly astounded. Zetsu, do you overrate this Hanada-ichin? Is he truly as formidable as you claim? The two Senju brothers are monstrous in their abilities, one unmatched in combat, the other unparalleled in ninjutsu. Are you suggesting that Hanada-ichin possesses both their invincible might and transcendent wisdom? If we are indeed facing a monster among monsters, what will become of the ninja world when he turns 20? We need not wait for him to reach 20. He already commands significant influence over the ninja world. This individual is far from ordinary, Black Zetsu asserted. Very well, let us conclude our discussion here. There are currently no tasks assigned to you all. Feel free to pursue your interests or enjoy some leisure funded by the organization. Otherwise, you might think the Akatsuki offers no benefits. Though our ideology promotes peace in the ninja world, we need not live in hardship. It is time to indulge when appropriate. Kakuzu, you must not be stingy. Nagato had not spoken so casually in ages. He often wore a stern expression, as if everyone owed him a fortune. The leader is magnificent. Kakuzu's expression soured. This hard-earned money is mine. Please, exercise restraint. Dismissed, Nagato said, vanishing with Konan. Hey, Kakuzu, you've been around long enough. Was the leader ever this generous? This is my first experience of the organization's benefits, Deidara exclaimed, bouncing with enthusiasm. Benefits? What benefits? Can't you see the leader is merely placating us? Enough. It has been ages since I've had a break. You all can receive some activity funds. Just a bit, mind you. Kakuzu fumed. Kakuzu, I need to repair my puppets. And perhaps create a few new ones. How much can you spare? Sasori turned to Kakuzu. Sasori, your expenses are the highest here. You still wish to ask me for money? Do you even know how many puppets you possess? The funds I provide would barely suffice, Kakuzu retorted. Nagato. Will we not take action against Hanada-ichin? According to Zetsu, his growth is terrifying. If we do not act now, it may prove exceedingly difficult later. Konan. Do not be deceived by my earlier composure. A seed of division has already been sown. A rift has formed that cannot be easily mended. Should we propose action against Hanada-ichin now, they are likely to feign unity while lacking genuine commitment. I intend to confront him personally. While shadow-level assistance is valuable, its impact is limited. If I can handle it alone, there is no need to involve them. If I cannot manage it, their presence would be of little help. unless Itachi is fully committed. But do you truly believe Itachi would give his all? Among these individuals, do you hold Itachi in the highest regard? Chunin inquired. Contemplating the intellect, potential, character, and strength of Itachi, all of which are beyond reproach. Had it not been for his physical form, he might have been another Kaichin. Nagato sighed softly, recognizing that some individuals are innately endowed with capabilities that others lack, be it wisdom, talent, or lineage. These attributes collectively define what people often refer to as the children of destiny. Should they not meet an untimely demise, they would undoubtedly shine as the most resplendent stars in the world. Chapter 59, The Divine War, Part 1. Under a moonless night, in the depths of the desert, an aura of murderous intent began to unravel. Gazing skyward, the vast expanse of the desert night sky revealed a full moon casting its luminescence, gradually illuminating the darkened heavens. A youth and a young man stood poised in midair, facing each other from a distance. The youth's garments billowed gracefully, ethereal as a celestial being, while the young man exuded a steady aura, reminiscent of a deity or a demon. You have arrived. I have come. You should not have come. I had no choice but to come. Alas, I have no immediate plans to transplant the Rinnegan. You covet the power of the Rinnegan as well? The Rinnegan serves as a shortcut to ascend to a higher realm in this world. Do you truly believe that anyone could overlook its significance? I see. It seems you possess far more knowledge than I anticipated, even understanding the intricacies of my eyes. Nagato, do you still believe that the Rinnegan belongs solely to you? Kaichin, what are you saying? How could that be? Since I became aware of myself, these eyes have been my own. How could they not belong to me? The leader of the Akatsuki, Nagato, who had been calm moments before, now widened his eyes in shock. Ka's words igniting a sense of dread within him as if he were on the cusp of realization. Shall I regale you with a tale? I previously mentioned that when you returned, you ought to bring some fine wine. What a pity it is. Otherwise, we could have enjoyed a drink beneath the moonlight. How delightful it would have been. I am all ears. Nagato managed to force out these words. It is said that the Sage of Six Paths also possessed the Rinnegan. As you are aware, though the sage is a figure from legend, having existed a millennium ago, it is commonly said that there is no smoke without fire. I can assure you with certainty that the Sage of Six Paths indeed existed, and he too possessed the Rinnegan. Ichen paused momentarily to allow Nagato a moment to digest his words, then continued. What constitutes a bloodline limit? For millennia, bloodline limits have pervaded the entire shinobi world. If we consider the Rinnegan as a bloodline limit, could we not regard Sage of Six Paths as the inaugural developer of the Rinnegan bloodline limit? Subsequently, all who possess the Rinnegan carry the lineage of the Sage of Six Paths regrettably, while you too possess the bloodline of the sage. You are merely a branch of that lineage. Do you not perceive the striking resemblance between yourself and the once renowned Uzumaki clan? Both share long crimson hair and an extraordinary vitality. In essence, you are akin to the Uzumaki clan. Ichen asserted emphatically. Who exactly are you? Not only do you possess profound knowledge of the Akatsuki organization, but you also exhibit an uncanny understanding of the Rinnegan. And even my true nature is laid bare before you. Could it be? It cannot be Konan. Absolutely impossible. Was it Jiraiya-sensei who informed you? Yes, Jiraiya-sensei is also aware. Nagato's incredulity grew with each revelation, and he found it increasingly difficult to maintain his composure. As for how I acquired this knowledge, that must remain undisclosed for now. Turning back to you, the burden of the Rinnegan must weigh heavily upon you. Are you not on the brink of exhaustion? I surmise that your arrival here was to seek the power of wood release. For that ultimate vitality is indeed what you most require. I trust you now comprehend the implications, if the Rinnegan were truly your own eyes. Why would the burden be so tremendous? Nagato, reflect upon your life. It is indeed laughable. Regardless of whether the Rinnegan is inherently mine. Regardless of how absurd my existence may be, and irrespective of the immense efforts I have expended to reach this juncture, I shall descend upon this shinobi world in the name of divinity. I shall impose my divine presence upon this realm and bring about peace within it. The conversation concluded here for Ichen. Come forth. We are destined for a confrontation. Should I emerge victorious, I will seize your wood release power, experience rebirth, and sweep across the shinobi world with an unblemished divine form. Should you triumph, the Rinnegan shall be yours, and you may advance even further. I hope one day you may ascend to unparalleled heights. Chapter 60, Divine Battle, Part 2. Indeed, in this world, strength reigns supreme. Those with might dictate the terms. Let me witness the power of the Rinnegan. I have long anticipated this day. Ichen exclaimed with fervor. As you wish. Universal Pull. Nagato extended a hand, from which emerged a dark rod, gesturing toward Ichen with an intent to draw him closer. Are you planning to close the distance? Indeed. As a war organization active for decades in the shinobi world, your combat experience is undeniably vast. Are you attempting to engage me in close quarters based on my previous strategies? Such thoughts flitted through Ichin's mind for but a fleeting moment. Nagato. You remain unaware that I am one of the few in the shinobi world whose physical prowess reaches the level of a Kage. Today, I shall demonstrate the might of a physical Kage. Water release. Water blade technique ice release. Hardening technique wind release. Wind cutter technique as Iching was being drawn forward by Nagato's universal pull technique. He made no attempt to resist. Instead, he accelerated, covering the mere 100 meters in the blink of an eye. Upon arriving before the Deva path, he raised the water blade in his hand, enhanced by ice and wind release, executing the most elementary yet effective technique, the splitting Mount Hua. Though simple and straightforward, it wielded an elegance that belied its weighty impact. The moment the blade met the black staff, there was neither a dazzling light nor a sound. The black staff, a creation of yin-yang release, was supposed to be unyieldingly solid. Yet, the water blade glided through it without encountering any resistance, the cutting edge gleaming like a mirror. Reflecting reality, this was dire. In that critical moment, the Deva path gathered chakra, converting the pull of universal pull into repulsion and unleashing Shinra Tensei. In an instant, the air at the point of contact was severely compressed, visible ripples emanating outward from the center. The two immense forces clashed, fortunately in midair. Had it been on the ground, the impact would have sent debris flying in all directions, reducing the surface to rubble. After a brief standoff, the Deva path was violently repelled backward. What? How is this possible? He thought incredulously. Shinra Tensei has been broken through. And that black staff crafted from yin-yang release has shown no resistance at all. It should be indestructible, yet it has been severed effortlessly. This is a physical attack? Iching's prior victories were primarily through ninjutsu. When did his close combat prowess become so formidable? The Deva path tumbled backward for hundreds of meters, grappling with disbelief. Before he could gather his thoughts, a beam of water surged towards him at an unfathomable speed. Had it not been for his Rinnegan's extraordinary dynamic vision, he would have been unable to react. This was Iching's water release, water-severing wave technique. By the gods. He transitioned seamlessly from such a powerful physical attack to this lethal S-rank water ninjutsu without a hitch. The sheer control over chakra is overwhelming. Moreover, having just executed Shinra Tensei, only 3 seconds had elapsed, leaving 2 seconds until the cooldown was complete. If he had known this, he might have calculated the interval of my ninjutsu, intending to deliver a fatal blow. What a terrifying little devil he is. Faced with such a lethal situation, the Deva path found himself at a loss. Chapter 61, Divine Battle. 3. Did it miss? The Deva path vanished, as if affected by a space-time ninjutsu. Could it be a Beto? No, it must be the animal path S summoning technique. The Rinnegan is indeed a remarkable asset, providing various buffs, and with 6 puppet visions interconnected. Timely assistance is guaranteed without delay. Had it not been for Nagato's frail physical condition, the power of the 6 paths combined with the 6 paths clones would have skyrocketed to an unprecedented level. First, let me sense the positions of the 6 paths clones. Water release. Water walking exploration technique revealed one to be located 1 kilometer to the north. Have they returned to the ground? Are they planning to utilize the powers of the other 5 paths to counter me? If that is the case, I should first eliminate the hungry ghost path. Taking advantage of the intelligence gap. Sage art. Water release. Hard vortex water blade technique summoned an endless gravitational force into Iching's right hand, gradually forming a water spear. Unfortunately, being in a desert area with a low concentration of water chakra in the air demanded a significant amount of his chakra, and the technique's power could not reach its full potential. Nevertheless, it should suffice to eliminate the hungry ghost path, and he promptly hurled the water spear with force. Damn it, I was almost taken out. Iching's combat talent is terrifying. He shouldn't have experienced many battles before Nagato could catch his breath. A swift arrow shot from the southern sky, spinning wildly and creating turbulence in the surrounding air. The closer it drew, the more oppressive the air pressure became. What a swift arrow, what immense pressure. Yet it was utterly silent. The Deva path gazed in disbelief at the arrow approaching from the horizon, silent yet swift, closing the distance in the blink of an eye. This was Iching's ninjutsu, curse be it. This fellow's attacks had no gaps. The frequency so rapid that resistance seemed futile. The Deva path's powers had been restored. Should he use Shinra Tensei? Yet, it appeared that Iching had already deduced the 5-second cooldown of Shinra Tensei. His attack frequency was too fast. If I use Shinra Tensei now, I will inevitably fall into a passive position again. If I utilize the Hungry Ghost Path's absorption technique to seal this attack, I could preserve Shinra Tensei as a trump card. Sealing technique, absorption technique. The hungry ghost path stepped forward, extending its hands to perform the sealing technique. The moment I Ching's hard vortex water blade collided with the hungry ghost path's absorption technique, the latter, being one of the powers of the Rinnegan, effortlessly absorbed the previously formidable water blade. Since I Ching understands the Rinnegan so well, does he not know of the hungry ghost path's absorption ability? To attack with pure chakra ninjutsu is rather naive. Despite its strength, what uses it when countered? Before Nagato could revel in his triumph, a thunderous sound erupted nearby. Like a clap of thunder ringing in his ears, causing him to lose all hearing and leaving his mind in a haze. Though he was still some distance from the battlefield and the six pads puppets were mere corpses, the living Nagato, controlling them with his senses, felt the reverberation like an unending echo in his mind. Moreover, with his frail condition, he was particularly vulnerable to such a cacophony. In an instant, his control over the six pads puppets was completely severed. Although brief, that moment was enough for a master to accomplish much. Chapter 62, Divine Battle 4, My Head Hurts. It's unbearable. What ninjutsu did I Ching use? The power is astonishing. 3 kilometers away from the combat site, on a sand dune where Nagato's true body resided, he suffered intensely from the sonic shockwave, instinctively clutching his head. Nagato, what's wrong? Did I Ching discover your location? But we are 3 kilometers away. Conan looked at Nagato, who appeared to be in agony, unsure of how to help. It's nothing, Conan, just the aftermath of the battle over there. I Ching hasn't found us, Nagato reassured her. Damn it, the connection is severed. Quickly, reconnect. Nagato unleashed all his chakra, finally regaining his vision through the Deva Path's perspective 3 seconds later. Before he could acclimate, as soon as the vision connected, a glimmer of blade light shot toward him like a celestial being descending from the heavens. The Deva Path's hair stood on end. Time seemed to freeze. Is this the end? No, I will not give up. In that critical moment, he unleashed Shinra Tensei. This time, Shinra Tensei was remarkably powerful, shattering the blade light and forcing I Ching back by 100 meters. Phew, I'm saved. At that moment, the Deva Path finally had the energy to survey his surroundings and began to reconnect with the other 6 paths puppets. Why can't I sense the hungry ghost path? Hell path and human path? The other 3 paths scanned their surroundings. The human path, damn it. The human path had been cleaved in 2. The hell path, following the human path, it too had been severed. And where's the hungry ghost path? Damn it. Where's the hungry ghost path's corpse? As Nagato took over the realm of Tiandao and utilized Shinra Tensei to repel Ichan, he subsequently connected with the other 2 realms while surveying his surroundings. In less than 3 seconds, Ichan, 100 meters away, regained his footing, brushed off the non-existent dust from his attire, and gazed at Tiandao. Nagato, you seem rather fortunate. Had you delayed for even a second longer, this battle would have reached its conclusion. The goddess of fortune appears to favor you, does she not? Are you in search of the realm of the hungry ghosts? There is no need to look further. The realms of the hungry ghosts, the human realm, and the hellish realm have all met their demise, albeit in different manners. Of course, I find no necessity to disclose this to you. If you manage to survive, you may ponder it yourself. Ichan of the realm of flowers, I must admit, I underestimated you. You managed to eliminate 3 of my puppets in an instant. However, one question lingers in my mind. Oh, Nagato, what is it that you failed to comprehend? At that moment, all 6 puppets had slipped from my control, and you should have prioritized eliminating Tiandao. Why did you allow Tiandao to be your 4th target? Tiandao is the most formidable among the 6 realms, and leaving him unscathed was undoubtedly a grave mistake. Indeed. The power of Tiandao is extraordinary. Earlier, he could withstand your Shinra Tensei and force you back. However, after losing the human realm, the Azura realm, in the realm of the hungry ghosts, your chakra has been liberated, and to confront your Shinra Tensei once more, he was ultimately repelled, which indeed took me by surprise. Ichiwan paused momentarily before continuing, however. If I were to select the order of attack once more, your deity path would not occupy the foremost position, to me. The peril it presents ranks merely 3rd. Why do I assert this? Nagato was taken aback, having always regarded the deity path as paramount, now belittled by Huadao Ichiwan. Nagato, what are your thoughts on the human path? If the deity path possessed the strength of the human path, do you believe I would engage you in close combat? Chapter 63, Divine Battle, v. Of course, I do not place the human path as my highest priority. In my estimation, the foremost threat is the hell path. Ichiwan approached slowly, articulating his thoughts as he walked. Why? Nagato, perhaps recalibrating his strategy, seemed less eager to attack and instead engaged in conversation. The Hell Path serves as your logistical support and healer. In a team battle, one must swiftly neutralize the healer. Would I grant you the opportunity to recover and revive? That would be utterly ludicrous. As Ichiwan concluded, he found himself approximately 10 meters from the deity path. Any closer would be intolerable for both parties. Making this distance just right. Huadao Ichiwan, although you have triumphed over the human path, hell path, and hungry ghost path, I find my chakra reserves have actually increased. And you have left me with primarily offensive entities, the deity path, the Azura path, and the beast path. You shall reap the consequences of your complacency. Prepare to face my wrath. The deity path extended its arms. We shall see if you can withstand the current universal pull. Huadao Ichiwan, come forth. Is it still the universal pull that you invoke? Do you intend to confine yourself within its gravitational influence? Summoning technique, conjure hellhounds, chameleons, yada no kagami, rhinos. With a resounding clap of his hands, the beast path summoned forth a multitude of summoned beasts. Azura path shed its Akatsuki-issued cloak, revealing 6 arms that unleashed a relentless barrage of missiles, saturating the airspace directed at Ichiwan. The missiles densely populated the entire expanse, while the summoned beasts readied themselves, poised to strike once the Azura path's missiles made contact with Ichiwan. Huadao Ichiwan, let us see how you confront this, the deity path observed Ichiwan, now ensnared and facing a deluge of attacks from the Azura path and beast path. Nagato, do you comprehend why Senja Hashirama and Uchiha Madara are revered as the gods of ninjas? Your assaults are utterly preposterous. Allow me to demonstrate the true essence of ninjutsu. Wood release, birth of the tree realm. Wood release, wooden man technique. Ice release, frost triumph, armament, frosty wooden man. In an instant, the entire sandy terrain seemed to convulse as if a dragon were stirring beneath the earth. Countless trees erupted from the ground, encircling the 100-meter expanse, while the summoned spirit beasts, conjured by the creatures of the wild, became ensnared by the ubiquitous branches, twisting and absorbing chakra. At the center stood a towering wooden figure, over 10 meters tall, its form gradually adorned with shards of crystalline armor. Before long, the armored wooden giant stood majestically, surveying the trio of pain beneath its feet. The missiles from the Azura path rained down relentlessly upon the wooden sentinel, merely chipping away at its icy fragments, failing to breach even the crystalline armor. I Chang stood upon the shoulders of the wooden figure, observing the heavenly path, the beast path, and the Azura path as they struggled to evade the relentless assaults instigated by the tree realm's birth technique, refraining from employing any other ninjutsu. The heavenly path, skillfully avoiding the myriad of attacks, glanced at the equally beleaguered beast path and Azura path, and sighed softly. Am I to be underestimated? How can a deity be disregarded? Huadao Chang? Gradually, the Azura path and beast path ceased their movements, ensnared by the omnipresent foliage. Huadao Chang, behold the might of a deity, declared the heavenly path, extending both hands outward. Supergravity reversal. An endless barrage of repulsive force erupted from the heavenly path, obliterating everything in its wake. Neither the trees summoned by the tree realm's birth technique nor the summoned beasts of the beast path could withstand the cataclysmic force unleashed by the heavenly path. Chapter 64, Divine Battle, Part 6. As everything along the path was reduced to ash, the force swiftly approached the wooden figure. Even the frosted wooden man could not remain entirely unyielding in the face of the heavenly path's full manifestation of supergravity reversal. It began to retreat incrementally. Truly, this was the supergravity reversal, the formidable ninjutsu that had leveled the entire Hidden Leaf Village. Although the wooden figure was immensely heavy and aided by the trees summoned through wood release, tree realm birth, it proved futile against such overwhelming power. The wooden figure continued to recede, leaving deep furrows in the ground, while its frosted armor began to crack under pressure, with fragments shattering and peeling away during its retreat. The heavenly path's supergravity reversal persisted for nearly a minute, transforming the battlefield into a desolate landscape, with a colossal crater forming around the heavenly path, reminiscent of an impact site from a fallen meteor. The entire expanse of the forest summoned by I Chang has completely vanished, the only discordant element on the battlefield. Apart from the figure of Tian Dao standing in the center, is the wooden figure 100 meters away. How can one describe it? Although the overall silhouette of the wooden figure remains intact, its frost-covered armor has utterly disintegrated. The wooden figure is riddled with cracks, reminiscent of a general battered by the chaos of battle, his armor shattered, his flesh marred, on the brink of collapse. Yet his gaze remains resolute, his spine straight. Akin to I Chang, who stands upon the shoulder of the wooden figure, exuding an air of tranquility, surrounded by flowing waters, appearing untainted, quietly observing Tian Dao. Nagato, is this truly your utmost power? To be honest, I find myself rather disappointed, I Chang remarked, shaking his head. Gasping for breath, Tiandao bent forward, struggling to lift his head and gaze at the wooden figure 100 meters away, where he beheld Ichin, standing so still, his expression so serene, evoking an indescribable sensation within him. Am I a god? Mihiko, what would you do if you were in my position? And Conan, she is nearby. I had once believed victory was assured, my confidence unwavering, yet I have placed her in such peril. What should I do? My life is inconsequential. But Conan must not come to harm. To sacrifice Tiandao and restrain Ichin, allowing Conan to escape swiftly, that seems to be the only course of action. Yet, can I truly hold back Ichin from afar? Ichin, do not underestimate me. The power of a god is beyond your comprehension. Do you believe this is my strongest capability? Allow me to demonstrate what divine strength truly entails. Are you satisfied now? Come forth, let me witness your true power. As you wish, Nagato replied, his hands pressed together, all chakra converging towards his palms. Earth explosion stars. A pitch-black sphere emerged from Nagato's hands, slowly ascending. As he gazed at the ebony orb, Tendo closed his eyes and collapsed, evidently having channeled all his chakra into the dark sphere. 3 kilometers away, within the dunes, Nagato abruptly opened his eyes, trembling all over, his body unable to endure any longer. He struggled to speak to Conan. Conan, hurry, there is no time left. I have already lost. The enemy is too powerful. And this place is far too perilous. I cannot predict how long Tendo can hold them off, but it will not be for long. You must escape without me. My chakra is nearly depleted. If you try to carry me, we will surely not make it. You must go alone. Nagato paused, gazing deeply at Conan before summoning his last bit of strength to remove his own eyes, gently saying, remember to take my eyes with you. There may yet be another chance. Go. I wish to see Yahiko. I have longed to apologize for not protecting you. When I meet him, I will not know how to begin. Nagato. Conan cried, her tears streaming as she rushed to embrace him tightly, weeping like a child. Conan, do not hesitate. We truly have no time left. Nagato urged, filled with urgency and fear of Hanzo's sudden appearance. Nagato, I cannot leave you. You are all I have left. This is selfish of you. You wish to seek Yahiko while I remain alone in this world. What meaning does that hold? I will not escape alone. If I must go, I will go with you. Conan, I have witnessed Hanzo's strength. To wish to leave together is to court death. While Tendo can still buy us some time, you must leave now, immediately. Gradually, Conan ceased her sobbing, gazing tenderly at the gaunt figure of Nagato, saying, Nagato, is life not exhausting? We exist to fulfill Yahiko's dream, yet it is not our own. You are weary, and so am I. Let us dissipate together and reunite with Yahiko in the Pure Land. Conan. Nagato stared blankly in her direction, reminiscing about their shared childhood, a time fraught with suffering. As orphans, they had clung to one another, struggling to survive in a world that devoured the weak. Despite the hardship, they had dreams and hope. How he longed to return to those days. 2 streams of blood tears flowed from his empty eye sockets, a manifestation of nostalgic sorrow and despair over the present. I should not intrude upon you. A third voice suddenly emerged from the dunes, conjured by Conan's technique. Hanzo, you managed to escape Tendo's gravitational jutsu so swiftly. I have underestimated your prowess. Can I implore you to spare Conan? I am willing to exchange my Rinnegan. Nagato was startled by the unexpected voice. But upon recognizing Hanzo, he calmed himself. Nagato, if I refuse, will you destroy the Rinnegan? Hanzo countered. Hanzo, you will not even consider my final request? The Rinnegan is in my possession. Though I may not match your strength, I am not powerless. The moment you attempt to kill us, I will have time to react and destroy the Rinnegan. Do you not desire these eyes? Nagato's hollow gaze fixed intently on Hanzo. Nagato, relax, do not be agitated. I do not intend to annihilate you. Have you forgotten my earlier words? Words? You mean to say you have no current intention of transplanting the Rinnegan? Nagato asked incredulously. Indeed, I have no intention of taking the Rinnegan from you at this time, nor do I plan to harm you. I have a proposal. Would you care to listen? Hanzo suggested, observing both Nagato and Conan. A proposal? Please, share it with us. We are all ears. A glimmer of hope flickered within Nagato. My proposal is this. I will not take the Rinnegan now, but I will keep it in my possession, while ownership remains yours. After a pause, Hanzo continued, however, I will not take your Rinnegan without compensation. I can resurrect Yahiko in return. Do you accept? A single stone can stir up 1,000 waves. Nagato and Conan were momentarily lost in thought, trembling as they uttered, Really? Chapter 66, The Divine War, Part 8. There was no need for me to deceive you. Icheng gazed at Nagato and Conan, the founders of the Akatsuki organization. now pitiably looking at him with hope in their eyes, despite their status as nearly 10 elite shinobi. Hua Daoicheng, I trust your integrity. If you can perform such acts for the opposing Wind Country, I cannot believe you to be a man devoid of honor. If you truly can revive Yahiko, I will follow your command without hesitation, Nagato said, his excitement palpable. I feel the same. If Yahiko can be brought back to life, I will also follow your lead without regret, Conan solemnly added. Although the ninja world perceives you as an evil organization, and your actions seem rather self-indulgent. As a disciple of Lord Jiraiya, I am willing to extend my utmost trust to you. Nagato, reinsert your eyes. Without those Rinnegan, do you think that upon your return to the Akatsuki, that individual claiming to be Uchiha Obito would treat you favorably? A member of the Uzumaki clan stripped of his Rinnegan, a puppet rendered useless, he is not a sentimental person, Icheng cautioned. Do you know him? Is he truly Uchiha Obito? That man is shrouded in mystery, Nagato sighed, having harbored suspicions for years without confirming the man's true identity. I will reveal his identity once you become my subordinates. But now is not the time. Indeed, he is not Uchiha Obito. Merely a selfish individual who has lost hope in this world and intends to destroy it to create his own, Icheng expressed disdainfully, unable to tolerate Obito. A man who had committed fratricide against his master and mother yet managed to attain a semblance of redemption, a truly melodramatic plot. Is that so? It appears my suspicions were correct. He is indeed not Uchiha Obito, Nagato lamented. Hua Daoicheng, who exactly are you? How do you possess such exhaustive knowledge of events? As if there exists an unseen pair of eyes observing all that transpires? It is utterly astonishing, especially since much of what you know is classified information. For instance, my Rinnegan's capabilities are known solely to Conan. I have not disclosed them to any members of the Akatsuki, yet you are remarkably well informed. Even more so than I, the party involved. I cannot help but question whether you possess a greater power, perhaps the ability to foresee the past and future, or to read the thoughts of others. Could it be that you are the reincarnation of the Sage of Six Paths? Your conjecture is misguided. However, should our collaboration prove fruitful, I may divulge certain truths. This world is profoundly intricate. Your actions are but trivial skirmishes. Thus, strive to strengthen yourself swiftly. For the adversaries you will face in the future are unfathomably formidable. Even you cannot defeat them? Are there truly individuals in the ninja world who can surpass you? Nagato exclaimed, astonished. He had always believed himself to be the strongest, only to discover that Hua Daoicheng surpassed him. The ninja world indeed harbored hidden talents, possessing even greater figures. In the presence of those beings, my strength is akin to throwing an egg against a stone. There is no chance of victory. Their power exists on a higher plane. Do you think the Rinnegan is the pinnacle of power? It is merely their standard equipment, Icheng stated, feeling immense pressure. While he appeared formidable now, he lacked the might to dominate the world, especially in light of future foes, such as Ashiki, who nearly brought the ninja world to its knees. And the mysterious Rishur, along with the ruler of the Tsutsuki clan. The Rinnegan is merely standard equipment? Nagato and Conan exclaimed in disbelief. Chapter 67, Infiltration, Part 1. Nagato, is it acceptable for my shadow clone to accompany you back to the Akatsuki? Icheng inquired suddenly. It should pose no issue. Dispatching a shadow clone to supervise us seems reasonable, though I wonder if your clone might expose itself, given that shadow clones cannot sustain themselves for long. Nagato replied without much thought, merely raising a question. Rest assured, my shadow clone has a method to exist indefinitely, Icheng said nonchalantly. Nagato and Conan were left speechless. Nagato, my shadow clone's presence is not solely to supervise you. It serves other purposes as well. Firstly, if news of my defeat reached the Akatsuki, do you think your members would remain under your control? By bringing my shadow clone back and claiming I have joined the Akatsuki, you can alleviate their suspicions. Secondly, when I achieve a breakthrough in my research, I can promptly inform you to prepare for Yahiko's revival. Lastly, it is primarily to keep Uchiha Obito in check. He is as slippery as an eel, and should he uncover anything, it may lead to unnecessary complications. Icheng shared his thoughts, observing the reactions of Nagato and Conan. Upon hearing the second point, all their concerns dissipated. If there are no issues, I shall take my leave. Once you both have recovered, please set out as well. Prolonged delays may invite unforeseen changes. Naturally, I shall maintain a low profile on my end, striving not to appear before the masses. Very well, Icheng-kun. Nagato unconsciously altered her address, revealing the profound impact this incident had on her, as she gradually transitioned from a self-perceived deity to a more human perspective. Icheng-kun, if you truly can resurrect Yahiko, I would be willing to do anything you ask. Please, grant my request, Conan earnestly implored. her eyes brimming with hope as she gazed at Ichin. Sister Conan, I'm still just a child. Ichin Huadao. What are you thinking? At 13, simply contemplating such matters is enough. Could it possibly lead to further actions? A dust-like figure departed from the simulated dunes of the paper god technique. Shonan, you. Nagato was left speechless. Nagato, Ichin is still just a child. I was merely teasing him earlier, but I had no idea he possessed such strength, yet his pride is so fragile. Haha. Before Xiaonan could finish her words, Ichin reappeared before them. Ichin, why have you returned? Nagato inquired, perplexed. I left in haste earlier and didn't leave a shadow clone behind. In the land of Wind's oasis, Jiraiya, Tsunade, Chiyo, Naruto, Kakashi, and Minin had gathered. It was already midnight, and they had been asleep when the distant sounds of battle abruptly awoke them. Upon reaching the entrance, they beheld a pitch-black sphere hovering in the air, as countless grains of sand lifted from the ground, converging towards the dark orb. Initially, it was merely sand, but soon, numerous stones of varying sizes began to rise as well, transforming the sky as if it had been turned upside down. Look, what is that? Naruto suddenly pointed at a colossal humanoid figure in the sky. Is that a person? How can it be so large? Naruto, that is not a person. Judging by our distance, that being is at least several meters tall. No human could be so immense. Jiraiya observed closely and remarked to Naruto. Perverted sage. What is that? It looks just like a person. It is a wooden man, my grandfather's wooden man. I never expected to see it in my lifetime. Tsunade exclaimed in astonishment. It is Ichin. Since he can utilize the birth of the forest technique, it is likely that this wooden man was summoned by him. This is bad. Ichin is in danger, Jiraiya said, breaking out in a cold sweat. Chapter 68, Infiltration, Part 2. I must go rescue Ichin, Naruto declared resolutely. For Ichin held extraordinary significance for him as the first to recognize him and the one who propelled his strength to new heights. Naruto, did you not witness the apocalyptic scene? You cannot go, and do you truly believe your presence would be of any use? Tsunade firmly grasped Naruto's arm, urging him against foolish actions. I don't care. I must go. Even if it means facing certain death or being shattered to pieces, I, Uzumaki Naruto, will not stand idly by while my friends are in peril. Naruto lowered his head, gritting his teeth, his hands clenched tightly, veins bulging on his forehead. Yet his eyes shone with unwavering determination. His ninja way would not allow him to retreat or evade. During the days spent with Ichin, he felt utterly powerless. Despite his relentless efforts each day, he found himself looking up to Ichin as an unattainable existence whenever faced with enemies. Each retreat forced him to silently swallow his tears. Training desperately, hoping for the day he could share the burden rather than be the one needing protection, relegated to a silent prayer in the background. Naruto, you are remarkable, Jiraiya praised, giving him a thumbs up, smiling warmly at him. Perverted sage, Naruto exclaimed, overwhelmed with emotion, unsure of what to say. Observing the world-ending scene in the distance, Tsunade turned to Naruto and asked, Are you afraid? I am not afraid, Naruto proclaimed boldly, lifting his chin defiantly. Tsunade turned to the others and asked, Are you all afraid? Hokage-sama, ninjas fear nothing. Please give the order, Kakashi replied, meeting Tsunade's gaze with composure. Ninjas fear nothing. Please give the order, Minion declared, looking toward the distant sphere. Let us go, Tsunade, Jiraiya said, patting Naruto's shoulder as he moved forward. Onward, Chiyo remarked, recalling the countless comrades who had shed blood in their youth, unflinchingly facing death. Though the path ahead was fraught with peril, ninjas feared nothing. Whether they hailed from the Leaf Village or the sand. Wait for me, Chiyo exclaimed, hastening to catch up. Senior Chiyo, you. Tsunade gazed at Chiyo, her thoughts swirling. In terms of a ninja's pace, they reached the edge of the battlefield in less than 5 minutes. Stay hidden, let's assess how many enemies are present. Jiraiya, seasoned in his ways, did not rush into the fray and casually pulled Naruto along with him. All right, I will send a shadow clone ahead to scout. Prepare for battle, Jiraiya instructed, sending a shadow clone darting forward. Before long, Jiraiya reported, there are no enemies ahead, and Ichin is not in sight. The battle must have concluded. Let us proceed to see if we can uncover any clues. It's so cold. Is this really a desert? They found themselves before a massive pit over 500 meters in diameter, filled with rubble and devoid of any sand. Could this truly be a desert? Not only was there debris, but also a significant number of ice blocks, or rather, stones encased in ice. Look at the abundant vegetation here, with thick roots and lush branches. Though it too is encased in ice. This is the result of Ichin's ice and would release techniques. The rubble must be the aftermath of that enormous celestial sphere caused by the enemy, while these ice blocks and wooden remnants are likely Ichin's creation. I surmised the enemy intended to trap Ichin with that sphere, but he must have utilized his ice and would release powers to escape, Kakashi deduced, examining the traces left behind. But where have they gone? Naruto scratched his head, puzzled. Chapter 69, Infiltration, Part 3, Are you all searching for me? Fear not. I am unharmed. Ichin returned to find no one present, realizing they must have witnessed the battle. He felt a warmth in his heart knowing he had companions willing to risk their lives for him, indeed, a source of solace in this ninja world. Ichin, we finally found you. I am so relieved that you are safe, Naruto beamed with joy. Glad to hear it, Tsunade exhaled in relief. Ichin, is this your doing? Jiraiya marveled at the scene before him, filled with rubble, ice crystals, and the massive pit. Yes, the leader of the Akatsuki sought me out. This chaos is the aftermath of my battle with him. Fortunately, we were in such a sparsely populated desert. The enemy's techniques are of a magnitude that could obliterate several thousand square meters. Had this occurred in the village, a single technique could have leveled it to the ground. A group of individuals gazed at the vast chasm, measuring 500 meters in diameter, and could not help but break into a cold sweat at the terrifying thought of it representing their village. Are you referring to the leader of the Akatsuki? The one possessing the Rinnegan of the Sage of Six Paths? Is it Nagato? Jiraiya inquired further. Indeed, replied Ichin, who emerged victorious. The curiosity of the crowd was piqued. I stand before you, so it is evident that I triumphed, Ichin said with a cheerful smile. Ichin, you truly are exceptional, Naruto exclaimed, nearly leaping with joy. Did you eliminate him? Jiraiya asked, trembling with concern. He wished to avoid any misfortune befalling Ichin, yet the thought of Nagato and Konan's suffering weighed heavily on his heart. Rest assured, Jiraiya-sama. I know you care deeply, so I refrained from taking a life. Furthermore, Nagato and Konan desire peace in the ninja world. While their methods may be extreme, one cannot deny the validity of their intentions. If individual strength could indeed dominate the world, I would declare that the ninja realm ought to attain peace. Who would dare oppose such a notion? Alas, their power is insufficient, and without the strength of immortality, such peace is but fleeting. The wheels of history inevitably return to their original course. The most crucial aspect is that the one wielding extraordinary power must possess unwavering resolve. Ideally, they should embody a machine or a set of rules, for human hearts are ever-changing. I may uphold my original intentions for 10 or even 100 years, yet who can guarantee that I would remain unyielding for a millennium? That is the mark of a sage. Sighing, he continued, I intend to recruit them. And the Akatsuki possesses nearly 10 formidable figures at the Kage level. My plan is to infiltrate their ranks and gradually win them over. This time, I will dispatch a shadow clone to accompany Nagato and the others back, so my true self must remain inconspicuous during this period. Chiyo-senpai. It seems I can no longer remain in the land of wind. Fortunately, we have traversed the entirety of the land, and the initial results are promising. Once I have addressed matters on my end, I shall return. You may begin to strategize in the meantime, Ichin stated, casting an apologetic smile towards Chiyo. Ichin-kun, please do not speak thus. Your efforts have been more than sufficient. You have accomplished remarkable feats. Every oasis now boasts protective forests, significantly mitigating the rate of desert encroachment. Moreover, you have effectively expanded each oasis by 200 meters in diameter. With such an increase in area, we must carefully plan their management. You have done enough. And on behalf of the entire land of wind, I extend my heartfelt gratitude, Chiyo said, bowing respectfully to Ichin. Chiyo-senpai, please, that is unnecessary, Ichin quickly interjected, offering his support. Chapter 70, Infiltration, Part 4, Nagato, do you require my assistance with your eyes? Ichin inquired, observing the dark hollows beneath Nagato's gaze, the blood-streaked visage, and the Rinnegan he held in his hand. No need. Konan has studied some medical ninjutsu. She can handle it, Nagato replied dismissively, seemingly impervious to pain, as he handed the Rinnegan to Konan and fell into a contemplative stupor. Very well, but I have another suggestion you might find intriguing, Ichin said nonchalantly, pausing to gather his thoughts before addressing Nagato once more. Ichin-kun, please proceed, Nagato responded, straightening in his seat, adopting an attentive posture. What is your purpose in seeking me? Ichin asked with a playful grin. Ichin-kun, are you implying the power of would release? You intend to grant me the power of would release? Do you not fear that I might reconsider once my true strength is restored? Nagato's expression grew serious, disbelief etched across his features. I have stated that you are Jiraiya-sama's disciples. I am more than willing to place my utmost trust in you. Ichin paused for a moment before speaking. Do you truly believe that once your true form regains its full strength, you will be able to defeat me? Are you aware of the limits I possess? With a playful smile, Icheng gazed at Nagato, unfazed by his earlier display of excitement. Nagato, I must extend my sincerest apologies. I had not placed my complete trust in you. I allowed my narrow-mindedness to cloud my judgment, which must have amused you greatly. The peace of the ninja world. I had always believed that absolute power was the sole path to achieving it. Yet, you have unveiled an alternative route to me, one that may be fraught with greater challenges and hardships, yet devoid of bloodshed, corpses, and wails. Who can claim that this path is untraversable? Reflecting on both your actions towards us and your deeds in the land of wind, I am filled with shame. My perspective was too limited. Conan, please bestow the Rinnegan upon Icheng. I have faith in him, just as he has faith in us. Nagato, feeling a sense of relief, revealed a rare smile. Nagato, it has been years since I have seen you smile. I know you have endured much suffering, sacrificing your own desires for Yahiko's ideals. I understand. I truly do. Your heart has always harbored kindness, as a child. You would share your meager food with wandering children, and you would care for the ailing, regardless of how challenging your own circumstances were. Sob. Nagato. Conan, you too have been steadfast in your compassion, Nagato remarked, gently stroking Conan's hair, smoothing out the creases with tender care. Icheng took the reincarnation eye and said to Nagato, prepare yourself. Let us commence. Do not worry, it will be over shortly. Nagato reclined in the seat, his entire body relaxing, and the tension that had gripped his mind for so many years finally eased. Today marked the most tranquil day he had experienced in a long time. Icheng subsequently returned the Rinnegan to Nagato's eyes. The wood release, life force technique was a culmination of Icheng's exploration into wood release. At that time, he was able to heal all the patients in the Sand Village solely through the utilization of earth and water chakra. The potency of the combined wood release chakra far surpassed that of its individual components. While earth and water chakra exhibited remarkable efficacy in curing ailments and nurturing the body, wood release chakra possessed a singular, unparalleled ability, the essence of life itself. Much like the seeds of flora, wood release chakra could, in an instant, transform a mere seed into a sprawling forest. It was this profound vitality that rendered wood release its most formidable power. A verdant luminescence enveloped Nagato's form, and the visibly weary and battered body, having endured countless trials, began to rejuvenate at an astonishing pace. What was once a broken and scarred physique was now mending before their very eyes. Nagato. Conan was rendered speechless, tears streaming down her face. Chapter 71. Infiltration, Part 5. At the entrance of the Rain Village, the weather today was surprisingly pleasant, a stark contrast to the usual incessant rain that plagued the village. On a bright and refreshing morning, delicate wisps of clouds stirred gentle white ripples across the clear, azure sky. The crystalline dewdrops dripped upon the blades of grass and leaves, while the spider webs glistened with dew, shimmering like silver. Though the sun had yet to rise, the chill of dawn pervaded the air, and a gray mist of dew blanketed the grass. Chamin, Xiaonan, and Icheng paused at the village entrance. Chamin lifted his gaze toward the distant horizon, where a faint blush of red adorned the sky, a smile gracing his lips. Dawn, too, ought to embody the true essence of morning, bestowing warmth and safety upon the Earth's inhabitants. In the past, dawn had been selfish, imposing its will upon others, claiming righteousness, yet this was not necessarily right, nor what people desired. Henceforth, I intend to tread the path strewn with thorns and jagged stones. Chamin turned to Xiaonan and said, Xiaonan, this road will be more arduous than the previous one, with results less visible. Are you still willing to accompany me? Chamin, you no longer need to suppress your true self. Whatever you wish to pursue, I will support you wholeheartedly. Go forth with confidence. Xiaonan replied gently. Beside him, Icheng was filled with profound emotions. It is no wonder that Naruto could persuade Nagato. It was not merely due to Naruto's unparalleled eloquence, but rather because Nagato himself harbored a deep yearning for peace, which allowed him to envision an alternative path. Nagato, do you intend to return in your original form? Will you not let pain take your place? Conan inquired, observing Nagato's true self. The Nagato now was no longer the emaciated figure of yore, previously. He could scarcely touch the ground without the aid of special tools. The current Nagato stood firmly, brimming with vitality and possessing a well-proportioned physique. There is no need. I have safeguarded Yahiko's remains. I wish to wait for the moment of his resurrection to reveal pain. I hope that when Yahiko returns, he will witness an Akatsuki that he adores, a vibrant ninja world. Nagato replied gently. Nagato, allow me to share a few verses to congratulate you on discovering a new path in life. Icheng recited. In spring slumber, unaware of dawn, everywhere the song of birds is drawn. Last night's wind and rain, a gentle refrain, how many blossoms have fallen, I cannot ascertain. A group of individuals ventured into the village of Rainy Ninja. Although dawn had yet to break, a steady stream of people had already emerged. Perhaps it was a rare occasion to encounter a morning devoid of rain. Today, the thoroughfare was bustling with pedestrians, some bearing burdens on their shoulders, vendors peddling delectable street snacks, and lively children frolicking and laughing, brimming with exuberance. Little South Angel, it's the Little South Angel. Everyone, come quickly. I have spotted the Little South Angel. Suddenly, one person recognized Chunin, and in an instant, the trio found themselves enveloped by a throng of admirers. Good morning, everyone. It is a pleasure to see you all. Chunin exclaimed, compelled to wave energetically in greeting. Chunin, I had no idea your reputation in Rainy Ninja Village was so esteemed. Just look at how much everyone adores you. Iching remarked with a playful grin, observing Chunin's flustered demeanor. Iching, please cease your jesting. We must depart swiftly. Lest we find ourselves unable to escape the throng, Chunin remarked, her brow beaded with perspiration as she surveyed the surging crowd. Farewell, everyone, until we meet again. She added, and with that, they all employed their instantaneous movement technique to vanish from sight. Atop the tallest tower of Rain Ninja Village, the three of them materialized in succession. Chunin, it is truly delightful to witness your flustered demeanor. You ought to smile more often. Maintaining a stern expression does not do you justice. Your smile from earlier was simply enchanting, Iching observed with a mischievous glint in his eye as he regarded Chunin. Chapter 72, Infiltration, Part 6, Iching, should we summon the members of the Akatsuki for a meeting, or do you prefer to remain hidden and act according to circumstances? Nagato inquired. If we choose to stay concealed, it would be rather difficult to explain my presence. As I previously mentioned, I was defeated by you and voluntarily joined the Akatsuki. Meeting them would be beneficial, Iching replied nonchalantly. Understood. Conan, please check if they are still at the base. If they are, summon them, Nagato instructed Conan. In his current state, he had not yet appeared before the Akatsuki members, whether they were formal members or outsiders, to them. He remained a stranger. It would be better for Conan to handle this, as she frequently visited the village and held significantly more prestige than he did. Very well. Conan nodded. Come forth, she called into the air. Lord Angel, what is your command? A masked figure emerged from the shadows, presumably an Umbu ninja from the Rain Village. Are Itachi and the others still in the village? Conan asked. They are all present and have not yet departed, the unnamed Umbu responded. Then summon them all. Inform them that a new member has joined the organization and invite them for a meeting, Conan commanded. Understood, the unnamed Umbu affirmed before departing. Earlier, they had sent the others to meet Kakuza to receive some funds for a brief respite, yet it seemed they had not left. Perhaps Kakuza was too miserly, offering insufficient recompense. Conan pondered. Haha, although I have only met Kakuza once, I believe that must be the case. Wow, Sister Conan. Your steward is quite astute, knowing how to save money for the organization. He has a promising future, Iching remarked with a cheerful smile. Sigh. Kakuzu is simply too fixated on money. I once approached him for funds to expand my stock of explosive tags, and he was so evasive, Conan expressed her frustration. Explosive tags. What have I just heard? How frightening. Iching exclaimed, patting his chest, as he envisioned something unspeakable. Iching, what troubles you? Chunin inquired with a hint of confusion. Cough, cough, cough. It's nothing, merely some indescribable images crossed my mind. However, the thought of you, Chunin. Seeking money from Kakuza makes me unable to contain my laughter. Allow me a moment to chuckle. Ha 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 hi hi hiya. Chunin, annoyed, turned her head away, ignoring him. Nagato quietly observed from the side, a smile gracing his lips. It had been a while since he had seen such a sight of Chunin. Before long, members of the Akatsuki organization began to appear unexpectedly on the rooftop. Chunin, which of the new members were you referring to? There are two here. Could it be that two newcomers joined our organization simultaneously? Speaking of which, it has indeed been quite a while since we welcomed new members. Sigh. You two should at least pay a nominal membership fee. Kakuzu's voice reached them before he even arrived. Membership fee? Both Nagato and Iching looked bewildered, raising their heads towards Kakuzu's direction. Kakuzu, do you not recognize me? Are you asking for a membership fee? Nagato glared at Kakuzu with an unfriendly expression. Kakuzu, do you not recognize me? Are you asking for a membership fee? Iching echoed Nagato's words, although he currently served as an advisor to the Hokage of Konoha. He had never received a salary. Despite his family's considerable wealth, he was a modern youth who had endured the rigors of 996 work culture. Paying a membership fee was utterly out of the question. Chapter 73, Division Part 1. I can't shake this ominous feeling. Who are you? Kakuzu approached, scrutinizing the two individuals closely. You are Wadawi Chang. It is indeed you. Is the newcomer Chunin spoke of truly you? Weren't you rather arrogant? Weren't you quite defiant? Humph, just a moment ago, you dared to speak to me that way. Do you not understand the importance of respecting your seniors? Kakuzu, recognizing I Ching from their previous encounter, noted how he had once been boastful but now appeared to be obedient in joining the organization. Who the heck are you? After confirming I Ching's identity, Kakuzu turned his gaze towards the other man with red hair. Although Nagato's hair was somewhat long and partially obscured his rinnegan, Kakuzu was close enough to see clearly, which startled him. You, how do you possess the rinnegan of the leader? The rinnegan of the leader. The members of the Akatsuki, who had been watching the scene unfold, suddenly tensed, scrutinizing the red-haired man. Who exactly are you? Kakuzu's question echoed the thoughts of the crowd. Kakuzu, have you forgotten what I previously stated? Nagato's tone was frigid, and the atmosphere grew heavy. Previously stated? I do not know you. How could I possibly recall what you have said before? Wait a moment. The rinnegan. The leader's rinnegan. Previous statements. You were Zero? The leader? The original? The puppet we met before? As the information coalesced, the truth became glaringly apparent. Kakuzu, step back. Nagato cast a glance at Kakuzu before turning to address everyone. Everyone. While we are all familiar with one another, since my original self is presenting before you for the first time, allow me to reintroduce myself. I am Nagato, the leader of the Rain Village, one of the founders of the Akatsuki, and the possessor of the rinnegan. Do any of you have questions? Nagato's rinnegan swept across the crowd, exuding an overwhelming pressure. If anyone possesses differing opinions about my identity, feel free to voice them. Rest assured, I do not impose my authority on others. After a prolonged silence, even the most unruly member, Haydn, fell silent. Very well, since no one has objections. Nagato turned to I Ching. I Ching, please greet them. Haha, it has been a while, everyone. Oh, wait, we met just a few days ago. I didn't expect to see you all so soon again. As the saying goes, one must fight to truly know each other. We are, in a sense, old acquaintances. So, do any of you have differing opinions regarding my joining the organization? I Ching maintained a cheerful demeanor, betraying no hint of the gravity of the situation within the notorious Akatsuki headquarters. Wadawi Ching, were you not previously quite arrogant? How is it that you are now joining our organization? Haydn, ever the provocateur, immediately interjected after I Ching's words. Indeed, I expected you to be more formidable. However, we have yet to clash with this fellow. Last time, he merely dismissed us with a few words. His true strength remains unknown, but his eloquence is certainly impressive. I must admit, I am in awe. Deara clapped his hands together, though his expression revealed his disdain. Wadawi Ching, I challenge you. I seek to reclaim the humiliation of the past. Kisame stared intently at I Ching, as though he intended to devour him whole. I have no objections. Scorpion's deep voice resonated. Itachi cast a glance at I Ching, contemplating his thoughts before stating, I too have no objections. Zetsu, what about you? Nagato inquired. I certainly have no objections. Brother I Ching, welcome. Welcome. Despite having been half-killed by I Ching, Zetsu felt the loss was inconsequential, as he had countless clones. At that moment, I Ching spoke. As the saying goes, might makes right. Therefore, if anyone has objections, please step forward to voice them. The rest may take a step back to avoid any accidental harm. Chapter 74. Division. Part 2. Itachi, Scorpion, and Zetsu all retreated, seemingly uninterested in getting involved. Kakuzu, Haydn, Deidara, and Kisame exchanged glances, eager for action. Seeing your enthusiasm, I will refrain from preaching the importance of camaraderie within the same organization. Nagato glanced at the departing Itachi, Scorpion, and Zetsu before addressing the remaining members. However, I Ching, are you all right? Nagato expressed concern, as I Ching was merely a shadow clone at the moment. Indeed, I Ching has just joined our organization. It is rather unkind for you seniors to bully a newcomer. Chunin shared Nagato's view, feeling that I Ching might be overestimating his abilities. Leader, Chunin, you cannot show favoritism. We must teach him a lesson today and humble him for his arrogance. Kakuzu was already preparing for battle. Exactly, I have long found him displeasing. Today, no one shall stop me. Wadawi Ching, should you be outmatched, I won't hesitate to send you to the Lord of Evil. It has been a while since I offered him a tribute. Haydn licked his lips, his expression dripping with bloodlust. Have you all finished speaking? If you're going to fight, then let us proceed. Stop your incessant chatter. Are you trembling in fear? Furthermore, do you think I intend to engage in a one-on-one duel? My time is exceedingly precious. You may all come at me together. The sooner we resolve this, the sooner I can have my meal. In the previous intelligence reports, it was mentioned that the character of Huadao Ichin is quite contradictory, exhibiting both arrogance and dominance, alongside gentleness and kindness, embodying a complex duality. Now, before the Akatsuki organization, he reveals not only his arrogance but an almost contemptuous display, as if he were repeatedly grinding their faces beneath his saws. One could observe the tension in the foreheads of Hoshigaki Kasame, Deidara, Kakuzu, and Haiden, their veins bulging and smoke emanating from their nostrils. Even Itachi, Zetsu, and Sasori, who were spectating from the sidelines, found themselves at a loss for words. This newcomer would be difficult to deal with in the future. Nagato and Konan wore expressions of utter bewilderment. Ichin, are you not being a tad too ostentatious? You are an undercover agent, for goodness sake. Furthermore, you are merely a shadow clone. One that shatters upon the slightest touch. Must you be so brazen? I cannot endure this any longer. Huadao Ichin, just go die. Haiden brandished his scythe, raising it to strike. With a swift sidestep, Ichin conjured an ice blade in an instant, deftly slicing towards Fadewan. Fortunately, Fadewan's mastery of body techniques allowed him to adeptly adjust his stance, barely managing to parry with his scythe, yet he was still sent flying several meters away. Did you see him form any seals? Someone incredulously inquired. No. His ice blade materialized effortlessly. It is a formless ninjutsu. Moreover, his utilization of the ice blade indicates he possesses the ice release Kekkei Genkai. Itachi activated his Sharingan, his gaze unwavering as he observed the clash unfolding before him. Indeed, this young man possesses the audacity to back it up. Formless ninjutsu combined with ice release Kekkei Genkai already qualifies him as a top-tier ninja. But wait, Ichin also possesses would release Kekkei Genkai. How could he simultaneously wield both ice and would release powers? Scorpions suddenly recalled their previous venture to the Land of Wind, motivated by Ichin's would release, and now, discovering that Ichin also commanded ice release abilities, he felt a sense of foreboding. Indeed, such arrogance must be backed by formidable strength. Chapter 75, Super Shadow Fadewan. You are utterly useless. Hoshigaki spat in disdain. Ichin, brace yourself. Water release, great waterfall technique. Hoshigaki unleashed an immense torrent of water from his mouth, forming a colossal waterfall that surged towards Ichin. Hoshigaki, are you out of your mind? Do you even realize where you are, employing such a vast ninjutsu? Nagato was no longer composed. Hoshigaki, blinded by vengeance, foolishly executed a wide-ranging technique at the heart of the Rain Ninja Village's central tower, akin to unleashing a flood in one's own home. Instantly, he teleported to confront the torrent created by the Great Waterfall technique, extending his hand to counter the oncoming deluge with Shinra Tensei. In an instant, a torrent collided with an invisible wall, halting its advance, while this intangible barrier erupted outward at a perceivable speed. The Great Waterfall was shattered into countless tiny droplets, cascading throughout the village of Rain, as the rising sun illuminated these droplets, miraculously creating a splendid rainbow. Yet, no one present paid heed to this breathtaking spectacle. After utilizing the almighty push, Nagato seamlessly transitioned into the universal pull, exerting a formidable gravitational force upon all present, rendering them utterly immobile. Are we unable to move? Are we affected as well? Itachi, Sasori, and Jeibai had distanced themselves from the battlefield, yet it was astonishing that Nagato could still exert control over them. Can you move? I find myself completely paralyzed. Jeibai exclaimed, alarmed. Despite the distance, the leader's jutsu remained astonishingly potent. We are moving closer to them. It is merely ourselves that cannot budge. Sasori discerned the issue as they gradually approached the battlefield. Itachi, are you entirely immobilized as well? I cannot move. The leader's power exceeds my expectations. Do we have no room to struggle before him? Is this the true might of the Rinnegan? Itachi's expression darkened, as he gained a newfound understanding of the Rinnegan's capabilities. Wenshin found himself ensnared by Nagato's universal pull for the second time, and the intensity of this encounter was incomparably greater than the first, signifying that Nagato had undergone a monumental transformation. Nagato had ascended to the rank of Super Shadow. To think that I had achieved the status of a Super Shadow while the formidable bosses were absent, allowing me to traverse the ninja world with ease. Was my prior recklessness unwarranted? Could my original form withstand the might of such a Nagato? Nonetheless, having reached this juncture, there was no point in lamenting. Let us hope that Nagato has indeed unraveled his inner turmoil and is no longer as extreme as before. However, it is of little consequence. I still possess 2 nuclear warheads at home. With those 2 anchors of stability, combined with my original form, even if Nagato is now a Super Shadow, I could still subdue him without difficulty. I wonder if my original form and Tsunade have returned to Konoha by now. with Tsunade, the extraordinary medical ninja, and the previously acquired white Zetsu, it would be a trivial matter to clone a few of them. The revival of Hashirama and Tobirama Senju to their peak combat prowess is merely a matter of time. It seems that in the interim, I must strive to stabilize Nagato. Moreover, Nagato's usage of Shinra Tensei and Universal Pull felt remarkably smooth this time. Could it be a result of his ascension to Super Shadow? Or is it due to my original form's abilities, wherein chakra no longer requires transmission and transformation through the black rods, thus enhancing efficiency? If this is the case, then these two seemingly trivial jutsu, Shinra Tensei and Universal Pull, have instantly elevated to strategic techniques. Alas, Nagato has indeed taken flight. Chapter 76. The Dragon Nagato utilized Universal Pull to gather the members of the Akatsuki present, subsequently soaring into the sky, transporting everyone over the buildings of the Rain Village. Finally settling upon a plain not far from the village. This will suffice, feel free to wreak havoc, he declared as he released everyone and approached Conan, preparing to observe the spectacle. What a truly useful ability, by the way, the ownership of Nagato's Rinnegan still belongs to me, Wenshin mused. Though he had no intention of implanting the Rinnegan, at least not in the near future. Moreover, the original owner of this Rinnegan is Uchiha Madara. What if he comes knocking at my door in the dead of night? Perhaps that very night I would be preoccupied with important matters. Although the members of the Akatsuki were astonished by their leader's power, they had been working under Nagato's dominance for quite some time, displaying remarkable resilience and refraining from any overt reactions. However, their true sentiments remained unknown. Itachi, Deidara, and Sasori simultaneously retreated a distance, opting not to partake in the seniors' lessons for the newcomers. Are you all coming? If not, I shall return home for dinner, Wenshin declared with a playful smile. Arms crossed, as he observed Kakuzu, Haiden, Deidara, and Kisame. The four exchanged glances, foregoing unnecessary dialogue, each aware of their respective battle positions. Let us go, Kakuzu called softly. Haiden charged directly at Wenshin, seemingly intending to act as a meat shield to restrain him. Deidara expelled a bird crafted from clay and leaped onto its back, soaring into the sky to exert aerial firepower against Wenshin. Water style, water dragon jutsu. Kisame thrust his sword, Samahata, into the ground, forming hand seals to unleash a water dragon, its expression ferocious, lunging towards Wenshin and Haiden. Lightning style, false darkness. A masked entity emerged from Kakuzu's body, adorned with a lightning emblem, representing the heart of lightning style. This masked creature unleashed a sharp lightning spear from its mouth, targeting Haiden without hesitation, demonstrating the Akatsuki's thorough understanding of Haiden's capabilities. But that was not all. Kisame's water dragon intertwined with Kakuzu's lightning spear, resulting in a water dragon enveloped in lightning, sprouting a horn formed from electricity upon its forehead, thrashing its tail and roaring at the heavens, displaying power exceeding that of their respective jutsu, rivaling S-rank techniques. Mixed technique, lightning water dragon. The lightning water dragon struck with an undetectable speed, arriving before Wenshin and Haiden in an instant. Indeed, they were seasoned elite shinobi. Their jutsu release speed, power, and timing were impeccable, and their combat awareness was unparalleled. If I am not mistaken, Deidara's clay bombs should be imminent as well, truly flawless coordination. Since you are also determined, I shall also give my utmost effort. I will reserve 10 chakra for maintaining the shadow clone and unleash the remaining 90 chakra at full capacity. Sage mode. A cerulean luminescence enveloped Wenshin, radiating brilliance. As his long, crystal blue hair cascaded over his shoulders, a diamond-shaped crystal manifesting on his forehead, exuding an imposing aura. In an instant, a surge of power and speed amplified tenfold, sending Fade Wan's scythe flying. With unwavering determination, one hand grasped Fade Wan's throat as the other propelled towards the Raijin and Jiaodu's lightning water dragon. In that fleeting moment, Fade Wan's chest was pierced by the dragon's horn, the searing lightning nearly incinerating him. The rampant lightning enveloped both Fade Wan and I Ching completely. Amidst the boundless brilliance of lightning, a resounding voice echoed, "Ice release, absolute zero." Chapter 77. Explosion in the blink of an eye, the lightning water dragon ceased its writhing, its movements diminishing until it became entirely rigid, freezing from the head down. Within mere breaths, the dragon was completely encased in ice, glistening under the sun's rays. Alongside it, Fade Wan was also frozen, his eyes bulged, face contorted in disbelief, as the blood gushing from the wound in his chest was solidified in the air. The surrounding lightning, however, remained unfrozen, still entwined around the ice dragon, resembling a colossal dragon sculpted from crystal, adorned in armor, like the King of Thunder, the Emperor of Ice. What a magnificent Thunder Ice dragon! Ice release, Ice explosion technique unleashed the ice chakra within the dragon in an instant, as if the entire creature was filled with TNT, ignited by Ichin's chakra fuse. The ice dragon shattered in the blink of an eye, the explosive force radiating outward in all directions. Ice release. Ice needle hell harnessed the initial velocity generated by the ice explosion, guiding the fragmented ice into countless sharp needles that launched indiscriminate attacks in all 360 degrees. These needles traveled faster and possessed greater lethality. Damn it, they've even reflected our ninjutsu attack. Jiaodu hurriedly formed hand seals for earth release, multiple earth wall technique, summoning earthen walls to shield against the barrage of ice needles. Kisame swiftly dodged behind the broad blade of his Samahata, intending to use it as a barrier against the relentless onslaught. Such a long attack range, it seems we must retreat further. Itachi, Scorpion, and Zetsu, witnessing the dense mass of ice needles, had no choice but to fall back. Nagato and Konan also sought refuge from the impending danger. What is this? Jiaodu gasped, clutching his chest where his heart lay, disbelief etched on his face. His multiple earth walls proved utterly ineffective, as if made of paper, offering no protection whatsoever. His earth attribute heart was pierced. It was lightning attribute chakra. The ice needles were imbued with potent electricity. Meanwhile, Kisame knelt, his body convulsing, evidently paralyzed by the lightning chakra. So it was not only the water dragon bullet that was reflected, but even the lightning release, false darkness. Truly absurd. No wonder the multiple earth walls were torn apart like paper, and the hardened defense of his earth release was rendered futile. In just one exchange, have we been defeated? No, we still have Deidara. We have not lost yet. As long as Deidara can hold off Ichin for a few seconds, we can escape the effects of the lightning paralysis. But wait, where is Fade Wan? Kisame suddenly exclaimed, horrified at Fade Wan's absence. Fade Wan? I recall he was with Ichin, but now. Jiaodu raised his eyes towards Ichin's direction, only to find no trace of Fade Wan, an icy chill creeping over him. Impossible. Fade Wan is a mortal C3. Number 18 Deidara indeed did not disappoint Kisame and Jiaodu, unleashing his ultimate move against Ichin. He's using C3, that fool. Does he intend to take us down with him? Time was running out. The expansive range of C3 could obliterate an entire village in an instant. We are paralyzed right now. Are we truly to perish at Deidara's hands? How infuriating. Kisame lamented, if I must die in such a disgraceful manner, that would be utterly tragic. Sage Art, water release, water severing wave technique. A beam of water, sharp as a laser, emanated from the mouth of Iching, swiftly severing the C3-18. The water line continued unabated after slicing through 18, darting past the clay birds and directly amputating one of Deidara's hands, vanishing into the horizon. My hand, ah. Deidara clutched his severed limb in agony, yet his expression reflected pain for but a fleeting moment, as though this hand were not his own. The clay bird was entirely cleaved in two, rendering it incapable of flight, and it plummeted from the sky, taking Deidara with it. Iching, do you truly believe 18 is finished? Ha. Farewell. Drink. At that moment, the bisected body of 18 descended beside Iching, Kisame, and Kakuzu, radiating an unbearable brilliance. There was no time to spare. Itachi and the others had retreated a distance when the ice needles were unleashed. And now it was too late to render assistance. No one had anticipated that 18, now in two halves, would still explode, and Deidara's resolve was astonishingly ruthless. Chapter 78. Reconciliation. The explosion ignited a towering inferno, reminiscent of a mushroom cloud, the shockwave sweeping outwards, obliterating everything in its path. Itachi, along with Nagato and Konan, continued to retreat, unable to confront Deidara's reckless C3-18. Could this truly be the end? The Akatsuki organization consisted of merely 10 members, and now, with half lost in an instant, were they destined to part ways and return to their respective homes? Mother, why does it always feel like the path to rescue you is so convoluted? My heart is heavy. Itachi and Sasori exchanged silent glances at the distant explosion, while Kisame and Kakuzu lay incapacitated by the lightning release. Their bodies were virtually immobile. Evasion or defense was no longer an option, and Iching, caught in the interval after releasing his ninjutsu, struggled to react. This was a monumental disaster. Nagato and Konan were equally astonished, though they were not concerned for Iching's safety. Only a shadow clone had returned with them. If it were lost, it would be of little consequence. The real issue lay with Haiden, Kakuzu, and Kisame, whose chances of survival in such dire circumstances appeared exceedingly slim. That fool Deidara, damn him, truly a mindless idiot. Returning focus to the battlefield, Kakuzu asked, is there any other way? Kisame replied with a bitter smile, what more can we do? We can only hope for good fortune and pray we aren't blown to bits. Kakuzu, filled with resignation, noted that the paralysis effect would dissipate in 12 seconds, yet in this world, no one could halt the passage of time. Hey, do you intend to give up? Ice release, absolute defense. In a swift motion, Ichiban appeared beside Kisame and Kakuzu, bringing his hands together in a gesture of prayer, channeling all his chakra to transform it into the formidable power of ice release. A crystalline pyramid encased the three of them in a steadfast embrace. The echoes of explosions reverberated incessantly, and inside the pyramid, time stretched interminably, as if centuries had passed. Ichiban gasped for breath, his body incapable of standing. Yet he persevered in channeling his chakra, his breaths resembling the wheezing of a mechanical fan, teetering on the brink of collapse. Miraculously, second after second, the precarious boy continued to endure. The paralysis inflicted upon Kakuzu and Kisame had waned. They observed the faltering Ichiban beside them. Kisame released and then clenched his grip on Samehada, vacillating between tension and release. A silent exchange of glances passed between Kisame and Kakuzu, both shaking their heads in resigned acknowledgement. C3's formidable might, while immense, was destined to conclude. As the smoke dissipated, the remnants of a battered crystalline pyramid stood resolutely at the epicenter of the explosion, though it appeared fractured and on the verge of collapse. It valiantly shielded the three souls within. Itachi, Sasori, Zetsu, Nagato, and Konan swiftly approached, sighing in relief upon witnessing the pyramid. Fortunately, the Akatsuki had not suffered a loss exceeding half its members. As the crystalline structure dispersed, it revealed Ichiban, Kisame, and Kakuzu within. I concede, my chakra is completely depleted. Ichiban managed to rise with great difficulty, a bitter smile gracing his lips. Ichiban, we have nothing to lose. This time, it is we who have faltered, and thank you for saving us. Kisame and Kakuzu struggled to articulate these words. After speaking, Kisame quietly returned to Itachi's side, lowering his head in contemplation. Kakuzu pondered for a moment before inquiring, Ichiban, where is Haiten? Why have we not seen him? Ichiban gently touched his head and, with a hint of embarrassment, remarked, when Fade Wan was struck by the Thunder Dragon, his chest was pierced with a large hole. Later, I froze him with my ice release, and as it exploded, some of the ice shards you see are remnants of Fade Wan. I assumed he was immortal, so I didn't hold back. He is indeed immortal, right? He should be fine. Ichiban spoke cautiously. I found myself at a loss for words. Kakuzu opened his mouth, only to realize he could not refute this. Indeed, Fade Wan had always claimed to be immortal. He himself was dismissive of it, and the Akatsuki members attacked without hesitation. Even they seemed to take it lightly. So what could I say to Ichiban? Kakuzu, go search for Fade Wan's fragments and see if they can be reassembled, Nagato said, watching the scene with a silent expression. Sending Kakuzu away. Ichiban, your battle has concluded, but I have not conceded yet, Deidara said, staggering over while clutching his severed hand. Deidara, if you are well, go ask Kakuzu to reattach your hand. Can't you see that Ichiban's jutsu was intentionally misfired? Otherwise, how could you still be standing here? Nagato remarked, exasperated with Deidara's antics. Deidara, my jutsu possesses a potent corrosive effect. You should promptly cut your severed limb again, or else you will soon become a puddle, he warned. Even Orochimaru could not withstand such an attack. Deidara retreated in defeat. Everyone disperse. Ichiban, follow me. Nagato commanded before vanishing in an instant. Chapter 79. Analysis. After Nagato, Konan, and Ichiban departed, the others surveyed the devastation around them, rendered speechless. What do you think of Ichiban? Zetsu was the first to speak. His strength is indeed formidable. In a one-on-one confrontation, I am no match for him. Today, Ichiban only utilized the power of ice release, and he has at least preserved 23 of his strength. He did not even employ his wood or water release, truly a prodigy, Kakuzu responded. Speaking of water release, I still vividly recall that strike from half a year ago. I had thought that with my new body, I could redeem my honor, but 6 months have passed, and the desire to witness that water release again feels like a distant dream. Haiden wore a bitter smile, his gaze drifting away as he struggled to recall that figure. I cannot discern his limits, Itachi stated solemnly. Even Itachi has said this. He truly is a terrifying young man. Zetsu expressed surprise, valuing Itachi's assessment greatly. Ichiban's character is commendable. Though I cannot stand his arrogance, he possesses the strength to back it up. I never would have imagined that he would come to our rescue at that moment when I had resigned myself to certain death. Kakuzu, having lived for so long, filled with intrigue and deception, found a profound impression left by Ichiban. It seems you have all accepted Ichiban, Zetsu noted, scanning the group. With strength and integrity. I would entrust my back to him. He is a reliable ally, Kakuzu affirmed, and the others nodded in agreement. though they belonged to a fearsome organization. Living lives bought with money, each member was a renegade from their respective nations, branded as traitors. However, having a dependable companion provided some solace amidst their disorientation, allowing them to support one another. I have investigated him, and I find it incredible that he joined the organization. Zetsu paused, observing the expressions of the others before continuing. You may not fully understand Ichin. He is the disciple of the third Hokage, serving as an advisor to the Hokage of Konoha. His parents are alive, and he has a younger sister currently attending the Ninja Academy. He has a path laid out before him, and barring any unforeseen circumstances, he will undoubtedly become the Hokage of Konoha. And who are we in the Akatsuki? We are renegades, a group shunned by the ninja world. Our lives are filled with darkness, our paths strewn with thorns. How could we possibly intersect with Ichin? Thus, my view is that Ichin's joining the organization must have an ulterior motive, though his precise intentions remain unclear. But Ichin was brought back by the leader. Does that not raise questions regarding the leader as well? Sasori interjected, though he still held great respect for Nagato. I cannot speak on that. You must ponder it for yourselves. The mention of Nagato silenced Zetsu, leaving an unsettling thought in the hearts of the others. In a high tower of Amigakure, Konan, Nagato, and Ichin sat in chairs. Ichin, how do you feel? How much longer can this shadow clone of yours hold out? Nagato inquired. My chakra has nearly depleted completely. I only have a small amount left to maintain this clone. I want to be able to fight for a few days, but if you give me some time, I can recover. I possess a jutsu that can directly absorb chakra from the natural world, so it shouldn't be a problem. Well, Nagato paused before asking. You intended to kill Fade One, didn't you? Indeed. Fade One has been surrounded by slaughter, darkness, and terror since the beginning. His heart is filled only with the desire to kill, worshipping his evil god. He is the foremost obstacle to our vision of peace. His existence is of no use, and we would not lament his absence. Understood, Nagato sighed. Although he had not particularly liked Fade One during their time together in the organization, seeing him fall nonetheless stirred a sense of sorrow within him. Nagato, my reason for joining the organization is rather tenuous. While many members of the Akatsuki may be less inclined to think critically, there are still a few exceptionally intelligent individuals. I believe they have begun to question my motives for joining. I think now is the time to reveal your new philosophy. They are members of the organization and deserve to know the direction in which we are heading. Do not worry that revealing this new philosophy will cause the organization to disintegrate. In my view, many within the Akatsuki genuinely desire peace in the ninja world. They are all individuals who have suffered, and with Fade One gone, the conflict with this ideology should diminish significantly. You need not hesitate. If we continue to conceal the truth, it will only sow discord. Ichin elaborated. I understand. We shall proceed as you suggest. If they wish to advance alongside us, they must know the path before them. Each step must be taken with conviction, allowing us to forge ahead through this treacherous and thorny road. Nagato's gaze solidified with determination, evidently having made his decision. Chapter 80. The meeting Ichin had been residing in the Rain Ninja Village for nearly 3 days. During this time, he had refrained from causing any disturbances, for his chakra had been nearly depleted, rendering him incapable of any mischief. However, after 3 continuous days of chakra recovery, he felt rejuvenated. Who is it? Ichin inquired, addressing a shadowy corner of his room. Ichin-kun, it's been a while. I wonder if you still remember me? Itachi emerged from the darkness, stepping into the light that illuminated the room. Itachi, I knew you would come. Upon seeing Uchiha Itachi, Ichin displayed no surprise, as if he had anticipated Itachi's visit all along. Ichin-kun, you appear entirely unfazed by my arrival? Itachi's demeanor seemed somewhat anxious, a stark contrast to his previous calmness. Come, let us sit and converse. I have ensured this room is secure. No one can eavesdrop here. Ichin gestured for Itachi to take a seat. We can consider this our 3rd meeting, Ichin remarked. Indeed, though our encounters have been few, Ichin-kun feels like an old friend to me. Each meeting leaves a profound impression. Itachi responded, It is an honor. I must ask, what brings you to my humble abode at such a late hour? Ichin inquired directly, eschewing any circumlocution. Itachi remained silent, lost in thought. Sasuke is doing well in Konoha. I have not mentioned your situation to him. Observing Itachi's silence, Ichin understood his apprehensions and addressed the matter openly. You already know? Itachi was momentarily taken aback but soon relaxed. Itachi, you have endured much these years. In truth, you are the one most deserving of the Hokage title. Your vision, your nindo, your perseverance, none in Konoha can rival you. As the 5th Hokage's advisor, I hereby declare that your mission is complete. You may return to Konoha at any time. Forgive me, It seems I am late in saying welcome home. That phrase should have come from the third Hokage. I may have overstepped my bounds, yet I believe you would echo my sentiments, Icheng remarked, gazing at Itachi. A man who had evoked admiration from countless individuals, he was the embodiment of Uchiha. To sacrifice one's family for the greater good, such a simple phrase consisting of 6 words. Who can truly accomplish it? I must admit, I cannot. If forced to choose between my parents, my sister, and Konoha, without a doubt, Konoha would be the one forsaken. Icheng acknowledged that he was but one among the masses, devoid of any emotional ties to Konoha. Return to Konoha? Can I truly go back? How will I face Sasuke? How will I confront the hundreds of graves belonging to the Uchiha clan? Itachi sighed softly. Life presents many choices, and some decisions, once made, become binding for a lifetime. He longed to return to the Konoha he had devoted his life to care for young Sasuke and witness his joyful growth. Rather than allowing him to languish in pain and betrayal, Icheng, your kindness is appreciated. With your words, I find some solace. However, as you have seen, the Akatsuki is a formidable organization composed of S-rank rogue ninjas, their strength rivaling that of the 5 great ninja villages. Their top-tier fighters could easily overpower them. Especially, the feeling I had from the leader a few days ago was unlike anything before. I have no confidence in the current leader, who seems to operate on an entirely different level. If that is the case, I cannot leave. I still have a role to play within the Akatsuki. Itachi remained steadfast. Ever rational, always making what he deemed the right choice. You are concerned about Nagato, aren't you? He has become an over-Hokage. Oh, by the way, I coined the term over-Hokage to describe those who surpass the Hokage level. They may also be referred to as demigods, Icheng explained. Demigod? It is indeed a despairing title, Itachi sighed. I played a part in his ascension to over-Hokage, Icheng said with a smile. What? Itachi sprang up, his Manjikyu Sharingan activated, fixating intensely on Icheng. Icheng-kun. Do not jest. Calm down, Itachi. Nagato is one of us. Icheng remained composed, still smiling from his seated position. One of us? I hardly know what to say. This is even more unbelievable than before. Chapter 81. Peace, please. Calm yourself and lower your Sharingan. Your gaze is quite unnerving, Icheng urged, standing to invite Itachi to sit once more. Icheng-kun, I wish to hear your explanation, Itachi complied, though he harbored doubts about Icheng's affiliation with the Akatsuki. Do you know the founding principles of the Akatsuki? Icheng posed a question rather than providing an answer. The principles of the Akatsuki? I am unaware of them. This group of S-rank rogue ninjas each harbors their own goals, but I suspect they do not share a common purpose. Most members likely lack clarity regarding the organization's ideals. Or perhaps they simply do not care. Itachi's response intrigued Icheng. Indeed, every member of the Akatsuki pursues their own objectives. They exist solely for their personal ambitions. What do their ideals matter to me? They're a lawless collective. If that is the case, it presents both advantages and disadvantages. To win them over, one must discern their needs, yet some demands may be unattainable or counterproductive to their own goals. This is becoming rather profound. Let Nagato ponder this matter himself. Allow me to continue discussing the Akatsuki's ideals. It was established by Yahiko, Nagato, and Konan. The Deva path you encountered was actually Yahiko, who regrettably has passed away. Now, only Nagato and Konan remain as founders. Yahiko and Nagato lost their families to the ravages of war, which fueled their deep-seated hatred for conflict. Unlike other orphans of war, Yahiko did not despise the ninja who killed his parents. He understood that the root of all suffering lay within the wars themselves, which arise from escalating conflicts between 2 or more villages. The Akatsuki's principle of peace was to become a messenger of tranquility, intervening amicably between villages and resolving their disputes through peaceful means. When necessary, the Akatsuki would assume a balancing role, equalizing the powers of the warring factions, thus ensuring lasting peace. This was the philosophy during Yahiko's time, but alas, he was slain by Hanzo the Salamander and Danzo. He was a true ninja who comprehended the essence of war and peace. After Yahiko's death, Nagato took control of the Akatsuki. However, he did not perpetuate Yahiko's ideals. Nagato deemed Yahiko's vision of peace impractical, instead embracing the ideology of Uchiha Bido. He believed that only by forcing ninjas to experience suffering could they come to cherish peace. Consequently, the Akatsuki transformed into a mercenary group, accepting missions from various nations and dispatching members to resolve conflicts for monetary gain. Nagato aspires to initiate the 4th Great Ninja War, aiming to etch a profound memory into the minds of the 5 great nations, believing that such an experience will compel them to cherish peace. Clearly, this approach is not a sustainable solution. There is a saying, once the scars heal, The pain is forgotten. This reflects the second phase of Akatsuki's ideology, which has been the focus of your endeavors until now. However, I wish to convey that Akatsuki has transitioned into its third stage. Nagato has come to understand that pain should not be imposed upon others, and that the path to peace must not be paved with blood and corpses. His comprehension of peace has evolved. Each of the three phases embodies distinct methodologies and diverging directions, yet it is undeniable that their ultimate aim remains the pursuit of peace within the ninja world. Akatsuki is an organization founded for peace, continually seeking ways to realize that vision. Itachi, rendered speechless for an extended period, trembles. His quaking form a manifestation of his ineffable emotions. After a lengthy silence, Itachi takes a deep breath and poses a question to Ichin. Ichin, what is your purpose? Ichin gazed directly into Itachi's eyes, articulating each word with clarity. I desire for every inhabitant of the ninja world to have access to food, to be clothed, to possess shelter from the rain, for children to acquire knowledge in schools, to wear smiles of happiness, and for the elderly to have someone to rely upon. I yearn to usher in an era of peace for all eternity. With a heavy sigh, Itachi collapsed into his chair. Yet the brilliance in his eyes reflected the tumult of his inner thoughts. Chapter 82. Obito, it is only after Nagato felt your ideals that he gained a newfound understanding of peace, Itachi inquired with anticipation. To some extent, yes. However, Nagato's heart remains inherently kind. It is merely the harshness of life in the ninja world that has led him down this dark path, Ichin continued. Furthermore, Nagato, Yahiko, and Konin are all disciples of the legendary Sannin, Jiraiya. Jiraiya is a man of integrity, a true hero. And I cannot believe that his disciples are destined to annihilate the world. So they are disciples of Lord Jiraiya. No wonder you consider them allies, Itachi thought. Although he was unfamiliar with Jiraiya, he had grown up hearing tales of the Sannin. His father often used the Sannin as benchmarks for greatness, and thus his memories of Jiraiya were vivid. Indeed, the man could be called a hero. Do you still wish to remain with the Akatsuki? You must consider your own well-being. Your condition has deteriorated significantly. Ichin expressed his concern. Perhaps I could endure for another 3 years, or possibly 2. I wish to witness Sasuke's growth before I depart, Itachi acknowledged, aware that his time was limited. His resolve was merely to wait for Sasuke to mature, after which he intended to pass his eyes to him. Itachi, the root of your affliction lies with your Manjiki Sharingan. Being excessively gifted can be a curse. You awakened your Manjiki at the tender age of 13 after witnessing Shirsue's death. At such a young age, you were ill-equipped to bear the toll that the Manjiki exacts, and thus it has continuously drained your vitality. Indeed, my illness began after I acquired this Manjiki, Itachi reflected, recalling his life in the moment he felt utterly powerless following Shirsue's demise. Shirsue, whom he had regarded as a sturdy tree, had fallen, leaving Itachi to grow into that tree himself, for if he too were to fall, there would be no other to mature in his stead. From that moment on, the Manjiki Sharingan had become his crutch. Itachi rubbed his eyes, overwhelmed with memories of Shirsue, emotions he struggled to contain. You have encountered the man who claims to be Uchiha Madara, have you not? Ichin abruptly shifted the conversation to the enigmatic figure. Indeed. And I have even struck a deal with him. I joined the Akatsuki to serve him on the condition that he refrains from attacking Konoha. He is shrouded in mystery, always appearing with a swirling mask. Though he claims to be Uchiha Madara, something feels amiss, Itachi responded. He is not Uchiha Madara. He is Obito, the 4th Hokage's disciple. Ichin felt no need to conceal the truth from Itachi, revealing all he knew about Obito. Obito, Itachi exclaimed incredulously, searching his memories of the Uchiha clan for any recollection of this individual. I recall now, if he is indeed the 4th disciple, the Obito who was part of Kakashi's team, I do have a vague impression of him. He was the only one to bestow his eyes upon someone outside the Uchiha clan. How could it be him? He perished during the battle at the Bridge of Heaven and Earth. His name is inscribed on Konoha's memorial stone. Could he be feigning death? Itachi pondered aloud. You are correct. He was saved by the real Uchiha Madara and granted the power of wood release. Ever since, he has been operating within the ninja world under the guise of Uchiha Madara, Ichin explained. Obito awakened his Manjiki at 13 as well, yet unlike you, he does not suffer from the same affliction. Do you know why? Could it be due to wood release? Itachi, a prodigious talent, quickly grasped the essence of the inquiry with minimal prompting. And I now possess the power of wood release, Ichin replied, a smile gracing his features as he regarded Itachi. Chapter 83. The pinnacle. Itachi reclined on the bed, Ichin holding his hand. Gradually, a green luminescence enveloped Itachi's entire being, and before long, he drifted into slumber. Under normal circumstances, a ninja of Itachi's caliber would be unable to fall asleep in such a state. Perhaps the life force of would release was so potent that his body instinctively entered a protective slumber. Or perhaps it was simply that he had been so exhausted over the years without a proper rest, yearning for a moment of respite. Ichin's words of welcome home may have provided Itachi with a sense of security and warmth, allowing him to finally lay down his defenses in front of family and rest. He was utterly fatigued. The next morning, a gentle rain fell upon the hidden rain village, a typical occurrence for this region. Itachi opened his eyes to find himself in unfamiliar surroundings. In an instant, he pieced together the events that had transpired, and his once tense body relaxed completely. Suddenly, he sensed a transformation within himself. The body that had been on the brink of collapse now felt invigorated, brimming with vitality and strength and experience that his former self could never have imagined. This was a newfound power. Extending his hand, he marveled at his skin. As white as pure snow, nearly gasping in disbelief. Would release had even improved his complexion. If only this skin were possessed by some beautiful maiden. Such thoughts are unworthy of a hero. Itachi swiftly turned from the bed, noticing Ichin seated in a chair, watching him. An unexpected discomfort washed over him. To be cared for by someone younger felt indescribably strange. Ichin, did you not sleep last night? You have worked hard. Not only treating me but also keeping watch over me throughout the night. Itachi felt at a loss for words, as he had never encountered such a situation before. It's nothing. After all, I am merely a shadow clone, so whether I sleep or not is inconsequential. Ichin waved his hand dismissively, indicating that it was of no importance. Shadow clone? Itachi was momentarily taken aback. Are you saying that within the Akatsuki, you are merely a shadow clone? During that battle with Kasame, Deidara, Haiden, and Kakuzu, were you just a shadow clone as well? Itachi gasped, nearly losing his breath at this revelation. Yes. My real body had matters to attend to back in Konoha. I thought there would be no significant battles here, so I sent a shadow clone. However, I realized that there is indeed a distinction between ideals and reality. After that battle, my chakra was nearly depleted. I have been hiding here these past few days to replenish it. It's a pity that I couldn't go out and enjoy myself. Goodness. Please note that this exclamation is not expressed by Itachi. It seems I must reevaluate my perception of Ichin. Have you already reached the realm of Super Shadow? Or perhaps even semi-divine status? Itachi gazed earnestly at Ichin, his eyes filled with anticipation. Alas, I must disappoint you. I have one foot in, but cannot fully cross over with the other. I suspect that I need to develop a bloodline limit, or attain Sage Body, the power of the Rinnegan, and also harness the Nine Tails to achieve transformation. As for the Rinnegan, it is akin to Nagato, who has attained the status of Super Shadow. The bloodline limit is exceedingly difficult. I have no concrete thoughts on that front at present. Regarding the Sage Body, I had thought that acquiring Would Release would naturally grant me that ability, but unfortunately, Would Release and Sage Body are not the same. As for the Nine Tails, do not underestimate it. While it may seem like a mere pet in the hands of Hashirama and Uchiha Madara, it is still the Nine Tails. There is a saying that possessing strength without the knowledge to utilize it is akin to having no strength at all. If we can fully unlock the power of the Nine Tails, it may also pave a path towards Super Shadow. As Ichin spoke, he let out a sigh. He too yearned to attain the status of a Tsuchikage, yet alas, reality imposed its constraints. The elimination of bloodline limits. Are you suggesting that Inoki is a Tsuchikage? Itachi felt a wave of unease. Currently, Inoki does not embody the qualities of its Tsuchikage, as he has developed shortcomings. His physical stamina and chakra have fallen below the standards expected of its Tsuchikage. In my view, a true Tsuchikage must maintain an almost perfect rate of error correction while possessing the capacity to obliterate vast numbers of foes in a single, sweeping attack. While Inoki's offensive capabilities are commendable, his margin for error is simply too low. I believe he has neglected the defensive aspect of dust release techniques. If he could don a cloak of dust release, capable of disintegrating all incoming attacks, paired with his formidable offensive prowess, then he might indeed be considered a Tsuchikage. Your description of Inoki is rather daunting. How could such a being engage in combat? Itachi struggled to keep pace with Ichin's thoughts. The title of Tsuchikage signifies a realm that transcends mere shadow. The shadow is the pinnacle achievable by ordinary humans. Attacks and defenses at the shadow level are traceable, and one's margin for error can never reach perfection. Those who cannot obliterate the landscape in an instant can merely be categorized as shadows. Truly, it is a realm that inspires longing, Itachi mused. Itachi, you might consider yourself a half Tsuchikage, Ichin remarked. Aside from providing you with healing, I have also stored a significant amount of Would Release chakra within you. With this chakra, you need not fear the impending blindness of your Manjiki Sharingan. Do you not perceive that your defenses and attacks are impeccable? Furthermore, should your supply of would-release chakra deplete, you may seek me out for replenishment. Sustaining your strength is not an issue. How curious. It feels as though you could readily challenge Nagato to a contest of strength. Ichin said with a hint of irony. Regrettably, my chakra has been exhausted once again. For the next few days, I shall have to remain in hiding. A life devoid of freedom is truly lacking in meaning, Ichin lamented. Chapter 84. It is he at this moment, the forest lay in an unsettling silence. The once present sounds of wind and cicadas seemingly vanished. Only the occasional, haunting cries of birds echoed in the air, tinged with the scent of blood. As if they were the final gasps of life, a desperate plea for salvation. Dark clouds obscured the moon, brewing ominously, casting the landscape into shadow. And the once mighty trees now appeared frail and defeated, enveloped in a pall of death. Suddenly, a glimmer of light pierced the night sky, illuminating a bird's eye. Gradually, the clouds retreated, revealing the moon, which now appeared red, a hue reminiscent of blood. Hey, Obito. Why is it that we always choose such dreary locations for our meetings? Is this the persona we wish to embody? Zetsu emerged from a thorn-laden tree, expressing his disdain for the ominous surroundings. Could we not convene in a luxurious presidential suite or a quaint hot spring inn? Indeed. Would it be too much to consider a restroom next time? I could observe the art of defecation. Truly, the essence of life lies in such acts. White Zetsu exclaimed with an air of longing, for this was his lifelong pursuit. Silence, White Zetsu. I find this place rather suitable, Black Zetsu interjected. Unable to bear the comparison to a restroom, this locale felt like paradise in contrast. What brings you here with such urgency? A figure gradually materialized in the air, accompanied by swirling ripples. First, the distinctive whirlpool mask appeared, followed by limbs and body. His arrival was almost instantaneous. Obito, long time no see. Where have you been hiding? Black Zetsu greeted. Obito-kun, have you taken care of your bodily functions today? How did it go? If you need assistance, I'm here for you. White Zetsu rambled on, drifting further into absurdity. Obito ignored White Zetsu, focusing instead on Black Zetsu. Nothing much. I was visiting an old friend. Black Zetsu surmised that Obito had gone to pay his respects to Rin. Be cautious in Konoha, the third Hokage Hiruzen Sarutobi, the fifth Hokage Tsunade Senju, and the sage Jiraiya are all present. Konoha's military strength is at its zenith. Moreover, I sense an unsettling presence in Konoha that eludes my grasp. Fortunately, the Flower Path Beachin seems oblivious to the situation. He plans to join the Akatsuki, distancing himself from Konoha. If discovered, your fate would be dire. Black Zetsu warned gravely. Ichin? The boy who previously defeated Kisame and Itachi? I hadn't paid much attention to him. Is he truly planning to join the Akatsuki? Has he come into conflict with Konoha? Is he now a rogue ninja? Obito mused, his disdain for Konoha evident. Konoha, that sordid place, has driven away countless talents. It should be utterly eradicated. Though obscured by the whirlpool mask, Obito's contempt was palpable. No news suggests Ichin has betrayed Konoha. He remains an advisor to the Hokage. His intention to join the Akatsuki is shrouded in mystery, a fog enveloping the entire organization. I fear Nagato may have lost control. Black Zetsu asserted. Why do you say that? Obito asked, urgency creeping into his tone. Nagato has recovered, and his strength, it feels entirely different now. As if he has transcended his previous limits. In short, Nagato is now terrifying, Black Zetsu admitted, fear evident on his countenance. Nagato has regained his body? How is that possible? The life force of the Ten Tails was absorbed. It cannot simply be restored without consequence. Obito exclaimed in disbelief. Have you to do something? Obito's Sharingan bore into Black Zetsu. It is the power of wood release. Ichin possesses this ability. Previously, Nagato dispatched all Akatsuki members to the Land of Wind to acquire Ichin's wood release power. However, Ichin cleverly turned the tables, causing chaos within the Akatsuki. Yet, not long after, Ichin returned with Nagato and now seeks to join the Akatsuki. This raises many questions about their dealings, and the situation grows increasingly sinister. Black Zetsu lamented, feeling the weight of reality as cruelty. I understand. I will seek an opportunity to confront Nagato and ascertain whether he has truly lost control. If there are no further matters, I shall take my leave. Obito declared, activating his whirlpool. Be wary of Ichin. He is not to be underestimated. Black Zetsu cautioned as Obito vanished. The space-time ninjutsu truly is a remarkable ability, Zetsu commented as he too faded into the shadows of the trees. Chapter 85. Divergence Conan, have we truly erred in our actions? Nagato stood atop the tallest tower in the Rain Village, surveying the bustling streets filled with vendors and pedestrians. Nagato, we have not erred. The fault lies with this world. At the very least, we have provided a semblance of peace and stability to the villagers of the Rain Village. Do not dwell too heavily on it. Follow your heart. And know that I will always stand by you. Konan stood silently behind Nagato, gazing affectionately at the man before her. I intend to convene the members of our organization and engage in a candid discussion. Since we have chosen this path, it is imperative that they understand our intentions if they wish to advance alongside us. Those who dissent are free to depart. We seek companions who share our ideals. Much like Yahiko, you and I, we are not merely bound by self-serving interests. Is this not what Yahiko yearned to witness? Konan murmured, then I shall summon them now. With that, she transformed into paper and vanished into the wind. Boss, what is the reason for this gathering? Deara inquired, somewhat perplexed by the frequency of their meetings, which had become a stark contrast to the rarity of such events in the past year. Moreover, he had just recovered from an injury sustained in battle, effectively enjoying a paid leave of absence. Nagato remained silent in response to Daidar's inquiry. Once everyone had gathered, he solemnly addressed the group. In the eyes of the ninja world, we have been labeled a terrorist organization engaging in acts for hire, with the goal of inciting conflict among the ninja realms and igniting the Fourth Great Ninja War. Each member of our organization can be considered a rogue ninja, wanted by the 5 great villages, living in constant fear and uncertainty, seeking solace in our collective unity. But does being a rogue ninja inherently imply committing heinous acts? Is it a given that we are in the wrong? Each of us, to varying degrees, harbors convictions that we hold dear, albeit our beliefs diverge from those sanctioned by the powers that govern this world, who dictates that rogue ninjas must be treated as pariahs, engaging only in acts of violence and plunder? Do you aspire to bask in the sunlight, to undertake endeavors of significance? Do you possess ideals? Are you content to merely exist, or do you seek to lead a life of remarkable substance? In the past, I was narrow-minded, blinded by hatred, wishing only to inflict suffering upon others, believing that only those who endure pain can comprehend the essence of peace. Yet, my yearning for peace has not waned. In fact, it has intensified. However, peace need not be enforced through the suffering of others, paved with blood and corpses. I wish to pursue a different course. To engage in acts of kindness, whether it be offering sustenance to the hungry or lending a hand to the weary traveler. This is far more admirable than annihilating a village or a nation, achieving peace through instilling fear. Once, Ichen remarked that peace under oppression and peace following suffering is merely a facade, hiding only the glare of hatred behind it. Such peace is ephemeral and cannot endure. If you wish to journey alongside me, remain in the Akatsuki. If your path diverges from mine, feel free to depart, for I shall not obstruct you. As Nagato uttered these words, he felt an overwhelming surge of strength, gazing hopefully at the members of the Akatsuki, yearning for more like-minded companions. Chapter 86. Departure. The Akatsuki members were still reeling from Nagato's speech when suddenly, a wave of uncontrollable laughter erupted, breaking the silence. Turning towards the sound, they beheld a man wearing a whirlpool mask, his presence seemingly having materialized from thin air. Perhaps he had always been there, only now revealing himself in a moment of uncontrollable mirth. Uchiha Obito. Nagato, you are truly amusing. A mere executioner daring to speak of peace. This is the most ridiculous joke I have ever heard. You wish to provide a morsel of food to the hungry, offer a helping hand to the weary traveler, a sip of tea. Why not assist an elderly lady across the street while you're at it? Though Obito's mask concealed his expression, one could easily picture the scorn and mockery glinting in his eyes. You genuinely believe this world can be saved? Have you forgotten how your parents perished? Have you forgotten how Yahiko met his end? Have you forgotten the days of your childhood? Moreover, your hands are stained with blood. Do you truly think that proclaiming your intent for world peace will convince others of your sincerity? You are a fool, a self-righteous wretch. Your naive idealism will lead to your demise first. This world has no need for salvation. Destruction is its destined course. Yet you still harbor delusions of rescuing it from its bloody, cold, and filthy reality. And remember, you are merely my puppet, Nagato. Obito bellowed in a frenzy. Hey, masked one, who are you to claim our leader is your puppet? Have you looked in the mirror? A coward who hides behind a mask. Yet speaks so boldly. What gives you such confidence? The mask itself? Do you think that wearing a mask grants you the audacity to boast? Remove it if you dare. Oh. Perhaps you wear it because you are too ugly for the audience to behold. That would certainly explain it. No need to take it off, lest you frighten us all. Masked man, are you here to entertain? I am currently experiencing a profound moment of enlightenment in my life, only to realize that my artistry can transcend further. The leader's words have unveiled an entirely different form of art to me. You have ruined the atmosphere, Deidara exclaimed, unable to contain his frustration. Oh, Deidara. This fellow claims to be Uchiha Obito, a formidable figure on par with the legendary Senju Hashirama. It would be unwise to dismiss him so lightly. However, the mask suggests he must be quite hideous. I commend your understanding of this. A perfect score for you. Ichen rolled on the ground in laughter. Uchiha Obito? The Akatsuki members were startled, instantly positioning themselves behind Nagato, forming a defensive stance against Obito. Hey, do you really believe he is Uchiha Obito? Even I know the caliber of such a person. Would his aura allow him to appear before us masked? That would be even more ludicrous. Deidara observed as his comrades swiftly retreated, deeming their response excessive. Deidara, exercise caution. Retreat now. Scorpion watched this reckless individual with incredulity, wondering how he had survived this long. All right, I am coming. Deidara grumbled, clearly reluctant. The masked man coldly observed the unfolding scene, his resolve unyielding. He scanned the members with a piercing gaze. Do you truly believe Nagato is correct? I am the true mastermind behind the Akatsuki. If you do not acknowledge Nagato's ideology, I shall lead you to obliterate these traitors. Chapter 87. Confrontation. Nagato, everything you possess is a gift from me. I can bestow it upon you or take it away. I offer you one final chance. I hope you do not squander it. The masked man's ultimatum seemed largely ineffective. Aside from Ichen and Itachi, who recognized him as Uchiha Obito, the others remained oblivious to this sudden intruder's identity. Nagato had once believed him to be Uchiha Obito. But after Deidara's jest, who still believed this man to be the genuine article, his intimidation had lost its potency. The masked man continued to bluster. Hey, masked one. Do not speak so arrogantly. The last person to boast like you now resides as fertilizer, perhaps nourishing a beautiful flower. Let us call you masked man. For it seems you do not care about titles. Do you not realize whom you are addressing? Each of us here is a figure that could send tremors through the ninja world. How dare you flaunt your bravado before us, a mere imposter? Let me remind you. Even if you were the genuine Uchiha Obito, forged in pure gold, we would still send you reeling. The Akatsuki has faced countless storms over the years. You think you can threaten us? Mark my words, I will not kill you. Instead, I shall capture you, and in front of the whole world. Deliver a resounding slap to your backside. I, Ichen, am a man of my word. Ichen, fueled by enthusiasm, continued his tirade, while Konan, unable to bear it any longer, pulled him back, preventing him from uttering something even more outrageous. The masked man, listening to Ichen's bold proclamations, felt his composure slip. His gaze bore into Ichen's. And if looks could kill, Ichen would surely be vanquished. The masked man's body trembled intensely, whether from fear or rage, it was difficult to tell. Perhaps it was fear. But I was certainly unafraid of him. The other Akatsuki members were bewildered. How could this newcomer, having just joined a few days prior, possess such insight into our organization? He had only been with us for 5 days or so. Yet his words were cathartic. Perhaps we should develop Ichen into the Akatsuki's ambassador, a psychological counselor, or a dialogue destroyer. Deidara, upon hearing Ichen declare their stature as significant figures capable of shaking the ninja world, felt elated, his tail almost reaching the sky. The masked man began to look down at them, eager to engage. Should the leader issue the command, he would charge forward to pummel this intruder. Upon hearing Ichen's intent to strike the masked man, Deidara was almost ready to pledge brotherhood, thinking, next time, let us revel together. I want you dead. The masked man, despite his considerable patience, could no longer contain himself. An aura of death enveloped the space as he locked his gaze onto Ichen. Only by dismembering Ichen could he quell the hatred burning within him, disregarding all thoughts of Nagato. Cast aside the notion of that. My intent is to strike him 100 times, 100 times over. The technique, fire release, storm dance, erupts from the singular eye of the masked man, unleashing a whirlwind of flames with astonishing speed and an expansive range of attack. The inferno hurtles directly towards Icheng. Masked man, are you merely igniting a spark for fireworks? Icheng quips before the battle even commences. Water release. 9 Dragons' guardian seal materializes a sphere of water that envelopes Icheng, from which 9 colossal dragons emerge, roaring defiantly into the heavens. 4 of these water dragons charge towards the masked man's fire technique, and upon collision, mist envelopes the entire arena, rendering the surroundings a hazy white. Had they not been seasoned warriors, they might have been caught off guard amidst the chaos. He remains stationary. He has vanished. Everyone, be cautious. The pervasive mist allows Icheng to sense the masked man's movements, providing vital intelligence to his allies. Perish. When the masked man reappears, he is alarmingly close to Icheng, brandishing a wooden spike that hovers mere centimeters from I Chang's throat, a lethal strike poised to deliver a fatal blow. I have awaited this moment. Ice release, absolute zero. The water dragon and water sphere surrounding I Ching remained unwithdrawn, compelling the masked man to breach this watery barrier in his attempt to strike I Ching, inevitably leading him into a trap of his own making. The water sphere and water dragon, serving as conduits for ice release, were instantaneously frozen the moment I Ching employed his ninjutsu. The masked man, undeterred by the ice, continued his assault, disregarding its presence entirely. Ice release, ice body flicker. Akin to the crystalline reflections of a magical mirror, allows the wielder of ice abilities to teleport freely within the ice they create, a skill that I Ching possessed as well. I Ching appeared directly in a commanding position and promptly addressed Nagato, urging him to exert gravitational force on the masked man to restrain his speed, as his ice techniques alone could not impede the masked man's movements. Understanding the implication, Nagato immediately employed the universal pull technique on the frozen area, causing the gravitational field to spiral out of control. With each step the masked man took, he was forced to exert tremendous effort, rendering any movement of even a meter impossible within a minute. Why could the masked man traverse within the ice? Did he possess an ice-release bloodline limit? Daidar's eyes widened as he discerned something extraordinary. No, although he navigated through the ice, it seemed unrelated to the ice itself. It was as if he were traversing an alternate dimension. Kakuzu, seasoned in experience, quickly recognized that this was not merely an ice-release technique. It was a space-time ninjutsu. Itachi observed the masked man and spoke to the group. Space-time ninjutsu? Many were hearing of various ninjutsu for the first time and were utterly astonished. If we speak of the fourth Hokage's Flying Thunder God technique, you are all familiar with it, right? The masked man's abilities are akin to the Flying Thunder God. I Ching explained. Astonishingly, it possesses space-time capabilities equivalent to that of the Flying Thunder God, such remarkable ninjutsu. However, this individual is not as invincible as the fourth Hokage. Scorpion watched as the masked man exerted himself to run forward, yet he barely moved, resembling a clown in his plight. The absurdity of the scene was almost comical. Come, bring the sunflower seeds and peanuts. I Ching's lecture is about to commence. What is space-time ninjutsu? Chapter 88, Retreat in Essence. Space-time ninjutsu enables the practitioner to freely traverse between the realms of reality and alternate dimensions. The fourth Hokage's Flying Thunder God technique involves leaving a mark on the target, allowing the caster or any object in direct contact with the caster's chakra to teleport instantaneously. When a substantial target is imbued with energy, the caster can relocate it multiple times. This technique can be employed for attack, shortening the range of long-range ninjutsu, interference, assaulting opponents, and relocating targets. It can also serve as a means of evasion and escape in emergencies without the need for hand seals. The masked man's space-time ninjutsu is a form of ocular technique that permits the transmission of all matter into the dimension generated by the eternal Meijiki Sharingan. The mass and size of the objects that can be transported depend on the amount of chakra possessed by the practitioner. Those proficient in this ocular technique can also find ways to transfer their own bodies into the dimensional space. Furthermore, his passive ability allows him to unconsciously transport parts of his body into the dimension, rendering them permeable to other objects. Alright, I Ching's space-time class has concluded. If there are any questions, please raise your hands. The masked man ceased his struggles, incredulously gazing at I Ching, baffled by how his abilities had been so thoroughly deciphered. Only Uchiha Madara and members of the Akatsuki were privy to his capabilities. The Akatsuki members exchanged glances, bewildered by I Ching's penchant for theatrics, which starkly contradicted their organization's composed demeanor. I Ching, you mentioned that the masked man possesses the eternal Meijiki Sharingan. Does that mean he is Uchiha Madara? Conan inquired. No, each eternal Meijiki Sharingan is unique, and its formation is contingent upon the state of mind of the three-tomo Sharingan's wielder at the moment of evolution. The masked man's eternal Meijiki Sharingan embodies space-time. I speculate that his state of mind during its acquisition was one of evasion. Do you think Uchiha Madara would harbor such a mindset? Certainly not, Conan replied. Very well. Let us invite the next participant. I Ching, your comparison of the fourth Hokage's Flying Thunder God with the masked man's space-time ninjutsu is rather unfair. The Flying Thunder God requires a marking and is limited to single-point teleportation, while the masked man possesses an innate space-time realm, allowing for effortless movement. Moreover, he can unconsciously transport any attacked areas into his space, rendering him virtually invincible. Look, the masked man remains unscathed within I Ching's ice sphere. Is this not an affront to reason? Deara exclaimed, utterly flabbergasted. suddenly realizing that his own art seemed lackluster in comparison. Deidara, diligent in his studies, promptly inquired about a crucial point. However, no ninjutsu is flawless. Only the masterful user can wield it perfectly. The fourth Hokage's Flying Thunder God, despite its limitations, possesses a remarkable trait. The instant of transfer is without pause. The fourth Hokage mastered it to such an extent that he earned the title of the Yellow Flash. While the masked man's space-time ninjutsu appears invincible and flawless, it harbors a critical flaw. 1. The absorption and transfer of one's own required time is significantly longer than that of transferring from others, and during the transfer, the body remains in a state of rigidity, which readily presents opportunities for adversaries. 2. Time constraint. The masked man's space-time ninjutsu can only be sustained for approximately 5 minutes. Exceeding this duration results in failure. 3. The masked man's space-time ninjutsu allows for intangibility, creating an invulnerable state, yet it does not enable direct attacks against foes, serving solely for defense. 4. Evading is possible if one's speed surpasses the absorption rate. 5. Breaking into a space that does not belong to oneself is exceedingly chakra-consuming. 6. The greatest weakness lies in the fact that during the processes of attack, absorption, and release of other entities, one must be in a physical form, unable to become intangible. Moreover, concentrating chakra in the eyes to initiate space-time ninjutsu places the individual in a highly vulnerable state. With the QA session concluded, let us focus our attention on Mr. Ju. All the aforementioned intelligence was conveyed to me by Mr. Ju, who is truly a paragon of integrity. Shunning the pursuit of hollow fame and embodying the spirit of modesty and virtue, making him a role model for us all. Thus, I cannot bask in this glory alone. It must be shared with Mr. Ju. Now, let us shower Mr. Ju with flowers and applause. The masked man, initially in a state of astonishment and disbelief, fell utterly silent after I Cheng's words. His world, though already in ruins, was irrevocably shattered amidst the debris, devoid of any semblance of life. The masked man vanished. Where did he go? Did I Cheng not mention that the masked man needed to be tangible to return to his own space? Even if the 5-minute limit had expired, he should have materialized in the real world, yet he was simply encased in ice. How peculiar. Deidara, who had been closely monitoring the masked man, immediately noticed his sudden disappearance. It was Izanagi, the unique ocular technique of the Uchiha clan. This technique can, in a fleeting moment, convert all adverse factors, including death, suffered by the user into a dream, while simultaneously transforming the user's attacks and favorable events into tangible actions, allowing for a seamless interchange between dream and reality. The cost of employing Izanagi is permanent blindness in the eye used. However, at the moment of activation, the user's state must be documented by the Sharingan. It appears this individual is quite cautious, executing an attack only after ensuring absolute certainty. Or perhaps he possesses an abundance of Sharingan, allowing him to utilize Izanagi without hesitation. Were these eyes collected on the night of his clan's annihilation? Did he obliterate an entire clan merely to gather the materials necessary for activating Izanagi? Damn it. Itachi's forehead throbbed, his usually composed demeanor now marred by a surge of anger. You Uchiha are truly perverse, Deidara remarked, prompting nods of agreement from others, acknowledging the blatant unfairness in this world. Chapter 89. Achievements. Ju, did you already know the masked man's true nature? Nagato inquired, astonished. I actually only just discovered it and hadn't had the chance to inform everyone. I Cheng has recently joined us, and as an elder in the organization, I made an effort to engage with the newcomer and share some insights. I did not anticipate that the masked man would suddenly pose a threat to our organization, and I regret not disseminating his information sooner. My apologies, everyone. Ju bowed deeply, his eyes gleaming with cold intensity. Who is he? He is the shadowy mastermind behind the turbulence in the ninja world, someone who has seldom faced adversity in life. Today, he has suffered a grave humiliation at the hands of the impetuous I Cheng. The illustrious Otsutsuki Kagaya, humbling himself to apologize to another. What a disgrace. This is over. Obito is likely plotting against me from some hidden corner. I am at a loss, having accomplished nothing yet. The line to Obito has been severed. No. I Cheng must be hiding something. Aside from myself and Uchiha Madara, no one else is privy to Obito's abilities. Madara is dead, and I have not disclosed anything. How does I Cheng know? Could it be that I have a habit of sleepwalking? The thought is indeed a headache. How shall I manage the aftermath? Ju, you have rendered a great service. Had we not comprehended the masked man's capabilities, we could have suffered severe losses. Thus, you have indeed achieved something significant, Nagato commended. Ju was left speechless, realizing Obito must despise him now. Damn I Cheng, he muttered through gritted teeth, a smile betraying his frustration. Fortunately, Yicheng reacted swiftly. He is the true hero here. Everyone should be cautious of this masked man. His abilities are too enigmatic. It is indeed perilous to encounter him alone. For the time being, we must exercise caution and avoid acting alone. Earlier, we discussed everyone's opinions on my proposal. If anyone disagrees, feel free to depart. For those who remain, I hope we can unite in purpose. Leader, I feel my art has transcended. I agree. Deara was the first to express his support. With the first voice of agreement, many others followed suit. Seeing such consensus brought me great relief. We shall discuss specifics later. For now, let us disperse. Yicheng, while I share your vision, I am uncertain about its implementation. Do you have a concrete plan? Nagato inquired, turning to Yicheng. Since we have the Rain Village as our stronghold, we shall commence our efforts from here. We should not aim for grandiose actions right away, but begin with small steps, gradually building up. For instance, we can introduce a few policies to gauge their effectiveness. Are there any homeless individuals in Rain Village? We can provide them with free housing. Are there villagers struggling for sustenance? We can offer monthly minimum support. If any villagers fall ill and cannot afford treatment, we can implement a medical insurance system, with a designated proportion covered by the state. In truth, the basic needs of the lower classes are simple and easily met. However, once these measures are enacted, prepare for an influx of citizens seeking these benefits. If we can absorb these newcomers, our strength will grow exponentially. Nonetheless, executing these initiatives will require substantial financial resources and talent. You should have accumulated some finances over the years, which can sustain us for a while. As for talent, we should focus on local recruitment and bringing in external expertise. I also propose a significant investment in education. We need a ninja academy in Rain Village to train combat-ready ninjas and various administrative specialists. For now, let us begin implementing these measures. And I will elaborate on additional plans later, Yicheng stated. Nagato and Konan stared at Yicheng in astonishment. Yicheng, what knowledge do you possess? You seem to know more than the chief advisor of the daimyo. It is truly remarkable. Is it that those from Konoha possess such vast knowledge? Or have we simply been ignorant? Chapter 90. Precaution Sigh. I have undoubtedly offended Obito gravely. What if he decides to steal from me? A fleeting thrill can lead to lasting consequences. I must quickly relay this intelligence to my main body, hoping he will not hold it against me, for I am, after all, part of them. In Konoha, since Yicheng and Tsunade's return, Tsunade has begun the handover of various matters pertinent to the Hokage, with the third still alive. Tsunade has not been sidelined, and the subordinates have been quite cooperative. Consequently, Tsunade has been exceedingly busy these days, barely finding time to visit the gambling dens. Perhaps after some time, she might overcome her gambling addiction. As for Jiraiya, he may have become ensnared in the numerous bathhouses of Konoha, unable to extricate himself. Upon returning, Ichen scarcely ventured into the back mountains of Konoha. Instead, he spent his days in the company of several former Hokages, engaged in some mysterious endeavors. As for the progress on the clone front, it has been rather smooth. Nagato has publicly announced the forthcoming policies, seemingly resolute in his intent to save the world through peace. I suppose I can be regarded as having accumulated considerable merit. As for Obito, it is indeed prudent to take precautions. Should my family come to harm, Obito, beware of your manhood. For I shall slice it into pieces before reattaching it with medical ninjutsu, only to slice it again. However, this matter must be discussed with Tsunade, for she is now the Hokage, wielding authority over Konoha's strategic deployments and resource mobilization. A few moments later, within the Hokage's office in Konoha, there was a knock. The door creaked open, and Shizen peeked out, spotting Ichen. She smiled and inquired, Ichen-kun, do you have business with Lady Tsunade? Yes, Shizen-san. I have a rather troublesome matter to report to the Hokage, Ichen replied with a smile. Oh, then please come in quickly, aside from Lady Tsunade. There is no one else in the office at the moment. Shizen opened the door wide, welcoming Ichen inside. At the desk directly opposite the entrance sat a voluptuous beauty. Deeply engrossed in reviewing documents, her ample bosom resting on the table, perhaps to ease her burden, creating an impression of even greater size. Jiraiya must indeed count himself fortunate. Tsunade-sensei, I have arrived, Ichen greeted with a cheerful demeanor. Oh, little junior Ichen, I haven't seen you in days. Have you been out gallivanting with Jiraiya? Tsunade remarked, not lifting her gaze from her work. Gallivanting? Am I that sort of person? Ichen retorted playfully. Am I not? Or am I? Tsunade-sensei, I possess crucial intelligence to report. One that bears significant implications for the future of the ninja world, Ichen stated solemnly. The future of the ninja world. Ichen, what have you discovered now? Tsunade pressed her hands onto the table, her expression fixed intently on him. I dispatched a shadow clone to the Akatsuki organization, and several significant events have transpired there recently. Icheng continued, the first matter of significance is that the leader of the Shao organization has indeed been persuaded by me and is actively promoting his new vision of peace. The commotion surrounding this development has been quite considerable, and you should receive news regarding it in a few days. It may even have some repercussions for Konoha. However, this is not the crux of the matter. What follows is of paramount importance. A figure claiming to be Uchiha Madara launched an assault on the Akatsuki organization. However, this Uchiha Madara has been obscured by a mask, leaving his true identity uncertain. Based on the intelligence analyzed, the likelihood that he is indeed Uchiha Madara is merely 10%. Nevertheless, he is undeniably a member of the Uchiha clan, possessing the Mangekyou Sharingan. And his ocular techniques are profoundly enigmatic, akin to a form of space-time ninjutsu. Moreover, I have severely offended him, and I fear he may attempt to infiltrate Konoha. As space-time ninjutsu is elusive and unpredictable, making it exceedingly difficult to defend against. Chapter 91. Defense. Tsunade-sensei, do we possess any means to defend against space-time ninjutsu in Konoha? Ichen inquired. Yes, Tsunade responded succinctly. That's splendid. Ichen exclaimed, filled with delight, for indeed, it is advantageous to have the support of a mighty ally. What is it? Ichen pressed further. A barrier, Tsunade replied. A barrier that envelopes the entirety of Konoha? Ichen expressed his astonishment, pondering, however. I recall that Obito traverses Konoha with ease. This barrier hardly seems capable of restraining him. Not quite. That enormous defensive barrier serves primarily as an early warning system, designed to detect unauthorized ninja intrusions based on their chakra signatures. Within Konoha, many ninjas are dedicated to maintaining this barrier, preventing external threats. And they work tirelessly around the clock, particularly those adept in sensory techniques, such as the Yamanaka clan and the High-Ga clan. However, to defend against space-time ninjutsu, merely having sensory ninjas is insufficient, as it involves manipulating the forces of space-time. Therefore, those involved in maintaining the barrier must possess space-time abilities. Are there any ninjas in Konoha with such abilities? Ichen asked, astonished to learn of the existence of such a potent capability within the village. Ichen. Space-time abilities are not invincible. Take the fourth Hokage's Flying Thunder God technique. For instance, there are two methods to nullify its effectiveness. The first is to disrupt the stability of space-time within the barrier. Even the slightest interference can significantly affect the space-time user. If the enemy insists on teleporting, there is a high probability they will become lost in spatial turbulence or be torn apart by chaotic spatial forces. The second method is to obscure the perceptions of those outside the barrier concerning everything within it. Although the adversary may set coordinates within the barrier, if we can completely obscure those coordinates, it effectively severs their connection, rendering them incapable of teleporting. Moreover, disrupting the stability of space-time within the barrier or obscuring perceptions does not require exceptionally powerful space-time abilities. After all, it is not about directly traversing space-time. Rather, interference or obscuration is inherently easier than construction. This principle holds true. After Tsunade concluded, she took a sip of water from the table and turned her gaze toward Ichen. Is it possible to enhance the barrier surrounding the village to also defend against space-time ninjutsu? Ichen inquired further. Not feasible. The scope is too vast. The number of ninjas with space-time abilities in Konoha is far too few to cover such an extensive area. However, you mentioned that the individual claiming to be Uchiha Madara has engaged with you? If we could obtain his chakra attribute code, we could tailor our defenses accordingly, significantly reducing both personnel requirements and difficulty. This is achievable, but it necessitates acquiring the opponent's chakra. Even in the event of conflict, capturing the enemy's chakra is not guaranteed. Tsunade explained, shrugging her shoulders. We need the opponent's chakra? If that is the case, please send someone to summon Kakashi. He possesses the enemy's chakra, Ichen said, feeling a sense of relief. Kakashi? Tsunade questioned, her mind swirling with confusion. Why does Kakashi have the enemy's chakra? I suspect that the individual claiming to be Uchiha Madara is Kakashi's former teammate, Uchiha Obito. Kakashi possesses one of Obito's Sharingan, Ichen declared. Chapter 92, Kakashi before long. Kakashi arrived at the Hokage's office. Kakashi, you arrived rather swiftly this time. Did you not lose your way on the road of life? Ichen greeted him, albeit in a rather unconventional manner. Ichen-kun, it has been some time. I did not expect your return. How about we find a place for a drink after today's proceedings? Kakashi casually responded as he approached the desk. It seems this drink is unavoidable. Ichen replied with a grin. May I inquire why Lord Hokage has summoned me? Kakashi asked Tsunade. Ichin, you may explain. Tsunade deferred the question to Ichin. Very well, Ichin conceded, recognizing the discomfort of revealing such sensitive information. Kakashi, have you awakened your Mangekyou Sharingan? Let us cut to the chase. It's not like you can hide anything from me, Ichin said, focusing on Kakashi. You are correct. I can now wield the power of the Mangekyou Sharingan. Unfortunately, it consumes an exorbitant amount of chakra, rendering it somewhat impractical after using it a few times. I am left utterly exhausted. Kakashi sighed, expressing his frustration. Not to worry. This is not a problem. Shortly, I will recharge you with wood release, ensuring you can utilize it freely. Once depleted, just come back to me for another recharge. And don't fret about the risk of blindness with me around. This I will function as if it were your own. The notion that the burden of being a Uchiha could lead to such a fate is entirely unfounded. Ichin reassured him with a smile. Really? Kakashi exclaimed, astonished that a dilemma that had troubled him for years might be resolved so effortlessly. Am I truly so fortunate? Indeed. Tsunade interjected, her excitement palpable. Kakashi, aside from your chakra deficiency, you possess the capability of a Kaga-level fighter. If we can resolve this chakra issue, Konoha will gain another formidable asset. Of course it's true, my clone has already tested it with Uchiha Itachi, with the power of wood release. Using the Mangekyou Sharingan will not incur the risk of blindness, and chakra consumption will also be reduced, Ichin explained. Kakashi, why not learn wood release yourself? I suddenly realized that I have become your personal power bank for both you and Itachi. Perhaps self-sufficiency would be more beneficial for you. My life is truly a struggle. Ichin mused. Kakashi, if I could learn wood release, would I still be at a 50-50 chance? Itachi? Ichin asked. You mean Uchiha Itachi? Yes, indeed. My clone in the Akatsuki has already made contact with Itachi. I informed him that the mission was complete and advised him to return home. However, he harbors inner turmoil and feels unable to face Sasuke or the Uchiha clan's grave. Thus, he intends to remain with the Akatsuki and continue his mission, Ichin sighed. Recognizing the complexity of the situation, Konoha has wronged Itachi. Thank you for conveying this to him, Ichin, Tsunade reflected, recalling the young man who bore no flaws. As if he were a character from a fairy tale, Itachi seemed more suited to the role of Hokage than she was. Alas, I have digressed. Ichin, please continue. Tsunade urged. Kakashi, your Mangekyou Sharingan's unique ability is space-time ninjutsu, correct? Ichin turned to Kakashi. Yes, Kakashi confirmed. Well, Kakashi, it is as follows. Ichin recounted his prior conversation with Tsunade, then placed a reassuring hand on Kakashi's shoulder and said, You are not at fault. The world itself is mistaken. And remember, we are still going for that drink later. Obito. Kakashi struggled to utter those two words. Chapter 93, The Scroll. Is Obito still alive? Kakashi said, incredulously. It's merely speculation at this point, but the probability is quite high. Ichin remained non-committal. If he is alive, why hasn't he returned? Is it because he hates me for killing Rin? Kakashi was engulfed in sorrow. Kakashi, do not cling to false hopes. That masked man appeared in Konoha during the time of the fourth Hokage's sacrifice. If he is indeed Uchiha Obito, he can never be forgiven, regardless of the reasons. Konoha's soul stands towards the masked man as annihilation, Tsunade said through gritted teeth. Indeed, the Ninetales incident, the sacrifice of my master is still fresh in my memory. But how could Obito possibly harm my master and his wife, who was with child? It's unimaginable. I refuse to believe it. Kakashi seethed with impotent rage. Kakashi, calm yourself. Tsunade said, her fist smashing the desk in her office. I apologize for my outburst, Hokage. Kakashi lowered his head, lost in thought. All right, Kakashi, you should return now. Remember, do not seek out the masked man alone. He possesses formidable strength, and I suspect he would show you no mercy, Tsunade cautioned. Understood. Kakashi departed not with the speed of a body flicker, but rather in a slow and deliberate manner, the weight of the news bearing heavily on him. I hope Kakashi can endure this, Tsunade thought, troubled. The masked man must not be spared, for his crimes warranted 100 deaths. Don't worry, Tsunade-sensei, Kakashi is strong. He will be fine. I will go find him later and share a few drinks to help him cope, Ichin reassured. You've worked hard, Ichin, Tsunade said, rubbing her eyes. Wait a moment, are you of legal drinking age? I recall you are still too young to drink, she teased. Ah, well, let us discuss serious matters. While I lack irrefutable evidence that the masked man is Uchiha Obito, we have no alternative. I suggest we proceed under the assumption that he is indeed Obito. As for the barrier, I will leave that to you, Tsunade-sensei. I've been quite busy lately and plan to return home for a good sleep. It's been ages since I had a proper rest. I am utterly exhausted, Ichin yawned. Ichin, what have you been busy with alongside the two Hokages? Now that Tsunade had become Hokage, she was no longer kept in the dark about the matters concerning the first and second Hokages. Though it was difficult for her to accept, Ichin's mention of a chance to resurrect them brought her some comfort. Oh, it's just something still in its infancy. I merely have some ideas, and once I truly succeed, I will report back. By the way, I have compiled some ninjutsu scrolls and insights, including various S-rank jutsu, forbidden techniques, sage mode development insights, and my reflections on the wood release and ice release bloodline limits, along with their applications. These can be disseminated within the village without any strings attached. Anyone capable can learn them. Ichin waved his hand dismissively, as if the materials were of little consequence. Ichin, you. Tsunade's hand trembled as she grasped the scrolls. Ichin had effectively become Konoha's foremost combat strength. And these scrolls contained records of all his ninjutsu, forbidden techniques, sage mode, and bloodline limits. The value was incalculable and could rival Konoha's sealing techniques. The significance of such materials was immense. They could lay the foundation for establishing a clan and ensuring a legacy. These are of little use to me now. But they may still serve the village, Tsunade-sensei. You may decide how to proceed. I truly need to go home and catch up on sleep. Chapter 94. The Rain Ninja. Ever since Ichin graduated as a ninja, tranquility had been a rare occurrence. Obito had inexplicably refrained from causing chaos. 3 months had passed, and the new year was approaching, marking Ichin's impending 14th birthday. During this time, he had mostly been with the two Hokages, though he had not disclosed their endeavors. However, given the elapsed time without success, it was evident they were planning something significant. In the Hokage's office, Hokage-sama, we have observed a phenomenon of population loss at the borders of the Land of Fire. Upon investigation, it appears that the populace is migrating towards the Land of Rain. Shikaka reported to Tsunade. Population loss? When did this start? Tsunade inquired, puzzled. It began several months ago, but initially it had little impact. However, with the approach of the new year, the situation has become increasingly severe. Have we investigated other countries? Are they experiencing similar phenomena? Or is this unique to the Land of Fire? Tsunade pressed, rubbing her temples. The role of Hokage was indeed burdensome, perhaps even more so than gambling. Not only the Land of Fire, but surrounding nations of the Land of Rain are facing similar circumstances. Our situation is relatively better, however. The phenomena are more severe in the neighboring countries of the Land of Birds, the Land of Rivers, and the Land of Grass. If these smaller nations do not take measures to halt this population drain, they may soon vanish entirely. What? The situation is that dire? Tsunade exclaimed. Rising from her seat, her hands pressing against the table as she regarded the Umbu incredulously. Hokage-sama, the situation is genuinely critical. Please prepare accordingly. Have we discerned the specific reasons? Are they being coerced? Is the Rain Ninja Village conducting large-scale human experiments? Tsunade speculated. Not quite. The Rain Ninja Village has recently implemented a new policy, which I suspect is the cause of this phenomenon. Shikaku continued his report. What policy? Tsunade asked, intrigued. 1. All citizens of the Land of Rain can receive a house for free according to their household registration. Those who already own a house can apply for reinforcements, repairs, or renovations. 2. Every citizen of the Land of Rain can receive 110 stones of grain monthly. 3. Citizens who incur medical expenses exceeding 1,000 Rio can have them fully reimbursed by the Rain Ninja Village. 4. Citizens over the age of 40 in the Land of Rain can receive an additional 1,000 Rio monthly. 5. Citizens aged 6 to 12 in the Land of Rain are mandated to attend school, with all educational and meal expenses waived. These are the latest policies from the Land of Rain. Initially, only the first 3 policies were introduced. Over time, they have now expanded to 5. And it appears they intend to add more. To be honest, I was quite tempted by these policies myself. Especially considering that I am already living from hand to mouth as an ordinary citizen. Where are they acquiring such funds? Katsuyu found herself increasingly astonished by the policies being discussed. Even she, a seasoned leader, felt that these were indicative of a nation's sense of responsibility. However, she recognized that all these foundations were built upon financial resources. Without a material basis, these policies were mere castles in the air, ephemeral illusions. Presently, the explosive tags manufactured in the Rain Village had proliferated throughout the entire ninja world. As one of the essential weapons for ninjas, the demand for explosive tags consistently ranked at the top among various tools. The standard price for an ordinary explosive tag hovered around 2,000 Ryo, a figure that had become uniform across the ninja realm due to the cost of raw materials and production techniques. The cost of producing a single explosive tag was approximately 1,500 Ryo, yet the Rain Village sold theirs at a uniform price of 1,000 Ryo, effectively dismantling the entire explosive tag market across the ninja world. Now, the only explosive tags available for purchase were those produced by the Rain Village, leading to the closure of all other production workshops in different countries. Even the explosive tags I currently use originate from the Rain Village. Katsuya mused as she retrieved an explosive tag from her ninja tool pouch and presented it to Katsuyu. Katsuyu examined the tag carefully and noted that it bore no significant differences from those she had used before, save for a small angelic emblem in the lower right corner. "What is the efficacy of this explosive tag?" she inquired. "The effects undoubtedly surpass those of the previous ordinary tags, with at least a 50 increase in power. It can be considered a truly commendable product," came the response. Katsuyu pondered deeply while holding the explosive tag. "Why has the issue regarding explosive tags only now been reported?" Katsuyu questioned, her brow furrowed in confusion. The explosive tag market has always been driven by supply and demand. Initially, when the Rain Village's tags emerged, we assumed it was merely a new manufacturer attempting to capture market share with lower prices. However, the production of explosive tags is quite straightforward, and the costs are largely transparent. The prospect of the Rain Village maintaining low prices indefinitely seemed implausible. Yet, to our surprise, they have eliminated all competing workshops without reverting to the original price of 2,000 Ryo per tag. This indicates that the situation is more complex than we anticipated. I suspect they have mastered new technologies that greatly reduce production costs. Given the Rain Village's current stance towards the populace, I believe their production costs for explosive tags cannot exceed 500 Ryo. If this is the case, any measures we take will be futile, and we will be unable to thwart their pervasive explosive tag business. The ascendance of the Rain Village is inevitable. Katsuyu lamented, "Indeed, this is the prevailing trend. I will trample over you with integrity, and what can you do in response?" As her head throbbed with the weight of the situation, she felt utterly at a loss. Should we mobilize forces to eliminate the Rain Village? Such an action could backfire spectacularly, considering they possess at least 10 Shadow-level warriors. And I have heard that their leader has reached Super Shadow status. Are we on the brink of witnessing the emergence of a sixth great village? In terms of sheer military strength, the Rain Village surpasses the 5 great ninja villages. Alas, we are in tumultuous times. It was clear that the Leaf Village would not deploy troops, and while the Wind Country was currently a loyal ally, the situations in the Water, Earth, and Lightning countries were less certain. The Lightning Shadow appeared increasingly restless. Katsuyu contemplated, could this explosive tag be the catalyst for the 4th Great Ninja War? Are the sales of these tags substantial enough to sustain the Rain Village's policies? A sudden thought struck her. When the price was 2,000 Ryo, everyone used them sparingly, which kept sales stagnant. Now, with the price halved and the explosive power increased by 50, the damage inflicted by a single tag exceeds that of C-rank ninjutsu. Deploying several tags simultaneously could yield B-rank power, typically reserved for high-ranking ninjas, while lower-ranking ninjas primarily utilize C-rank techniques. Furthermore, explosive tags only require chakra to activate, consuming almost none in the process. It is clear that utilizing explosive tags has become the norm in combat, particularly for lower-ranking ninjas. Without a few tags for self-defense, one would feel vulnerable venturing outside. The Rain Village is currently accumulating wealth by the sackful. If this situation indeed sparks the 4th Great Ninja War, I believe it presents a significant opportunity for the Rain Village. At that point, their sales of explosive tags could multiply tenfold. If their production can keep pace, they may even bring other nations to their knees through economic warfare. Alas, I hope the Lightning Shadow can maintain his composure. The scene shifted back to the Rain Village, specifically the central tower where all members of the Akatsuki were gathered around a long dining table, enjoying their meal. "Hey, Kakuzu, why does it feel like you've become more generous?" "Our meals have certainly improved," Deidara remarked, reaching for a chicken leg with one hand while grasping a massive shrimp with the other, one that was nearly the size of his entire hand. "I used to obsess over my finances, but I've come to realize that having more money is merely a numerical advantage." Kakuzu finally understood. Meanwhile, in the Lightning Country, the Lightning Shadow was in a state of fury. Bang boom clang. "My lord, please calm yourself," the secretary urged, exasperated. "Why are you resorting to destruction again? Those pieces of furniture will need replacing, and our funds are already quite strained." After several more strikes, The lightning shadow finally paused, seething. How dare they steal our people? The audacity of the Rain Village. When did they grow so bold? A mere speck of a nation daring to challenge us. My lord. I must clarify that the impact of the Rain Village extends beyond just the Lightning Country. It has repercussions throughout the entire ninja realm. Given that the Rain Country is centrally located, nearly every neighboring nation has experienced a loss of citizens. Even the Leaf Village, historically prosperous, has not escaped the turmoil. Moreover, the most affected are the 3 small countries adjacent to the Rain Village. I can only imagine their current state of outrage, the secretary added. What is happening here? Why were there no prior indications? The lightning shadow inquired, striving for composure. The previous conditions were not as dire. With the approach of the new year, extreme weather has struck various regions, snowstorms and hail about. The policies enacted by the Rain Village have coincided perfectly with these circumstances. In retrospect, the emergence of this phenomenon is hardly surprising, the secretary analyzed coolly, adjusting his glasses. However, if it is indeed snowing and hailing, indicating that travel is exceedingly difficult, why are so many people still flocking to the Rain Country? The lightning shadow questioned incredulously. Because despite the arduous journey, they carry with them hope. In their own countries, they suffer from hunger and the threat of freezing to death. Would they rather wait for death in place? The secretary retorted, clearly frustrated. Hungry? Freezing? How could that be? Perhaps this applies to those small nations, but why are we, the Lightning Country, experiencing similar issues? The ninja realm has enjoyed years of peace. Is it truly possible that anyone is starving? The lightning shadow asked, in disbelief. At his height, he was utterly unable to comprehend this phenomenon. Lord Raikage. The funding for our Raikage village is also provided by the daimyo of the Land of Lightning. If the daimyo were to withhold financial support or reduce it, relying solely on the earnings from ninja missions would be insufficient. However, we are the military arm of the Land of Lightning. The daimyo has needs that compel him to maintain our budget. Yet, does Lord Raikage consider what use the residents along the border of the Land of Lightning are to the daimyo? Would the daimyo tirelessly and unrestrainedly support them? Even if they were granted land, the taxes would be exorbitant, and given the chaotic situation at the border, a year's harvest could vanish overnight. The Raikage secretary sighed. Although she understood the situation, she felt powerless. Even if the Raikage were aware, there would be little he could do, as ninjas are mere instruments of war, not producers. The Raikage fell silent, locating a reasonably intact chair to sit upon. My boy, what should we do now? He rubbed his brow, a scowl etched on his face. We should remain still and observe the reactions of other nations. I believe the other 4 ninja villages must be watching us with amusement, thinking that Lord Raikage's temper is too volatile to withstand, eagerly awaiting our first move against the Rain Ninja Village, hoping to reap the benefits as we clash. Am I truly so temperamental? The Raikage glared at his secretary. Lord Raikage, your eagerness may appear urgent, but internally, you are quite composed. Deceiving those around you with your exterior, the secretary hastily replied, a bead of cold sweat trickling down her forehead. Indeed, you speak wisely, the Raikage nodded in agreement. Chapter 97. Development. Nagato stood atop a high platform, gazing silently at the vast, quiet sky, which languidly shed its pure white snow. Was this the crystallization of angelic tears, or a lamentation for the injustices of the world? Conan, as the new year approaches, are we still receiving a steady influx of refugees? Nagato inquired. Conan, standing behind him and quietly observing the falling snow, replied, yes, there seems to be a growing trend. The population of the Land of Rain has increased by nearly 10%, with most congregating near the Rain Ninja Village. Our village has expanded to the 5th ring. With so many people, do we have sufficient funds and manpower? Nagato expressed his concern. If we continue relying on missions to generate income, we would have gone bankrupt hundreds of times by now. However, Ichin has proven to be a genius. He has improved the explosive tags I crafted. Previously, only I could use them, and they had a time limit for placement. Now, after addressing those issues, my explosive tags are indistinguishable from those sold on the market, and they are even slightly more powerful. Furthermore, Ichin suggested that I monopolize the explosive tag business throughout the ninja world. Currently, it can be said that all explosive tags in circulation originate from my handiwork. Isn't that remarkable? Conan made a playful face, feeling a joy she hadn't experienced in a long time. For me, creating these explosive tags poses no challenge. I could produce millions daily. Thus, our organization's funds are now growing exponentially. Initially, we did face some manpower shortages, but Ichin proposed selecting capable individuals among the refugees to assist in management, which has improved significantly. Ichin truly is a brilliant mind. He devised a testing system using examination papers to select candidates. This method has proven effective, and our grassroots management team is steadily increasing. The more people we receive, the more talent we can select. She paused briefly before continuing. Nagato, did you know? Among the many newcomers, we have discovered several exceptionally gifted individuals in ninjutsu. They were once mere civilians, having had no prior exposure to ninjutsu. Recently, with our ample resources, we have conducted chakra attribute tests for every child under 12. You wouldn't believe it. We have already identified hundreds of prodigies possessing 2 or more attributes, and 6 of them are bloodline limit users. Truly astonishing. Some of these bloodline limit users may be remnants of once great clans that have fallen into obscurity. And you won't believe it, but we even found a prodigy with mastery over all 5 elemental natures. This child possesses an extraordinary affinity for water, fire, earth, wind, and lightning chakra. A talent like this is rare indeed. The last person with such a gift was the 3rd Hokage himself. It's infuriating that Ichin has taken that child under his wing, claiming he wants to mentor someone with such potential, reversing the roles of master and disciple. I find it hard to refuse his audacious request, Konan huffed, her delicate nose wrinkling in frustration, yet somehow appearing even more endearing. Oh, I didn't realize Ichin had such interests. Perhaps you could also train those 6 bloodline limit prodigies, and in time, we could cultivate several shadow-level powerhouses for the Rain Ninja Village. We would truly secure our place in the ninja world, ensuring that even when our generation passes, the Rain Ninja Village could thrive in this realm, Nagato remarked with a smile. Chapter 98. Turmoil. This marked Ichin's 14th New Year's celebration in the ninja world. Regardless of what it was called, he had always considered it a time of festivity. Ichiban is joyfully celebrating the spring festival here. Yet the various factions within the ninja world are devoid of any festive spirit. Each day, they awaken to the grim reality of their dwindling populations and the incessant condemnations from the daimyos. However, no faction dares to take the initiative. Fearing the peril of being the first to act, it remains to be seen who can maintain their composure amidst the turmoil. While advocating for the possibility of providing additional welfare to our citizens, I argued that even if we cannot compete with the Rain country, we should not allow our people to suffer from starvation. However, the Lord's fixation on wealth surpassed the plight of the destitute, rendering this approach futile. As the nation tightened its border defenses and established checkpoints at various transportation hubs to prevent its citizens from fleeing, it became apparent that such measures were merely temporary solutions. The vastness of the border rendered these checkpoints ineffective against the relentless tide of those struggling for survival. The introduction of checkpoints adversely affected the interests of merchants, leading to increased transportation costs and prolonged delivery times, which sparked discontent. Given that merchants contributed significantly to the national treasury, continued imposition of these checkpoints could render them virtually meaningless. In February, the population loss was staggering. The country of Chuan experienced a decline of 100,000. The country of Niao lost 80,000, and the country of Chao saw a decrease of 60,000. The countries of Tu, Feng, and Hor reported losses ranging from thousands to tens of thousands. The country of Shui fared somewhat better, being remote from the mainland and thus minimally affected. The countries of Lei and Yu, separated by 5 or 6 smaller nations, also experienced a few hundred departures, which was particularly distressing for the hot-tempered Reikage, as each departure felt like a slap in the face. By March, the losses escalated further. The country of Chuan lost 150,000, the country of Niao 120,000, and the country of Chao 100,000, while the populations of the countries of Tu, Feng, and Hua also surged into the thousands. By April, the country of Chuan could no longer endure the situation and formally declared war on the country of Yu. The countries of Niao and Chao remained passive, clinging to a semblance of existence. The 5 great nations watched intently, eager to gauge the strength of the country of Yu. In May, the country of Chuan was obliterated, with the country of Yu seizing all of its territories, showcasing its might to the entire shinobi world. By June, both the countries of Chao and Niao surrendered to the country of Yu, which now expanded its territory to over 5 times its original size. This month, the other 5 great nations, initially mere spectators, could no longer restrain themselves. Was the country of Yu truly aspiring to become the 6th great nation of the shinobi world? In July, the country of Tu was the first to strike against the country of Yu. The 3rd Tsuchikage, Noki could not withstand the pressure, especially given the proximity of the country of Yu and its significant population losses. While the countries of Feng and Hui were also adjacent to the country of Yu, the former had a relatively small population, and thanks to the assistance from Konoha last year in expanding their oasis, their stability remained intact. The latter, being affluent, had fewer citizens wishing to abandon their homeland. However, the country of Tu, with its hilly terrain, faced the greatest impact despite its larger size. As the arable land was limited, the 3rd Tsuchikage personally led an army of 10,000 ninjas to the border to confront the Rain Ninja village, demanding the surrender of the explosive tag manufacturing techniques and a cash compensation of 1 billion ryo, threatening to raise the country of Yu to the ground otherwise. Facing the formidable advance of the Tsuchikage and his forces, Nagato dispatched Scorpion and Deidara, along with 2,000 Rain ninjas, to stand their ground, showing no sign of weakness. What gave them such confidence? Chapter 99, Analysis. Jukyu. How long do you think the war between the country of Tu and the country of Yu will last? Tsunade inquired, resting her chin on her hands as she gazed at Jukyu. It depends on the strategy employed by the Rain Ninja village. If they intend to showcase their strength, a week would suffice to level the country of Tuesday. At present, aside from us, the other 4 nations still perceive the Rain Ninja village as a low-tier minor village. Despite their victories over the country of Chuan and the subsequent subjugation of the countries of Niao and Chao, the entrenched perspectives of these major nations continue to misguide their leaders' decisions. Moreover, the Rain Ninja village has not revealed its full strength, as evidenced by their choice to only dispatch Scorpion and Deidara with a 2,000 strong force against the vast army of the Tsuchikage. I suspect they are aiming for a protracted conflict, Jukyu asserted confidently. Why does the Rain Ninja village possess the capability for a swift resolution while opting for a drawn-out engagement? Tsunade pondered aloud. Firstly, if they can decisively defeat the country of Tu, the other 4 nations would undoubtedly unite against them, creating a 1 versus 4 scenario. While they might not fear such a confrontation, it would inflict unnecessary casualties. Secondly, what is the foundation of their power? Jukyu countered. Are you referring to explosive tags? Tsunade's eyes suddenly brightened with realization. Precisely, explosive tags. The greatest consumption occurs during wartime, does it not? The longer the conflict endures, the greater the demand for explosive tags, Jukyu explained. Do you believe they would sell explosive tags to the country of Tu? Wouldn't that be akin to throwing stones at their own feet? Tsunade suddenly recognized the flaw in her reasoning. Everyone would think that way, if we are at war. I certainly wouldn't provide you with weapons to strike back at me. However, this presumption rests on the assumption that the Rain Ninja village lacks sufficient strength. In truth, they possess the power to annihilate the country of Tu at will. Providing them with explosive tags would be less advantageous than keeping them for themselves. Moreover, the Rain Ninja village would not overtly sell explosive tags to the country of Tu. Instead, they could sell them to us or the country of Lei. If the country of Tu were to procure them from us or other ninja villages, wouldn't they ultimately still end up in the hands of the country of Tu? While we could acquire them for 1,000 ryo each, the country of Tu would find it impossible to purchase them at the same rate from us. We could easily sell them for 1,500 ryo each. Furthermore, with the presence of the clone, I believe the probability of securing this deal is 99. Jukyu smiled slightly, noting that in this world, becoming an arms dealer was the most lucrative path. As nations clashed, he could profit, and by the time the dust settled, he would have amassed his wealth. Is this the right course of action? After all, war significantly impacts civilians, and the longer it drags on, the more pronounced that impact becomes. Moreover, what if the Rain Ninja village seizes the opportunity to rise uncontrollably? Tsunade expressed her unease. The war has led to a surge of refugees. If the policies of the country of Yu remain unchanged, do you not think these displaced individuals will seek refuge in the country of Yu, Lady Tsunade? Jukyu asked. They will. Tsunade suddenly grasped the implications. Do you believe the Rain Ninja village still needs to rise? They have already become an unstoppable force, Jukyu remarked with resignation. I hope Ichin can manage the situation. He created the Rain Ninja village, and I wish for him to possess the means of restraint, Jukyu sighed. In the face of overwhelming power, minor maneuvers became irrelevant. Only greater strength could provide a solution. Lady Tsunade, has there been any breakthrough regarding the white Zetsu clones brought back by Ichin? I believe our primary focus should be on restoring the 2 former Hokages to their peak combat capabilities. Once they regain their strength, they will be formidable, Jukyu stated. Several generations of new white Zetsu clones have already been produced from the corpses of the original Cloning is a trivial task, Tsunade waved her hand dismissively. As for the two elders, their strength has been restored to 80 of their prime. Ichin and I aim to create an even more perfect version of White Setsu, allowing their combat power to exceed its zenith. Jukyu exhaled deeply. Lady Tsunade, we are now the players in this game. What is there to be concerned about? At worst, I could abandon the game entirely and upend the board, recreating the world. Chapter 100, Advance Akatsuchi. Have the scouts sent to the front line returned with any news? Noki inquired as he examined the topographical map of the area. Grandfather, the information remains unchanged. The delegation sent by the Rain Ninja Village to the front lines is led by Scorpion and Deidara. The ninja force comprises approximately 2,000 members, and they are currently establishing defensive lines on site, seemingly intent on engaging us in a protracted battle. When Haida mentioned Deidara, he hesitated. After all, Deidara had a good relationship with them during his time with the Rock Village, making the current life and death situation quite disheartening. Alas, that scoundrel Deidara has come to oppose us. It is truly infuriating. When I capture him later, I shall make him regret it. But Tsuchikage was evidently agitated. The situation was severe. Grandfather, Deidara merely has a passion for explosive art. He poses no real threat to the village. His presence here is likely a result of the Rain Village leader's manipulation. Should a battle commence, perhaps we should attempt to communicate with Deidara, Haida suggested. Noki remained silent, lost in thought. Since the Rain Ninja intended to cower like a tortoise, we would deliver a punishing blow. How dare a small ninja village challenge a great nation? Their leader must be quite audacious. Haitu, relay the order. Assemble 10,000 men, divided into 10 battalions and 100 squads, to launch a comprehensive assault on the Rain Village's defenses. I expect to see our forces occupying their lines by nightfall, that Tsuchikage commanded with a wave of his hand. Ah, my back. Understood. I will issue the orders, Haitu affirmed. At the Rain Ninja frontline base, Scorpion, do you know how to fight? Deidara lounged nonchalantly in the military tent. Fighting is akin to coordinating multiple puppets. It is not particularly difficult, Scorpion replied. Oh, so you can fight, Deidara remarked. Discovering a hidden talent. It's merely child's play. With such confidence, what do you plan to do against an opposing force of 10,000 men when we only have 2,000? The leader has declared there will be no reinforcements, despite his words of concern. Deidara's carefree demeanor made it challenging to take him seriously. Deidara, as long as we remember our objective and our advantages, this war will not be difficult to win. Scorpion said, studying the battle map. What are our objectives and advantages? Deidara inquired. Are you so consumed by art that you've lost your wits? Our advantage lies in the explosive tags. While others must pay a fortune for them, we treat them like toilet paper. Our objective is to delay, as suggested by Ichin. The leader seems to trust him implicitly. Oh, delay? How dull. It sounds utterly uninspiring, conflicting with my combat style. It's simply tedious, Deidara scoffed. Deidara, you fool, we have 2,000 men, each equipped with hundreds or even thousands of explosive tags, along with millions stored in our warehouses. Are you not even slightly tempted? This is your stage. Scorpion teased. If you don't want to participate, I can command in your stead. The history of explosive art must be realized through me, Scorpion quipped. My art is the explosion. Yours is eternity. Step aside and allow Deidara to showcase his brilliance. Upon hearing this, Deidara felt a surge of confidence, his eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. Chapter 101. Frustration relay the orders. All units, assemble. Earthstones, steel stones, rock stones. Each of you 10 will lead a squad of 1,000. In 1 hour, we shall launch a full assault on the Rain Village's defenses. We must seize their entire line before nightfall, ensuring this detestable group remains forever on this land. This battle must demonstrate our courage and strength. With an army of 10,000 against the paltry 2,000 of the Rain Ninja, we could drown them with a mere puddle, especially with the Tsuchikage present on the front lines. We are invincible. The thunderous roar of thousands echoed, even reaching the distant ears of the Rain Ninja. Deidara, your rock ninja are quite arrogant, entirely disregarding us. It seems they intend to launch a full assault, perhaps hoping to eliminate us all at once, Scorpion remarked ominously. Scorpion, allow me to correct a few misconceptions. First, I am a rogue from the Rock Ninja, now one of the commanders of the Rain Village in this battle. Second, in the presence of Deidara. The more arrogant they are, the more satisfying it is to strike them down. Then it's up to you. If you falter, I shall clean up the mess. Ichin has prepared a killing move for me. I hope the Rock Ninja can be the first to taste it. Scorpion's deep voice carried a chilling undertone. Save your killing move. I would never fail. Dayara nearly bristled at Scorpion's words. Prepare yourself. The assault of 10,000 is truly terrifying. I am ready. Just waiting for them to arrive. I doubt they will cower like turtles, Dayara sneered. Gather around. Take these. Dayara tossed out hundreds of devices resembling earphones. You 10 form a group, spread out, do not cluster. Each of you carry sufficient explosive tags. Follow my orders and take your positions at your respective defensive lines. Yes. The group responded. The explosive clay giant bird Dayara leaped onto the bird's back, soaring into the sky until he became merely a speck. It appeared he intended to survey the entire battlefield from above. Attack. Noki commanded, initiating the offensive. Rock Squad, we are the first to advance. Our mission is to clear any traps along the path for the subsequent troops. Remember, do not rush in. Watch for explosive tag traps. The Rain Ninja must have deployed a considerable number of explosive tags on this battlefield. If there are no issues, let us proceed. Understood. The Rock Squad acknowledged before swiftly disappearing from sight. Ninjas, after all, are still ninjas. Even in large-scale battles, they cannot coordinate like a regular army, charging in unison. Each individual's abilities vary, and training is often solitary. Thus, through numerous ninja world wars, the pattern that has emerged favors small-scale skirmishes, resulting in a vast battlefield but a limited number of enemies encountered at any given time. Captain, we have discovered an explosive tag trap. Good, disarm it. Then we shall advance. This was the 13th explosive tag trap we had located. The Rain Village must be quite wealthy, for within a mere 500 meters, they had set so many traps. However, our haul was significant. Each explosive tag is worth at least 1,000 Rio. And I have managed to collect several hundred. It feels like picking up money. The Rain Village is just a small ninja village. Can such simple traps truly outwit us? We shall advance steadily. What use are their numerous traps? Be cautious. We cannot discover every trap. Destroy the collected explosive tags. Otherwise, if we trigger a trap, we will become the primary explosion source. Surely, you do not wish to be blown to the heavens, the captain warned. Surely, we won't be that unlucky. Our journey thus far has been smooth. The Rain Village seems to only possess explosive tags. Their traps are far too obvious. The skill of the trap layer must be utterly lacking. Such an opponent, I could defeat 10 with one hand. Do you think the traps you found are so obvious? How many explosive tags do you currently have on you? The captain inquired in terror. Is this trap deliberately set? Damn it. Discard all explosive tags and retreat swiftly. This is indeed a trap. The captain finally recognized the issue. It was not that the traps laid by the Rain Shinobi were overly simplistic, but rather that they were mere bait. As the first unit to enter this battlefield, each member of the Rock Squad was tasked with clearing traps. If everyone had cleared dozens of traps and collected hundreds of explosive tags, this could very well be an enemy ploy. Captain Rock, order all squads to destroy the explosive tags they have collected. I suspect this is a trap set by the Rain Shinobi. Ah, this is bad, damn it. Traps, traps. Boom, rumble, bang, beep, beep. Rock, rock. The voice of Rock echoed through the communicator. Everyone, destroy all explosive tags and retreat. Retreat. Boom, rumble, bang, boom, rumble, bang. The entire battlefield erupted in chaos, flames soaring into the sky, casting a crimson hue over the scene. The sounds of explosions and anguished cries filled the air. It was over. Rock displayed a look of despair. His entire unit had been annihilated. Damn Rain Shinobi. Rock, retreat immediately. Be cautious of the enemy's counterattack. Came the fragmented calls from the command center. My men are still on the battlefield. How can I retreat? What face do I have to withdraw? Rock's gaze was fixed on the battlefield, each explosion tearing at his heart. Rock, this is an order. Retreat quickly and do not act recklessly. I understand. Rock turned away, feeling desolate. The Rock ninja base was engulfed in silence. Rock knelt on the ground. His head bowed, his body trembling, the ground beneath him already dampened with tears. We were careless. We should never underestimate any enemy. Kuroto, have the casualty statistics been compiled? Daimyo broke the stillness, directing his question at Kuroto. Lord Suchikage, fortunately, we did not deploy everyone. We first sent the Rock Squad to clear the traps. They suffered nearly 80 casualties. We indeed underestimated the Rain Shinobi. Kuroto exhaled deeply, speaking with uncertainty. Send the injured for treatment. The fallen must be brought home. Heroes deserve to return, Daimyo commanded. Everyone else, prepare. We cannot let this go unpunished. The remaining forces stand in formation and advance with overwhelming strength to flatten them. Chapter 102. Sweep Rain Shinobi Command Center. Dayara, wipe your tears. Showing emotion will disrupt the morale of the troops. Scorpion's low voice was devoid of any sentiment. Who cried? You must have seen it wrong. After a long silence, Deidara turned to Scorpion and asked, Brother Scorpion, if you were to wield your blade against the Sand Shinobi, would it trouble you? I killed the third Kazekage. My body is composed entirely of puppet parts. I have lost my heart. My world is filled with puppets. Everything else is fleeting. Only eternity remains. Scorpion did not directly answer Deidara's question, but his words were chillingly cold and merciless. Indeed, I still possess a heart. That is why I shed tears, Deidara murmured to himself. Deidara, do you regret it? Scorpion's somber voice pierced through Deidara's consciousness, causing him to furrow his brow, momentarily at a loss for words. After a long pause, he replied, I do not regret. Once a decision is made, there is no turning back. This time, the Rock Shinobi are the aggressors. The Rain Shinobi village is in the right. Suddenly, I feel much better. Indeed. Is this the strength of the righteous? Brother Scorpion, do you believe our actions are wrong? Deidara posed the question to Scorpion. Wrong? Is it wrong to enhance the welfare of the nation's people? Is it wrong to sell one's own products? Is it wrong to shelter the hungry and homeless? In this world, there is no absolute right or wrong. Strength is truth, and weakness is error. This world is starkly realistic, thus, we must remain powerful and hold the truth in our hands, Scorpion rasped. Understood, Brother Scorpion. Deidara dried his tears, revealing a resolute expression. Report. Numerous enemies have appeared on the front lines. From afar, the entire horizon is filled with foes. Our subordinates speculate that the Rock Shinobi intend to launch a full-scale assault. An unnamed Rain Shinobi reported. Understood, continue reconnaissance, Scorpion instructed. Yes. The Rain Shinobi vanished in an instant, leaving Scorpion and Deidara exchanging glances. It seems the Rock Shinobi are not willing to let this go. They are indeed preparing for a full-scale attack, Scorpion remarked. Brother Scorpion, I leave the ground to you. I shall take to the skies and look for an opportunity to strike from above, Deidara announced before preparing to leap onto his flying bird. Deidara, have you adequately prepared your explosive clay? Scorpion cautioned. When I left the Rain Shinobi village, Ichin had told me that against the Rock Shinobi, unless it was a life-or-death situation, there would be no reinforcements, so I should prepare my explosive clay. Deidara replied sheepishly. Ichin, huh? He seems to think of everything. Can he really be just a 14-year-old boy? Could he possibly have the bloodline of the Nara clan from Konoha? Scorpion pondered aloud. While Scorpion continued to reflect, Deidara had already taken off on his flying bird. High in the sky, Deidara appeared on the back of a giant bird, gazing at the distant Rock Shinobi army. Are they planning to sweep us away? The Rock Shinobi stretched for miles along the horizon, advancing step by step with formidable momentum. If the Rock Shinobi concentrated their forces and broke through the center, then divided into two teams to decimate the flanks, it could result in significant casualties. However, there was a problem. What if the breakthrough was obstructed? If the main force were held back? The speed of the ninja would allow the Rock Shinobi on the sides to encircle rapidly, trapping them. With Daimyo at the front line, a breakthrough through the center would undoubtedly fail, and Earth release would turn us to ash. If they focused on one side, they could eliminate some Rock Shinobi, but ultimately, they would still be surrounded, and since Daimyo could fly, reinforcements would arrive swiftly, preventing any expansion of our gains. What to do? Deidara fell into deep contemplation. The following is a side story. Those uninterested may skip to the next chapter. The content that follows will be quite absurd and merely for amusement. At that moment, Deidara heard several familiar voices nearby. Hey, did you hear the shouting from ahead? Yeah, what is going on? It's so thrilling. I heard that the Rock Hidden Village and the Fire Country ninjas have started fighting. Oh, so that's what it is. Haha, how exhilarating. Deidara was taken aback by their conversation. He never anticipated such a situation. Could it be that my luck is particularly poor? Just as this thought crossed his mind, another piece of news emerged, even more explosive. The Rock Hidden Ninjas are engaged in battle with the Fire Country ninjas. Well, is that true? Indeed. I heard that the Rock Shinobi are chasing down the Fire Country ninjas. Oh my goodness, this is so thrilling. Are the Rock Shinobi that audacious? This is our territory. Let us charge forth. Charge. A group of young individuals shouted excitedly while Deidara stood idly by, his expression vacant. He absorbed their words, which, though infuriating, undeniably showcased the audacity of the Iwagakure shinobi. However, upon reflection, Deidara realized the folly of his own thoughts. He had anticipated this outcome. It was evident that Iwagakure's attention on the Land of Fire would inevitably lead to war, a consequence that was only a matter of time. Regardless, he decided to investigate further. Mounting his white eagle, Deidara soared ahead, eager to uncover the reasons behind the unfolding events. Meanwhile, outside the battlefield, Sasori observed the distant clash between the two factions. These little insects possess remarkable stamina. They've been fighting for so long yet still manage to cover such ground, he mused. Their endurance exceeds ours by at least fivefold. Yet, they brought this upon themselves. Had they not provoked the land of fire, war would not have ensued, Deidara explained. Sasori remained silent, patiently awaiting the downfall of the Iwagakure shinobi. Deidara, too, awaited Sasori's command. At last, one of the Iwagakure ninjas fell. Deidara, your task is complete. Go lend assistance, commanded Sasori. Nodding in acknowledgement, Deidara followed him, curious about Sasori's strategy to eliminate the Iwagakure shinobi. Upon reaching a hilltop, he surveyed the surroundings. In a valley, he spotted the Iwagakure ninjas. You're not fleeing. Instead, you're waiting here, Sasori remarked, perplexed. No, we are waiting for you, replied the Iwagakure leader with a smile. Waiting for me? Sasori raised an eyebrow in surprise. Indeed, waiting for you, the Iwagakure leader confirmed. Deidara's heart sank as he realized their intention was to stall for time. The Iwagakure's objective was directed at him, and he was convinced they recognized him as well. Deidara. It has been a while, the Iwagakure leader greeted him. A sense of alarm washed over Deidara. How did they know his surname? He remained silent. Deidara, do you know? It's been a long time since we last encountered you. Who would have thought we would meet under these circumstances? Truly fortunate, the leader continued with a smile. Deidara's expression darkened. He could not fathom the meaning behind the leader's words or the reason for such a statement. He scrutinized the leader's face, noting the smile that lingered at the corners of his mouth. Who are you? Why do you know my surname? Ah, Deidara. Are you still entangled with our village leader's daughter, our esteemed lady? The leader inquired, his tone laced with an unusual inflection. Upon hearing this, Deidara's heart sank further. You are her subordinates, then? Is this why Iwagakure intends to invade the land of fire? Deidara retorted. Haha, Deidara, you traitor. How dare you utter such words? The leader scoffed. I have committed no acts of treason. It was they who compelled me. That is merely due to your greed, your desire for more. What did you say? Deidara seethed, anger igniting within him. Deidara, I advise you to cease your struggles. You cannot contend with our village. The leader taunted. Let us test that theory. Allow me to witness your strength, Deidara declared, clenching his fist defiantly. Humph, our village's ninjutsu far surpasses yours by 100-fold. Prepare to experience the unparalleled techniques of Iwagakure. The leader sneered as 3 other ninjas produced kunai and plunged them into the ground. Shadow clone technique, double shadows. The 4 Iwagakure ninjas executed a remarkable jutsu. Deidara furrowed his brow, perplexed by their actions. Earth release, Earth Dragon Bomb. The 4 Iwagakure ninjas simultaneously formed hand seals. Deidara's pupils narrowed. This was an A-rank Earth technique. Although not particularly powerful, it possessed numerous special abilities, capable of conjuring whirlwinds or flows of magma. Deidara had encountered this technique before. Fire release, Great Fireball technique. Without hesitation, Deidara unleashed his own jutsu. The explosion of flames and earth intermixed, leaving Deidara uncertain of the outcome. Damn it, this guy wields fire attributes. How does he possess such advanced fire techniques? The leader remarked, his expression grave. Ignoring the leader's theatrics, Deidara charged towards the enemy. Earth release, Earth flow wall. Solid walls arose before him, but Deidara struck them with a punch, causing cracks to spread. Seizing the opportunity, he broke through the barrier. What the hell? How did you accomplish that? Deidara remained silent, pressing on toward the Iwagakure shinobi. Water release, hidden mist technique. A thick plume of white smoke billowed upwards from the ground, engulfing Deidara within its depths. Brandishing his weapon, Deidara relentlessly struck down the rock-hidden ninja before him. Suddenly, he felt a sharp object thrusting towards his chest. With a sickening squelch, the stick pierced through Deidara's torso, causing him to cough up blood as he collapsed to the ground. This marked Deidara's first injury, although it was merely a flesh wound and not fatal. It still left him gasping for breath. He lifted his gaze to behold the opposing rock ninja, his teeth clenched in silent fury. Heh, I know you detest defeat. But what does that matter now? You are injured, your stamina must surely be waning, while we still possess ample energy and chakra. The rock ninja remarked with a smug grin, as if victory were already assured. Deidara cast a wary glance at his adversary, recognizing the perilous situation he was in. What troubled him most was the realization that he was the target of this ambush, which filled him with unease. Taking several deep breaths, Deidara knew he needed to regain his strength swiftly. He sat cross-legged on the ground and began to meditate. How come he is? It seems he intends to recover his energy to confront us, The leader of the Rock Ninjas sneered, confident in their preparedness. Equipped not only with offensive techniques but also with various ninja tools, Deidara opened his eyes and surveyed the Rock Ninja, declaring, "This cannot continue. I must fight with all I have." Clenching his fists, he steeled himself. Suddenly, Deidara noticed a thick fog enveloping the area, concealing a multitude of arrows within. He swiftly leapt aside to evade the oncoming projectiles. At that moment, he felt a wave of exhaustion wash over him. His steps faltered, and his body felt unsteady. "What is happening?" he murmured, bewildered by the sudden turn of events. "Heh, I haven't forgotten our plan." Upon hearing this, Deidara's expression shifted to one of alarm. "This is bad." He glanced toward the leader in the distance, who seemed intent on fleeing. Deidara's gaze hardened. He could not allow anyone who threatened Konoha to escape. Channeling his chakra with all his might, a brilliant blue light flickered to life and surged toward the leader of the Rock Ninjas. The Rock Ninja stared in shock at the sudden blue light, his face momentarily frozen before bursting into laughter. "Ha ha ha, this level of attack cannot harm me." Earth style, Earth flow wall. Crossing his arms, he rapidly expanded his defenses, successfully blocking the blue beam, which sent Deidara rebounding backward to the ground. You think such a trivial effort could challenge me?" "Deidara, your attempts are in vain," the leader scoffed. "Are you certain of that?" Deidara retorted as he rose to his feet. The Rock Ninja regarded him with disbelief. Unable to fathom how Deidara could still pose a threat in his current state, Deidara flicked his tongue across his lips, revealing a devilish grin. His eyes turned a vivid crimson as he pressed his finger to his forehead and exerted pressure. With a primal roar, steam erupted from his body. "What?" The Rock Ninja stared in astonishment. He had only witnessed such a transformation in one individual, Orochimaru, who had long since vanished. In that instant, Deidara seemed to metamorphose into a fearsome beast. "Your bloodline is indeed remarkable," Deidara remarked coolly. "I do not comprehend your words." The Rock Ninja feigned ignorance. "Very well. Allow me to clarify," Deidara declared, manifesting numerous tails from his hands. His eyes twitched. These were indeed tails, 9 in total, indicative of the tailed beast mode. The Rock Ninja's pupils constricted, overwhelmed by the unexpected surge of Deidara's power, which exceeded his expectations. Yet, the Rock Ninja showed no sign of retreat, charging forward with determination. "Earth style, Earth spear technique," he bellowed. Instantly, stout spears erupted from the ground surrounding him, hurtling toward Deidara. Mere parlor tricks," Deidara scoffed, waving his hand as a colossal tree sprouted from the earth. He leapt onto the trunk, evading the massive spears that struck the tree without hindrance, allowing him to land deftly behind the Rock Ninja. "Earth style, iron block," the Rock Ninja growled, enveloping himself in a golden shield. Deidara raised an eyebrow. This defensive maneuver bore a striking resemblance to Orochimaru's iron block. "Do you truly believe this will obstruct me?" Deidara replied nonchalantly, conjuring a sphere of lightning between his palms. The bolt surged toward the Rock Ninja's neck, shattering the iron shield and knocking him unconscious. "Are you not departing?" Deidara turned to address the fallen ninja. The Rock Ninja, terror etched across his face, stammered, "I will leave at once." With that, the three fled the forest in haste. Deidara exhaled in relief, no matter the circumstances. His foes had finally retreated, liberating him from his predicament. After consuming a potion, he succumbed to unconsciousness. When Deidara awoke, dawn had already arrived. Chapter 103, Breaking the Enemy Brother Scorpion. The Rock Ninjas are advancing vigorously. This situation is precarious. Deidara communicated through the transmitter, eager for Scorpion's counsel. "Deidara, describe the situation as you see it from above," Scorpion rasped. "The scenario is as follows. The Rock Ninjas intend to conclude matters in one decisive stroke. Do you have any strategies to counter this?" Deidara inquired. A long silence ensued over the transmission. "I have a plan, but it hinges on whether the Rock Ninjas will fall for it," Scorpion finally replied, his tone grave. "What is this plan, Brother Scorpion? Please share it without keeping me in suspense," Deidara urged, his impatience palpable. "The strategy is to gamble." "How do we gamble?" "The optimal method against the Rock Ninjas formation is to break through the center and then launch a counterattack from both flanks. This approach is highly effective. Yet it bears a critical flaw. We must shatter their central line without any hindrance. The Rock Ninjas are undoubtedly aware of this. If we suggest a direct assault through the center, they will perceive it as a trap," Scorpion elucidated. "If we unwittingly leap into this trap, the Rock Ninjas will indeed be uncertain, but if we plunge headlong into it, all is lost." Deidara expressed his confusion. "This is merely the first step. I will undertake this alone," Scorpion asserted. "Brother Scorpion, don't act rashly. We are not yet at the point of a desperate final confrontation." When we departed from the Rain Village, Ichin had told me that although reinforcements are typically absent, he will assuredly arrive at the first sign of danger to our lives. Daidara exclaimed with excitement, unwilling to let his brother Scorpion face certain death. Rest assured, you are yet to grasp the extent of my abilities. If I do not wish to perish, no one can take my life, Scorpion replied confidently. Very well, brother Scorpion, I shall heed your words. However, what precisely do you intend to do? Daidara inquired, his heart still laden with concern. Previously, the casualties among the rock ninjas approached 800. And I had them transport nearly 600 corpses back. These corpses will serve their purpose now. I plan to employ the puppet technique to control these 600 corpses, combining them with the puppets I have previously collected. By utilizing the transformation technique, I will morph these corpses and puppets into Rain Village ninjas, allowing me to command them to launch an assault on the rock ninjas' central line. I will keep the time frame brief, creating doubt in their minds while denying them sufficient time to react. They will only be able to surround us, which is precisely what I desire. The second step will require your execution, Scorpion articulated. Brother Scorpion, I will follow your lead. What must I do? Daidara's eyes gradually brightened as he listened intently. The second step also involves a feigned attack. You must seize the opportunity to unleash a Garuda at the most densely populated area of the central line, creating the impression that you are the backup. I anticipate that Suchikage will not resist the temptation to extinguish your Garuda with dust release. Be wary of his technique. Detonate your Garuda before his dust release reaches it, releasing the minuscule, invisible clay spiders contained within the puppets into the air. At this juncture, we shall observe how the Suchikage chooses to respond. If he possesses a means to counter your nano-spider bombs, the third step will become our true contingency. Daidara's mouth fell agape as he began to piece together the plan. Indeed, the third step will involve utilizing the millions of explosive tags stored in the warehouse. You should take a batch with you. Your aerial deployment will likely yield superior results. I shall also carry a portion. These explosive tags will be concealed within the puppets, while the remainder will be distributed among the Rain Ninja forces to target the slower rock ninjas returning. I intend to detonate these million explosive tags the moment that Suchikage withstands your assault, creating the grandest spectacle of fireworks. What follows is an aside. Those who wish to skip may turn to the next chapter. The ensuing content is bound to be utterly nonsensical, meant solely for amusement. Scorpion spoke coldly, while Daidara inhaled sharply before nodding vigorously. Understood, brother Scorpion. You can count on me to accomplish the task. Be cautious, Scorpion, Daidara cautioned with concern. Scorpion nodded in assurance. Worry not. I shall remain unharmed. Very well, I shall execute the plan immediately. Scorpion concluded, ending the call as the sky darkened. He turned his gaze towards the distant flames. Daidara moved swiftly. Having already arrived at the designated ambush location, he produced a stack of explosive tags and several wires, commencing his preparations. A total of 100 puppets and 1,000 explosive tags were arranged in a circular formation. He intended to place C4 explosives atop these puppets and wires, while burying 500 grenades around the perimeter. Once Daidara had completed this arrangement, he produced 10 newly acquired puppets, tasked with observing the surroundings. Scorpion, it's all set, Daidara exclaimed with excitement. Scorpion replied, I understand, and took a sip from a bottle of water. He then retrieved several scrolls and handed them to Daidara, instructing him to affix them to the puppets and explosive tags. Although Daidara was unaware of their purpose, he complied with Scorpion's directive. Next, Scorpion presented another stack of blueprints, similar to the ones in Daidara's hands, but in black and white, appearing hand-drawn. Daidara examined the blueprints carefully. They depicted a three-dimensional sketch of a vast desert oasis, teeming with towering trees and signs of flourishing vegetation. At the center of this oasis stood an imposing city, adorned with bustling streets and shops. As Scorpion began to sketch on the sand table, he remarked, This is the central defensive structure of Sunigakure. While speaking, he circled several areas on the sand table. Are you prepared for what I requested? Scorpion inquired, looking at Daidara. Absolutely, Daidara affirmed confidently. Very well. The success of this operation now depends on you, Scorpion stated before departing. Daidara took the sand table and the stack of explosive tags to a valley, where hundreds of puppets and thousands of explosive tags awaited. Despite their lack of formidable strength, these puppets possessed an undeniable advantage, remarkable durability. Daidara cast all the puppets and explosive tags into the valley, then discarded several boxes containing the potent toxins they had painstakingly concocted. Scorpion, I'm going to eliminate those scoundrels. Be sure to notify me promptly. Scorpion nodded in acknowledgement. Upon seeing Scorpion's response, Daidara dashed away. The city depicted on the sand table was their target. Once the ninjas from Iwagakure entered the oasis, Scorpion would trigger the explosive tags. This plan aimed not only to deplete the forces of Sunagakure, but also to inflict severe losses upon them, an essential part of Scorpion's strategy. He could not afford to lose. Victory was imperative. Clenching his fists, Scorpion steeled himself. "Scorpion, are you all right?" At that moment, a young boy appeared beside him. "What are you doing here? This matter does not concern you. You mustn't follow," Scorpion said sternly. Although he did not recognize the boy, his expression shifted upon realizing he was the only disciple of the Kazekage and the beloved granddaughter. "I will not allow you to face this alone," she declared resolutely. "I'm no longer a child. I understand how to protect myself. I have dozens of puppets with me. I'm not afraid," the girl insisted. Scorpion regarded her silently, choosing to ignore her as he focused ahead. As night fell, the sky darkened. Moments after darkness enveloped the land, brilliant red lights flickered on the horizon, followed by a deafening roar as a dense fog billowed from a forest 200 kilometers from the central line. With the fog rising, Scorpion bellowed, "Let us begin." Instantly, all the puppets leaped into the swamp and swiftly advanced toward the desert oasis. The puppets traversed the swamp with ease, and after over an hour, they neared the central line before springing forth. They landed precisely at the designated spot. Standing atop a massive rock, Scorpion observed the puppets. A puppet clad in red approached him. It was one he had personally trained. Though a puppet, its intellect was remarkably high. Upon reaching Scorpion, it respectfully stated, "Master, all explosive tags have been placed within the puppets." Scorpion surveyed the puppets and nodded. "Now, activate the explosive tags within you. I want to eliminate them in the shortest time possible." Upon hearing Scorpion's command, the puppet nodded and tore open the scroll on its chest. A strange energy surged from it into the other puppets. Scorpion then waited patiently. Within 2 minutes, the explosive tags detonated, turning puppet after puppet to ash. Meanwhile, in the distance, dozens of explosive tags had already burned out. Scorpion smiled at the sight and commanded the puppets, "Now rush to the desert oasis and transport what I require." Obeying Scorpion's orders, all the puppets charged toward the oasis. Simultaneously, a pungent cloud of smoke filled the air, while within the oasis, a large group gathered for a meal. Suddenly, an alarm blared, and a patrol team hurried over, asking, "What happened? Why were we alerted?" "Nothing, just an accident," Scorpion waved dismissively. "Uncle Scorpion, I'm hungry," a charming girl approached, playfully wrapping her arms around his. Scorpion turned to her, revealing a gentle smile. "All right, just a moment," he replied, leading her to a nearby truck. As the girl surveyed her surroundings, she furrowed her brow and asked, "Uncle Scorpion, are you planning to give me this truck?" "Indeed, we shall ride this truck to the desert oasis. The journey is long, and we must hurry," he urged, opening the truck door and stepping inside. The girl quickly followed suit. "You're so kind, Uncle Scorpion," she said sweetly, snuggling against him. "That blueprint you were looking at on the computer doesn't seem like your masterpiece," she remarked, her beautiful eyes sparkling. "Yes, it's a new type of weapon with immense power," Scorpion replied. "Can I try it?" The girl, named Annie, asked eagerly. Scorpion nodded, "Yes, as long as you are not afraid of death." "You're so wicked, Uncle Scorpion," Annie teased, licking her lips. "Will you participate in this operation?" she inquired with wide eyes. "I will not," Scorpion shook his head. "My experiment still requires some refinement." "Very well, Uncle Scorpion. I shall complete this mission in your stead." Scorpion nodded, saying, "I hope you survive." Annie giggled before climbing into the truck. At that moment, Scorpion's demeanor turned serious. "All right. Let us proceed according to the original plan." Upon receiving their command, the puppets commenced their advance. This sudden movement immediately captured the attention of others, causing the indigenous inhabitants to scatter in a state of panic. However, this unfolding scenario had long been anticipated in Scorpio's plan, and he remained utterly unconcerned. In the distance, an indigenous king and several nobles were engaged in merriment, drinking and conversing. One of the kings inquired, "Your Majesty, shall we truly remain indifferent?" The monarch scoffed, responding, "Indifferent? He is one of Scorpio's men. Have you forgotten what transpired the last time? He dared to slay our warriors, and I have yet to settle the score with him." Hearing the king's words, the noble immediately bowed and replied, "Yes, Your Majesty, I comprehend what must be done." As the indigenous people fled to a nearby hillside, the throng of puppets abruptly halted. Subsequently, all the puppets raised their arms, unleashing a barrage of fireballs from their hands. The sound of explosions erupted, and the fireballs struck the fleeing human residents, igniting a fierce conflagration in the desert. The flames blazed intensely, soon illuminating an entire city. In this oasis amidst the desert, the surrounding vegetation withered, succumbing to desiccation. At that moment, the oasis lay utterly devastated, reduced to a mere ruin, rendering the area uninhabitable. Such an environment could not endure for long. Meanwhile, at the heart of the desert oasis, beneath a verdant tree stood a wooden cabin. The exterior of this cabin was adorned with opulence, and from its uppermost level, a cluster of grapevines hung gracefully, laden with golden-hued fruits. A man reclined in a chair, soundly asleep, with a large black dog sprawled beside him. Suddenly, he opened his eyes and reached for the communicator on the table, its voice echoing in his ears. "Boss, our reconnaissance satellite has detected a massive influx of zombies in the vicinity," the engineer reported into the communicator. Raising an eyebrow, he responded, "Continue monitoring," before placing the device back down. At that moment, the door creaked open, and a live female officer clad in black leather armor entered. She approached the man, kneeling gracefully beside him, her fingers caressing his muscles as she whispered softly in his ear, "My lord." He turned to the woman by the bed and inquired, "What is your name?" "I am Ivy, my lord. I wish to serve you forever," she replied. "Excellent, Ivy. I have decided to train you as my personal secretary, responsible for my daily affairs," he said, nodding in satisfaction. "Yes, my lord, I shall not fail in my duty," Ivy vowed. Once the man departed, Ivy leisurely rose, her fingers brushing against the patterns on the mirror. A screen materialized from within the glass, revealing the visage of a strikingly beautiful woman. This woman possessed an exquisite figure, her long, curling silver hair cascading down her back, and her blue eyes sparkling with mischief and intelligence. She wore a white suit with a skirt and knee-high black boots. Upon seeing the woman on the screen, a flicker of jealousy crossed Ivy's gaze. For reasons unknown, the sight of her ignited an impulse to obliterate the beauty before her. "Ivy, do not dwell on such thoughts. She is merely an ordinary person," Aaron admonished. Ivy's face darkened. "Sister Aaron, I understand, but I cannot help but despise her. She is too beautiful." Aaron chuckled softly. "Ah, Ivy, have faith in yourself. You are far stronger than she is. With diligence, you shall attain even greater power in the future. I assure you, your influence will surpass that of anyone else. I will aid you in becoming a formidable sorceress, perhaps even a paladin." Upon hearing Aaron's assurances, Ivy's spirits lifted. Though Aaron appeared to be in her 20s, she was, in fact, over 50, a powerful paladin of noble lineage. Her father a duke in the Katarian Empire. Chapter 104. Shokokage-sama. "We have a situation." Shikaka rushed into the Hokage's office. "Shikaku, why the haste? This is unlike you." "Nothing significant has happened in Konoha recently," Tsunade remarked, puzzled by his urgency. "The scouts report that the first clash between the rock shinobi and the rain shinobi has concluded." Shikaka gasped, catching his breath. "Oh, did the rock shinobi emerge victorious? I recall that Inoki personally went to the front lines. Did he take action himself?" Tsunade inquired. "Indeed, Hokage-sama, Inoki did intervene. However, the outcome of this battle was a victory for the rain shinobi, who inflicted significant losses on the rock shinobi, nearly having their combat strength." Shikaku explained. "The Tsuchikage was severely injured and has retreated to the rock shinobi village, leaving behind 3,000 rock shinobi, led by Karatsuchi, to desperately fend off the rain shinobi's counterattack." "What?" Tsunade slammed her hand on the table, rising abruptly. "Is there detailed intelligence?" She pressed. "It is said that Sasori lured the rock shinobi into an encirclement, detonating millions of explosive tags all at once. At that moment, the Tsuchikage had just executed his dust release techniques, and Sasori detonated all the explosive tags the instant he finished, severely wounding the Tsuchikage and annihilating the encircling rock shinobi within a 1,000-meter radius. This decisively determined the battle's outcome. I never anticipated Sasori to possess such audacity and cunning." Shikaki reflected. "Millions of explosive tags? Did that just obliterate billions?" Tsunade exclaimed. "What kind of production capabilities does the rain shinobi possess regarding these explosive tags? Do their tags have no cost? Are there no limits to their production?" Tsunade was visibly agitated. "Shikaku, issue orders to assemble 5,000 troops immediately at the border between the Land of Fire and the Land of Rain, but do not act recklessly. Acquire all explosive tags available on the market, procure as many as possible." "Yes, Hokage-sama, but the financial strain for unlimited acquisition of explosive tags is considerable." Shikaka hesitated. "I wish to assess the rain shinobi's production capacity. If they can indeed supply them indefinitely, I fear the balance of power in the ninja world may shift," Tsunade replied. "I understand, Hokage-sama. Wait, summon Ichin to me immediately." "How could I have forgotten?" We have a high-ranking spy in the heart of the Rain Shinobi. Tsunade slapped her forehead, realizing her oversight. Before long, Ichin entered the Hokage's office. Tsunade-sensei, what do you require? I was just making breakthroughs in my research, he said, appearing bleary-eyed. Ichin, forget your research for now. A significant event has transpired in the ninja world. The war between the Rock Shinobi and the Rain Shinobi has concluded. With its Tsuchikage gravely injured and the Rock Shinobi suffering near half of their combat strength, the Rain Shinobi have gained notoriety from this battle, Tsunade explained. Oh, the war between the Rock and Rain Shinobi has ended? My clones have yet to relay any information, Ichin remarked. Tsunade-sensei, this must be the latest intelligence. Indeed. It occurred yesterday. That makes sense. Ichin, I summoned you primarily to confirm the situation regarding the Rain Shinobi's explosive tags. They deployed millions in this conflict. Do their tags incur no cost? Furthermore, how can their production be so abundant? Tsunade inquired. Well, Tsunade-sensei, you guessed correctly. Their explosive tags essentially have no cost. And producing millions daily is merely a routine task, Ichin cautiously explained. Upon hearing this, Tsunade slumped back into her chair, exclaiming, encountering a player with unlimited resources is one thing, but to have no financial constraints? How are we to contend with that? Tsunade-sensei. Explosive tags are only somewhat useful against shadow level or lesser opponents. For true powerhouses, even an abundance of explosive tags holds little value. The ultimate outcome still hinges on the few who stand at the pinnacle, Ichin asserted solemnly. Ichin, you seem to be getting a bit too confident. Have you achieved a breakthrough? Tsunade remarked, tapping his forehead. Shikaku, cease further acquisition of explosive tags, she called after him, realizing that spending such vast sums was distressing. The following segment is an aside. Those uninterested may skip to the next chapter. The ensuing content may be quite absurd, intended solely for amusement. After Shikaku left, Tsunade turned to Ichin. Hey, little brother Ichin, may I discuss something with you? What is it? Ichin asked, puzzled by her demeanor. You see, I have a sum of money stored with you. I was wondering if you could assist me in selling it, Tsunade said, a hint of shyness in her voice. Huh? Selling it? Did I hear you correctly? You wish to give me that much money? Icheng, astonished, inquired. Do not be overly excited, Icheng. I am aware that you are undoubtedly in need of funds at this moment. No, Tsunade-senpai, how could I possibly be short on money? Enough with the trivialities. Very well, Tsunade-senpai, please proceed. I intend to establish a secret fund to create a research institute dedicated solely to research, thus I require financial support. Oh, I see. Ichin suddenly realized something. Subsequently, Tsunade shared the situation with him. Since senior sister Tsunade trusts me, I am certainly willing to serve. However, Ichin awkwardly remarked, is there a problem? It's just that, senior sister Tsunade, I have hit a bottleneck in my secret technique training. Oh, I see. I thought there was some issue. But your speed of training in this secret technique seems a bit rapid, doesn't it? Ichin questioned in confusion. Aha, yes. This secret technique was inherited from my father, who is none other than Uchiha Obito. Although my training period has been brief, I'm still faster compared to others of my age. Tsunade said with a smile. I see. Congratulations, senior sister Tsunade. Your secret technique is becoming increasingly formidable. Thank you. But how do you plan to handle this sum of money? If you encounter any trouble, just let me know. I will find a way to resolve it. Rest assured. Well, all right then, it's settled. Here is my contact information. You can come to my house to collect the money later. Okay, no problem. After the two reached an agreement on the transaction, Tsunade began summoning the third Reikage. Third uncle, what brings you here? Haha, little brat. I have something to discuss with you. How have you been lately? Are you slacking off in your studies? The third Reikage chuckled heartily. Not at all, third uncle. That's good to hear. The third Reikage nodded in satisfaction and continued. I have some news for you. The war between Konoha and the Rain Shinobi has concluded. Oh, it has ended? I just heard about it. Ichin nodded. Yes, indeed, the Rain Shinobi have retreated. What are your thoughts on this war? The third Reikage asked. The Rain Shinobi retreated? That seems rather implausible, doesn't it? Implausible? That kid Kakashi actually forced a nation with miraculous creatures to retreat? The third Reikage exclaimed. Kakashi defeated Orochimaru from the Hidden Mist Village? Tsunade asked in astonishment. Indeed, and it was a swift victory. The third Reikage said gravely. Kakashi possesses the strength to eliminate Orochimaru in an instant? Tsunade was even more astonished. Well, that's what I've heard. I'm not clear on the specifics. The third Reikage shook his head. Old man. Tsunade fidgeted with her clothing, hesitantly speaking. Tsunade, if you have something to say, Just say it directly. Ahem. I'm actually a bit troubled. Troubled? What is it? Are you saying you want to get married? No, that's not it. What I meant to say is that I've recently become infatuated with online games. Online games. It would be best for you to steer clear of such trivial pursuits. I'm serious, it's true. I can't believe it. Old man. Take a look at this. Tsunade presented a document to the third Reikage. Oh, what is this? The third Reikage perused it, astonished. This is my plan. What is it? I want to organize a research group specifically focused on life potions and forbidden drugs. Please take a look and let me know if it's feasible. If not, I will think of another approach. Tsunade sighed. Well, Tsunade, your idea is commendable, but aren't you unfamiliar with medical ninjutsu? The third Reikage reminded her. I understand. But I still have my ways. I want to give it a try first. Tsunade stated firmly. All right then, but I need to contemplate this plan thoroughly. As it pertains to the safety of Konoha and the entire world. No problem, I will await your response. Well, I'll be heading back now. You should also rest early. Yes, all right. Ding ding ding. Around 8:20 in the morning, Naruto and Sasuke were still lost in slumber. Naruto, wake up. It's time to head out. Sasuke, with a furrowed brow, shook Naruto awake. Ugh, Naruto rubbed his eyes and sat up. I'm so sleepy. Good morning, Sasuke. Good morning. What mischief did you get up to last night that you're so tired? Sasuke teased. Mischief? I was just reading a book. Humph. Sasuke scoffed and turned to leave. Hey, Sasuke, you should team up with Sakura for the new recruits training camp, but make sure to protect them well. Naruto called out as he watched Sasuke's departing figure. All right, understood. I will do my best. Sasuke replied. By the way, Naruto, you should stay home for a while. What is the matter? Is something wrong? Naruto asked in confusion. I don't know if I'm overthinking it, but I feel like you've been acting a bit strange lately. Be cautious and don't get into any trouble. Okay, I'll be careful. I'll take my leave now. After Naruto finished, he departed, leaving Sasuke standing there in a daze. What is wrong with me? Could it be that kid was right? Have I really been acting odd lately? Sasuke fell into deep contemplation. Sigh. Never mind, I want to think about it. Just then, a knock sounded at the door. Come in. Tsunade pushed the door open and said, Dad, I'm here. I brought this for you. What is this? This is your favorite tea. How is it? Tastes good, right? I had someone buy it for me. Is that so? You still remember, and you're quite filial now. The third Reikage said with a smile. Humph. Tsunade pouted in dissatisfaction. After the third Reikage finished the tea, he said, Since this is your offering, I shall accept it. I'm leaving now, by the way. I heard something. I'll be gone for a few days. When you have time, take your grandparents home to visit. They miss you very much. Huh? Where are you going? The third Reikage paused, pondering for a moment, and said, I plan to visit the Hidden Rain Village. The Hidden Rain Village? You're saying news has come from there? Tsunade asked in confusion. Yes. I didn't expect the Mizukage from the Hidden Rain Village to be so formidable, having swiftly conquered the Cloud Village. This information was reported to me by our Umbu spies. It seems the Hidden Rain Village has significantly strengthened. The third Reikage sighed. In that case, I need to prepare to participate in this mission. Tsunade frowned. Yes, over the years, I have come to realize that I have been living in my own illusions for far too long. I want to change all of this. I must see it for myself. Perhaps I can alter history. The third Reikage stated resolutely. I will do my utmost to assist. Tsunade said. By the way, I want you to take a group of people to support Konoha. This battle is quite dangerous, so go and have a look. You might gain something. Don't worry. This task is relatively simple and won't be too exhausting. Take Konan with you. I can tell she is eager to go out with you. The third Reikage patted Tsunade's shoulder, offering encouragement. Understood, Dad. We're leaving right away. Tsunade said joyfully. Well then, be swift. The third Reikage remarked. Subsequently, Tsunade took Konan to seek her parents, while Naruto returned to his bed to slumber. Although he was not required to attend school, Naruto diligently trained his chakra every night. A week has passed, and today marks the day when Naruto and his companions embark on a mission to the Land of Fire. This time, Naruto is leading Shino, Shikamaru, and Kiba. Their task is to journey to the homeland of Kakuzu. They must navigate through the defensive perimeter of the Hidden Stone Village while evading encounters with large-scale shinobi forces and ambushes from the Umbu. This is the mission objective. You must follow my instructions, Naruto said, gazing seriously at his four comrades. Yes, Captain, they replied in unison. Although they did not fully comprehend the gravity of the situation, they were determined to adhere to Naruto's directives. Among them, Aside from Naruto Uzumaki, the other three were somewhat unclear about their identities. They were descendants of the Uchiha clan, yet their impressions of the clan were far from favorable. Their father had fallen victim to the treachery of Uchiha Madara, and this mission aimed to eliminate him, with their primary objective being the destruction of the village harboring Madara. "Let us proceed," Naruto declared, leading the way. "Hey, Naruto. You're going the wrong way," Shikamaru pointed out. "Oh, really?" And thus, the five of them made their way toward the Hidden Leaf Village. "Naruto, slow down," Shikamaru called out. "Don't worry, I'm not in a rush," Naruto replied with a cheerful smile. "This mission carries some danger, so be cautious," Kakashi advised. "Rest assured, Kakashi-sensei," Shino responded. "All right then. Let us set off," Kakashi exclaimed, leaping onto the carriage. "Let us go." They moved forward, and eventually they arrived at the gates of the Hidden Leaf. "Hey, Kakashi. You're back. Why so early?" a guard ninja inquired. "Oh, Lee, what brings you here?" Kakashi responded, surprised. "Kakashi-sensei, I just came from the Hokage's office." "What is the nature of your mission?" Lee asked. "We are tasked with eliminating the rogue ninja Uchiha Madara from the Hidden Rain Village. But I suspect we may encounter rogue ninjas from other villages as well," Kakashi replied. "Oh, do you need my assistance, Kakashi-sensei?" "Certainly. But it's not just your help that we require. We must also go to the Hidden Rain Village to treat a patient who may hold immense value for the village. However, this matter must remain confidential." "I do not wish for it to be known to others," Kakashi stated earnestly. "I understand, Kakashi-sensei. I will keep it a secret." "I just want to know who it is," Lee replied. "Very well. Shortly there will be ninjas contacting you. Your only responsibility is to complete the mission, and above all, ensure your safe return," Kakashi instructed. "Yes, Kakashi-sensei," the young men affirmed. At that moment, Kakashi produced a scroll and handed it to Shikamaru and Shino. "This is the map to your destination. Take a look, and remember not to lose it. This is a covert mission, so memorize the location well." Shikamaru and Shino studied the map intently before responding. "Kakashi-sensei, we will remember the location." "Good. Then off you go, and stay safe," Kakashi nodded in agreement. Shikamaru and the others turned to proceed forward. "All right, we should also set off. This mission will be arduous, so let us strive together," Kakashi said with a smile. "Haha. Then let us depart." At that moment, a group of ninjas sped by in the distance. Kakashi's expression grew serious as he warned, "Be careful, let us follow them." "Understood." With that, they trailed behind the group of ninjas, embarking on their mission. The following day, they arrived near a valley where they encountered a group from the Sand Village, seemingly engaged in a discussion. "Who are you?" "This area is off limits," one of the Sand Shinobi stated. Kakashi replied calmly. "We hail from the Mist Village and are here to gather medicinal herbs in this valley." "I see. I am Irika, a ninja from the Sand Village." "It's a pleasure to meet you," Irika responded politely. "No need for formalities, Mr. Irika. However, we must first inspect your equipment, as this mission is quite perilous. And we need to ensure your safety," Naruto interjected. "Thank you for your diligence. We have a medicinal herb that we've gathered," Irika stated, lowering the basket he carried on his back. "Please, examine it," Sasuke added. After inspecting the contents, Irika nodded and said, "This herb is indeed acceptable." At that moment, Kakashi spoke up. "Mr. Irika, if everything is in order, please step aside." "Ah, my apologies for the interruption," Irika replied, allowing them passage into the valley. Upon entering, Naruto suddenly halted, exclaiming, "I sense a familiar presence." Kakashi and Shikamaru exchanged puzzled glances before asking, "Are you certain it's a familiar presence?" "Well, I think so. But I can't be entirely sure," Naruto replied, shaking his head. "Let's not dwell on it. We should focus on locating the miraculous fruit mentioned in our mission. We must hasten our pace. This season is when wild boars are most aggressive, and we need to vacate this area swiftly," Kakashi advised. Shikamaru nodded in agreement, understood. He then followed Naruto as they embarked on their mission. Observing their departure, Shino decided to follow, while Itachi remained behind. "What are Naruto and the others up to?" Itachi mused. "How would I know? Perhaps they have their reasons," Shino replied. "You fool, don't you find their behavior peculiar?" Shino remarked. "Peculiar? In what way?" Itachi responded, puzzled. "Naruto and his companions have been stationed in the Leaf Village, not undertaking any missions, and their training has intensified significantly. I sense something amiss," Shino expressed. "It might just be the pressure of their tasks," Itachi suggested. "No, I refuse to believe Naruto and the others are like that. Don't jump to conclusions," Shino insisted. "Fine. I understand. Let's set off. We must return to the village before nightfall," Itachi conceded. Agreed, Shino nodded, and they continued their journey. Meanwhile, Naruto and his team had reached the periphery of the valley. Gazing at the cave before them, Naruto asked, "Is this the place?" "Indeed, I can detect a peculiar fragrance." "It must be the scent of medicinal concoctions," Shikamaru noted, closing his eyes to concentrate. "Then let us proceed inside," Shino suggested. As they ventured into the cave, they soon found themselves beside a colossal tree. "What kind of fruit hangs from that tree?" Shikamaru exclaimed. "Those are senza beans," Kakashi replied nonchalantly. Suddenly, vibrations echoed beneath their feet, prompting Kakashi to caution, "Everyone, be alert, something approaches." Before them emerged a swarm of gigantic spiders, adorned with crimson horns and scorpion-like tails. Seizing his blade, Naruto leaped forward, aiming to strike one of the colossal arachnids. However, the creature deftly evaded his attack. "Impressive, it managed to block my strike," Naruto exclaimed in astonishment. "Indeed, I possess considerable strength," the spider retorted with a menacing grin. It then opened its maw, unleashing a volley of venomous spines toward Naruto. "Fire style. Great fireball technique." Kakashi swiftly countered, incinerating the projectiles, though Naruto sustained a wound. Nonetheless, he remained unfazed, understanding the injury was not severe. "Though it may be impolite to say, this spider is formidable. We must remain vigilant," Shikamaru warned. "I understand, but we cannot afford to waste time. Let us dispatch it quickly. I have other areas to explore," Naruto urged. Responding to Naruto's insistence, Shikamaru began to implement his ninjutsu, showcasing a diverse array of techniques: fire, wind, and lightning styles, each powerful, yet none successful in striking the spider. "What a nuisance," Shikamaru grimaced. Kakashi utilized Earth Style to seal the giant spider before leading them deeper into the valley. Upon reaching the center of the valley, they encountered numerous rock barriers. Suddenly, Shikamaru paused, exclaiming, "I believe I've spotted something." "What is it?" Kakashi inquired, intrigued. Shikamaru pointed towards a nearby stone tablet, stating, "There appears to be some inscription, but the lighting is too dim to discern clearly. Please wait a moment." He cautiously approached the tablet, placing his right hand upon its surface. In that instant, a radiant light emanated from his palm, moonlight, a technique he had learned from his family's secret texts. Upon testing, he realized they had entered a forbidden zone. Destroying the tablet was impossible. Kakashi and Ino soon joined Shikamaru, witnessing the phenomenon occurring with his hand and the inscriptions on the tablet. "This is remarkable," Kakashi murmured. Shikamaru smiled. "This is a relic left by the previous Hokages." "Really?" Naruto exclaimed, filled with excitement. "But don't you find it strange? Why are there so many giant ants guarding such a significant location?" Shikamaru pondered. "Regardless, let us enter and retrieve whatever is inside," Sasuke stated coolly. Naruto nodded. "Right?" The group then ventured into the ancient relic. As they stepped inside, a chill enveloped Naruto, causing goosebumps to rise on his skin. He involuntarily shivered, observing Naruto's discomfort. Shikamaru inquired with concern, "Are you all right, Naruto?" "Yes, I'm fine. It seems a bit cold in here," Naruto replied, puzzled. Kakashi explained, "I have trained here before. This place is rich in ice chakra, and there is a massive ice crystal pillar. We can rest there, have a drink, and take out our provisions." The cavern was traversed by a flowing river, adorned with numerous ice crystal columns, a veritable natural spring of ice, which filled Naruto with immense joy as he rushed towards it. Gulping down the icy, invigorating spring water, he exclaimed in delight, "Ah, this is refreshing." "Shikamaru, let us seek some sustenance." Indeed, the cavern was spacious, furnished with many stone tables and benches, all well maintained, with various fruits laid out upon them, exuding an enticing aroma. Naruto seized an apple and took a bite. This apple is incredibly sweet." "Is that so?" At that moment, Sasuke picked up another apple and remarked, "This apple is quite good." In response, Naruto tossed a shuriken in his direction, chiding, "Hey, Sasuke, don't get carried away." Kakashi then approached, handing Naruto and Shikamaru 2 steamed buns each. They settled down, with Kakashi taking a seat upon a stone stump, savoring the rare experience of such ordinary moments. "Don't say that. You are experiencing the life of an ordinary person," Shikamaru replied. Kakashi smiled and said, "You two always bicker like this. But honestly, Naruto, you are ill-suited for life in Konoha." "Huh, not a chance. I have no desire to leave this place. It is precisely where I long to be." "I shall train diligently," Naruto asserted. Shikamaru patted his head and said, "All right, I won't argue with you anymore. Since we are here, let us continue our search." Agreed. The children began to explore their surroundings and eventually stumbled upon a stone chamber filled with numerous scrolls, all sealed with various sigils. These are sealing-type jutsu, Ino noted. They must have been sealed for a considerable time. I wonder what effects they hold, Kakashi mused. Shikamaru suggested, we should break these seals quickly, otherwise, we may face danger. Very well, let us shatter them, Kakashi concurred. The three joined forces to dismantle the seals, revealing a stone bed upon which lay a stone scroll. Kakashi unfurled the scroll, which was inscribed with numerous symbols, albeit not in great detail. Shikamaru confirmed, this is a barrier jutsu, and it appears to be a sealing technique. Barrier jutsu. Kakashi exclaimed, I possess some knowledge of barrier techniques. This one seems designed to prevent intrusions. Does anyone else know about barrier jutsu? I shall give it a try. Sasuke responded calmly, closing his eyes to scrutinize the symbols. After a moment, he opened his eyes and declared, I see. The sealing technique I remember can indeed be unraveled. Is that true? Then let us hasten to try. Naruto said excitedly. Don't rush. This barrier is one way and can only be dismantled by a barrier master. Your jutsu 1T suffice, Shikamaru cautioned. What should we do then? Naruto asked, feeling disheartened. Both of you step back, Shikamaru instructed. All right, but be careful, Shikamaru, Naruto replied. Shikamaru stood, retrieving several ropes from his waist, wrapping them around himself while muttering incantations, ultimately binding himself. What are you doing, Shikamaru? Naruto exclaimed in surprise. Fear not. I am setting a trap. If any hostile creatures approach, we will strike swiftly, thus eliminating them, he explained. At that moment, a series of roars echoed from the depths of the valley. Naruto gazed at Shikamaru in astonishment. Could a fearsome beast be approaching us? Shikamaru shook his head. I'm uncertain, but it's certainly isn't trivial. After all, we are quite far from the village, if there were truly a monster. My grandfather would have dealt with it long ago. Suddenly, a loud crash resonated from the hillside. It seems there really is a monster. We must flee, Shikamaru urged, leading Naruto and Sasuke as they hurried away. They ran for quite a distance before coming to a halt, panting heavily. I'm exhausted, Naruto gasped. This was truly tiring. Shikamaru agreed. Not only did we need to employ the Sharingan, but we also had to remain vigilant of our surroundings. Who knows if there are any hidden illusions or forbidden techniques lurking about. Nonetheless, we must continue to explore this valley. It may hold secrets, Shikamaru added. Naruto nodded in agreement. Let us search quickly. As they walked and searched, Naruto suddenly detected a strong scent of blood. What a potent smell of blood. It seems to be emanating from some corner, but apart from that bonfire, there is nothing here, Shikamaru observed. Naruto, having heard Shikamaru's words, also caught a whiff of the blood. I believe I smell it too. They cautiously moved towards the source of the scent, discovering a massive pit in the rock wall. Upon seeing it, Naruto's expression shifted, and he glanced around, pondering whether this was indeed a pit. This doesn't seem right. It appears freshly dug. Could this be some sort of relic? Naruto speculated. Kakashi remarked, regardless of its nature, we should enter and investigate. We have nowhere else to go. The three slowly descended into the pit. Wait, Shikamaru, you should first channel your chakra throughout your body, Naruto instructed. Shikamaru nodded and spread his chakra across himself. They proceeded cautiously downwards, and upon entering the pit, a wave of heat washed over them. The temperature was soaring, emanating from the fiery depths below. How scorching. What kind of flames are these? Kakashi queried. Shikamaru replied, this is magma, but I suspect it is refined from some mineral, which explains its intense heat. I sense its formidable power. If our jutsu weren't strong enough, we would likely be incinerated by now. Naruto interjected, this place feels off. The air is excessively hot. He surveyed the surroundings. While I do not comprehend why there is so much magma, I suspect it is not ordinary. However, we cannot afford to dwell on that now. We must swiftly unravel this peculiar sealing technique. With determination, Naruto and Shikamaru dismantled the barrier jutsu, revealing a tunnel before them. The three cautiously stepped inside. The tunnel was shrouded in darkness. Naruto drew his shuriken, prepared for any threats, uncertain of where the tunnel would lead, perhaps to a treasure trove, or conversely, to the depths of an unknown abyss. Yet, they had no choice but to brave the risks ahead. After traversing the tunnel for nearly half an hour, Naruto began to hear the sound of flowing water. There must be a spring nearby. He felt the ground and noted its dampness. Shikamaru furrowed his brow. We must find an exit quickly, otherwise we may find ourselves in trouble. At that moment, a multitude of crimson shadows suddenly surged forth from both sides. What on earth are these things? Shikamaru exclaimed. Naruto replied, I don't know. They don't seem to be living entities, nor do they possess any form of aggression. Shikamaru breathed a sigh of relief, thankful that they were not hostile. Naruto chuckled, yet I can't shake the feeling that these things seem oddly familiar. Shikamaru responded. You feel that way too? I find them reminiscent as well, though I cannot recall where I have seen them. Gradually, the red shadows began to coalesce, revealing their true forms, soldiers clad in armor, adorned with intricate designs. Chapter 105. Various factions. It was unexpected that Inoki had failed. It seems he truly is aged. Humph. I have long wished for his demise. I hope he can linger a while longer and not meet his end too swiftly, the Raikage declared with a fierce aura. Raikage-sama. Given the current circumstances, the rise of the Rain Village appears unstoppable. Should we suppress them, or should we strike directly at the Rock Village? Darui inquired. Though I yearn to eliminate that old man, the ninja world is vast and resources limited. The Rain Village seeks to rise as the sixth great ninja village to stand alongside us, which I cannot permit. This defeat of the Rock Village should serve as a warning to the other villages. Can Konoha, Kirigakure, and Sunagakure simply remain idle? I suspect they will mobilize against the Rain Village. We shall directly deploy troops to the Rain Village. The Raikage decisively commanded with a wave of his hand. Raikage-sama. The primary factor in the conflict between the Rock and Rain villages was the explosive tags. Should we not immediately gather the explosive tags available in the market? This would serve two purposes, arming ourselves and assessing the Rain village's stance and production regarding explosive tags, Mabui suggested. Let it be done as you propose, Mabui. Yes, Raikage-sama. In the office of the Mizukage in the Land of Water. Ayo, what are your thoughts? Terame asked. I agree with mobilizing against the Rain Village. Although the impact on us may be limited, we cannot afford to be unprepared. The 5 great nations have now formed, and no one wishes to see unforeseen events unfold. This time, I believe it will not be an independent action on our part. The Rain Village's rise will not be easily tolerated. Very well, send the orders. We will deploy against the Rain Village, Terame affirmed. Mizukage-sama, I recommend collecting the explosive tags available in the market. Once they are produced on a larger scale, their lethality should not be underestimated, and it would also provide insight into the Rain Village's attitude towards explosive tags. In the office of the Sand Village in the Land of Wind, Chio, Eyes, and a group of sand ninjas sat at the conference table, discussing the situation between the Rock and Rain villages. It is truly astonishing. The Rock Village has been defeated, one Jainin remarked. What should we do, Lady Chio? If we do not contain the Rain Village, our population decline will only worsen. If the Rain Village truly rises, we shall find ourselves in an even more passive position. Send a letter inquiring about Konoha's strategy. For now, let us follow their lead. Does anyone have any other thoughts? Chio sighed. The others exchanged glances and replied. We shall heed Lady Chio's counsel. At the central tower of the Rain Village, Nagato, having defeated the advanced forces of the Rock Village. The other factions will surely not remain idle, Conan remarked. Indeed, it is time to confront the might of the 5 great nations. What we perceive as just and righteous may be seen by them as theft of their people and resources. This battle is inevitable. I hope they do not disappoint me. Nagato scoffed. Shall we wait here for them? Should we strike them decisively upon their arrival? Conan inquired. There is no need. I will await their arrival. In the face of absolute power, do you think they can stir up any notable waves? It is wise not to underestimate the great ninja villages. Who knows what hidden cards they possess? Conan expressed concern, as the 5 great ninja villages have long dominated this world. Their limits remain unpredictable. I will speak with Ichin about this. I shall inquire for his opinion. This individual seems to possess knowledge of everything. Nagato sighed. Having attained the level of a super shadow and possessing the Rinnegan of the Sage of 6 Paths, yet he still found Ichin shrouded in an air of mystery. Yes, consulting Ichin would be prudent. He has a knack for identifying the core issues and will ensure we do not suffer losses. Conan expressed her trust in Ichin. The following is a side story. Those who do not wish to read may skip to the next chapter. The ensuing content may be rather absurd, intended solely for amusement. 3 days later, Ichin and Nagato were enjoying tea together. What is it? You summoned me here. And I trust it is not merely for my company over drinks. Speak plainly. We have known each other for years, so there is no need for circumlocution, Ichin stated. Since you were so forthright, I will also be direct. All 5 great nations have deployed their ninja armies with their sights set on the Rain Village. I would like to seek your counsel on how to deal with them, Nagato stated without preamble. I am not entirely certain myself. While I did not obstruct your deployment against the Rain Village, I merely provided you with a direction, Ichin replied calmly. Oh, a direction, is it? Nagato felt a surge of excitement, having begun to piece together some insights, yet he hesitated to confirm them. Indeed, as you imagined. I have provided explosive tags from the Rock Village to the Rain Village. I do not intend to intervene in this matter, Ichin stated with an unguarded smile. What? Truly you? My goodness, Nagato exclaimed in astonishment, realizing the gravity of Ichin's audacity. If this news were to spread, Ichin would likely find himself pursued by all 5 great nations. It is best to remain ignorant of such matters. Simply knowing is sufficient. You need not concern yourself. I will not harm you. Rest assured, Ichin reassured him with a smile. I trust you. However, I still find this too perilous. This could very well cost you your head, and the ramifications of this situation are extensive, Nagato cautioned. I have stated before, I will never harm anyone. My purpose is to protect, Ichin replied softly. Very well, regardless of the outcome, I owe you a debt of gratitude. Should you ever require assistance, do not hesitate to reach out. Here is my contact information, and we shall keep in touch, Nagato said, handing Ichin a card. Understood. Ichin carefully tucked away the card before turning and departing. After the departure of Ichin, Nagato sank into silence. What kind of situation would this war devolve into? He felt a twinge of concern. Nagato did not fear death. In fact, he was indifferent to the notion of life and death itself. His sole worry lay with the safety of his parents. The ultimate victor of this conflict would surely opt for negotiation, and the Hidden Rain village would undoubtedly comply. For now, the development of the Rain Shinobi required substantial material support. Sighing, he resolved to contemplate the matter further only after its resolution. Perhaps by then he would emerge even stronger. In a dwelling within the Land of Fire, 4 figures stood together, all leaders of their village. Accompanied by an elderly man leaning on a cane. Lord Orochimaru, do you truly intend to proceed with this? Will you not have regrets? The elder inquired. My master has made a decision. Do I have any choice? As long as our village can prosper, what does it matter if we sacrifice a few? Resistance is futile. Surrender is the more sensible option, Orochimaru replied with calm resolve. But you must consider. This move will render our Land of Fire a mere slave to the 5 great shinobi villages. Is this truly worth it? The elder cautioned. Master. You know full well that our Land of Fire has suffered greatly under the oppression of the 5 great nations for far too long. This is not merely about our village. The Earth Country shinobi have endured similar fates. Our village is destined for annihilation. Rather than languish in the shadows of the 5 great nations, we should rise and fight, Orochimaru declared. I concur with Lord Orochimaru, a young man voiced in agreement. Orochimaru nodded and continued. Though we are a shinobi village, our strength is formidable. Even if the 5 great nations unite against us, we shall not necessarily fall. If we stand united, we can withstand their assault, and victory is within our grasp. If we prevail, a new era will dawn for the Land of Fire. Indeed. I share your sentiment. Another young man laughed in affirmation. Then, my friends, let us begin gathering resources and weaponry. I shall personally lead our elite forces alongside Konoha to assault the Rain Shinobi village, preserving the flame of the Land of Fire and granting it a moment of respite. Nagato proclaimed with a hearty laugh as he stood. Then let us wish for your triumphant return, Lord Nagato. The elder stated, while the other 3 expressed their respect. Once Nagato departed, a sigh of relief swept over them. Phew, he has finally left, Ichin remarked, patting his chest. What troubles you, Ichin? Shikaku asked. Curiosity evident in his tone. You wouldn't understand. Ichin waved his hand dismissively, gazing out the window, lost in thought. Meanwhile, in the Land of Wind. At the residence of the Sand Village's leader, the Tsuchikage Inoki, a short figure sat in a chair amidst the desert. He was Inoki, the Tsuchikage of the Sand Village. Known in the original tale as Uchiha Madara. Inoki was intently examining his left arm. Incredible, I was actually injured. I was nearly incapacitated, he said, somewhat astonished. Inoki was a shrewd individual. Though a puppet, he understood that this war was pivotal for the entire shinobi world and must be handled with utmost caution. Lord Inoki. The prospects of this battle do not look favorable. The proficiency of our village's jutsu still requires improvement. I recommend you study sealing techniques. A woman clad in a tight black outfit suggested as she entered. What more is there to study? Who else could threaten our sand village? Unless they are one of the legendary Sannin? Inoki retorted with irritation, bloodlust flickering in his eyes as he yearned to vanquish those he despised. Inoki's temper was volatile. And he was a madman, a warrior of fervent passion. Such a disposition rendered him unfit for political power, leading him to retreat into the shadows to cultivate his elite group, the 7 ninja swordsmen. Mr. Inoki, this time is different. It is said that the traitors from the Rain Shinobi village have been defeated by Konoha, and their sights are set on our sand village, the woman warned. Humph. A mere few hundred dare to covet our sand village? They are truly unaware of their own mortality. I shall eliminate them all, demonstrating the might of the sand village. Inoki declared coldly. The woman internally shook her head at his bravado. It was not that she underestimated them, but even the third Raikage might struggle against such adversaries. Could Inoki truly achieve victory alone? However, she kept her thoughts to herself, hoping this incident would not involve her village. If it did, she would not hesitate to show them a taste of their own medicine. The turmoil in the Land of Fire had not impacted Konoha, nor had this war drawn attention. For such conflicts had been absent for far too long, relegated to the annals of history. On the other side of the Land of Fire, within a lavish estate, a hurried sound of footsteps echoed, followed by the creaking of a door as a middle-aged man with a somber expression entered. How did it go? Was everything executed smoothly? Inquired an elderly voice. Yes, a considerable number of personnel have been dispatched. Now, we merely await news, the middle-aged man replied. That is good. This time, we must capture the daughter-in-law of Shinja Hashirama and bring her back to the village, the elderly voice continued. Understood. In a clandestine base within the village hidden in the leaves, Shinja Hashirama was engaged in a discussion with several shadowy figures regarding the looming conflict. This war seems rather troublesome. We are inadequately prepared, Shinja Hashirama remarked, furrowing his brow. Indeed, while our forces may hold the advantage in numbers, we lack training and equipment. Moreover, that individual possesses terrifying strength. We would stand no chance against him and could even face death, another voice concurred. Moreover, it appears their intentions extend beyond merely targeting us. In light of this, we have no choice but to request reinforcements, as they are coming for Shinja Tobarama. Another voice added. Indeed, the village hidden in the leaves cannot afford to be idle. This war was instigated by us, and we must not turn a blind eye, regardless of the dire consequences. The others nodded in agreement with the sentiment. In the Land of Fire, at the village hidden in the rain, the ninjas gathered in the village square, their expressions tinged with anxiety, particularly that of a young man named Kakashi, whose father was Uchiha Fugaku, the leader of the Rain Village. I understand this task is daunting, and we may incur significant losses. However, I must admit this is indeed our opportunity. Uchiha Fugaku expressed his concerns regarding Naka's plan. I understand, and I am not one to shy away from danger. I must participate in this plan, Kakashi declared with determination. Kakashi-kun, it is not that I wish to deter you, but this endeavor is exceedingly perilous, Uchiha Fugaku cautioned. Uncle Fugaku, I refuse to give up this time. If I back down now, what will become of me? I must fight alongside you. Otherwise, I will never find peace within myself, Kakashi insisted, his tone resolute. Ah, you stubborn child. Very well, let us proceed according to your wishes, Uchiha Fugaku sighed, conceding to Kakashi's resolve. Meanwhile, in the village hidden in the leaves, Lord Saratobi Asuma sat in his office. Report, Lord Hokage. This is the information we have gathered. Oh, has it finally begun? Saratobi Asuma said as he took the scroll, revealing details about the conflict between the Land of Rain and the Land of Earth. The Rain Village has already been defeated? This is fortuitous. It saves us from wasting too much time. I wonder how many lives will be lost in this war, Saratobi Asuma murmured, shaking his head as he stored the scroll. Suddenly, an idea struck him, and he rose swiftly from his seat, leaving the office in haste to relay the intelligence to the village. Where's the Hokage off to? His aide wondered, observing Saratobi Asuma's departure. He must be busy with important matters, an experienced ninja chuckled. Haha, he is probably busy preparing their new products. Another ninja chimed in. I know a bit about that. They seem to be developing a type of medication aimed at tailed beasts, though its efficacy remains uncertain. The senior ninja continued. These potions were procured from the Land of Fire, supposedly created by that powerful feudal lord, a younger ninja interjected. Oh, is that so? How enviable. These potions are immensely appealing to any ninja, another remarked. Indeed, and that feudal lord is quite formidable. He is a hero of Konoha. Now, let us return to our duties. In the village hidden in the leaves, Lord Orochimaru, the materials you requested have been gathered, and Umbu reported. Excellent. Please send all these materials to the village hidden in the clouds, Orochimaru replied with satisfaction. Yes, my lord, the Umbu responded before departing to deliver the materials. In the village hidden in the clouds, your doom is approaching. You think yourselves invincible? You aspire to rule the world? Then I shall assist in your destruction. Orochimaru laughed maniacally, gazing into the void. Meanwhile, back in the village hidden in the clouds, Chieftain, our situation is dire. The Rock Village has seized the opportunity to invade our territory while we are engaged in battle with the Mist Village. We must swiftly eliminate them, or our village will face dire consequences, a high-ranking cloud ninja reported. Understood. Dismissed. I will summon the elders and guardians from each village to discuss our response. Orochimaru stated calmly. Yes. The cloud ninja replied respectfully before taking his leave. This is infuriating. The rock village dares to launch a surprise attack on us, Orochimaru seethed. What shall we do now, chieftain? Do you have any plans? Several elders inquired. First, we must evacuate all villagers to the caves in the rear mountains and alert our sentinels to be vigilant in defense. Additionally, let the Umbu investigate why the rock village is acting thus, Orochimaru commanded. Yes, the elders responded, simultaneously in the village hidden in the sand. Is everything truly all right this time? Mito Minion asked anxiously. Rest assured, master, I will not fail this time, Kakashi vowed earnestly. Yes, you are my favored disciple. I am counting on you, Mito Minion affirmed. I understand, master. I will return victorious, Kakashi declared, leading the Umbu into the village hidden in the rain. Hey, this is our territory. What do you want, you ruffians? As they journeyed onward, a guard, noticing Kakashi and his companions, could not help but bark, get lost. Kakashi, with a frigid tone, retorted and unsheathed his sword, thrusting it toward the guard, causing a sudden spray of blood. Without a hint of compassion, Kakashi gazed upon the lifeless body before him. Let us proceed. Subsequently, Kakashi led his team directly into the hidden rain village, swiftly making their way deeper into the settlement. Before long, they arrived at a grove. This must be the treasure vault of the hidden rain village. We must acquire sufficient items this time, Kakashi murmured. Remain here for a moment. I will enter alone to retrieve what is needed, he instructed. Understood, my lord, the surrounding Umbu responded. With a decisive motion, Kakashi forcefully snapped the chain securing the vault. The grand doors swung open, revealing an array of splendid treasures. Kakashi stepped inside, excitement illuminating his features as he meticulously searched for materials suitable for his use. Suddenly, he stumbled upon a pitch-black stone tablet, his eyes shimmering with a glint of anticipation. At last, I have found it. This is the item I have longed for, he exclaimed, holding the tablet aloft. This slab contained the records of a cultivation method he had been seeking, the divine technique known as Shinrai. Shinrai, I have finally discovered you, Kakashi shouted in elation. He promptly commenced his training, finding the process of mastering Shinrai far simpler than he had anticipated. Within a mere day, he successfully grasped the technique. Though it is intricate, I have achieved mastery. I appreciate your dedication during this time. You may now return to Konoha for some rest, Kakashi addressed his Umbu companions. Yes, my lord, they replied. Soon after, the Umbu began to withdraw, while Kakashi retained a small team to ensure the room's security before departing with them. In the rock-hidden village, the leader received a report from a scout. According to our informant, the cloud-hidden village has dispatched operatives into our territory and is currently assaulting various villages with considerable strength, having already seized several settlements, a rock ninja informed Jiraiya. Oh, such swiftness? Jiraiya inquired, furrowing his brow. Indeed, the scout described them as possessing some form of secret technique or weapon, exhibiting remarkable combat prowess. Their numbers are significant, including several Jonin, the rock ninja elaborated. Humph. In that case, we must capture these traitors and extract their secrets to uncover their techniques, Jiraiya declared coldly. Understood, leader. I shall prepare immediately. The rock ninja responded promptly. The rock ninja acted swiftly, capturing several defectors overnight. However, they found the prisoners resolutely tight-lipped, unwilling to divulge anything, and many resorted to poisoning themselves. Further investigation into the cloud-hidden village yielded little response, as they appeared indifferent to the fate of their fallen comrades, shifting all blame onto the mist-hidden village. This infuriated the Raikage, who nearly shattered the table in rage. These despicable scoundrels, he roared angrily. At the entrance of the cloud-hidden village, within the land of wind, the sound of footsteps approached, prompting the guards to take their posts. Suddenly, a formidable aura pressed down upon them, causing the guards' expressions to stiffen. Where was this pressure emanating from? Could it be an enemy force? Such a notion seemed implausible, given the protective barriers surrounding the cloud-hidden village. At that moment, a man clad in black appeared within the guard's line of sight. Who are you? What is your intention? One guard demanded. Do not be alarmed. I harbor no ill will, the man replied nonchalantly. Since you claim that, what business do you have? The guard queried. Indeed. I have certain matters to discuss with you, the man stated. What matters? The guard pressed. It concerns the proposed union between the cloud-hidden village and the sand-hidden village, the man explained. A union with the sand-hidden village? Impossible. The guard rejected without hesitation. What is this attitude? How is it that the sand-hidden village is deemed unworthy of an alliance with the cloud-hidden village? Is it merely based on the assertion that your village possesses greater strength? The man's voice rose in indignation. You. The guard flushed with anger at the man's words. Apologies, I misspoke. I only wish to convey the Cloud-Hidden Village's sincerity regarding this matrimonial alliance, for we have no desire for conflict, the man awkwardly clarified. You raise a valid point. What terms would you propose? The guard found himself momentarily at a loss for words. I am here to assist you in thwarting this union. I wonder what conditions you might consider? The man smiled, though the smile sent shivers down their spines. What do you desire? At that moment, the second Tsuchikage emerged. My demands are quite straightforward. You simply need to deliver the ninjas from your village to Konoha, the man stated. That is unacceptable. The second Tsuchikage shook his head. How can it be unacceptable? Surely the Cloud-Hidden Village does not wish to engage in conflict with Konoha? The man replied with a smile. That is certainly true. The Tsuchikage nodded, then continued, moreover, the Cloud-Hidden Village must offer compensation. We cannot suffer losses without recompense. Additionally, we seek only a single medicinal herb from your village. He extended a hand, presenting a medicinal plant. What herb could possibly warrant such a valuable exchange from the Cloud-Hidden Village? The Tsuchikage inquired, puzzled as he accepted the herb. This is a millennium ginseng, capable of elevating an ordinary person to surpass even the level of a Chunin. The man boasted. What? Millennium ginseng? The second Tsuchikage exclaimed in astonishment, fully aware of the herb's worth. I cannot believe the Cloud-Hidden Village would offer such a rare item for trade. Very well, it is settled then. This time, we shall forego the Cloud-Hidden Village's provisions. You shall simply adhere to the agreed exchange, the Tsuchikage concluded. Wary of the man's potential for unreasonable demands, he intended to secure the exchange first, then reclaim what was rightfully theirs. Such a valuable item must not fall into the hands of outsiders. Since that is the case, I shall not linger further. I must return to report, the man declared. Will you not enter the village for a visit? We have excellent tea to offer you, the Tsuchikage invited courteously. Haha, no need. Your offerings do not tempt me. I prefer not to impose. The man waved off the Tsuchikage's hospitality. Very well, I wish you a safe journey, the Tsuchikage replied. As the man turned to leave, he abruptly paused, looking back at the Tsuchikage. I hope our paths do not cross again. Regardless of whether the Cloud-Hidden Village consents or not, I shall not relent. He vanished into thin air. Only after the man departed did the guards cautiously approach, having believed they were on the verge of demise. Elder, who exactly is that man? He feels almost spectral, one guard remarked. Humph, I suspect he is a monster, another guard replied. Monster? What does that mean? The guards inquired, puzzled. It implies that this person may not be human but rather a deity or a creature. He surely must have come here for the treasures of our Union village. One guard explained. Nonsense, how could anyone come here for no reason? Another guard scoffed. I think you are merely envious. The guards began to bicker amongst themselves. Upon returning to Konoha, the man made his way directly to the residence of the fourth Kazekage. Ah, you're back. The Kazekage greeted with a smile. Yes, father. The man replied respectfully, lowering his head. So, how did the negotiations go? The fourth Kazekage inquired. It was a success. They have acquiesced to my demands. The man declared proudly. Well, that is good. The fourth Kazekage nodded in satisfaction. By the way, father, that man mentioned that everyone in his village is a combat-type ninja. The man suddenly reminded. I was already aware of that. Although he spoke vaguely, I surmised that the strongest among them are likely the weakest in terms of combat power. Those must be his targets, the fourth Kazekage said calmly, then raised his gaze to the man and continued, in that case. Let us dispatch these individuals to negotiate with Konoha. But those individuals are the future of the village, the man expressed his concerns. Fear not, I have already considered this. While they are indeed the future, they will not perish, as Konoha has no reason to kill them, the fourth Kazekage stated confidently. Is that so? The man replied uncertainly, harboring some underlying anxiety. Although he admired this man, perhaps due to their similar ages, he understood that he could not guarantee the safety of those individuals. Of course, I am the Hokage. Do you think I would fear their retaliation? The fourth Kazekage asserted with confidence. That is true, the man acknowledged with a smile. Finally feeling a sense of relief. By the way, father, have you found a suitable candidate? The man inquired. Yes, I have identified a suitable candidate named Yamashiro Kaichi. You should all be familiar with him, and he is the only medical ninja master in the village. I plan to send him to Chunin village. As we are currently short on medical ninjas, the fourth Kazekage elaborated. Yamashiro Kaichi, that name sounds familiar, but I can't quite recall the details, the man murmured. Indeed. You have heard of him, as he is my disciple whom I intend to recommend to you, the fourth Kazekage revealed. Your disciple? No way. Isn't he known for not taking on disciples? The man exclaimed in surprise. Yes, he once stated that he has only one master and takes no others. The fourth Kazekage replied with a hint of resignation. Oh, since he qualifies as your disciple, I will take responsibility for this matter. In a week, I will ensure this young man reaches Chunin village, the man pledged confidently. Well then, I entrust this task to you. It is no simple undertaking. We must swiftly neutralize their threat, the fourth Kazekage said earnestly. Rest assured, father, the man nodded. Also, you must not disclose this mission to anyone in the village, as it could incite panic. The fourth Kazekage emphasized once more. I understand. This matter is of great significance, otherwise, I would not dare to act unilaterally. The man replied with a wry smile. All right, go rest for now. I will announce this news tomorrow, the fourth Kazekage concluded. Then I shall take my leave. The man said. Meanwhile, in the room of the third Raikage in Chunin village, he was asked, Raikage, what is your opinion? By Sarutobi Hiruzen. I believe this course of action is viable. We must consider this issue and not allow our enemies to dictate our moves, the third Raikage responded. I concur with your perspective. I will promptly contact a Wagakure to coordinate an assault on Chunin village. We must inflict significant damage so they realize that Konoha is not to be trifled with, Sarutobi Hiruzen declared excitedly. Indeed, we must act swiftly. This is a golden opportunity we cannot afford to miss, the Raikage echoed with enthusiasm. When will you arrange for our people to head to Konoha? Sarutobi Hiruzen inquired. Once the trade with Amigakure is finalized, I will send them to Konoha. We are in need of additional escort teams, and this will resolve that, the Raikage articulated. Very well, let us proceed as planned, Sarutobi Hiruzen agreed. Thus, they commenced deliberating their next steps. In Konoha, Uchiha Madara sat in a chair. Observing Uchiha Shursui and Kakashi before him, his expression darkened. It was evident that the movements of Uchiha Shursui and his companions had been detected by Konoha Esambu. And Konoha had taken this opportunity to gather the forces of Chunin village and Amigakure, which both angered and troubled Uchiha Madara. After contemplating, he addressed Kakashi and Shursui, saying, Shursui, Kakashi, immediately alert the village to watch for any unusual activities in the forests nearby, especially from the ninjas. Should they make any moves, you are to obstruct them at once. Understood. We shall take our leave, they nodded in agreement. Subsequently, they departed swiftly towards Konoha. Simultaneously, Chunin village received a message from Konoha, indicating preparations for negotiations, though the specifics were not disclosed. Haha, Konoha can no longer restrain itself. We can now prepare for a counterattack, the leader of Sunigakure exclaimed excitedly upon receiving the news. The desire to eliminate Konoha had long been harbored by Sunigakure. And now that an opportunity had arisen, the leader was understandably elated. Indeed, I too am eager. Konoha, I have awaited this day. Once you are vanquished, my dreams will be realized, the leader of Sunigakure, Chiyo, declared with fervor. Leader, who do you propose we send for negotiations? We must deploy a significant force to eliminate the power of Konoha, a strategist beside Chiyo suggested. Have you seen Ichin? Nagato inquired of Konan. Well, Ichin has little to do on our side. He spends his days wandering around, usually found either in taverns or game halls. You will surely find him there. Konan replied playfully, sticking out her tongue. Is Ichin always this listless? Such formidable power must surely come from arduous training, Nagato pondered. Nagato fell into a deep contemplation. In our realm, Nagato was merely a shadow clone. Perhaps his true self was diligently training somewhere. Moreover, one must balance work with relaxation. Look. His true self is exerting effort in training at home while his shadow clone takes a moment to rest. Doesn't that seem exquisite? Konan crafted a plausible excuse for the shadow clone. It appeared quite convincing. I too have not taken a leisurely stroll in quite some time. Konan, would you care to join me? Nagato extended the invitation. Nagato, are you inviting me to go shopping? Konan inquired in disbelief. Yes. Do you accept? Nagato's cheeks flushed a deep crimson as he felt a bit bashful, uncertain of how to respond. Let us go. Let us go. We must hurry to the shops. Konan eagerly dashed ahead. After approximately an hour of wandering, during which the two had declined the villagers' hospitality 100 times, they finally discovered the shadow clone in an inconspicuous tavern. Oh dear, shadow clone? Can you even drink? And what about your age? Konan queried, puzzled. Well, you know I am merely a shadow clone. Drinking is akin to not drinking at all, the shadow clone replied cautiously. Is that so? Konan nodded skeptically. I happen to have a matter to discuss with you, shadow clone. Nagato seated himself opposite the clone, delicately consuming a dish as he spoke. Konan, please take a seat as well. Let us converse while we dine. The shadow clone invited Konan to join them. What is it, Nagato? The shadow clone inquired. Since the defeat of the Rock Ninja, our scouts at the border have reported that the entire ninja world is stirring. Their objective seems to be us. Although we are not fearful of them, we must remain cautious of the 5 great nations that have ruled the ninja world for so long. For they may possess unknown methods, Konan expressed her concerns. Rest assured, while there are unknown methods, they are exclusive to Konoha. You need not worry about the other 4 great ninja villages. Given our current strength, we could easily flatten them multiple times. As for Konoha, you need not fret. My true self is still there, and all will be well, the Shadow Clone reassured them. Shadow Clone, you mentioned that Konoha possesses unknown powers. Could you elaborate? Konan, noticing Nagato's reluctance to speak, took the initiative to ask directly. Konan, I cannot provide specifics. I can only inform you that Konoha possesses 3 formidable weapons of mass destruction. It would be wise to avoid provoking Konoha. I believe that if the Rain Village were to merge with Konoha, the matter would be settled. The Shadow Clone replied with a smile. Indeed, I shall give your suggestion careful consideration, Nagato stated solemnly. All right, let us focus on our meal. Nagato, Konan, you must try the exquisite divine drunkenness from this establishment. Those who have never tasted it cannot fathom its flavor. The Shadow Clone filled their glasses to the brim. Shadow Clone, did you not say that clones cannot drink? Konan scrutinized him with a sharp gaze. Well, it was my true self who wished to experience the flavor and insisted I try it. I am merely complying. A week later, the shinobi from the Cloud, Mist, Leaf, and Sand villages gradually arrived at the borders of the Rain Country. However, they did not intend to force their way in. Including the struggling rock shinobi still at the border, the military organizations of the 5 great nations of the ninja world had all gathered. The atmosphere at the Rain Village border was tense and fraught with anticipation. What follows is an auxiliary tale. Those who wish to skip may turn to the next chapter. The ensuing events may appear nonsensical, meant only for amusement. However, the leader of the Rain Shinobi seemed entirely unfazed, even displaying a slight smile. A countenance that incited ire among the higher-ups of the Rock Village, who were filled with a desire to devour the leader whole. At the Rain Village border, within a secluded hamlet, a modest dwelling housed a young man clad in simple cloth, soundly asleep. Suddenly, a series of knocks reverberated through the air, rousing the young man from his slumber. He blinked in confusion, opened the window, and peered outside, where he spotted several figures in black standing beneath the courtyard wall, seemingly awaiting his appearance. He closed the window, gently patted his head, and a smile crept across his lips. Another group coming to meet their demise. The young man casually seized a wooden sword that hung on the wall and effortlessly opened the door. There stood 3 masked figures in black, who immediately lunged at him, only to be dispatched with ease. However, as the last of them fell, a cloud of smoke erupted, enveloping him. Upon inhaling the smoke, the young man furrowed his brow and instinctively held his breath. Moments later, his vision cleared, and he found that the 3 assailants had vanished, leaving behind a pool of blood and 3 tokens inscribed with the word assassin. Ah, I see, the young man murmured to himself. He collected the 3 tokens and retreated to his room, retrieving a box from beneath the cupboard. Upon opening it, he found it densely packed with dozens of shurikens. It appears they were after these shurikens. I shall not allow you to succeed, he declared, extracting one shuriken and closing his eyes. In no time, the shuriken began to spin rapidly under his command, transforming into a blur. The young man slowly opened his eyes, his gaze cold as he surveyed the distance. These assassins are far too weak, barely worthy of warming up against, with strength surpassing that of even a Kage. To be ambushed by such insignificant insects is indeed a disgrace to a ninja's honor. Regardless of your mission, if you dare to come here, be prepared to face the consequences. With that, the young man stepped out of the room, now clad in a different outfit. At that moment, a woman who had been following him suddenly halted, observing a young man wearing a conical hat blocking their path. Who are you? She inquired. I am here to find Mr. Ichen. He is inside. Allow me to take you to him. This girl was familiar with Ichen, and her name was Chunin. Ah, no need for that. I am Ichen, the young man replied nonchalantly. Chunin was taken aback upon hearing his words. Ichen, it could not be wrong. He was the one exiled from the Leaf Village. How could this be? Had Ichen deceived her? Chunin, what is wrong? Nagato asked, noticing her dazed expression. Nothing. Let us proceed inside. Taking a deep breath, Chunin grasped Nagato's hand and led him into the Leaf stronghold. Icheng led them into a private room, where he found Chunin waiting for them. Greetings, Icheng, Chunin said politely, bowing slightly. Icheng? That would be me, Icheng replied with a smile. I summoned you here in hopes that Konoha would send reinforcements to assist us in resisting the Rock Ninja. It would be advantageous for you as well, Chunin stated earnestly. Reinforcements? I am not in a position to decide that. I must confer with the Hokage. Icheng shook his head. Is the Hokage unwilling to dispatch help? Chunin furrowed her brow. That shouldn't be the case, as Konoha has already sent 5 Umbu members to partake in this war, with only you remaining here. Indeed, Icheng confirmed. Chunin fell silent for a moment before asking, why is that? Haha, you should be aware that Konoha has allied with Sunagakure. But that alliance is strictly for combating the Raikage and Mizukage. As for the conflict in the Land of Rain, Konoha does not intend to intervene. As that territory is under the control of the Rock Ninja, Icheng replied, a hint of arrogance in his tone. Chunin bit her lip. Understanding that with the Rock Ninja and the Rain Ninja joining forces, Konoha would certainly refrain from involving itself in the matter. Taking a deep breath, she continued. Although I do not agree with the alliance against the Raikage and Mizukage, we, the Rain Ninja, are undoubtedly destined for defeat this time. Therefore, I implore you to assist us. If you agree, the Rain Ninja will provide ample rewards. And I will personally visit the Hokage to request his aid for the Land of Rain. Rewards? Ha ha ha. What would I do with money? Have you not always looked down upon me? Icheng scoffed, laughing derisively. Chunin lowered her head, aware that she had crossed a significant line. Had her father not been her mentor, she would never have set foot in the Land of Rain. What rewards do you seek? Perhaps I can accommodate you, Icheng said. Unperturbed by any outrageous demands, as he possessed everything he desired, and any reasonable request would likely be met. I want the lives of Konoha's upper echelons, Chunin stated firmly. Harboring resentment yet never contemplating the idea of taking any life, as that was her moral boundary. Oh, that I cannot assist you with. Icheng replied as he stood up and made his way to the door. Icheng, Chunin called out, only to see Icheng's retreating figure grow distant. Meanwhile, atop a mountain outside the Rain Ninja village, 2 figures stood. One was the Kazekage, while the other was Icheng, who was wrapped in white bandages. Looking rather disheveled as he gazed at the village below. What is the matter? Are you injured? The Kazekage inquired. I am fine, merely sustained a minor injury, Icheng said, wiping the sweat from his forehead and catching his breath. They had been observing for nearly an entire night and had finally pinpointed the Rock Ninja's target, the Rain Ninja village. Those bastards! The Kazekage shouted in anger. Do not forget, this is the Land of Rain. Our adversaries extend beyond the Rock Ninja, Icheng replied calmly. Indeed. The Kazekage nodded, recognizing the truth in Icheng's words. The power dynamics within the Land of Rain were intricate, and it was impossible for Konoha alone to dismantle the entirety of its forces. Just then, an alert signal rang out from the Rain Ninja village, indicating that the Rock Ninja had breached the outer defenses. So soon? The Kazekage exclaimed in astonishment. Icheng shook his head in tranquility. Let us depart, he proclaimed, leading the way. Feng sighed, resigned to follow suit. Icheng's weapon is not as malevolent as he himself is. It is a sword hilt. By wielding a sword hilt instead of a blade, Icheng can exert his full potential, whereas with a knife, he can only harness 70 to 80% of his strength. Icheng's swordsmanship has ascended to the pinnacle of its realm. At the tender age of 20, he had already comprehended the essence of the sword. However, he now finds himself ensnared in a bottleneck in his cultivation. Icheng senses that he has approached the realm of sword comprehension yet again, yet he remains unable to transcend this barrier, as if he is trapped in this very moment. The formidable nature of Icheng's sword techniques is rooted in an epiphany he experienced during a covert assassination mission, which led him to develop the technique known as slash, seamlessly merging it with his swordplay to create a novel style he named sword dance, flowing light. What Icheng currently lacks is merely an opportunity, and that opportunity lies in his ability to comprehend the essence of the sword. However, this is nearly impossible, for grasping the profound meaning of the sword is an arduous journey without shortcuts. Even he, at the age of 35, barely managed to touch the threshold of this elusive realm. Icheng has always held the belief that hard work can never rival innate talent. Yet he is confident that he will eventually attain the essence of the sword, while the reinforcements from Konoha have yet to arrive. Those from the Rock Village have come first. The Rock Ninja, a towering figure with a resolute countenance and dark skin, inquires loudly, Who are you? What brings you to this place? Icheng cast a fleeting glance at him and coldly inquired, Are you from the IWA Ninja Village? Indeed. Who are you? The IWA Ninja pressed further. We are from the Rain Ninja, the most formidable shinobi of the Land of Rain. We have come here to assist Konoha in quelling the rebellion, Icheng stated unabashedly. If negotiations were to ensue, one must assert their stance, otherwise, they would remain oblivious to one's true intentions. The Land of Rain? How formidable can those weaklings be? Do not tell me that your rain ninja can annihilate us. You are merely 4J9, a mere rabble, the IWA ninja exclaimed loudly, exhibiting his disdain for Konoha. After all, Konoha was a great nation. He felt no fear of a small country's provocation and even contemplated annexation. I concede that the land of rain is indeed feeble, but I am unperturbed by the prospect of uniting with you IWA ninja to confront Konoha. Icheng suddenly altered his demeanor. The IWA ninja was taken aback, staring at Icheng in disbelief, before laughing. Are you jesting? How could you few contend with Konoha? Why not test it and see? Icheng replied coldly, and in an instant, he drew a kunai from his waist and thrust it into the IWA ninja's chest. This was Icheng's customary approach. Typically, if an opponent was an enemy, he would swiftly eliminate them without leaving any room for reprieve. However, this IWA ninja was an exception, clearly not affiliated with the Land of Rain, but rather a captive who had been seized while attempting to aid his village against the IWA ninja. Icheng could not bring himself to deliver a fatal blow. As the kunai pierced the heart, the IWA ninja's eyes widened in disbelief that Icheng had indeed killed him. Icheng slowly withdrew the kunai, blood instantly staining the ground as the IWA ninja collapsed. You actually killed him? At that moment, the rain ninja arrived, and a striking girl, bearing a hint of melancholy in her brow, spoke up. Her name was Sakurako Sai, the leader of this group and a princess of the rain ninja. In the original narrative, she was a childhood friend of Naruto, who ultimately married her, making her the wife of Naruto and the granddaughter-in-law of the legendary sage of the Thousand Hands, Hashirama Senju. When she witnessed Naruto's lifeless body, she nearly succumbed to despair. However, being a woman tempered by the trials of war, she maintained her composure despite her profound sorrow. She led the Rain Ninja into fierce combat against the IWA Ninja. And ultimately, with the arrival of reinforcements from Konoha, they repelled the IWA invasion, saving the Rain Ninja village and preserving the lives of its villagers. Of course, this subsequent narrative will not unfold here, and the Rain Ninja present are not the weaklings depicted in the original story. Icheng smiled faintly and remarked, not bad. At such a young age, you've already earned the right to assume the position of captain. Who are you? Your age is similar to ours. How could you possibly defeat this rock ninja? Sakurako questioned. Icheng retorted, does youth imply an inability to surpass the elders? Regardless of gender. As long as one possesses ambition and aspirations, success is always attainable. Sakurako fell silent. Perhaps she did harbor ambition and a desire for vengeance. She sought to avenge her parents, which was why she had joined the Awagakure, becoming a ninja of the Hidden Stone Village. Throughout her journey, she witnessed the brutal realities of warfare, death, and the loss of loved ones, which intensified her yearning for strength. Thus, she chose the path of a ninja. I am Sai, a ninja, though I am not a renowned general. I am merely an ordinary Chunin, he remarked. Your skills are quite impressive, Sai acknowledged. Icheng refrained from continuing the conversation, casting a calm gaze towards the distance. Upon the branches of a tree, a man rested against its sturdy trunk. Greetings. I am Uzumaki Kushina, a ninja proficient in wood release. Who might you be? She called out as she leaped down to address the man. He remained silent, his eyes closed in tranquil repose. A flicker of irritation crossed Kushina's face. Throughout her life, she had been the center of attention, never accustomed to being so disregarded. Hey! She shouted once more, but this time the man paid her no heed, instead turning his attention to Icheng. You are late. They have already fled, he remarked. Oh? Icheng furrowed his brow and glanced in the direction the rock ninja had escaped. Let us proceed. Disregard them for now. They will surely return. And that location is where we must strike. Kushina exclaimed with excitement, leading the rain ninjas in pursuit of the rock ninjas. Your pace is lacking. I will hold the rear. Stay close behind me, Icheng advised. Understood. The group nodded in agreement. The prowess of Icheng is well recognized. Hence, they are all inclined to obey his directives. This is precisely why Icheng has chosen them as his guardians, for they represent the elite backbone of the Hidden Rain Village. Icheng, with disdain in his eyes, gazed into the distance at the swiftly retreating rock ninjas, a mocking smile gracing his lips. Huh? Do you truly believe that hiding will ensure your safety? Such delusions are laughable. We shall undoubtedly find you. Icheng employed the shadow clone technique, subsequently transforming himself into numerous shadowy duplicates that sprinted toward the distance. The doppelgangers of Icheng followed the original clues in pursuit of the fleeing rock shinobi, while Icheng led the other three rain shinobi onward to the Land of Lightning. Given the proximity of the Land of Lightning to the Land of Fire, it was not long before Icheng and his companions reached the border, where a multitude of ninjas had already gathered. I am Icheng, an Umbu member from the Land of Wind, Sent to rendezvous with you, Ichin proclaimed to the surrounding ninjas, who, upon hearing his words, ceased their skirmishes and turned their attention to him. An Umbu member? The nearby ninjas exclaimed in astonishment. The Umbu wielded immense authority within Konoha, and the arrival of their ranks signified that new missions awaited them. The Umbu's role in the Leaf Village resembled that of the vigilant sentinels of Orion, tasked with addressing various illicit enterprises, be it the masterminds behind such operations or the hidden puppeteers pulling the strings. Their duty encompassed the gathering of all pertinent intelligence regarding these dark dealings, with the stipulation that such information must be of paramount importance, otherwise it would be reported directly to the higher echelons of the village. However, their mandate extended beyond the shadows, as their principal obligation remained the safeguarding of the Hokage's safety. I understand you are all spirited warriors. Yet I implore you not to forget that this is a battlefield for shinobi. Infighting is absolutely impermissible. You must recognize that here, you are not allies, but rivals. I urge you to unite, for we are here to aid you. Ichin's voice resonated in the ears of every ninja present. I know you are dissatisfied with the decapitation of that rock shinobi I just executed, but allow me to clarify that he was merely a lowly foot soldier. Should we encounter more formidable rock shinobi, our fates would be sealed. Thus, your only recourse lies in your own strength. We cannot turn against one another. We must unite to survive, Ichin declared with solemnity. Now that I have introduced our identities, are you prepared? Ichin's voice suddenly soared several octaves. Indeed, the crowd roared in unison. Since you are all ready, then follow me into the fray, Ichin commanded, leading the charge against the rock shinobi. Ha! The rain shinobi responded with a fierce battle cry, drawing their weapons and rushing forward. Meanwhile, within the confines of a house in Konoha, a figure cloaked in a voluminous robe stood by the window, gazing out at the world beyond. An ominous silence enveloped the city, and a cold, murderous intent flickered across his face. Ninjas of the Leaf, I shall bestow upon you a grand gift. You wretches dared to provoke our Sand Ninja Village. The villagers of the Sand Ninja Village exclaimed in furious outrage. Humph! The figure scoffed disdainfully. Do not squander your breath, you worthless inhabitants of the hidden sand. Come forth and settle this matter once and for all. I shall usurp the hidden stone village, and thus, you shall all perish. His voice echoed resolutely around him. Meanwhile, in the hidden stone village, a significant upheaval was occurring as one by one, the stone ninjas began their retreat. As soon as Ichin and his companions entered the hidden rock village, he was immediately detected and swiftly surrounded. Well, if it isn't Uncle Ichin. What a coincidence. The voice of Namake's Minato echoed throughout the village. Oh, little Minato. It's been a while. What's this? Have you enlisted as well? Ichin replied with a relaxed smile, showing not the slightest hint of tension. Ichin had long anticipated this outcome, thus he remained composed and unflustered. Indeed, but uncle, did you not also enlist? Bofeng Shuimin remarked. Yes, we are all here serving, so I must inquire if you wish to join us, Ichin responded with a smile. Bofeng Shuimin shook his head. No, I must return home to see my mother. You little rascal, truly, Ichin teased with a chuckle. While the two were engaged in their light-hearted banter, the rock ninjas finally assembled, and their numbers were confirmed to exceed 500. Their strength was indeed formidable. At a glance, each rock ninja appeared to be at least a second-rate ninja, with some even reaching third-rate status. This was the reason for the dread harbored by the sand-hidden village-s ninjas. Were their positions reversed, they would be utterly unable to withstand such might. However, their reinforcements had yet to arrive. Although Konoha had dispatched members of the Umbu, what of it? Did they intend to annihilate them all? Such a notion was patently absurd. And they did not believe Konoha possessed that level of power. Moreover, even if they were to be vanquished, the sand-hidden village would not suffer significant losses. For they were backed by Konoha, and their village leader, Granny Chiyo, was present to oversee matters. As long as she drew breath, Konoha would not dare to act against them. Sand-hidden scoundrels, come forth. We are here to resolve conflict, not to engage in frivolity. Ichin called out, his gaze steady upon the distant sand ninjas. Ha ha ha, the bravado of you Konoha ninjas is quite amusing. Do you truly believe that a mere handful of you can provoke us? Came a gravelly voice in response. I care not for your intentions, however. I advise you to hasten your departure from our rock-hidden village. This is no place for Konoha ninjas, another young man bellowed. Is that so? Then by all means, do give it a try. I am eager to see if you possess the right to speak to me in such a manner, Ichin replied, raising an eyebrow slightly. His gaze frosty, and his tone dark and foreboding. Ichin's character has always been thus. If you treat me well, I shall reciprocate in kind. But should you harm my loved ones, I will ensure that you pay a grievous price. With a thunderous roar, Ichin's foot struck the ground. and his hand swiftly formed a series of intricate seals, conjuring an immense formation. Earth escape, hell of fiery flames. As the voice of I Ching faded, massive boulders erupted from the ground, swiftly enveloping the forest in their relentless embrace. The stones proliferated incessantly, soon burying the entire growth. Help! It hurts. What manner of technique is this? In an instant, the ninjutsu within the forest was utterly obliterated, leaving the inhabitants of Sunagakure ensnared and subjected to a relentless onslaught. I Ching's gaze swept across the surroundings, and to his astonishment, he discovered the presence of individuals deep within the woods. This revelation puzzled him, as one would expect that. Given the terrain, apart from the people of Konoha, there should be no others in this locale, especially at this hour. At that moment, a voice resonated in I Ching's ears. It is you. Turning towards the speaker, he was taken aback to see the Reikage. You are still alive. I Ching exclaimed in disbelief as he regarded the Reikage. The Reikage merely offered him a cold glance. Why would we not be alive? We are the elite of Konoha, he responded. A chuckle escaped I Ching's lips upon hearing this. What? Do you believe we are incapable? The Reikage inquired, his brow furrowing. No, that is not my intention, I Ching shook his head. What I meant to convey is that you lot are a bunch of fools. What did you say? The Reikage glared at I Ching. Ignorance, I Ching scoffed, casting a disdainful look at the Reikage before continuing, if I am not mistaken. The reason why the people of Sunagakure have yet to attack you is likely due to your leader and Granny Chiyo. Oh? How so? I Ching's words seemed to pique the Reikage's interest, prompting him to inquire with curiosity. It is quite simple. Your survival is certainly attributed to the fact that the ninjas of our land of fire recognize your strength, thus refraining from launching a fierce assault. However, you must understand that the ninjas of our land of fire also have their limits, especially those from Konoha. When I Ching uttered the words Konoha village, his tone suddenly intensified. What do you mean? Reikage's brow furrowed. You ought to understand that if you do not surrender the so-called intelligence of Sunagakure, do not blame us if we resort to a show of strength to demonstrate whether Sunagakure is as weak as you presume. Are you intending to strike against us? Reikage's expression shifted slightly, his discomfort palpable. And what of it? I Ching retorted. You must realize, Sunagakure is not to be trifled with. Reikage's voice was low, laced with menace. I Ching chuckled. Then I shall await the spectacle. With that, he departed, leaving Reikage momentarily stunned before he turned to leave. Phew, he's finally gone. I Ching exhaled a sigh of relief. Captain, why don't we seize the opportunity to attack while they are unprepared? At that moment, Kakashi appeared beside I Ching. Patience. I Ching remarked calmly. If we were to genuinely engage them, what do you think would ensue? I believe I comprehend. Kakashi mused for a moment before enlightenment dawned upon him. Indeed. I Ching sighed. I have already set up seals to inhibit chakra in this vicinity. Let us rest for a while. Very well. Kakashi did not object, for he was quite fatigued, having expended considerable chakra during the recent skirmish. Thus, the two sat in silence upon the grassy expanse, awaiting the inevitable. The surrounding ninjas appeared utterly exhausted, their bodies stained with copious amounts of blood. Gradually, their breaths became labored, and beads of perspiration formed on their foreheads. Captain, Kakashi suddenly spoke. We should hasten our departure, if the ninjas from Sunagakure catch up to us. It would be disastrous. No, since we are here, we shall await their arrival. This is a matter of grievances between us and Sunagakure. I must confront them here. I Ching replied with calm determination. Kakashi hesitated for a moment, but recognizing the futility of contesting I Ching's decision, he refrained from further persuasion. You traitors. Colluding with outsiders to harm our comrades. Just as I Ching finished speaking, an irate voice echoed through the air. Oh, who would have thought it would be a mere child? Impressive. Which village do you hail from? Upon hearing this, I Ching gazed at the young girl before him. Silently pondering, it seems that Sunagakure has not yet relinquished its ambitions. However, since they have delivered someone to my doorstep, I shall not be courteous in the least. I Ching's lips curled into a smile as he leisurely drew out a kunai, remarking, since Sunagakure remains unyielding, let it be known that we of Konoha shall not hesitate to assert our dominance. Swish. I Ching was the first to charge forward, his kunai glimmering with a chilling light. As he burst forth, he encountered a young girl clad in red. Her eyes widened with surprise as she perceived the murderous intent emanating from I Ching. In a swift motion, I Ching's kunai pierced her chest. The girl's eyes grew round with shock. She had never anticipated her demise would come here. With ease, I Ching dispatched the girl, then stood quietly awaiting the next development, while Kakashi, at his side, busily wielded several kunai, harvesting the lives of the surrounding Sunagakure ninjas. Soon, the ground was strewn with fallen bodies. At that moment, A black-cloaked ninja dashed towards them, reeking of potent medicine, clearly gravely injured. Who are you? And why do you attack the ninjas of Sunagakure? Ichin inquired, glancing up at the cloaked figure before slowly advancing towards him. The black-cloaked ninja, sensing danger, swiftly drew his blade and swung it at Ichin. Yet, before he could bring the weapon down, Ichin delivered a powerful kick to his abdomen, sending him crashing to the ground and creating a crater upon impact. With a swift motion, Ichin withdrew the kunai embedded in the cloaked ninja's belly. The ninja struggled briefly before rolling his eyes back and losing consciousness. At that moment, Ichin heard a commotion and turned to face the source of the noise. A group of Sunagakure ninjas had arrived, among them a burly, bald man who appeared to be a local native. Ichin scrutinized the man's attire and discerned that it did not belong to Sunagakure. Tentatively, he inquired, "Might you be from Konoha? "No, I am not from Konoha." The man replied, "I am merely a traveler passing through, and I paused here upon witnessing the battle, choosing to observe rather than intervene." The bald, burly man scratched his head and continued, "However, since the conflict has concluded, I shall take my leave." "Hey," Ichin called out, "you haven't yet revealed your name." "The name is of little consequence. You will inevitably learn it in due time." The man waved dismissively before turning to depart. As he watched the man's retreating figure, Ichin furrowed his brow, silently vowing, "I shall remember you. You had best hope I do not catch you." Shortly thereafter, another wave of Sunagakure ninjas appeared. Yet unlike the previous ones, these individuals were fully armed. Ichin narrowed his eyes as Kakashi quietly prepared behind him. "Which village do you belong to?" "Sunagakure." The group replied in unison. Chapter 107. Confrontation at the border of the Land of Fire and the Land of Rain. "Lady Tsunade, we cannot proceed any further. We are nearing the territory of the Land of Rain. If we step into their domain, it could potentially provoke a conflict. Given the current situation, there is still room for mitigation," said Rikuju. "Very well. Establish defensive fortifications here. Relay the order, without my command. No one is to step foot into the Land of Rain. Our objective is not to invade others, but to safeguard ourselves," Tsunade instructed. "Understood," Rikuju responded, leaving the makeshift conference room to relay orders and oversee the construction of the defenses. "Lord Raikage, we have encountered the Mist Ninjas. After communicating with them, my subordinates learned that they are also here for the Rain Ninja Village, although they only brought a contingent of around 100. Their Mizukage is among them. Should we not establish contact, considering our shared goals?" Mabui inquired. "Oh, the Land of Water has also arrived. It is commendable they could muster 100, given their geographical constraints. However, since we have crossed paths, it would be inappropriate not to meet. Moreover, I have heard that the current Mizukage is a formidable leader who single-handedly abolished the Blood Mist policy. It is indeed essential to meet him," Raikage pondered. "Very well. I will arrange it immediately," Mabui replied before departing. Moments later, Mabui led a small team to the Mist Ninjas encampment. "Please announce that Yun Shinobi Envoy Mabui requests an audience." Yun Shinobi? The Mist Ninja scrutinized Mabui, noticing the forehead protector of Kumogakure, without raising any suspicions. "Ah. It is the Raikage secretary. We apologize for not receiving you earlier. Please wait a moment while I report to the Mizukage." "Thank you, Mizukage." "The Raikage secretary Mabui seeks an audience," reported the unnamed Mist Ninja. "Oh, it seems we have encountered the Cloud Ninja. However, such an encounter is to be expected. As both our paths traverse through the Land of Rice, the Land of Frost, the Land of Illusion, and the Land of Grass, the likelihood of meeting is quite high," analyzed Ao, who accompanied the Mizukage. "Very well, please allow Mabui to enter," the Mizukage Terumi Mei said. "Mizukage, upon learning of the Mist Ninja's presence, the Raikage has sent me to invite you all to join us, as our objectives align. If you do not mind, may we proceed together to the Land of Rain?" Mabui proposed. "In that case, allow me to meet with the Raikage first. May I bring these individuals along?" Terumi Mei replied with a smile. "Please." Mabui extended the invitation, welcoming the over 100 Mist Ninjas without hesitation. A day later, the Mist Ninja and the Cloud Ninja arrived at the border between the Land of Grass and the Land of Rain. "Lord Raikage, it is said that the Land of Grass has been annexed by the Land of Rain. If we traverse the entire Land of Grass, do you think the Rain Ninja Village will react?" Water Shadow Terumi Mei inquired with a smile. "Humph. I certainly did not consent to the annexation of the Land of Grass. Did you, Water Shadow?" Raikage scoffed dismissively. To say annexation is one thing, but it is not so simple. Although the Land of Grass is a small nation, the actions of the Land of Rain are also a means to calibrate the entire ninja world situation. Expanding influence is not merely a matter of words. Water Shadow Terumi May stated solemnly. Her words struck a chord. How could expanding influence be so effortless? The reason the 5 great nations allowed these smaller nations to exist in the middle was primarily to serve as a buffer in times of war. Anyone who sought to disrupt this balance would be opposing the entire ninja world, and the Land of Rain was underestimating the complexities involved. Raikage remarked with a grunt. Raikage is correct. We shall wait and see. Let us hope that Lord Raikage will not falter when the time comes. Haha, rest assured, I shall not. Raikage replied with a hearty laugh. With Raikage's laughter, the atmosphere lightened considerably, and the personnel from both sides began to engage in casual conversation. Regardless, this journey was deemed mutually beneficial, and most importantly, the relationship between the Mist and Cloud villages had deepened, just as the high-ranking officials were enjoying their lively discussion. A sudden rumble echoed from the forest, followed by the sight of dozens of enormous boulders hurtling through the trees toward the Mist and Cloud teams. Damn it, scatter! A ninja from the Mist village shouted. Upon hearing this, everyone swiftly took cover. Boom, boom, boom. The boulders struck the trunks, causing trees to collapse, dust to rise, and leaves to scatter. The boulders continued their assault after shattering the trees, relentlessly advancing towards the Mist and Cloud ninjas. A Mist ninja, unable to evade in time, was struck by a boulder, letting out a horrified scream before collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Bastard! Who is behind this ambush? A ninja from the Cloud exclaimed in fury. Water release, water dragon bullet technique. The water shadow formed hand seals, summoning a massive blue chakra dragon that soared into the air, obliterating the boulders with its might. A group of ninjas rushed to assist the recently fallen Mist ninja. What transpired? Inquired a Cloud ninja, furrowing his brow. We were ambushed. This is a trap. An unexpected assault, a Mist ninja replied, struggling to rise and spitting out mud and grit. Damn it, which faction sent these ninjas? The Cloud ninja exclaimed, filled with rage. Well, a familiar voice chimed in, you have finally arrived. We have been waiting all night. Raikage, Mizukage, how flattering that you both chose to strike our rain country together. You scoundrels, how dare you launch a surprise attack? The Mist ninja seethed with fury. Humph, with the Mizukage and Raikage personally involved, how could we afford to be negligent? Besides, isn't it customary for ninjas to ambush? A man clad in a black robe adorned with red clouds remarked with a smile. The expressions of the Raikage and Mizukage darkened slightly as their eyes narrowed. It's you. You wretched fiends! They exclaimed in unison, astonished at the sight before them. The figures were none other than Uchiha Itachi and Kisame Hashigaki. There's no helping it. Your intelligence in the Mist is terribly lacking. Not only have you wasted ample time, but you have also missed out on quite a spectacle, Kisame taunted. Upon gathering intelligence regarding the Mist and Cloud ninjas' deployment, Itachi and Kisame decided to strike preemptively, aiming to attack the Mist and Cloud forces before they could reach the Rain Country. This strategy not only disrupted the plans of the Mist and Cloud ninjas but also aimed to deplete their combat strength. You knew ahead of time. Mizukage Terumi May glared coldly at them. Heh, our reconnaissance ninjas are far more capable than yours. You simply remain oblivious to this fact. My scouts informed me. But that is of little consequence. You brought this upon yourselves, Kisame chuckled. Scoundrel. Terumi May gritted her teeth in fury. The following is an epilogue. Those uninterested may skip to the next chapter. The ensuing content may be rather absurd and is intended solely for amusement. Heh, there is no need for you to struggle. At this distance, your jutsu cannot harm us unless you are willing to sacrifice hundreds of ordinary ninjas or a few elite shinobi. I, however, have ample manpower. While your ninjas are unlikely to endure, Kisame remarked with a grin. Humph, so what? I refuse to believe you would willingly sacrifice your subordinates, Terumi May retorted. Hee. Such tricks might fool others, but you are not worthy of facing us, Kisame replied, still smiling. As his words fell, Itachi and Kisame leapt into the air. Fire style, great fireball technique. Wind style, great breakthrough. In an instant, the two combatants unleashed their respective techniques, the formidable ninjutsu colliding and stirring up a cloud of dust. Is this the prowess of Lord Kazekage? Truly, it is worthy of the Hokage. This mission presents quite the challenge. Kisame glanced at Itachi with a grin. However, Itachi paid no heed to Kisame's words, instead intently scrutinizing the battle before him. As the smoke gradually dissipated, a figure clad in white robes and adorned with a golden headband quietly hovered in midair. Oh, there is yet another ninja, Zetsu remarked with a smirk. Meanwhile, the ninjas from the hidden Mist village remained vigilant, observing the solitary white figure in the sky, though it appeared to be but one. They dared not let their guard down. Did you kill my brother? The white figure stated flatly. What? He is Kakashi, the newly risen powerhouse of the hidden Mist village. I once visited him. It is said he's a prodigious ninja from the Leaf, having entered the realm of Kage at a young age, and reputed to be an exceptional Jinjutsu master. It seems the rumors hold true. Is that Kakashi? The Raikage pondered, his gaze fixed on the airborne Kakashi. A serious expression etched upon his face. A cautious individual, he aimed to lead the team to the rock-hidden village and wished for no interruptions. Kakashi's presence posed a significant threat to their dominion, thus, he must be dealt with. Kakashi, you are indeed formidable. But you are not yet worthy to provoke the hidden mist village. Since you have come, you shall remain here today. The Raikage's eyes narrowed. A fierce killing intent emanating from him as he instantly appeared beside Kakashi, delivering a powerful punch. Kakashi, his expression impassive, regarded the Raikage, extending his right hand. A surge of scorching chakra erupted from his palm, and he countered with a mighty punch. The two fists collided, unleashing an explosive shockwave that resonated through the surroundings. The nearby mountains crumbled under this overwhelming force, reduced to ruins, as the smoke slowly cleared to reveal the two combatants. The silhouettes of the Raikage and Kakashi emerged, facing each other. Ha ha ha, your strength is commendable, the Raikage chuckled. Our strength is indeed formidable, yet you may not claim victory, Kakashi retorted coldly. Heh, we shall see. Water style, water prison jutsu. The Raikage bellowed, as dense water vapor materialized around him, swiftly coalescing into a massive water sphere of nearly 5 meters in diameter. Water style? Grand water collapse. The Raikage uttered with conviction. Water flow. Tail, Kakashi declared, his arms outstretched, legs bent to gather momentum, before delivering a powerful kick. With a resounding crash, the water sphere shattered instantly, and the Raikage utilized the recoil to retreat swiftly. Kakashi pursued closely after him. Bang! The two figures crossed paths. A muffled explosion reverberated, followed by a violent gust of wind. Coughing, Raikage clutched his chest, a drop of crimson seeping through his fingers. Indeed, formidable. I never expected that you would mobilize all 4 of you this time. Raikage inhaled deeply, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, and spoke slowly. I never anticipated that my brother would meet his demise at your hands. Kakashi replied with a calm demeanor. Upon hearing Kakashi's words, Raikage's pupils constricted. What did you say? Who is your brother? You seem to have forgotten our previous conversation. My brother was slain by your son, the grandson of Raikage, Minato Namikaze, Kakashi stated flatly. No. That is absolutely impossible. My grandson would never commit such an act, Raikage insisted, shaking his head resolutely. Then perhaps you should inquire with Mizukichi. For it was he who assigned Minato to your village, Kakashi suggested. No, Kakashi, you do not understand. That child is my most beloved grandson, Mizukichi Shizuma shouted. Then you shall meet your end. Kakashi's eyes glinted coldly as he propelled himself swiftly towards Shizuma. Water release, water bullet. Raikage interposed himself before Shizuma. Bang! The water bullet collided with the water gun, sending shockwaves that uprooted the surrounding trees, debris swirling about. Raikage, I have vowed to take your life today, perish. Kakashi bellowed, forming hand seals as a colossal water dragon bullet soared toward Raikage. Water release. Waterfall technique. Mizukichi Shizuma raised his hands high, as a torrent of water erupted from the ground, crashing into the water dragon bullet. Boom! A tremendous explosion echoed, water spraying in all directions. Kakashi spat out a mouthful of blood. That last attack had inflicted significant damage upon him. Truly, a powerhouse of the Kage level, Kakashi murmured. Though he had faced Kage level opponents before, such unrestrained combat was rare. Heh, you truly are unaware of your own peril. This time, I shall not let you escape. Kakashi said coldly. Bang! The two clashed once more, but this time Kakashi found himself at a disadvantage, sent flying through the air. Kakashi, your strength is commendable. Yet you are still far from my level, Raikage remarked with a smile. Meanwhile, the Umbu arrived, engaging in a chaotic melee with several Kage-level ninjas. Raikage, I must admit, I underestimated you. You are capable of facing me alone, Kakashi said, his expression shifting to one of gravity. Kakashi, I advise you to surrender. We do not wish to sever ties with Konoha, but if you persist in your folly, Raikage's gaze hardened as it bore into Kakashi. Heh, if you wish to kill me, well, come at me. The outcome remains uncertain, Kakashi retorted with a scoff, evading Raikage's onslaught and swiftly forming hand seals. Fire release, great fireball technique. A massive blue fireball, thicker than a water tank, suddenly materialized, hurtling towards the Raikage with intense heat. The water curtain wall emerged as the Raikage waved his hands, forming a formidable barrier before him. Sizzle! Boom! The blue fireball collided violently with the water curtain wall, resulting in a spectacular explosion that sent water splattering everywhere. Raikage. I possess more than just a single ninjutsu, Kakashi scoffed, unleashing another technique. Numerous tiny water droplets appeared before Kakashi, swirling and diving into the water curtain wall. The droplets penetrated the wall, exploding from within. Water Dragon Bullet. Kakashi released yet another water sphere, aimed at the Raikage. Earth-style, Earth Flow Wall, gritting his teeth. The Raikage executed a defensive jutsu. Boom. Another explosion erupted, but this time, it was not merely an explosion. The shockwave churned the waters and ignited the surrounding forest. Crack. A tree, unable to withstand the aftermath of the battle between the two powerful figures, collapsed with a thunderous crash. Both the Raikage and Kakashi slid backward, bracing themselves. Kakashi. A furious voice rang out. Grandpa, Grandpa, we're here to help. A youthful voice chimed, followed by a boy in white rushing from the forest. It was Naruto. What brings Naruto here? Kakashi wondered aloud, puzzled. Uncle Kakashi, what happened to you? Naruto exclaimed, horrified at the sight of Kakashi drenched in blood. Naruto? What are you doing here? What is going on? Who are you? The Raikage demanded, glaring at Naruto. We are ninjas from Konoha, Kakashi replied solemnly. Suspecting that Naruto's presence was far from coincidental. Konoha ninjas? The Raikage furrowed his brow. He knew Kakashi was the leader of the Uchiha clan. Yet Konoha was still under the control of the third Hokage, and his son, his brother, were all working under him. Kakashi and Naruto supported each other as they stood. Both their gazes locked onto the Raikage. Humph. So, it is the Uchiha clan leader. No wonder you dared to infiltrate alone to seek me out, the Raikage coldly remarked. I'm Kakashi and Naruto. Humph. I am not afraid of you, nor would you dare to act here. I know you fear the Hokage, Kakashi retorted. Humph. That only applies to your inept group, the Raikage sneered. I share your sentiment, Kakashi scoffed, locking eyes with the Raikage. The true pillar of Konoha is the third Hokage. Sarutobi Hiruzen, while I am the one truly suited to be the leader. You certainly believe so, but what does that concern me? Kakashi dismissed him. I will reveal nothing. I shall slay you myself. The Raikage declared, a terrifying chakra emanating from him. Lightning release, Chidori. The Raikage suddenly raised his right arm. A powerful electric current gathering in his fist. Instantly, a spear of blue-violet energy, about a meter long, coalesced, crackling with lightning, radiating immense pressure. Ha! The Raikage shouted, stomping his right leg onto the ground and propelling himself toward Kakashi. Lightning cutter. The Raikage roared as the blue-violet spear shot toward Kakashi with wild ferocity. Kakashi's expression hardened as he rapidly retreated, yet he was still grazed by the lightning cutter on his shoulder, blood gushing forth. Whoosh. Kakashi swiftly formed hand seals. Wind release, spiraling shuriken. A massive blade of wind shot forth from Kakashi's palm, aimed directly at the Raikage. Humph. A mere parlor trick, the Raikage scoffed. Clenching his right fist. Lightning release, Chidori. A robust blue-purple lightning bolt materialized out of thin air.